The priest was walking through the temple when suddenly the door burst open and a servant ran in. He was very alarmed and said they had to leave immediately. It was no longer safe there. The problem involved Humit Street, the executioner, the lichen, the vampire slayer, and the Lord of Blue Evil. He's heading straight here, to the temple, and won't let the Dark Order escape. The assassin will eliminate the Dark Order in the most brutal way possible. The priest didn't understand why the monk was so nervous and worried, since they were accompanied by the finest holy knights. But it turned out that something was wrong with these knights. They had turned into the walking dead and were closing in on the temple. But it was most likely already too late to do anything, because loud cries for help were ringing out from the temple steps, and the priests watched in horror. The army of the walking dead spared no one, and now a monk lay on the temple floor. The Dark Flowers couldn't understand how this was possible. After all, the zombies were supposed to serve them, and at that moment, someone stepped on the priest's hand. The priest thought that no matter what happened now, God was on their side, and he would grant them salvation. However, at that moment, a gun was pressed against the priest's neck, and a voice said that it would not be God who decided the man's fate, but the man himself. The gun was held by a very young man who said that God's blessing would now send this priest to hell. Everyone in the palace was talking about the seventh prince, who was a disgrace to the Holy Emperor, and it was completely incomprehensible how such a person could have been born in the Holy Empire. The fact was that the prince had made advances toward the archbishop's daughter and had been caught, for which he was about to face punishment. After that, the prince wreaked complete havoc in the archbishop's hall, splattering paint all over the walls. After such an act, the Holy Emperor flew into a rage. He was literally trembling with anger and indignation. For these reckless actions, the emperor banished the prince to the land of dead spirits. The young man was very upset, and the knights had to be summoned to deal with him. The young man was supposed to spend some time there to reflect on his actions and draw the right conclusions. But instead of showing remorse or apologizing, the young man caused quite a commotion and even tried to take his own life after being rejected by a girl. But fortunately for the foolish young man, the rope snapped, the chair broke, and he fell, slamming his face hard against the floor. And perhaps because of that blow, the young man became a completely different person. He looked at himself, unable to understand how he had let things come to this. After that, the prince began a humble life in a monastery. Many residents of the empire loved the prince, but even more people viewed his sudden changes with suspicion. They believed that a demon had possessed the young man's body as punishment for blasphemy. Some thought the prince had made a pact with the devil. Rumors circulated that a dead man was wandering the monastery grounds, and in general, the people were saying all sorts of things. The young man himself didn't know what to believe or what he should pay attention to, and so now he asked his companions what they thought about all these rumors. A rather handsome zombie in a vest and shirt seemed to be thinking of nothing at all. He looked at his master with a surprised expression. The seventh prince's name was Alan Elfalls. He was a 16-year-old young man, and he was a necromancer. The young man stared at the status window and couldn't understand why it kept appearing in front of him. After that, he began to curse the zombies, because rumors had already started spreading because of them, and if this continued, he would be mistakenly branded a heretic. But in reality, he wasn't some Prince Alan Elfalls at all. He was just an ordinary Korean boy, but then somehow became the grandson of the Holy Emperor. The young man ended up in his body when the grandson tried to take his own life. Besides, the young man could now see his status window, and for some reason was able to communicate with all sorts of zombies. And now the young man was using his necromancer abilities to become the guardian of the cemetery, but the locals saw this as heresy. At first, the guy was confused, but then he started to get used to it. But it seemed like he needed to put an end to all this nonsense because it wouldn't lead to anything good. For entertainment, the young man would dig up graves, bury various zombies in them, and cover them with dirt. After that, he would place a headstone on top of the grave and play in the cemetery that way. His new friends, the zombies, really enjoyed all of this. They looked at their master with gratitude, but it was time to put an end to it and say goodbye. The zombies refused to agree. After all, they'd been having such a wonderful time playing, and now their master wanted to get rid of them. Why did they even need to be immortal in the first place? However, holding a shovel in his hands, the young man said that his first life had been very turbulent, and someday he would tell them about it, but he would try to live his second life peacefully. Of course, the young man had had a wonderful time with the zombies, during which they had grown close, so he promised to think some more about their relationship. But for now, everyone had to get to work so that no one would have any questions. The young men covered their faces with scarves. They clearly didn't want to be recognized. They were pushing a cart with two bodies and tried not to talk or make any noise so as not to attract attention. The young men needed to get to the prince as quickly as possible to ask for help for this unfortunate village. And the young men were hauling the last bodies on the cart. They said that no one was left alive in the village. Everyone had fled. And now, after handing the bodies over to the cemetery caretaker, the prince, the village lads asked if he could accompany them to their home village. It was very strange, but the lads spoke emotionally about how the entire village had been wiped out, and that they themselves had survived only because they often visited the prince when they brought him the bodies. The prince listened in amazement to the men's stories, and didn't know how he could help them, since he possessed no special powers. But the men literally dragged him along. They believed in the prince as their talisman, and hoped that they would be safe as long as they were by his side. At one point, the young man thought there must be a misunderstanding and that something needed to be done about it, but he didn't argue with the men. In the end, they decided to go to the village together. It really was terrifying there. The men hid behind the prince, who was armed with his shovel. Gradually, the young men made their way down the village street, searching the houses. At one point, the prince noticed movement in one of the houses. The men thought it was most likely a rat, but the prince wasn't sure and suggested checking the house. The frightened men stayed outside, advising the prince not to go inside. The prince went inside anyway. He looked very serious because he had a bad feeling. His premonition proved correct. It radiated a murderous aura, and suddenly he heard a squeak. Could it be that the young man and the other two men were scared of an ordinary house mouse? But in the very next moment, it became clear that this was no ordinary rat. The creature's gaze spoke for itself. And following it was a huge horde of equally vile creatures with demonic stares, eager to destroy everything in their path. The young man could only watch as a huge gray mass emerged from the burrow and advanced toward him, its tooth-filled jaws wide open. There was no time to think. It was pure hell. The prince had never seen zombie rats before, and now they were already climbing up his cloak, getting closer and closer to his head. Swinging his shovel and fending off the vile rats, the prince realized that the entire village had been wiped out by these monstrous creatures. Trying to get rid of them all at once, the prince struck the ground with his shovel, scaring the rats away. Suddenly, everything around him was illuminated by a divine glow. The young man was surprised to see that his blow with the shovel had killed quite a large number of rats, but his troubles weren't over yet. On the contrary, the rats seemed to have become even more enraged, and now they were closing in, forcing the young man to approach a huge well into which he soon dropped his shovel. The prince tried to find the shovel, but to no avail. However, his hand touched the water, and the status window indicated that he could use a skill. Somehow, the water began to rise and engulf the rats, who squealed pitifully as they tried to escape the flow of strange water. The young man activated the swamp of death, and now everything around him was flooded with water, while the village men watched the events unfold with interest. They saw how the puddle of dirty water turned into holy water, which purified the rats. No one understood how it happened, but now everyone was certain that the prince was indeed a true prince of the Holy Empire, and that it was he who had destroyed the rats that had spread the disease. The prince himself was very surprised, for he had just discovered that he could use new abilities besides raising zombies, as well as use necromancer skills for purification. His body was filled with holy power because he belonged to the Holy Emperor's family, and perhaps this had sanctified his abilities. Alan presented himself as a sort of saint, capable of walking on water and leading the masses. At that moment, a woman emerged from one of the houses, staggering as she walked. The villagers recognized her as Charlotte. They had thought she had died as well. The men began calling Charlotte over to them. They wanted to know where her parents were. The girl approached the men, hiding a huge knife behind her back. She said nothing to her former neighbors. But in the next instant, Charlotte lunged at them with a knife and instantly attacked both men, wounding them. The prince flinched and managed to dodge the attack. However, the sharp knife flew right past his face. The young man realized that Charlotte wasn't a zombie because she was holding a knife. Otherwise, she would have attacked the men with her teeth or claws. It soon became clear that the girl hadn't fully turned into a zombie. She was already gasping for breath and looked like a monster, but she still retained her humanity. Suddenly, the prince realized that the girl was trying to find out where her mom and dad were. Despite the hatred that contorted her face, she wasn't a zombie yet. But before Alan could open his mouth to speak to her, she lunged at him again, knife in hand. But then Charlotte's knife struck the shovel, and a divine glow appeared between the young people. The prince knew that the holy water would burn the zombie's body and that Charlotte would be in pain, but he still had to restore her to human form. Charlotte screamed loudly and struggled, but the prince held her very tightly, realizing that this was the only way out. She had to endure it. Some more time passed, and now Charlotte looked very relaxed and calm. Soon a group of locals approached the prince asking for his help because they had heard that he had saved Charlotte. Alan replied that he hadn't saved anyone and that a girl named Charlotte had died. The men couldn't believe their ears, but the prince didn't understand how he could have possibly saved her. The blood of the Holy Emperor flowed through his veins, but he possessed no special abilities. Upon hearing this, the people began to weep. They had traveled a long way in the hope that the prince would help them, and now it seemed their village was doomed as well. The prince didn't understand why these people had suddenly decided that he was saving anyone at all. He wanted to know who had told them that. Suddenly, the door flew open and one of the village boys ran in. He shouted that Charlotte had woken up. After that, the young man added that it was all thanks to the prince. Charlotte looked tired, so they put her to bed, and now she had finally woken up. Suddenly, the young man noticed that the prince wasn't alone, and the villagers were glaring at the prince with anger, since he had refused to help their village and had tried to deceive them. Alan Elfals decided not to resist. Apparently, he would have to help these people as well, since he truly possessed more divine power than they did. The young man decided to check his status window. Standing before him was a villager named Parlock, full of doubt. He wants the prince's help, but doesn't trust him. The prince said he wouldn't work for free. He wants money and food in exchange for the services he'll provide to the villagers. In addition, they had to restore the cathedral, which currently looked more like a barn, for free. Another condition was that the deal had to be kept secret, so the Holy Knights wouldn't find out, since the prince already had enough family problems. Parlock explained that about 30 corpses in the village had turned into zombies. For now, this was manageable, and they could get to work. The prince told the men to grab their pitchforks. They were asked to deal with the zombies, but that didn't mean he would have to fight them alone. The prince was very pleased. First, he would restore the temple from which he had been expelled, and now the men would do the hard work while he recited a holy prayer. At that moment, people rushed through the temple doors. They shouted that the zombies were after them. This was very unexpected, and the prince told them to grab mops and brooms and swing them if necessary. It soon became clear that the situation was very serious, because there were by no means 30 zombies. The number of the dead far exceeded that figure. On top of that, the zombies were very fast. They began to attack the people in front of them with great ferocity, who were completely defenseless and without help. Alan raised his shovel and activated the Swamp of Death skill. His shovel began to glow with a divine light. Swinging his shovel, the prince struck the zombies, and they died instantly, suffering excruciating pain from the holy water. As a result of this battle, it became clear that using a skill isn't difficult. The main thing is to be capable of doing so and to possess those abilities. The young man remembered that he had once been a necromancer. To earn some extra money, he had tried his hand at being a gamer, and back then he had played as a necromancer. But, unfortunately, an accident occurred, resulting in the young man receiving a fatal electric shock. He lost consciousness and then woke up in this body. Fortunately for the young man, his skills from the game had also transferred with him, and now he could use them in his new life. Divine power had transformed the young man's body, and controlling it wasn't all that easy. Every time Alan used a skill, the divine power began to surge. At that moment, one of the men began to cry. He said he couldn't take it anymore. The man sat down on the ground, tears streaming from his eyes. He knew, of course, that he was facing zombies and that they had to be killed, but now his wife was among them. The man cried, holding a mop in his hands. He didn't know how he could kill this woman, and she leaned toward her beloved and gently stroked his cheek. But in the next instant, before his wife could devour her beloved husband, the prince jumped up and kicked her in the head. Alan told the man to man up. His wife was already dead. So enough with the sniveling. He needed to stand up for the weak. This woman's body had already rotted away, and her soul had long since gone astray, and if the man wanted his wife to suffer, he could run away. And if he doesn't want that, then he needs to stop crying and feeling sorry for himself and start killing these zombies. Suddenly, the young man saw a silhouette high above him, rapidly approaching from the sky and plunging into the thick of the zombies. The next moment, the silhouette landed, causing a powerful explosion, and a multitude of zombies were sent flying in all directions. This swift assistance was provided by a beautiful young woman named Charlotte, who asked how he was feeling. Fall and winter are traditionally the seasons when all kinds of infectious diseases spread. Charlotte thought that in a couple of years, life would get back on track and everything would be fine. At least, that's what her mom had told her. But upon returning to the village, the girl saw desolation and ruin all around her. She rushed into the house, hoping to find her parents alive. The girl wanted to warn her parents of the danger, but it was too late. Both of her parents' eyes were exactly like those of rats. Her mother managed to shout at her to run away quickly because her father would spare no one. But in the very next moment, both parents turned into zombies and looked at their daughter as their next victim. She had to escape immediately. After that, the girl remembered practically nothing. Street rats and her own parents were chasing Charlotte. She tried to defend herself against them and grabbed the first thing that came to hand. It was a large kitchen knife. Everyone in the village had become very strange, and gradually Charlotte herself began to turn into a zombie as well. Soon the rats that had been chasing her just a short while ago stopped paying any attention to her and simply scurried past, going about their business. Charlotte wasn't even upset when she realized she would soon turn into a zombie. There was no one left to save her, and now nothing mattered anymore. As she was practically dying and losing her sanity, Charlotte thought she wished one person would appear and save her. The girl couldn't remember anything else. She didn't know what happened next. She woke up lying on a bed and couldn't understand what strange memories were filling her mind. Charlotte sat up in bed and saw her roommate. He explained that the prince had asked him to look after her. There were zombies outside and it was best to stay quiet. Walking over to the window, Charlotte saw the prince urging the man to stop whining and start killing zombies. The girl remembered how, shortly before losing consciousness, she had dreamed of someone saving her, and now she realized that it was the prince who needed saving. Charlotte pushed off from the temple window, leaped high into the air, and landing near the prince, told him that she would save all these people. Alan was very surprised to see Charlotte, now alive and greatly changed, standing before him. He had to figure out what was going on. However, the situation soon became even stranger because a huge pile of destroyed zombies loomed in the temple courtyard. Charlotte had dealt with them all by herself. The delighted villagers tossed Charlotte into the air to express their gratitude, while the prince knew that, while the girl was certainly brave, it was he who had held back the zombies. Now, looking at this brave and strong beauty, the prince thought that the purification ritual before turning into a zombie had affected her in some strange way. The prince approached the villagers and told them to deal with the remains of their relatives themselves. The prince added that he understood. Everyone was very tired and had suffered greatly, but this would be for the best since they had destroyed the zombies, freed the dead from their pain, and now they needed to be buried. Alan didn't understand it himself, but he told the people that he would help them with the burial ritual. The ritual was quite simple. They needed to bury the dead and wish them peace so that their spirits would not wander around but would rest. The seventh prince now realized that he had been exiled to these lands because there was a high chance of zombies appearing here, and someone had to deal with these dead. But at the same time, the situation was rather strange. The prince had never heard of so many villages being destroyed in such a short period of time. The young man knew it was still too early for the wave of death, so he decided to speak with the village elder. The prince questioned the old man about the situation in the village, and the old man replied that he hadn't noticed anything strange. Everything was as usual. He explained that the plague had begun to spread about a month ago, and the prince then surmised that perhaps it had all been planned. The elder couldn't believe his ears. Could he really be talking about necromancers? And the prince had to explain that nothing of the sort was true. He'd just been talking to himself. But the old man had already started shouting about the demon who seals spirits and the killer who spreads the plague. The prince was forced to cover his ears so he wouldn't have to hear all these insults directed at him, because the mere thought of necromancers greatly upset these people. Alan realized that if his theory was correct, the person controlling the zombies must be somewhere nearby. He just had to figure out who it was. The prince announced to everyone present that he was going to bed and that they would have to take care of everything else on their own. When he got to his room, Alan lay down on the bed and thought about how people called him a prince, even though he was really just an ordinary worker. But right now he needed to rest, because the funeral had been exhausting. Suddenly, he was awakened by a scream. People were shouting that zombies had kidnapped a man. A man reported that he had seen with his own eyes how the zombies had kidnapped a man. They had taken advantage of the situation, since all the residents were very tired after a sleepless night. Unexpectedly, two men heard someone scream and got up to look around and figure out what was going on. They saw one man running away, carrying another man on his shoulder, while the unfortunate victim begged for help. The men told the prince that it turned out to be Morian who had been carried off. This young lady usually gathered herbs. She had always been very helpful to the villagers, and after she helped the wounded, this misfortune befell her. The village lads added that this girl was a real beauty. What's more, she had once rejected the prince. The lads didn't want to go into all this, but they recalled that after she rejected him, the prince felt insulted and even planned to hang himself. Alan asked them to stop. He had already remembered everything and said they needed to form a search party and set out to find Morian. However, first they had to figure out what had actually happened, because this was the first time the prince had ever heard of zombies kidnapping a person. The prince immediately began getting ready and asked the villagers how they could track down the fugitives. The men said that Sir Gans, a hunter from their village, could help, and so it was decided to set out right away to rescue Morian. The prince ordered that the hunter Gans be summoned immediately. But before he left, Charlotte appeared beside him. The girl said nothing, but her gaze spoke for itself. The prince didn't know if the beauty was upset with him, but now was not the time to think about that. He had to set out on the search as soon as possible and would talk to Charlotte later. The prince ordered them to set out immediately. Otherwise, the girl might end up as dinner for the zombies. Zombies shuffle along, dragging their feet on the ground so they're easy to track, and soon the group had stopped near a cave, certain that the zombies had gone inside. The seventh prince thanked the hunter for his help with the search, and now they had to enter the cave and rescue the girl. The prince immediately sensed that this cave was filled with sinister, demonic energy. It's quite possible that there are a lot of zombies in this place. They are the source of the infection. Although, aside from zombies, there are places with a natural concentration of demonic energy. The prince suggested burning this place to the ground, but the guys reminded him that Morian was inside, so that plan wouldn't work. The prince explained that such gloomy caves are teeming with undead, and they're very powerful there. Therefore, if they all rush inside for the sake of a single woman, they'll all simply die there. The prince suggested they prepare better and then return here, although, of course, the likelihood that the girl would survive would be even lower. But before the prince could finish speaking, a huge demonic bear burst out of the cave, its toothy maw ready to devour a man. The bear seized the prince, and the terrified people didn't know what to do. After all, if the prince couldn't handle the bear, what could they possibly do? The bear grabbed the prince by his clothes, dragged him into a cave, and hurled him deep into the gorge. Alan realized that this bear was also a zombie. But now, as he fell deep into the abyss with a laceration on his shoulder, the prince needed to urgently activate his skill and begin healing. The young man used the swamp of death and directed holy water at the bear, which was now growling loudly and desperately. After that, the young man began using the terrifying incantation skill to urgently heal the wound on his shoulder. It soon became clear that this healing had consumed a great deal of divine power. At times like this, it's best to switch skills. The young man checked the bear through the status window and discovered that it was the king of gluttony, and its condition was being enhanced by necromancy. The fact that the bear's condition was being enhanced by necromancy was confirmed immediately, because even holy water had no effect on it, and if the bear is controlled by a necromancer, fighting it becomes problematic. The prince tried to figure out how he could defeat the bear with his bare hands, having no divine power whatsoever. The bear opened its enormous jaws once more, but at that very moment, Charlotte descended from above to help and plunged a knife into the monster's eye. The enormous bear growled wildly in pain and tried to shake the girl off, while blood streamed from one of its eyes, flooding everything around it. Alan realized that Charlotte hadn't asked for his permission or even considered his wishes. She had simply followed him. But that didn't matter now. The prince wanted the girl to hold the bear back, but in any case, it was already too late, because the giant predator had thrown Charlotte to the ground. Now the girl was in grave danger, because the ferocious beast had turned its gigantic snout and was about to take revenge on the beauty. Charlotte didn't lose her composure again, and before the bear could snap its jaws shut, she stabbed the monster's throat with her sharp knife. Of course, that wouldn't be enough to kill a zombie bear, but in the next instant, a powerful blow knocked the bear off its feet and sent it flying into the distance. The prince held out his hand to Charlotte and thanked her for buying him a little time to regain his abilities. Charlotte was about to take the outstretched hand, but suddenly realized that it belonged to a zombie. The girl froze in her tracks. Soon she looked back and saw zombies crawling out from under the ground. They were popping up like mushrooms after rain. The prince said that now he would show how to defeat such a large number of opponents. The bear didn't stand a chance. And soon enough, this rather unusual army of the dead reached the huge bear and sank their teeth into him. The dead continued to crawl out from under the ground, immediately grabbing the monster by the legs. At some point, the bear realized he couldn't handle it because there were simply too many of the dead attacking him. The prince was very pleased that he had managed to summon a large number of zombies. The bear had killed many people and was very strong. This bear's resilience is definitely much greater than that of the zombies, and if there had been only a few of the dead, they would have already lost. To top it all off, Charlotte plunged her sharp knife into the bear's head, thus sealing its inevitable doom. The girl was quite confident in her abilities and didn't look scared at all. It seemed as if she'd been slaying monsters her whole life. The outcome was obvious, and there was no need to worry anymore. The prince could finally relax. Charlotte noticed that the prince didn't look very well. She took Alan by the arms, helping him stay on his feet. The prince had used too much divine power and was now practically exhausted, but a serious conversation with Charlotte lay ahead. Alan confessed to the beauty that he had shown her all his power, but in reality he wanted to live a quiet and peaceful life, so he asked her to keep it a secret. In fact, the prince looked terrible and could barely stand. He didn't want to engage in such serious battles anymore. But the girl said she would grant her savior any wish, and that he could always count on her. It's unclear how this conversation would have ended, but suddenly people appeared in the cave, searching for the prince and Charlotte. They were villagers. They had returned with ropes to descend into the underground and explore the cave, and now they couldn't understand what Charlotte was doing there or why she had gone down there in the first place. The men looked around and saw a huge number of slain zombies, as well as the body of a giant bear, and now the question arose, who had dealt with all these monsters? Everyone knew that this bear was known as the king of gluttony. No one could even say how many people had already fallen victim to him, and now the men realized that there was most likely a necromancer in the cave. The prince really hated to lie, but he explained that the necromancer had tried to turn the cave into his lair and had killed the bear. When the prince arrived here with Charlotte, he saw only the bodies of the slain. People were terrified by the story of the necromancer. Morian was most likely already dead. The necromancer had tried to lure people in so he could kill as many as possible along with the bear. The people didn't know what to do next in this situation, but the prince believed they had to keep going. It sounded very strange, of course, but the prince already seemed completely confident and said he wanted to see for himself just how good this necromancer was. After that, the whole group set off again, and soon everyone calmed down and decided they had nothing to fear here since they hadn't encountered a single monster along the way. Soon they heard a noise, crept closer, and peered out from behind the cave wall, trying to make out what was happening. Soon they saw a girl sitting alone with her hands tied. It was Morian, and sheets of paper with diagrams were scattered on the floor around her. The boys immediately rushed over to the girl and told her they had come to save her, but it was all too strange, especially the fact that Morian was still alive. The prince realized that the necromancer had used the girl as bait to make it easier to kill her and take control. Alan looked at the beautiful girl, and a thought crossed his mind. Could she really be someone other than who she claimed to be? Meanwhile, Morian caught sight of the prince, and tears welled up in her eyes when she realized that he had come to save her. But the very next moment, instead of untying the ropes and showering her delicate hands with kisses, the prince struck the girl on the head with the shovel with all his might. Everyone present gaped in surprise, not knowing how to react to the prince's behavior. And no one dared to approach his highness. Morian lay motionless on the ground, while the prince continued to stand beside her, shovel in hand. The men rushed to help the girl. She needed to be untied immediately, and of course, they didn't understand why the prince had acted that way. The young man opened his status window and saw that it was the old witch Morgana, who possessed the honey trap ability, wielded curses, and was a necromancer. The prince realized that Morian wasn't the decoy, but just then, the girl began to say that perhaps the prince had misunderstood everything. The prince turned to the men and demanded that they stop listening to her and not let themselves be deceived. The fact was that this was not their friend Morian, but a necromancer. The girl began to make excuses, saying that it wasn't true, that the necromancer had dragged her here and tortured her, but the prince insisted that wasn't the case. Her name and age didn't match. To verify the truth of her words, the prince took out a bottle of holy water and demanded that Morian drink it as proof. If she were a necromancer, her internal organs would melt upon drinking the holy water, but for humans, it is the best medicine, and all wounds would heal immediately. Morian said there was no need to waste such a precious remedy on her, since she was merely a mere mortal, and it would be better if the prince kept the water for himself. Alan confirmed that this holy water was very valuable, so the girl simply had to drink it. The villainess couldn't understand how this had happened, since her perfect disguise had worked flawlessly in the village, where no one had suspected that Morian was no longer who she appeared to be, yet the prince had seen right through her immediately. The necromancer realized that this young man possessed immense power, since he had defeated the bear and had now come to kill her. Alan didn't back down and kept insisting, was the beauty really not going to drink this potion to recover her health more quickly? Then the prince began to press the point that he himself was offering her the drink from his own hands, yet she was playing the modest one, when it would be better to obey the prince's orders so as not to upset him. But then the necromancer finally decided to stop pretending. She said she had intended to get rid of the prince during the wave of death. The next moment, the bottle of holy water in the prince's hands shattered into tiny shards. Skeletal hands emerged from the ground, and the necromancer told the prince that he had hastened his own death. The villainess said she had tried to prolong the prince's life, but he himself had chosen his own end, so he should not complain, for now the seventh prince would die right here. The blow from the shovel's blade to the skull was painful, and tears spurted from the skeleton's eyes. Alan struck the skeleton's skulls with the shovel quickly and precisely. He was outraged that the witch was speaking to him so arrogantly, even though he had been treating her with great tact so far. The old woman didn't understand what was going on here at all, or why her skeletons were doing absolutely nothing in the situation with the prince. That's why she didn't notice or sense the danger approaching from behind, and before she knew it, Charlotte had pinned the necromancer down by jumping on her back. Alan held the skeleton like his own little dog and thanked Charlotte for a job well done. The old woman had no idea what was going on here at all. Absolutely nothing made sense. Who was this prince, and what had he done to her skeletons? Could the shovel really be the source of his power? The guy confirmed that truly good shovels are indeed quite rare these days, and his shovel, one might say, was a sacred relic, but there was no need to get sidetracked by that now. Because the old woman had better think about herself, and then she spoke up and admitted that her name was Morgana, a 63-year-old necromancer. After that, the old woman fell to her knees and said she would tell the prince the whole truth and reveal who had given the order to kill him. Morgana confirmed that she had been ordered to lure the seventh prince into this cave and make his death look like a suicide. Alan realized that the prince wasn't actually all that worthless and pathetic. Most likely, he had been forced to take his own life when he tried to hang himself. According to Morgana's account, the Dark Church had ordered her to kill the seventh grandson of the Holy Emperor. Morgana mentally informed the prince that she had figured it out. He, too, was a necromancer. If the church found out about this, they wouldn't let the young man off that easily. Alan knew that Morgana had seen him in action, so there was no other choice. Charlotte would have to kill her. Morgana realized she had said too much. She began to beg and promised to keep everything a secret, offering in return to reveal everything she knew about the Dark Church. However, the prince slapped Morgana across the face, saying that if she could blab valuable information so easily, then that information was worthless. The young man said that the villagers would decide the necromancer's fate, and that would be fair. Even now, there were many people here who had lost family members because of Morgana. Sins must be paid for. Alan didn't want to get involved and asked what the men planned to do. The villagers replied that Morgana should receive as much evil as she had wrought. They would torture her to death and then leave her in the forest. Wild animals would devour and gnaw at the old woman's body, and her remains would become undead. This was a fitting death for a necromancer who had mocked the dead. This course of action was obvious to the people, and the prince did not intervene. He was more interested in the matter concerning the Dark Church. The prince was unable to learn anything from Morgana, but he was able to take several of her books that were right there in the cave. The prince began studying these books. It would be great if he could learn to talk to spirits, but it was unlikely he would be able to acquire such a skill. Before she died, Morgana mentioned the wave of death, during which she planned to get rid of the prince. Alan decided he needed to read more about the wave of death and also try to find out who had ordered his murder. The young man really hoped that none of his brothers were behind all this, since he was a prince, and his brothers might have tried to get rid of a rival for the throne. Perhaps this was just a typical power struggle, and no other major forces were involved. Alan realized that everything was very complicated, but perhaps that was simply the reality of being a member of the royal family. But what would happen if he were actually killed? Maybe it would be better to hire mercenaries for protection. Alan also decided that he needed to improve his skills as soon as possible. Besides, he remembered Charlotte, who was now always somewhere nearby. The girl was sitting in the temple deep in thought. Could it be that someone wanted to kill His Highness the Prince, even though he had saved her life? By now, all the locals agreed that the prince had changed a great deal. He wasn't strong or powerful, but he wasn't afraid and was the first to rush into battle. The prince single-handedly saved the lives of many locals, and afterward he even arranged their funerals, ensuring they were properly laid to rest. In addition, a neighbor's son told Charlotte, while she was unconscious, that the prince had taken care of her parents' bodies. Charlotte realized that this young man had saved her and her parents. She really wanted to thank him, but she knew that wasn't enough. The girl knew that being near the prince right now was quite dangerous, but at the same time, he needed protection. So Charlotte got her hands on a manual on the imperial art of swordsmanship. She decided to study this book to protect the great prince, and to do that, she needed to become stronger. According to the information in the books, undead creatures evolve over time, gradually becoming very strong from their weakest forms. When zombies' bodies decompose, they turn into skeletons. But if they manage to preserve their bodies, they become a stronger version, namely ghouls. Later, a ghoul transforms into a Dullahan, and a Dullahan becomes a vampire. The further they evolve, the smarter and stronger they become. When zombies are in the dark, the mana accumulated in the darkness triggers the evolution process, which is why these creatures are drawn to powerful mana. Thus, the place where all zombies are summoned is called the Land of Dead Spirits. To prevent their flesh from decomposing in warm weather, they head to dark and cold corners. When the warmth ends and winter sets in, a cold period begins, and their desire to find the land of dead spirits reaches its peak. This period is called the Wave of Death. The coldest day of the entire Wave of Death is December 25th, the day King Amon of the land of the dead died. On this day, all the undead set out for the land of the dead spirits to reclaim their lives. There is about a month left until the Wave of Death. Now the prince realized that the witch had planned to kill him using zombies. At that moment, Charlotte approached the prince and said she would help him if he gave her the chance. The prince handed the book to the girl and thought, watching her walk away, that he hadn't even asked Charlotte for help, yet she continued to come to the church every day. Charlotte not only sorts through books, but also tidies up, looks after the cemetery, and prepares meals. She's becoming indispensable. But on the other hand, the prince knew that a man named Grill had adopted Charlotte, and now she has a home she can return to at any moment. But the prince's thoughts were interrupted quite suddenly when the temple doors swung open and the holy knights appeared in the doorway. Harmon Dian was the deputy commander of the Knights of the Holy Cross. He was a master of the sword of the Holy Family and possessed the protection of the helm. Dian addressed the prince immediately, without even greeting him. He reported that he had heard the prince had captured the witch Morgana. Alan realized he was being watched and treated as an outcast. The prince confirmed that he and the local residents had indeed captured a witch, and Dian reported that he had come to verify this, but it seems to be true. The knights already knew that the prince had fought alongside the locals. They also knew that Alan Elfalls had killed the king of beasts with gardening tools, and that already sounded very strange. They also said that a man named Grill had killed 30 zombies and cornered a witch with holy water. Harmon honestly admitted that he had thought it was all an exaggeration and that nothing like that could have actually happened. But upon arriving here, at the scene of the action, he saw the traces of a fierce battle and became convinced that it was all true. The knight also said that Morgana belonged to the Dark Church. The prince confirmed that the witch had confessed this to him. She spoke as if it were some kind of secret, but it seems to be common knowledge. The knight confirmed that the Dark Church is a corrupt organization and that Morgana had already managed to destroy 5 villages. Alan hadn't known about this and now realized he could have been helping people instead of fooling around here with zombies. He confirmed that the villagers had beaten Morgana to death and thrown her body away. Harmon Dian wanted to know if this was really the work of the 7th prince, but the young man had no intention of telling him the truth. Of course, he was the one who had dealt with Morgana, but he didn't want to reveal his powers, so the prince decided to stick with Grill's version of events, that the locals had helped him. Alan Elfalls confided in the knight that while he was there, he was so scared he almost wet his pants. The poor knight was horrified, and the mere thought of what a weakling the prince was literally made him sick to his stomach. Dian surmised that the prince most likely knew nothing about the witch's magical books. The fact was that the knights were supposed to retrieve the books on dark magic. However, for some reason, the witch's bookshelf was empty. The prince couldn't say anything in response to this question, especially since he had no intention of handing over the books. The young man speculated that the villagers might have burned these books because of the sinister aura they gave off. Dian was nearing the fulfillment of another goal of his visit, the reward for destroying the witch Morgana, amounting to 80 gold coins. The knight said that a handsome reward had been offered for the witch's head, and now the prince was receiving it, although he had, of course, simply been doing his duty. Besides, he absolutely had to share it with the other locals. Alan was very pleased. He had received both books and gold for destroying the witch. Harmon Dian said that his business there was finished, and he was ready to head back and leave the village. And Prince Alan Elfalls needed to pack his things quickly, and at these words, the prince and Charlotte's faces fell. The prince didn't understand why he was being banished again. After all, he had already been banished. But the knight said that the wave of death would soon begin, and the imperial knights had to take care of the prince. The young man asked where he would be sent this time. Would it be the imperial palace or the warm south? But it turned out to be neither. The 7th prince is to be sent to the Lonia estate. It's a half-day's ride from here and is also located in the land of dead spirits, so the prince saw no point in such an evacuation. But the knight replied that there was a point, because the Lonia estate is a fortress built to stop the wave of death. Dian informed the prince that soldiers and prisoners had already been gathered to jointly repel the zombies. As terrible as it may sound, the knight confirmed that there would be many casualties, and the prince would be needed to conduct the funerals at the estate. Gennard Lepan was a feudal lord and viscount, very sociable and charitable. He was the owner of the Lonia estate. He greeted the prince and asked how the journey had gone, but the prince replied that the carriage had been very uncomfortable. Alan realized that he was treated very well, despite being in exile. Charlotte and her stepfather, Grill, had arrived with the prince. The prince did not want to stand in the middle of the courtyard and demanded to be shown to a room instead of standing around chatting there. And so, completely unexpectedly, the prince found himself in the palace of Lonia, in the land of dead spirits, the so-called sacrificial fortress. It received this name because of the sacrifices made by those wishing to appease the wrath of the dead during the wave of death. Only the walls that have been erected protect the castle. With these walls, the castle's inhabitants will be able to defend themselves for at least a month, until spring, after the wave of death. Inside the castle, the prince saw a group of prisoners who would be forced to fight on the front lines. You could say they're living suicide bombers. Dian emphasized once again to the prince that all that was required of him was to help with the wounded and conduct funerals. No one expected the prince to fight. The knight added that every year, at least 2,000 or 3,000 people die in this place, and these were simply horrifying figures. The knight added that there were also about 80 priests in the fortress who could perform the purification ritual. They would assist the prince. Soldiers would be at the prince's disposal to help with the funerals, so there was no need to worry. But sometimes people died here from exhaustion, and that was just the way things were. After hearing about all this horror and realizing the scale of the disaster, the prince asked Mr. Lepan for a drink right away. The young man began demanding alcohol, saying that under such circumstances, one simply cannot survive without it, and that he'd rather die from drinking than from hellish work. The prince sent Charlotte off with Grill to have some fun and relax. Alan managed to get his hands on a bottle of wine and asked Charlotte and Grill to return before the death wave began. After all, they would still need to protect the prince. After that, the young man took the bottle and locked himself in his bedroom, saying he needed to rest. Left alone, the young man thought he'd played his part perfectly and pulled off the role of a cowardly boy. Of course, he had no intention of getting drunk. The young man used the bottle of wine to immediately turn the liquid into holy water. He knew he couldn't manage without holy water, and now he had a bottle of excellent holy water of the finest quality. It's better to fill all the vessels with holy water and then drink it to perk himself up. The young man believed that if he continued to transfer energy into the water, he would learn to control his power better. But then his gaze fell on the rifle hanging on the wall. He had read that weapons existed in this world, but he hadn't realized they were so common. The fact is that in this world, practically no one uses firearms, and people still prefer close combat because the world is teeming with monsters, and weapons are used only for entertainment. The thing is, a gun requires mana instead of gunpowder, but now the guy has come up with the idea of loading the gun by filling it with mana or holy water. On top of that, the mana consumption is too high. Even experienced mages can only fire 5 shots, and it takes 5 minutes to create a bullet using mana, so it's clear that no one uses this method. But Alan remembered that in the movies from his past life, zombies were killed with a single shot, so now he would try to create a bullet, take aim, and destroy the zombie. The status window confirmed that the prince had successfully created a bullet using holy water, and it was a brilliant idea. The young man fired a shot, activating divine energy to do so, and the blast was so powerful that it blew a hole in the wall. Moreover, the sound of the shot was impossible to hide, and immediately a commotion broke out in the castle, with Knight Dian rushing in to protect the prince. The soldiers could see that their commander was in a bad mood, probably because a wave of death was approaching, or perhaps because he had to babysit the 7th prince. Dian overheard these conversations and told the soldiers they'd be better off keeping an eye on the prisoners instead of running their mouths. Left alone, the young man was nevertheless ready to admit that the 7th prince was causing his soldiers unnecessary trouble. When a loud noise had been heard the day before, the prince had said he needed some privacy and that no one should be peeking into the room of a sensitive teenager. Harmon was certain that this young idiot had broken something in the room and was now afraid to admit it. The knight remembered how the villagers had said that after his suicide attempt, the prince had changed drastically, as if he had lost his memory. The men recounted that the prince had done everything necessary at the cemetery and had even fought off a horde of zombies. The villagers claimed that Alan Elfalls had saved their lives. However, the knight believed the men were spouting nonsense and utter rubbish. The prince had probably blackmailed and intimidated them. But at the same time, the knight couldn't figure out how such a weakling and an idiot had managed to defeat a necromancer as powerful as Morgana. It seems that the guy named Grill is indeed very strong, but everything is just getting even more confusing. Dian decided to write a letter of recommendation so that Grill could pass the exam to become a holy knight, but suddenly a scream rang out, and he rushed off to save someone. The knight ran around the corner and saw a strange scene. A shovel was being raised toward a man, and this was happening right before a major battle. Prince Alan held the shovel to the stranger's throat. He asked if the man really didn't know who he was. The day after arriving at the Lanya estate, people began dying from illness and exhaustion, and the prince had a lot of work to do. Now he understood why he had been treated with such care. The locals wanted to force him to work the fields. The prince now had a bird beak mask, which prevented infection. The prince knew that time wasn't yet running out, and it seemed the zombies weren't even approaching yet. At that moment, an unfamiliar voice called out to the prince. He turned around and saw a group of guys, one of whom asked if he wanted to take a little break. It was Hayes Hedron, the eldest son of Count Hedron. He assumed the person standing before him was an academy student. Hayes knew that academy students received disciplinary punishments and then had to work off their sentences at the local cemetery. Children from rich and well-to-do families can easily get out of punishment, so most likely, they were dealing with a country bumpkin. The young men told the prince that if he wanted to live a peaceful and quiet life, he'd better listen to Sir Hayes, the eldest son of Count Hedron. Hayes immediately declared that he wouldn't have come all this way to the church's backyard if he weren't looking for a servant. The young man surveyed everyone working there and, pointing his finger at Charlotte, said she would do. Hayes brazenly declared that he had his eye on this beauty. She was pretty, and he wanted her to be his maid. Hayes said he would take care of Charlotte, but she ran away in fear and then even forced him to raise his hands. The prince didn't want to listen to this idiot and decided it would be better to dig graves than to deal with such morons. But no sooner had the prince stepped aside than he heard Hayes address Charlotte, demanding that the maid come to him immediately. After that, he grabbed the girl by the arm and demanded that she have some fun with them instead of working with that country bumpkin. Charlotte flatly refused, but the guy said she probably didn't understand the situation. No one was going to have fun with a commoner like her. However, the next moment, Hayes let out a loud scream because his arm had begun to twist unnaturally. The prince watched with delight as Charlotte punished the insolent man. She was holding his arm, and he was screaming like a piglet being slaughtered. Alan finally decided to intervene and demanded that the guy stop screaming and insulting the girl. But Hayes wouldn't hold back and declared that it was obvious what monstrous creatures Charlotte's parents were. And since half of the dead people in the country turn into zombies, the girl's mom and dad would be exactly that. By this point, the prince could no longer hold back. He walked up to the insolent young man and thrust his shovel right in front of him. The shovel nearly chopped off part of Hayes's leg, but the prince said, as if nothing had happened, that he'd made a slight mistake. He'd just been digging a grave, and the shovel had slipped to the side. Hayes kept yelling something about mistakes, but at that moment the prince's hand slipped off the shovel and landed squarely on the guy's jaw, knocking him onto his back. Hayes was lying on the ground with the prince's foot on his chest, but the guy couldn't believe his eyes and began stammering to explain who he was. Just at that moment, Knight Dian appeared. He separated the two, telling them they shouldn't be acting so foolishly. Hayes started shouting that this guy with the shovel had hit him. After all, he was the eldest son of Count Hedron, but Charlotte insisted that wasn't how it happened. Of course, Knight Dian couldn't let it go like that, and now punishment would follow for such antics. But in the next moment, chains of silence appeared out of nowhere, binding everyone present. The knight realized that this spell was using holy power. He couldn't say a word and wasn't even able to move. The prince mentally ordered the knight to state his name, and the knight announced that standing before them was Alan Elfalls, the seventh prince and grandson of the Holy Emperor. And now, at last, Hayes must fully understand whose servant he had been so rude to and to whom he had failed to show due respect. Hayes Hedron was shocked by the situation, but the prince smiled and said that if the young man sincerely apologized, there would be no problem. However, after that, Alan himself was put behind bars, and Charlotte soon came to visit him. She stated that the injury inflicted on the nobleman's son could not be forgiven. Hayes lost consciousness and was carried away on a stretcher. The girl began to apologize, since it was precisely because of her that the prince had gotten into trouble. But the young man said that it was all the fault of that boor, and that Alan would have a great time here and take up reading. It would actually be better for him. Soon a terrible blizzard began. The prisoners were ordered to clear the snow, but the blizzard was so fierce they couldn't keep up. Most likely, the seventh prince used a special spell, and it's completely unclear how he managed to do it. And of course, this guy was good for nothing, but the emperor's blood still flowed through his veins. Dian was so deep in thought that he wasn't even listening to what the soldier was reporting to him. The knight demanded that they continue clearing the snow to maintain the height of the fortress walls. A cold winter had already set in, and the frosts had arrived. But there weren't too many zombies. The Holy Emperor had slain the King of the Dead Spirits on the 25th. But for now, all was still calm. The soldier asked whether he should report to the Holy Emperor's family that the zombies had not yet arrived, and the knight ordered that all the prisoners be summoned. The ringing of the bells announced a general assembly, and already the first warriors had set out to fight the zombies. The monsters were bloodthirsty and easily overpowered the soldiers, showing absolutely no mercy. Several soldiers ran back to the estate. They absolutely had to be helped before it was too late. The soldiers reported that the zombies had attacked them from behind. They hadn't been able to spot or sense their approach in advance because of the blizzard. A terrified warrior recounted that all his comrades who had been behind him had been devoured by the zombies, and it was horrific. Dian ordered the troops to assemble and take up their positions, preparing for battle. Now the knight understood why it was so quiet. The day of the death of Aemon, the king of the dead spirits, was fast approaching, and the zombies simply had to appear. Very soon there would be no fewer than 3,000 of them here, and it was unknown how much longer they were destined to live in this world. Meanwhile, the prince was tending to one of the wounded, but it was very strange. No one had expected the zombies to attack from behind. The knight thought with alarm about how these killers were hiding and suppressing their instincts while lurking beneath the snow. The undead are dead people. They fear nothing and rely solely on their instincts. These creatures wear no armor and employ no strategies, which is why the knights had easily dealt with them every year. However, what was now approaching the estate looked more like a flawlessly trained army acting on command, something that had never happened before. Suddenly, everyone heard a strange voice. It was the zombies speaking, appealing to the people. The zombies said that the people had very little time left. They should be afraid and await their deaths, and their fear was entirely justified. The monster declared himself the judge of this world, the Messiah who would save it through death. The monster called himself a follower of Judah, the god of death. In reality, he was a vampire count. His bite drained mana. The prince couldn't figure out what the commotion outside his prison cell was all about. Besides, for some reason, his meal was late. He needed to find out what was going on out there. And anyway, how dare these knights treat the prince this way and starve him? The young man stood up and pulled himself up to the small prison window. He was trying to make out something through the window when the estate's owner rushed into the cell and told the prince he needed to get out quickly. The man was holding keys, and he said that none of that mattered anymore because there was a whole horde of the undead out on the street, and no one would be around to guard or punish the prince. The prince was surprised to see that Lord Lepan himself was unlocking the cell for him. He thought there weren't enough staff or guards, but Lepan said that none of that mattered anymore. The fact was that the streets were swarming with the undead because the vampire had brought an entire army of zombies with him. The prince decided the man must be mistaken, since it made no sense for a high-level monster to be in a place like this, but Mr. Lepan was certain of what he was saying. He reported that this monster was a vampire and was controlling the other zombies. It's unknown what actually happened and why they came. Right now, Holy Knight Harmon Diana's squad is fighting these monsters, but the fortress may fall, so the prince must be evacuated to a safer place immediately. The man urged them to hurry because, judging by the sounds, the zombie squad was approaching the prison. They needed to get out through the back door as quickly as possible. The prince and the lord turned around in surprise and looked out the window from which the prince had recently been peering. Something astonishing was happening behind him. And a few moments later, the wall was breached, and a huge horde of zombies poured into the cell where Alan Elfalls had been just moments before. It was simply unheard of. It turned out that the vampire had unleashed a horde of zombies on the prince and the estate's owner, and the undead had already invaded the fortress grounds. If the zombies were attacking inside the fortress, it was terrifying to imagine what was happening outside right now, but the young man quickly grabbed his shovel. The prince wanted to get rid of the estate's owner as quickly as possible. He told Mr. Lapin to go command the soldiers, explaining that if many people were killed, there would only be more zombies. Mr. Lapin readily rushed off, saying he would go find a safe place for the residents. The prince tried to figure out what to do next. Until now, he had been able to handle the monsters because they weren't very high level, but now there were simply too many zombies. Of course, in such a situation, the most logical thing to do was to run away, and just then the young man began to activate the holy power on his shovel. The zombies that were hit by the holy light seemed to burst into flames, and black energy poured out of them, leaving their bodies accompanied by the loud screams of the terrifying monsters. Now the young man could enter the same room as the monsters, and while the zombies were still harmless, he needed to leave the prison as quickly as possible. The young man stepped out onto the street and was stunned by the scene that unfolded before him. It seemed as if everything around him was drenched in blood. The zombies were devouring the soldiers, turning them into their own kind. There was nowhere to run, and the soldiers tried to retreat, using their shields for cover as they pushed the zombies back, but a new group of the undead was closing in from behind. The prince didn't know how much longer his strength, which the young man sustained with holy water, would last, but he could no longer stand idly by as he watched the nightmare unfold. The young man thrust the shovel into the ground. Nothing was going as he had imagined. It seemed as though the goddess Gaia was angry because she could not control them. The prince gripped the shovel tightly with both hands and activated the blessing. Suddenly, everything around him glowed with a sacred light, which spread to cover the entire surrounding area. Suddenly, rain began to fall, destroying the devastating plague and washing everything away. This rain was holy water, which fell on the zombies and burned their vile bodies. They screamed in agony, writhed in pain, and melted away. The warriors stood frozen in astonishment, watching this scene. The zombies melted in the rain and gradually vanished, while the wounds on the soldiers' bodies began to heal and close. Soon it became clear to everyone that this was holy water, and now drops of holy water were falling on them from the sky, most likely a blessing from the goddess Gaia. But upon looking more closely, the people realized that all this had happened thanks to the prince, because now the holy water surrounded his highness specifically. People were surprised to realize that although the prince had been exiled, he still belonged to a holy lineage and could use holy water. Be that as it may, Alan was the grandson of the hero who had stopped Aemon, the king of the dead spirits, 50 years ago. The guards turned to the civilians, asking if anyone needed help because Mr. Lapin had opened the mansion's basement. Now people could go there to get help, and the survivors rushed into the basement, unable to believe their good fortune. They had managed to survive. They had truly pulled it off. Everyone was very grateful to the prince, and the young man said that he had merely summoned rain inside the fortress, but in doing so, he had become terribly exhausted and could now barely stand. The prince slung the shovel over his shoulder and, turning to the soldiers, praised them for their bravery and asked them to go to the aid of the holy knight Harmon, especially since their wounds had already healed. The soldiers said that unfortunately they had no weapons, but the prince replied that ordinary weapons would be useless against the undead. However, he would bestow a blessing upon the soldiers. The prince honestly admitted that this was his first time doing so he didn't know how long it would last. But for a time, the soldiers' weapons received a holy buff. The soldier didn't understand what was going on, so the prince explained that the weapons wouldn't be as useless as they had been before, and the soldiers would be able to repay him for saving their lives. In any case, for the fortress to survive, they had to go out and fight the zombies, which were swarming in huge numbers on the approaches to the fortress. Suddenly, a huge zombie burst into the courtyard, and a soldier, swinging his sword, split its head in two. It was simply astonishing. The warriors stared in amazement at their swords. Now they realized that their weapons possessed a sacred power and were capable of killing zombies. And if that was the case, then they would very quickly dispatch the zombies, who turned out not to be such strong opponents after all. The soldiers believed in their strength. They realized they had a chance to win and that they would succeed, for the hero's descendant was fighting alongside them. Everything was going smoothly until a terrifying and dangerous Dullahan became one of their opponents. They wouldn't stand a chance against such a foe. The warrior froze in place, watching the terrifying demon approach him. He knew he would be no match for this warrior. It was at that very moment that the seventh prince drew his rifle, which he had slightly modified the day before to suit his needs. The young man apologized to the soldier, whom he had to nudge aside slightly, leaned on the man's shoulder, and fired a shot. This was only the second time in his life that Alan had used this rifle, and he wasn't sure if he could pull it off, but in any case, he had to give it a try. The monster was absolutely thrilled. He could feel the energy of life. Right in front of him was the abundance of fresh meat, something he hadn't feasted on in 50 years. He wanted to devour them as soon as possible and see just how juicy these people were. And if he turned them into zombies, the regiment would become even more powerful. He had waited a long time for this opportunity, for he had once been a soulless zombie living by instinct alone. And then, moving beyond being a ghoul, he grew stronger and stronger until he finally became the Lord of the Vampires. The monster thought about how far he had come before gaining the ability to think, and now he would finally be able to not only reap some benefits from life, but also rule as a lord. All vampires are classified by the amount of mana they possess. He had only recently become a vampire, so his fellow vampires had not yet recognized him. But the monster was confident in himself, first, because he was a count, and second, because he possessed a special skull, and it wasn't just a toy, but the skull of King Amon. Thanks to this skull, the vampire was able to amass in just a few decades an amount of mana that would have taken at least 100 years to gather. By now, the monster commanded an army of 20,000 zombies, and this was only the beginning, for soon he would rise above the rank of count and become a king. It had already reached the point where ordinary holy water neither frightened him nor could stop him in any way. Now they had to wait until the army destroyed these little people, defeated all the knights, who would then become the undead and join the ranks of his army. The knights on the fortress wall continued to fire, launching sharp, long spears from their cannons. Harmond ordered them not to stop firing, not to let the zombies break through, because as the sun sets, the undead grow stronger. The knights shouted that they needed to kill at least one more. If they lost now, it would spell the end for the village. Although in reality the knight understood that the zombies had already invaded their territory, he couldn't hand over command of the position because the army was too close. And if the village had already suffered at the hands of the zombies, what awaited them all in the future when the main horde of monsters reached them? Diane thought that at moments like this, he really wished the Holy Emperor were here to lend a hand and fight alongside him. Just then, Charlotte approached the knight and reported that everything was fine in the village. It was safe because the prince was with them. Charlotte had brought a large number of swords and spears with her. She said she would defend the place where His Highness was staying. The girl told the surprised knight that she had heard his order to bring weapons here, even though the knight had thought Charlotte was just a simple servant. Even experienced warriors and strong men cannot carry so many weapons at once, and now it's unclear where this girl gets such strength. Harmon said that he could see and feel how hard such a delicate beauty was trying, but he was no slouch either, and now he would show what he was capable of. Deanne gazed into the distance at the hordes of monsters and thought that they would manage, no matter what. After all, they had no other options. And if the situation became completely hopeless, he himself would break through the hordes of monsters and cut off the vampire's head. Just then, the zombies invented a catapult. They loaded it with a whole bunch of their comrades and fired them off to fling the dead over the fortress wall. The situation was growing increasingly dire. The knight ordered Charlotte to stand behind him, while he himself turned to Heim, the god of war. But before the god of war could grant the knight his strength, Charlotte leaped forward, a sharp sword in her hands. The girl rushed toward the approaching horde of zombies and struck a single blow with her sword, cleaving the swarming mass in half. Pieces of the monsters, a jumble of legs and heads, flew in all directions, while Charlotte herself landed calmly on the ground, stunning Hammond with her feet. The knight was stunned when he saw that the beauty had sliced the entire horde of monsters in half. The zombies slain by this girl couldn't even get back up. The knight knew that the undead could be stopped by aiming for the head or using a weapon with holy water. Now he watched Charlotte with interest and wanted to know where she had gotten such a sword, with which she was now miraculously destroying the zombies. The knight could see that the girl's tactics were very sloppy. She was using brute strength to compensate for her poor swordsmanship. However, her destructive power and brutal strikes were definitely rooted in the imperial art of swordsmanship passed down to the Order of the Holy Cross. Harmon couldn't contain his curiosity and called out to the girl from atop the fortress wall. He wanted to know where she had learned such a technique. The knight was certain that Charlotte was not a member of the imperial family, so how had she mastered such a technique? Charlotte replied that she was simply an assistant to the seventh prince, and she had learned this remarkable technique from a book she found belonging to her master, Alan Elfoles. The soldiers carried in and set down the boxes of holy water with a clatter and told the priest to use this water to heal the wounded. Mr. Lapin couldn't figure out where these vessels had come from, but the soldiers weren't sure either. The prince had given them to the soldiers and ordered them to take the holy water with them, just in case. The estate owner was absolutely thrilled. He wanted to know where the prince was now, since the man had left him alone to face a horde of zombies. The soldier replied that the prince had returned from the battlefield, gathered the remaining soldiers, and gone to help defend the wall. This news upset Mr. Lapin. Everyone was talking about the prince's strength and praising him, but that did not please him. He thought about his estate and felt sad, realizing that no one was left alive there. After all, everyone had died fighting the zombies. At that very moment, a group of very strange warriors, their faces covered with scarves, was moving along the fortress wall. At the head of this group was a prince, who personally climbed onto the fortress wall and announced that he had brought reinforcements. A soldier remarked that it was surprising to see anyone still alive. The situation near the main gate was dire. The prince was aware of this, which is why he had sent part of his troops to the walls. There was much more commotion down there than up here on top of the fortress wall, so no one would be paying close attention to the warriors fighting side by side. By this point, the prince had already handed out all the holy water, so he didn't have enough left for himself and was unable to activate his new skill. The only thing he managed to do was raise the old soldiers to turn them into spectral warriors. But that was too difficult, so he had to use the corpses from the village and then dress them in soldiers' uniforms. If anyone catches sight of this army, it will be the real end, so it's better to hide their faces. The soldier realized that the priest had climbed the wall to help them, but it would have been better if he had stayed with the wounded. The prince told the soldier that he had been passing by on his own business, but decided to climb the wall to try out the weapon. Although the soldier was certain that it was completely useless here. The prince paid no attention to the soldier's words. He said that the view from this wall was excellent and that the boss was clearly visible. After that, the young man took aim and said it was time to let the boss taste the blessing of the goddess Gaia, and he fired. Harmon ran up to the position. He said that fortunately, the evacuation of the people was complete, and the situation hadn't gotten any worse. He was ready to join the battle and help. One of the knights said that the situation was fairly stable. The soldiers had somehow acquired weapons loaded with holy water. In addition, some of the warriors were just as skilled as the holy knights, and they arrived in time to provide reinforcements. Harmon couldn't figure out what was going on here at all while they were defending the fortress walls. In any case, it was a relief that the situation hadn't gotten any worse. The guys kept destroying the zombies, but they still had no idea how to fight the vampire. They needed to try ranged combat. They'd already used arrows and stones against the vampire, but absolutely nothing had worked. The fact was that the vampire was surrounded by a very powerful protective barrier, and all projectiles were blocked by this mighty magical shield. Harmon realized that even if he loaded the gun with holy water, it still wouldn't be able to penetrate the protective shield created by the vampire. It turned out they would have to fight their way through this horde of zombies to reach the vampire. And that was practically impossible, since the knights were barely managing to handle the zombies. Breaking through their ranks was out of the question. Suddenly the knights looked around. Something strange was happening. Zombies were dying in huge numbers, and it was unclear who was cutting them down. And just then, the knights saw a bright glow. It wasn't just any light, it belonged to Gaia, the goddess of love and mercy. They could ask her to send her holy salvation and grant them the power to strike down the undead, so they could break through the shield. Harmon learned that the goddess was currently helping one of the warriors, and he wanted to know exactly who had become her favorite. Particles of light reflect God's power, and this is clearly a blessing bestowed by the goddess. This is a very rare phenomenon, and even the most experienced priests encounter it only very rarely. The knights did not know that there were such powerful priests in this place. One of the knights reported to his commander that this was the seventh prince. Harmon couldn't believe it, since the prince had opposed the goddess Gaia, and now he had received her blessing, and it was unclear how to interpret this. And if this really isn't some priest but the seventh prince, then it turns out that he is now absorbing the goddess's love. The young man finished taking aim and said that the time had come to let the vampire taste Gaia's blessing. And finally, a shot rang out, and the bullet flew straight at the vampire lord, who sat there, confident in his invincibility. He continued to laugh and smile, watching as people went to great lengths to harm him, but to no avail. The method for gathering holy power was described in detail in the Holy Emperor's book. It noted that while mages use spells and mana, priests use prayers and holy water, and for necromancers, the most important things are life and magical power. Essentially, the protagonist would have had to give up life and magical power, but he didn't think that was necessary. After all, he had enough holy water simply because he was the Holy Emperor's grandson. If he could use his powers without sacrificing his life, then perhaps he could give the role of a priest a chance, the protagonist thought, and decided to try this option. And now the terrifying vampire monster was screaming, calling on his followers to rescue him immediately. He was demanding reinforcements and was no longer so confident in himself or his powers. Alan realized that because of the vampire's magical shield, he'd had to work quite hard, but it all worked out. The zombie squad began to retreat, and now it was possible to help. Of course, it was a real shame that this vampire hadn't died. But on the other hand, the city's defenders had gained a little time. The prince finally took notice of what was happening around him and realized that his shot had startled and drawn the attention of absolutely everyone. So he immediately remembered his main mission and said he needed to go rescue the wounded right away. The warriors defending the city discussed how this was the first time they'd witnessed the goddess's blessing. Perhaps some experienced priest had managed to earn such support. In that case, all the wounded would also be back on their feet quickly, but Harmon still couldn't believe that this was the prince's doing. After all, Alan was a good-for-nothing lad who deserved to be banished. Could he really be capable of such deeds? Moreover, the knight couldn't settle down. He wanted to understand how a girl with skills like Charlotte's could have become the prince's assistant. The knight also recalled one of the villagers who claimed that the prince had changed drastically, but the knight was not gullible and had no intention of believing such words. Diane wondered, had the prince really forgotten everything that had happened on that day in the past and gone back to his old self? The knight was referring to who Alan had been before the death of Her Highness Julicia. Her Highness Julicia was the mother of the first and seventh princes. She was an ordinary village girl, a representative of two powers. The Holy Nation and Southern Aslan had been at odds 5 times over the course of hundreds of years. Because of this, many members of high society rejected the emperor's wife. However, the Holy Emperor's son loved her with all his heart. They married, and thus the first prince was born. But the Holy Imperial family wielded too much influence, and 2 ladies of noble blood were assigned to the Holy Emperor's son. After that, several more children were born into the imperial family, and later, Julicia gave birth to the 7th prince. When the boy turned 10, his mother died, and this became a tremendous tragedy in the child's life. The fact is that Julisha was attacked by a vampire during a nighttime walk with her sons. Julisha tried to protect her youngest son, but was torn to pieces by the vampire. The first prince barely survived that day, and ever since, he has suffered from a curse on his heart. And something broke inside the little 10-year-old prince after that night. The kind-hearted boy became a completely emotionless young man. People said he was in shock and had gone mad. And now it seems that the man, who lost his memory after a suicide attempt, has somehow returned to his original state. Although, of course, memory loss has nothing to do with the holy power, it doesn't matter whether the prince remembers or not. The knight didn't understand why the prince had kept his holy power a secret, and now he wanted to know the truth. Perhaps the young man didn't want to draw the attention of the imperial family. The knight even thought that perhaps Alan was planning to take revenge, and that was why he wasn't telling anyone anything about himself. That desire was completely understandable and reasonable. The imperial palace was unkind to princes and princesses. They often had a hard time, since high society never missed an opportunity to take a dig at them. Perhaps the time had come, and the seventh prince wanted to take revenge on the nobility and the vampire for his mother's death. The knight even came up with a theory that the prince had deliberately planned his exile from the palace so he could grow stronger away from the public eye. The Holy Knights have a direct connection to the imperial family, and of course, Harmon now fully understood why the prince had been so wary of him. Charlotte quite possibly belongs to some prominent family that acts as a patron to the young prince. Queen Julisha had always been very kind and gracious, and that night the first prince had ordered reinforcements to be summoned. Perhaps the knight shouldn't have left. He still regretted it to this day. No matter how hard Harmon tried, he couldn't forget the shame of that day when he failed to protect the princess and her children, and now it was clear why the seventh prince wanted revenge. It was for the sake of revenge that he endured insults and cruelty, all for the greater good. And now the knight understood, if the prince wanted to avenge his mother's death, then it was his duty to help the prince. But for now, he needed to deal with the Lonia estate and help all the local residents. Harmon suddenly bumped into one of the guards who was patrolling the grounds, but he looked somewhat strange. For some reason, this warrior was walking in the dark without a lantern, and the knight soon realized that this warrior was not human. Dian immediately drew his sword and prepared to fight. A close-quarters battle broke out between the two. The cloth covering the warrior's face shifted, and the knight saw that he was facing a zombie. Moreover, this zombie was not alone. Its companions were everywhere, and they all possessed demonic energy. This astonishing duel continued. Both opponents were enveloped in divine light, and the zombie's gaze did not match what one would normally expect from it. Harmon, of course, sensed the sacred power emanating from the zombies, but, be that as it may, he could not let them live and had to destroy his enemy. However, before the knight's sword could come down on the strange warrior's head, the prince shouted, demanding that he stop. And a miracle occurred. At that very moment, the zombie stopped moving and now stood before the knight, submissive and docile. Harmon realized that some kind of devilry was afoot and demanded that the prince explain to him what was going on. Alan asked the knight to lower his sword immediately and listen to him carefully because they needed to finish repositioning the troops. After all, the dead would be arriving soon. After midnight, the day of King Amon's death would dawn, and the zombie horde might grow stronger. But unfortunately, the knight could not listen attentively to his lord. He held back, but then finally asked, could it be that the prince was practicing necromancy? The young man lowered his head and honestly admitted that he himself did not know how this had happened to him or how it worked. The knight surmised that the prince had become so desperate that he had already begun studying necromancy, hoping to at least attract his family's attention in this way. Alan didn't even try to argue or make excuses. He said that he truly didn't know how it had happened, but somehow he had managed to summon the undead. Due to his memory loss, he doesn't know where he got this ability. He just does whatever he can to help in battle. Alan was spouting all this nonsense because he was certain the knight wouldn't believe him if he told him about reincarnation. The knight began to speculate. Perhaps the prince had made a deal with the devil. But then it wasn't clear where the zombie's holy power came from. Alan said once again that he wasn't hiding anything, and that perhaps he had always been interested in necromancy. He didn't remember any of it. However, the prince was now very alarmed. What if the knight tells the inquisitors about this? Harmon replied that that was exactly what he should do, and upon hearing this, the prince began to weep, imagining how he would be executed at the stake by the Inquisition. They would capture him and torture him mercilessly, and no one would ever stand up for him or save him. But in the next moment, something strange happened. The knight knelt before the prince and said he would not report anything to anyone. Knight Harmon Dian swore to help Prince Alan Elfols until the very end. The prince was very surprised. He had thought this knight hated him, and now this strange reaction really surprised the young man. Alan didn't know how to react to such behavior. Perhaps the knight had something up his sleeve, but in the end, he decided that everything would become clear without words. The prince told the knight honestly that he couldn't trust him. Most likely, the knight simply wanted to keep tabs on him so he could report everything to the imperial palace. But the knight stood up and began to explain that things weren't like that at all. When the prince was a child, something had happened. But the prince didn't want to hear any explanations right now. They would talk later, but for now they had to do what was necessary to save the people. But there was no time to waste now. The zombies were unlikely to let precious time, filled with mana, go to waste, so they needed to prepare immediately. The Count of the Vampires addressed his subordinates and announced to all the undead that their time had come. They must feed on the living and multiply. The undead were thrilled by this call. They were ready to launch an attack immediately, especially since the vampire had promised that the zombies too would soon become kings. The vampire filled his cheeks with air, and everything around him was filled with energy. Then he let out the air from his lungs, filling the entire space with a loud scream. This scream caused a powerful explosion, but it soon became clear that a great deal had been destroyed. The city's defenders were overcome with terrible fear, which of course was natural and understandable. The Lord demanded that they hold their positions. One of the warriors was so terrified that he honestly admitted to Sir Gennard that he would hardly be able to do so. He said that the part of his face where the prince had struck him still ached, and in that condition, he was simply incapable of defending the city. Moreover, looking at the enemies, serious doubts arose as to whether the city's defenders could take any real action. The Lord even thought that perhaps it would be better for him to retreat while he still had the chance. But just at that moment, the man sensed a priest approaching from behind him. The priest was clad in a hooded cloak and a mask, which made it impossible to see his face. However, all the soldiers were certain it was him. He immediately began activating his skills and asked the goddess Gaia for her blessing upon those who would fight. The skill imposed a weakening effect on the zombies and also caused an epidemic among them. All the city's defenders received a blessing for their weapons, and now the men felt much more confident. Lapan addressed the defenders and told them that a priest was fighting alongside them, as well as the goddess Gaia herself, so they should not be afraid and must fight. Harmon Dian turned to Haim, the god of war, and asked him to lend him his strength, with which he would destroy the zombies quickly and efficiently. Seeing the zombies fall with a single stroke of his sword, the knight realized that now was the perfect opportunity to boost the soldiers' morale. Harmon now surveyed the battlefield and realized he couldn't let such an opportunity slip away because right now he could see his main target. In the middle of the zombie horde, a fat vampire count, confident in his power, sat on his enormous throne. The vampire was furious because the priest was completely blocking his path. The area affected by the divine power was no longer regenerating. It was clear he could no longer contain his rage. The skull in his hands trembled with impatience. Harmon was closing in on the vampire, but at the last moment, the count leaped over the knight and lunged toward the priest. It was clear that the prince would be this monster's primary target. But suddenly, before the eyes of all the astonished warriors, the vampire breathed life into the skull of the destroyed monster, which was now ready to fight. He leaned toward the people and, grabbing one of the soldiers, asked what these unfortunate warriors could possibly do now to stop him. Alan quickly drank some more holy water. He had expected this to happen and knew the vampire would immediately try to destroy him. The prince could see the streams of the dead's mana, just as the vampire could see the young man's sacred power, and it was only a matter of time before the vampire sought him out. The young man decided to move to a more convenient and advantageous location. He decided to use the thick wall of the territory to prevent this creature from reaching him. But in the next instant, the young man saw a huge boulder descending toward him from the sky. At the last moment, the young man managed to jump aside, and the giant monster declared that this unfortunate priest would now die. Alan had suspected that this might happen. He saw the vampire's enormous maw and said that he had a Plan X ready for just such an occasion. It was simply a brilliant plan involving the beautiful girl Charlotte, and now the prince shouted her name at the top of his lungs. It turned out that all this time, Charlotte had been holding the huge rock in her hands. No need to ask how she learned such tricks. The girl quickly darted toward the prince and raised her stone shield just as the vampire's attack was about to strike the priest. It was a very reliable plan, thanks to which she managed to save her life for a while. However, it was clear that the vampire's power was great and the stone wouldn't last long. Charlotte still hadn't learned to control her power properly, so under these circumstances, they would both soon be melted by the vampire's magic. At that moment, Grill joined the girl. He also held out his arms and began to support the stone. The man said that although he didn't know how to fight with swords, he still wanted to, and could, help his daughter in some way. The terrifying monster continued its attack, emitting loud, rasping sounds that were both frightening and unpleasant. Charlotte and Grill suddenly felt an additional surge of divine power wash over them. It was clear that this was thanks to the prince. The young man, too, was still completely inexperienced in battle. He couldn't properly control his sacred power, but if this wall could be reinforced with divine energy, why not do it? The young man turned to the goddess Gaia and asked her to grant him the strength to protect these unfortunate people, as well as to bestow her protection to stop the dead. The prince also asked for love and forgiveness, and since he had prayed to the goddess, he hoped she would help them. And suddenly, the enormous stone shield held up by Charlotte and her stepfather was filled with a divine glow, and the goddess's symbol appeared on it. Everyone who came under the influence of this light was transformed into a loyal servant, lost their hated power, and perished. Soon, all the stones crumbled to the ground, and everything was shrouded in dust and smoke. Charlotte tried to find the prince and her stepfather. Grill lay in the distance, completely exhausted and looking as if he were dead. Charlotte was terrified. She didn't want to lose her family again. The prince reassured the girl, telling her not to panic. Grill was alive. He just overexerted himself a bit and was now unconscious. Then the prince admitted that he too felt exhausted and weary. Other than that, he was perfectly fine. At that very moment, the prince noticed the vampire lord, who was gradually decomposing under the influence of holy power, and the young man decided this was his chance to take advantage of the situation. Alan admitted that he had run out of holy water, so he couldn't just attack. He needed to seize the opportunity and escape. Charlotte was carrying her stepfather on her back, and they had time to go underground. But soon the prince sensed that the holy power had run out faster than he'd expected, and the vampire was ready to attack again and was very angry. The prince would have loved to summon his army of zombies here, but then he noticed that the mana wasn't gathering near the vampire lord. That meant there was something even stronger and more powerful than this vampire. The skull of Amon, the Necromancer king who had been destroyed earlier, was very powerful, and all the energy was gathering around it. The young man stopped and decided to check something, because a brilliant and unexpected idea had suddenly occurred to him. He remembered that it was precisely this skull that the vampire had worn around his neck as an ornament or trophy. He needed to find out exactly what functions this necklace had. It turned out that the user's magical power increased by up to 200% depending on each stat, and all magic-related skill effects and regeneration speed also increased. The vampire count was furious. He cursed the priest and realized he needed to recover immediately. The vampire touched his head and realized with horror that he had lost the Necromancer king's skull. Looking around, the count saw the skull in the priest's hands. He immediately lunged at the sanctimonious priest to reclaim his treasure. But after examining the status window, the young man realized just how valuable this item was and that under no circumstances could he lose it. Alan placed the Necromancer King's skull on his head, and for a while the connection was unstable due to a lack of sacred power. But soon the young man realized that he was none other than Gaia's crown prince, and now he was brimming with strength and ready to fight. At that very moment, the vampire was about to seize the priest. However, powerful chains were thrown over every part of his body. A few moments later, the vampire was completely immobilized by holy power and continued to wither away under the influence of the sacred light. At that moment, the status changes spread to the army, and soon the monsters under the prince's command were transformed into holy knights. They turned to their beloved lord and asked him to give them the order to destroy this monster. Alan saw no problem with this. Why not do it? The young man was very surprised by everything that was happening. At that moment, the vampire spoke. He addressed the priest who had stolen his skull and broken all the rules. How could it even be possible for a dead person to possess sacred power and for a corpse to have the support of a deity? No one had ever heard of anything like it. Alan didn't argue with the vampire and honestly admitted that he too was a little confused, but the circumstances spoke for themselves. The young man pulled out his fancy weapon and said he would use it himself, exactly as intended. He pressed the muzzle against the vampire's head and said that, on behalf of the priest and the holy power, he was ready to wish the vampire a Merry Christmas and send him off to sleep peacefully. The powerful explosion that followed blew off most of the vampire's head, and everyone who witnessed it froze in astonishment, their mouths agape. After that, the magical power left the young man's body, and he fell to his knees, while the zombies began to decompose and die, since their leader was dead. Knight Harmond realized with surprise that he was too late when he ran up and saw that nothing remained of the vampire. The horseman who had arrived on horseback saw numerous spots smoldering all around the perimeter of the estate. He too assumed he was too late. It was confirmed to him, most likely, that was indeed the case. This time, there were signs of abnormal activity in the land of the dead, and it even seemed as if the king of necromancers had been resurrected. But it soon became clear that this was just an ordinary vampire performing his tricks, though he was far too powerful. It's unclear how he managed to gather 20,000 dead. The settlement consisted mainly of prisoners and local residents. Judging by the fact that the vampire couldn't handle them, one can conclude that vampires aren't all that strong. But at the same time, it was very strange, because the atmosphere, which is palpable from the moment of arrival, is filled with traces of a struggle between holy and magical forces of incredible magnitude. If the vampire possessed so much magic, how was he stopped? Who was the person capable of stopping such a powerful monster? The knights speculated that it was probably someone who considered themselves a priest. If that's the case, then things aren't so bad after all. Over time, vampires will begin to mingle with humans, and it will be much easier if people have a priest or priestess to help them. God divided himself into parts for fun, to awaken the sacred power within people. That is why priests are hard to find, and it is not easy to awaken them. The speaker was absolutely certain that there was no one in this castle who could handle such a monster. The horseman ordered his subordinates to send priests, doctors, and alchemists to the city to take care of the residents first and the prisoners afterward. One of the knights addressed the gentleman and reported that the seventh prince was currently in the city and that the gentleman could meet with him there. But the very suggestion filled the man with terrible rage, because he had no intention of meeting the seventh prince. The Lord ordered the knights to turn back. They were returning because he did not want to meet a child who had dishonored his mother. This confident and strong man was none other than Celt Elfals, the Holy Emperor, who had no desire to associate with his accursed grandson. He was certain that the boy was now trembling, cowering in a corner out of fear. Harmondion, placing his hand on his heart, said that the seventh prince had been hunting a vampire. The emperor could not believe these words, and, in his astonishment, nearly rose from his throne. Of course, every joke has its limits, but this was the most absurd thing he'd heard in the last few years. However, the commander of the knights didn't stop there. He explained that while the knights were in the village of Lonya doing volunteer work, the seventh prince had been hunting a vampire there. The emperor was simply furious. He had always loved this knight dearly and considered him a loyal man, but now he realized that the young man was not. Did this insolent boy Harmon really want the emperor to kill him right there? The emperor was clearly in a bad mood, and even his closest advisor realized it was best not to upset his lord. Raphael Astoria was an archbishop. He turned to Knight Harmon and said that his story was completely implausible and that such a thing could not have happened. The seventh prince is a selfish and weak boy. He has neither manners nor common sense. How could people believe that he had performed a heroic deed? The knight understood that taking the prince's side was no easy matter, and he himself would not have believed it if he hadn't seen it all with his own eyes. That was why he was now reporting to the emperor what he had witnessed. The archbishop confirmed that he also had a report from the residents of Lonya, who were defending the seventh prince and calling him their savior. The emperor had listened calmly to all these reports, but he still showed no reaction to this information. According to the archbishop, some residents of Lonya were calling the prince a priest. Perhaps it's worth checking how reliable these words are, since the emperor himself sensed a strange energy last time, and perhaps it's connected to his grandson. The archbishop himself admitted that he didn't believe it was the power of the seventh prince, but if they prove that he is incapable of anything, they will prevent the prince from stealing someone else's glory. The emperor turned to Harmon Dian. He didn't know whether the young man's words were true or false, but everyone should receive recognition for defending Lonya. Therefore, the emperor awarded the title of Count to Gennard Lepan, lord of this settlement. And to the holy knight Harmon, the emperor granted a small territory in the northwest of the region. In addition, the emperor announced a reduction in the seventh prince's period of exile. Once the young man has fully recovered, he is ordered to return to the palace. Harmon Dian had finished his audience with the emperor and was now standing at the door, asking permission to enter the prince's room. The young man quietly entered the room with a candle in his hands and approached the sick man's bed. He hoped the prince was feeling better. Lewin Elfals, the first prince, was completely wrapped in bandages. He said that his accidental death would mean nothing to anyone. The prince confessed to his loyal knight that his eyesight and hearing had deteriorated, and it seemed he had very little time left for such heartfelt conversations. The prince motioned for the knight to come closer. He had already heard what had happened on the battlefield. It is unknown where the sick man found the strength, but he grabbed the knight by the shirt in indignation upon learning that Harmon had defended the seventh prince from the emperor. The knight was defending this worthless scum who had defiled the honor of a mother who had sacrificed everything for her children. And now the first prince was practically certain that Harmon had gone mad if he was behaving this way. Could it be that just because the prince looked like a corpse, Knight Harmon had decided to side with his brother? The prince was certain that the knight had chosen the wrong side and the wrong path, because that good-for-nothing Alan would never become the next emperor. Harmon didn't try to argue with the prince. He noticed that the young man was overexerting himself, and his body had started bleeding again. After that, the knight said there was no need to apologize to him, since in reality, neither the first prince nor the seventh was at fault. It was he, Knight Harmon Dian, who bore full responsibility for the death of Her Highness Jalisha. No matter what orders he received, he should have stood his ground. Luan calmed the knight, saying that in that case they would all have perished together and survived only thanks to the reserve groups of warriors. Although his skin bleeds because of this curse, he is now no more useful than a dead man. Luan once again confirmed that he hates his younger brother, who has brought shame upon their family and now recklessly squanders the life their beloved mother gave him. And then the knight voiced his theory. What if the seventh prince is deliberately acting like a scoundrel, hiding his true motives in order to avenge his mother? But he needs time to gather his strength, which is why the young man is behaving like a villain and deliberately got himself exiled for this very purpose. Luan listened to his loyal knight and thought that the young man must have been wounded much more seriously than he was. Otherwise, he wouldn't be spouting such nonsense. Harmon informed the prince that he couldn't rest right now because he had to carry out the Holy Emperor's order and would soon have to return to Lonya. The first prince did not argue or ask for details. He already understood that the time had come for his brainless younger brother to return to the palace. 3 weeks had already passed since the wave of the dead, and order had been almost completely restored at the Lonya estate. Grill was utterly exhausted from cleaning up the area for 3 weeks, but the place could now be called a village. Of course, he would have liked to receive good financial compensation for such work, but it seemed there was no point in counting on that. Grill understood that people needed to help each other in difficult situations, but he didn't want to leave Charlotte in a place like this. The workers had gathered the belongings of the dead in a huge crate. Although it wasn't clear why they had done this, Grill noticed a strange glow. The man thought, if these items belonged to zombies who had died hundreds of years ago, then you could say they belonged to no one. And if that's the case, then he could wipe them down, wash them, and they'd be as good as new. And now the man wanted to make them his own. He quickly rummaged through the box and pulled out an amulet. After all, he'd worked hard to help the village, and that should be enough as payment. In addition, he found a very old, worn piece of paper. But surprisingly, it didn't look very worn and was intact. The man picked up the paper and began examining it. He saw a huge golden coat of arms, but nothing else suggested that it was valuable. Charlotte came to check on the prince and asked if he needed more food. The fact was that the prince had eaten well for the first time in a long while and was now holding an almost gnawed-down bone in his hands. It turned out that this was the first time the prince had woken up in 3 weeks, and the doctor had said that he needed to eat as well as possible to regain his strength. The prince recalled that the doctor had noted that the young man's very awakening was a miracle. He couldn't even imagine how much of his sacred power the prince had expended during that battle. The doctor believed that this power was enough to cripple a person. However, the prince had recovered nonetheless, thanks to his holy power and all the medication. The doctor added that the prince's body was now exhausted. Therefore, he would have to remain in bandages for the rest of his life. The doctor explained that these were his own special treatment methods and that he would cure the prince perfectly this way, but Charlotte was already pulling the hated bandages off Alan's body at that moment. The doctor added that, to be completely honest, the man standing next to the prince looked more like a corpse. The doctor explained that while the prince was unconscious, he had been treating Charlotte, and that sacred power and mana were connected within her in some mysterious way. The prince listened intently to the doctor and wanted to know what was so strange and what problems there were. The doctor explained that normally people can be cut, have limbs severed, or even killed, and that a normal human body does not develop the way Charlotte's does. The doctor said that at one point, he thought he was seeing His Majesty from many years ago. While the king was in a coma after being overcome by a demon, his body sustained enormous damage from holy power and mana. The doctor had heard that back then, the king had to be pieced back together, as his body was developing beyond any human limits. It is said that the king was able to defeat Amon, the king of necromancers, thanks to his superhuman body. And now, looking at this patient, the doctor thought that he was facing exactly such a being. Alan quickly checked Charlotte's status window and discovered she had a high concentration of superhuman physique. He understood that it was people like her who should be heroes, not a weakling like him. The girl noticed the prince's intense gaze, but Alan said he was bored and asked for some books to be brought to him. The young man realized that he possessed King Amon's ability thanks to his skull, but the backlash was too great and his body couldn't handle it. Sacred power must be used frequently, but this is difficult to do because of mana, so the prince decided to start with theory. The Theory of Magic by the Holy Emperor, as well as Sacred Power, The Doctrine of Resurrection by Rafael Astoria, everything was described in detail in the books. The archbishop dedicated this book to the great goddess Gaia. His faith was very strong. But the prince understood that in any case, he would quickly learn to properly control his sacred powers and use zombies. Soon there was a knock at the door, and Knight Dian entered. He had come to greet the prince and was glad to see him back. Alan said that several days had already passed since he'd woken up. He knew the knight had gone to the palace but had returned sooner than expected. Alan recalled how their acquaintance had begun. Back then, the knight had handed him a bag of money for ridding the village of zombies. And that meant the payment this time would be even better. Either he'd brought money or he'd offer time off. But for some reason, the knight hesitated and finally said that His Majesty the Emperor had given a personal order. Selt Elfals ordered his grandson to return to the palace. Upon hearing this terrible news, the prince threw the knight out into the hallway and slammed the door in his face. Through the door, Harmon continued to insist that the prince must return to the palace immediately. But Alan Elfalls was absolutely unwilling to do so. He really did not want to return to such a dangerous place as the palace was for him. The prince reflected that he had never found out who had hired Morgana to kill him. After all, he should have questioned her first before killing her. The prince was adamant. He told Charlotte that he didn't want to go to the palace, so the knight would have to figure it all out on his own. But even after such a firm refusal, Hammond continued to plead with the prince. He sent him notes and tried to influence him through others. And finally, Charlotte came out to deliver a message from the prince. The knight had hoped that the prince had agreed to go with him to the palace, but it turned out, on the contrary, that the young man had no intention of doing so. Charlotte told the knight that she was planning to return to her home village with her stepfather. She needed to start a normal life. Diane offered to walk her home and then admitted honestly he wanted to know why the prince refused to return to his family home. Charlotte didn't know anything for certain about this. The only thing she said was that the prince believed it was dangerous for him in the castle. Soon, Charlotte realized that the prince had a bad relationship even with his own relatives. Someone wants to kill him and will stop at nothing to do so. Grill went outside to meet the girl, who was returning home later than usual, and was surprised to see that Charlotte wasn't alone. Harmon was surprised to see a man there who, as it turned out, had fought zombies in Lonia. Grill believed that since they were neighbors, they should help each other, and there was nothing strange about that. However, Grill realized that his presence looked unusual, so he tried to slip inside the house. The Holy Knight, on the other hand, wanted to know what the man had been doing in that battle. It was very commendable of him to leave his village to help other people. Charlotte didn't want to listen to this conversation. Her stepfather was boasting that he had personally killed 50 large zombies, and of course, it was just typical male bragging. But suddenly, she froze in the doorway when she heard her stepfather bragging that he had managed to take the vampire count's fangs. On top of that, the girl spotted a very strange piece of paper on the table. She had never seen this document before. Grill realized he might soon find himself in serious trouble. In reality, he had been looting and began to wriggle out of it, claiming that it was his old talisman, which he hadn't touched in a long time. However, the knight immediately recognized it as a family document bearing the seal of the Herreys family. The Herreys were the family that had defended the northern region of Lonia 50 years ago. A family that had been wiped off the face of the earth in a deadly battle with Amon, the Necromancer king. No one on earth at that time was more loyal to the emperor. The Holy Knight tried to understand what a document belonging to the bravest family in these lands was doing here. Harmon looked at this strange couple and thought that perhaps they were survivors of the Herreys family who were forced to hide their identities. This explained where this couple's immense power came from. Although they now live in the shadows due to their family's downfall, they still care for the prince, even though no one even knows it. The knight understood that such behavior stemmed from their loyalty to the emperor. He said he respected their desire to keep their mission a secret from everyone. After that, Harmon gave the man a letter of recommendation so that Charlotte could begin her training. The knight believed that the girl needed to improve her skills because she had clearly never trained professionally and would become more useful to the seventh prince. The knight promised to send a recommendation shortly for Charlotte's admission into the Holy Knights. Harmon explained that thanks to this, Charlotte would be able to go to the palace, and obtaining aristocratic status would be easy. The girl would be able to train in the art of swordsmanship in the Holy Empire. Charlotte listened, unable to believe her ears. After all, if that happened, she would be able to help the seventh prince even better, and she immediately expressed her willingness to follow the knight. However, Charlotte immediately declared that if becoming a sacred knight meant she would have to be apart from His Highness, she would not do it. Harmon stated that if the girl's mission was to protect the seventh prince, he would work even harder to protect the prince alongside her. Harmon decided to do everything possible and impossible to escort the Herreys family and the prince to the palace. The knight returned to the castle and was very surprised when the prince agreed to go to his parents' castle without any persuasion whatsoever. And so the entire group set off for the palace, but the knight still wanted to know why Alan had changed his mind and agreed to go there. The knight reminded him that just the day before, the young prince had slammed the door in his face and categorically refused to go to the castle. Of course, the prince didn't want to admit that he'd read about the use of the sacred power in one of the books, and now wanted to start practicing immediately. And to do that, he needed to go to the palace. The thing was, the book didn't contain all the information, and he really hoped to find the rest of that section in the royal library. The knight was surprised to hear that the prince was planning to visit the library. The young man had never shown any interest in such things before. But the young man replied that he constantly felt people casting rude and hostile glances his way in the castle. Therefore, it would be better for him to shut himself away in the library so as not to annoy anyone. However, the knight believed the prince didn't need to worry so much. It had been a long time since his last visit to his native region. These lands were much more fertile than the Dead Lands, and the prince could find various forms of entertainment here to suit his taste. Alan and Charlotte peered out the carriage window in surprise. They saw a city whose streets were filled with people. Of course, this was the capital of the empire, but at the same time, the city had developed even further recently. As they drove through the city streets, Hammond asked the prince if he liked what he was seeing. However, the answer surprised everyone present. The prince said that it smelled terrible here, and asked the knight if there were any dead bodies in the city. Alan knew he wasn't mistaken. He would never confuse that awful foul stench with anything else. Without waiting for the knight's reply, the prince suddenly jumped to his feet and leaped out of the moving carriage, right into the thick of the crowd of people selling fruits and vegetables. The knight and Charlotte hurried after the prince, not understanding what had happened and apologizing on the fly to the locals they had disturbed. Alan ran down the street, which looked ordinary and bustling. People were selling rolls, croissants, and fruit, but he was still certain that wasn't the case. The seventh prince knew that if he followed that stench, he would surely find the vampire responsible for it. They didn't have to search long. In one of the alleys, they saw a crate with a severed head lying on top of it. All three froze in their tracks in astonishment. They had never before witnessed such horror in the middle of a peaceful city. Suddenly, the severed head lying on the crate opened one eye, then let out a loud scream that deafened everyone present. Alan didn't lose his composure. He instantly drew his sword and split the vampire's head in two with the holy weapon. Charlotte was terrified and was still clutching her ear. The girl had nearly lost her hearing from that scream and wanted to know who it was. The young people looked up and saw a body hanging from the clotheslines, the head they had just seen. The body had no internal organs, only the skin remained. Suddenly, the prince heard a voice behind him saying that someone had been following him all this time. Alan turned around several times but still couldn't figure out who was speaking to him. To his shame, even the brave and fearless Holy Knight Harmond was frightened by everything that was happening. Someone was hiding deep in the alley. This person said that a middle-aged red-haired man had been following the prince. He had just run away. The knight surmised that this man was responsible for the incident, and the prince noted that it would be very difficult to track him down now because the stench had spread everywhere. Harmon reassured the prince, saying that he would report the incident to the palace so that security could be stepped up, while the prince reflected that he had come to study magic but had immediately run into trouble. It turned out that the city of Laurensis was in a state of chaos. The fact was that several similar ritual murders had already taken place in recent days. This led to chaos in the city streets, and within the palace walls, everyone was on edge because of the scandalous prince's return. Harmon Diane was on edge too. He turned to the prince and asked him to stand still and listen. He had already reported the incident, but in turn, he asked the prince not to do anything because there would be a banquet the next day. Alan was already feeling irritated. They were treating him like a little child. After all, he had already promised the knight that he wouldn't leave the library at all. The knight reminded the prince that he was, in fact, still just a 16-year-old child. That was why he had to be looked after, and Charlotte said she would take a tour of the castle to get a good look around. The knight warned the girl that if anyone asked too many questions, she should say she was a student of the Lioness, captain of the Sacred Army. After that, the knight explained to the prince where the library was, and Charlotte said she would join the prince as soon as she finished her tour. Alan felt like a real child with two nannies at once. The young man headed toward the inner courtyard in search of the library, but as he walked through the palace grounds, he was already certain he hadn't made a mistake. A terrible stench hung in the air. This could only mean that there was a vampire in the palace whom, for some reason, no one else could sense. the smell was quite ominous, so it was best to just stay quietly in the library. Alan even thought that maybe he'd just run away from the palace after finding the book he needed. After all, it was better to just take the book than to get dragged into all of this. Alan entered the library and tried not to let anything distract him. He decided to focus on his goals first and foremost. But the young man had already walked past the same spot several times, and soon he noticed an unfamiliar statue. The young man approached and read the plaque. It turned out to be a statue honoring some woman named Julicia. Apparently, she had died a long time ago. Suddenly, the young man heard the gardener groaning as he cursed the fact that he'd relied on the workers, only to end up having to do everything himself. The gardener decided to slit all their throats to use them as decorations, and the young man immediately realized he was a murderer. The gardener continued to rant, unable to understand how the workers could be so lazy, especially since they were paid with ordinary people's tax money. Suddenly, the man spun around sharply and told the prince that since he had returned, he should have come over to say hello instead of sneaking up from behind. The man asked the young man to bring a shovel and some soil and said that if the young man moved too slowly, his head would end up decorating that tree. Alan was glad he hadn't put on the new prince's outfit that Hammond had given him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been treated like an ordinary worker. Alan thought that the old man had mistaken him for the new gardener because of his clothes. The young man brought a shovel and some soil and said that perhaps there had been a misunderstanding. He was about to leave but noticed that the man's hands were covered in dirt. The young man took out the handkerchief Charlotte had given him and offered it to the man to wipe his hands. Alan advised the old man not to work alone in the heat but rather to ask someone to help him. But instead of taking the handkerchief or refusing it, the old man grabbed the prince's hand and squeezed it tightly. The young man didn't understand what was happening and tried to pull away, but the old man said that the young man had indeed lost his memory, and now he could see that it wasn't just his character that had changed. The old man took off his hat and declared that the young man hadn't even recognized his own grandfather. Be that as it may, after some time the prince was finally granted an audience, and as he made his way through the palace, everyone around him was whispering about him. The emperor sat on the throne in the hall. Now he looked just as an emperor should. Their previous meeting had turned out to be very unusual. The old man turned away, went to change his clothes, and ordered his grandson to report to the reception hall. By this time, the emperor had already heard the news and knew that his seventh grandson had played an active role in defending the Lonia estate. Furthermore, the emperor was already aware that the young man had killed a vampire count, and now he wanted to know if it was true. Alan weighed how dangerous it would be to tell the truth, but by now even the residents of the capital had heard about the incident with the vampire. This meant that the Holy Emperor might not know that a vampire roaming the capital was behind the incident. And instead of praising his grandson, the Holy Emperor was likely trying to find someone who could catch the vampire. Alan confirmed to the Emperor that he was indeed the one who did it. It's all true, and the rumors are accurate. However, the young man immediately added that he wouldn't be able to do it again on his own, even if he died and was reborn. In Lonia, he managed to do it with the help of a large number of people. Hammond and Charlotte also assisted in their own way. Of course, one mustn't forget the help of the local residents, and the prince was simply trying to share the credit with everyone to prevent a problematic outcome. The Holy Emperor listened to his grandson, and it was completely unclear how he reacted to this information. The man stated that he understood everything and that his grandson could rest. Alan thanked his grandfather for the audience and said he hoped the Holy Emperor would successfully complete the vampire hunt without any problems. After that, the young man left the throne room. Selt Elfals was of course surprised, since just half a year ago this prince had been a bratty little boy. But now he accepts help from others with dignity and has even noticed the presence of vampires in the capital. Could his memory loss have completely changed his personality? As for Charlotte and Grill, based on what Hammond said, they are survivors from the Jerez family. And if it really is them, then these people should excel at hunting vampires, although the Jerez family isn't particularly known for martial arts or sacred power. According to the report received from Mr. Lepan, the seventh prince saved a huge number of soldiers who were on the brink of death using sacred power. Furthermore, we must not forget the blessing of the goddess Gaia, which came after the young man's prayer. It was also said that the seventh prince killed a vampire with a decorative rifle. And although the person who fired the shot was wearing a mask, Lepan was certain that this person was Alan Elfalls. To the emperor, all of this had initially seemed like utter nonsense, and now he wanted to hear what his advisors thought about it. One of them immediately and categorically stated that he was certain. It was all lies and fabrications. After all, the prince himself had said that he hadn't been on the battlefield for a long time, although witnesses claimed that the masked man had the same build as the prince. Arguments broke out among the advisors. Some didn't believe the reports, while others felt the evidence was insufficient. Eventually, a real uproar ensued. The emperor realized that all his advisors were utter fools. He would soon have to abdicate the throne, and not only did he lack a suitable heir, but he didn't even have a single person capable of helping him. The emperor thought of Julicia once more. How unfortunate it was that everything had turned out this way. Had it not been for that immense tragedy, the emperor would have chosen Prince Lewin Elfalls as his heir. Of course, the emperor realized that since then he had grown cold and thought more about the kingdom's safety than about his grandchildren. Perhaps this child had a chance to change everything. The emperor thought, if the boy had enough strength to get rid of the vampires in the palace, then he would probably be able to further develop his abilities in the future. The argument among the advisors had escalated to such a point that the emperor promised to punch each of them in the face if they didn't shut up immediately. Count Pomor addressed the emperor. He proposed conducting a thorough investigation since there was still time to do so. The man explained his reasoning. The anniversary of Lady Julicia's death would be in 2 months. It would be best if the seventh prince remained at the castle until then. And if the young man is going to help capture the vampire, it's perfectly normal for him to rest before the upcoming banquet. The emperor agreed with this proposal. Indeed, there was no point in rushing, since the banquet was coming up soon. Alan finally made it to the library. He didn't understand why it had been so difficult to get there. But once inside, the young man realized he wasn't alone. Although it was late, he hadn't expected to run into anyone in the library. It was a young maid. She greeted the prince, apologized to him, and said she would leave the library immediately. The young man could see how tense the girl was, even though he hadn't done anything to her. Why was she reacting this way to him? Some vague memories surfaced in his mind. Alan saw himself talking to the girl and running into the room, but everything was hazy and unclear. Alan decided to quickly check the status window to figure out who he was dealing with. It turned out that the person in front of him wasn't a maid, but the Archbishop's granddaughter, Alice Astoria. She possessed incredible sacred power and, of course, sensed the necromancer within him. The girl must have thought that the pervert who had ruined so many people's lives while he was in the palace had returned. Suddenly, the prince realized that the girl's last name matched that of the author of the book he was searching for. Only now did the young man realize that the book on magic had been written by the Archbishop himself. The young man recalled how, just recently, he had insulted the Archbishop, considering him useless and having done nothing for the kingdom. Who could have known that his encounter with the author would happen this way? And now the prince realized that he couldn't even dream of asking the Archbishop any questions. Alan apologized to the girl for accidentally scaring her. He admitted that he had lost his memory and didn't recognize most of the people in the palace. Of course, the girl didn't believe such an excuse. Alan said he would just quickly grab the book and leave. Everything would have been much simpler, but it turned out that the book he was looking for wasn't there, and the young man froze with his hand outstretched toward the shelf. Alice guessed that the prince was looking for the book written by her grandfather. She had it with her right now, and Alice could let him read it. Alice said she no longer needed the book. In fact, she was planning to put it back before leaving. It was a manuscript titled The Book of Resurrection, a very grand and promising title. Alice said it was just notes from her grandfather's research. There was nothing special about them. For one thing, everyone knows it's impossible to resurrect people in the first place. Alan was genuinely surprised and asked why. It immediately became clear that the young man had truly lost his memory. He took the book from the girl's hands and asked why it was impossible to resurrect people. Alice explained that no matter how powerful the sacred forces are, it's impossible to give life. Only necromancy can capture a soul that has already left the body. But because necromancers demand a huge price, it's not a good idea to engage in such resurrections. Alice was certain that resurrection was impossible, even when Gaia, the goddess of love and mercy, granted them a miracle. The prince wondered, could there be a person who possessed both sacred and magical powers? And the girl confirmed that such cases were incredibly rare, and if both powers were used simultaneously, the body might simply explode. Alan didn't argue. He said he didn't consider resurrection impossible. Perhaps they simply didn't have enough knowledge yet. Alan had already read in a book that if a person wants to use their sacred power more effectively, they need to pray more. Sorcerers can use mana and spells, while dark sorcerers use magical power and life force. Perhaps there is a way for someone to use sacred power more effectively. Alice explained that besides prayer, one could use a magical tool, but she was still very curious about what the prince had said regarding resurrection. But the prince didn't want to discuss it. He said it was already late, and the girl was clearly uncomfortable with him, so she shouldn't deny it. Therefore, it would be better if she went to sleep. Alan ushered the girl out of the library and promised to be sure to turn off the lights before leaving. He even managed to wish her good night, but Alice still wanted to continue the conversation about resurrection. She stood by the library door for a while longer, but then decided that it was just the seventh prince's nonsense, very much in his style. But the girl couldn't deny that something had changed in the young man this time. She sensed that his aura had become different. At that moment, the archbishop appeared in the hallway. He didn't understand what his granddaughter was doing near the library so late. The girl explained that she had been studying late into the night, but her grandfather warned her that the seventh prince was back in the palace, which meant she needed to be very careful. Alice might have wanted to share her thoughts with her grandfather, but she realized he clearly wasn't ready to listen to her right now. The archbishop handed the girl a mask and told her she needed to get more rest and not overexert herself. Alice had been chosen as a goddess and possessed incredible talent, but the task she was about to undertake carried great responsibility. The girl confirmed that she knew all this and would handle it without any problems. She also asked her grandfather not to worry, because she is strong. After that, the archbishop, along with his granddaughter and a few other people, entered a dark room. There, lying on the bed, was a patient who was making terrible wheezing sounds and moaning. Alice put on a mask, and her grandfather announced that they would now begin today's treatment. After that, the archbishop, armed with his staff, began performing certain rituals, invoking sacred powers. Luan Elfalls, he was the patient. He must have been feeling absolutely terrible. His body was torn apart and bleeding. Alice folded her hands across her chest and prayed. She thought about how her grandfather had been absolutely right. Against the backdrop of the first prince's cursed body, even her powers were practically useless. At this rate, he really didn't have much time left. Alice desperately wanted to find a way out, no matter what it cost her. She prayed fervently, hoping to increase her sacred power in this way. However, today her thoughts were distracted by the seventh prince, who believed that the idea of resurrection couldn't be entirely implausible, and how wonderful it would be if the prince's words turned out to be true. Alan studied the papers with surprise. There were surprisingly few of them. He found practically no information about his parents. The papers were covered in solid black blots. Harmon didn't understand why the prince needed this, since he already knew his parents perfectly well, so why read about them? But the prince was already starting to get angry. He realized that everyone thought he was faking it when he talked about his amnesia. But now he demanded that the knight tell him about his parents. When they were both alive, they led a wonderful, ordinary life, and that was all the Holy Knight told the seventh prince. Poor Harmon didn't know how to lie, so he broke out in a sweat and tried not to look the prince in the eye. The prince realized that the whole situation looked very suspicious. He simply wanted to learn about the relationships among family members, but everyone was keeping quiet. Harmon had no intention of saying anything more, but he reminded the prince that a banquet was coming up soon and His Highness needed to be prepared. The knight added, "If the prince does something inappropriate at the banquet, he'll be ridiculed. Even Charlotte has learned the castle's etiquette so as not to disgrace the seventh prince." A party and a banquet are two different things, and perhaps even the first prince will attend this event. Alan wanted to know who this person was, and the Holy Knight replied that he was depicted on the family tree. Luan Elfals was the eldest half-brother, but at the same time, the first prince was the person to be most wary of. Luan couldn't believe his ears when he learned that a banquet would be held for someone like his younger brother. But be that as it may, the banquet was prepared. Live music was playing, and all sorts of delicious dishes were served at the tables. The banquet hall was filled with guests. One of them showered Alice Astoria with admiring compliments. The young woman looked beautiful. She was delicate and youthful, and clearly happy to be at the banquet. Alice didn't mention how her grandfather, the archbishop, had strictly forbidden her from coming here, since it was a banquet in honor of the seventh prince. The young woman had decided she would definitely attend the banquet because the archbishop was busy tending to the health and well-being of the first prince. Count Pomor immediately began showering the young woman with compliments, believing her to be none other than the reincarnation of the goddess Gaia. People immediately took notice of Count Pomor. Lately, he had been quite popular among the capital's residents. Because he was wealthy, Pomor had no passion for power or money and devoted himself to volunteer work. The Count did not deny this view of himself and was accustomed to people talking about him in the palace banquet hall. The man added that after his wife's death, helping others had become his purpose in life, but apparently that wasn't quite aristocratic. Alice supported the Count, saying that, on the contrary, he deserved respect for his actions. The young woman knew that at some point in the past, the Count had served Lady Julicia, and now he was loyal to the first prince and supported him wholeheartedly. Instead of trying to seize power, the Count was always concerned about Luan's health. He is the kind of person who stands up for others. And yet, Alice felt very uncomfortable in the Count's presence. She said she needed to greet the others. But in reality, she didn't understand why such a positive person radiated such a terrible energy. Gennard Lepin felt very uncomfortable. He was extremely nervous. As a lord from the backwoods, he had been invited to a place like this. Grill also looked quite ridiculous in his suit. He was nervous and didn't understand why the seventh prince still hadn't shown up to support them. The young woman rarely attended banquets, but decided it would be better to spend time with people she felt comfortable with, so she headed straight for Mr. Lepin. Alice introduced herself. Although everyone knew she was the archbishop's granddaughter, she greeted the guests and wanted to know who they were. Count Pomor closely watched everyone Alice spoke with. The man looked very suspicious. And finally, the announcement was made. Under the protection of the Holy Empire, Prince Alan Elfals was entering the banquet hall. The young man was with Charlotte and the Holy Knight. The young man knew he was not a pretender to the throne. He had been thrown out of the castle quite recently, so he hadn't expected so many people to gather at the banquet. Besides, Charlotte was attracting a crazy amount of attention, and now all eyes were fixed on her. The prince stated outright that the young woman looked more aristocratic than he did. Apparently, the lessons she'd taken were worth it. But Sir Harmon declared that the art of presenting oneself couldn't be learned in lessons. At that moment, Count Pomor approached the group. He greeted His Highness, the seventh prince. The prince did not care for this man, so he immediately asked who he was, since he did not recognize him. Harmon was outraged by such a lack of tact, since he had sent the prince a guest list with detailed descriptions, and it should have been studied carefully. Pomor was not at all embarrassed, saying that too much time had passed since their last meeting, so it was no surprise that the prince did not remember him. The man continued to apologize for not having been by the prince's side during a difficult time. He asked for forgiveness and offered to shake hands. Alan and Count Pomor shook hands. The prince knew that this man had served his mother in the past and had maintained a close relationship with the first prince. Alan thought of the few people who had supported him and decided to read Count Pomor's status window. There was some rather interesting information there. It turned out that the Count was a vampire. He wielded black magic and was currently in a state of thirst. Still holding the Count's hand, the prince could clearly sense his dark energy and realized that this was exactly where he had encountered the vampire he had been searching for. Pomor asked if the prince was enjoying the food being served at today's banquet. The young man replied that everything was delicious. He had just unconsciously unleashed his sacred power, but the vampire showed no reaction whatsoever. The Pomor put his hands behind his back and said he was very pleased, since it had been a long time since the prince had last tasted the royal cuisine. Alan was no longer listening to the count. He was trying to figure out how long this man had been in the castle. He carefully surveyed the banquet guests and realized that Count Pomor was by no means alone here. Alan began examining the guests' status windows, and the information he read made him very wary. The seventh prince began to rise slowly and said that there was something that had greatly upset him during the meal. The count, of course, wanted to know which dish or drink was being referred to, while the prince was intently examining the drinks that had been served to everyone. Alan picked up a glass and said that he was, of course, referring to alcohol. Count Pomor watched the prince very closely and warily. The young man said that it would be very sad if they did not drink a good alcoholic beverage during the meal. As he spoke, the young man gradually infused the drink in his glass with holy power, transforming it into holy water, and now offered it to the count as a treat. Count Pomor took the glass from the prince's hands and agreed to drink with the young heir to the health of everyone present. Alan watched the count closely. He had infused the water with his holy power, and now it was holy water. The young man was now practically certain that the silhouette that had been following him in the city was this very man. If the count's identity were revealed, then it would become clear who the murderer was, who had staged the scene with the severed head in the city. By this time, the count had finished his drink. He said he felt tipsy, probably because he had drunk too quickly. The man began apologizing to the prince, saying that he had a low tolerance for alcohol. The prince didn't think the man looked drunk at all, but the count insisted that he knew himself best and was now very drunk. Alan, seeing the count's reaction, grabbed a bottle from the table, smashed it, and approached the count. The young man raised his hand holding the sharp bottle, intending to cut open the Pomor and shake his vampire essence out of him. However, a scream rang out, and everyone wanted to know what was happening and why the prince was behaving this way. Although Pomor was trembling, the wound on his hand wouldn't heal, which was very strange, since this man was, in fact, a vampire. Knight Harmon pulled the prince behind him, apologized to those present, and explained that the seventh prince had had one too many and was already drunk. After that, he suggested to Count Pomor that they go inside the palace to treat the wound, and the count immediately accepted the offer and withdrew. Charlotte and the knight immediately began asking the prince why he had behaved that way. He must have sensed that something was wrong with the count. Alan didn't beat around the bush. He immediately told his companions that the count was a vampire. Harmon wanted to run after the count right away, but the prince said they had no proof and asked for a pen and a piece of paper. The knight didn't understand why the prince needed a piece of paper and a pen right then at the banquet, but it was actually obvious. The prince wanted to track down the vampire. Count Pomor felt a huge sense of relief when he finally left the banquet hall. After that, he ran into one of the rooms, closed the door behind him, and began sucking the blood from the wound. The vampire spat the blood onto the floor because he was in excruciating pain and had only just realized what had happened. Pomor could do nothing about it because he had already begun to decay from the inside after drinking the holy water. Now the count understood that the prince had seen right through him immediately. That was exactly why he had offered him the holy water, claiming it was alcohol. The Pomor was already standing in a pool of his own blood. The vampire knew he would have to cut out all the scorched organs. He also urgently needed new blood and fresh meat, and he needed it right now. At that moment, there was a knock at the door, and the maid announced that she had come to clean his room. An idea immediately popped into the villain's head, and smiling smugly, he let the maid in. The girl peeked into the room, apologizing for the disturbance. The count told her she didn't need to apologize. She could come in and do whatever was necessary. When the unfortunate maid found herself inside the bedroom, she saw a horrific scene. Everything was covered in blood, and standing in the middle of a pool of it was the count, who said that he needed someone just like her. Two maids were walking down the hallways when a door swung open and Count Pomor appeared. He looked, as always, very gallant and greeted the maids, saying that it had been a wonderful dinner. After that, the man expressed his sympathy for the maids who had had to work during the banquet, and the girls were once again convinced that the count was the only one who cared about them. Pomor told the girls that he had hired a maid named Melia to work at his estate because he liked how well she did her job. The girls were very jealous of the maid, who would now be working at Count Pomor's luxurious estate. After that, the man said goodbye to the girls and went to visit the first prince to pay him his evening respects. Alan was very pleased when he finished writing. He said everything had turned out just perfectly. It turned out to be a list of the vampires the prince had seen on the first floor. There were many aristocrats among them, but the Holy Knight said there would be no trouble with them. None of the people on this list were parents, which meant things weren't actually that bad. Harmon began explaining the process of the undead's evolution to the prince. It turned out the young man had forgotten about that too. After evolution, if someone is born a vampire, they are called parents, for example, the vampire duke who was defeated last time. Under various circumstances, parents create creatures. Creatures are always weaker than their parents. But creatures specialize in hiding among humans. They are even capable of hiding from sacred powers. It turned out that such vampires are capable of swapping bodies with those they have killed. And then, of course, he remembered the missing bodies and the severed heads on display in the city center. The vampire must have taken the body for himself, and the prince and his companions saw only what was left of it. Since it was a human body, the sacred power must have been stronger than the vampires. The prince knew that the Holy Knight held a fairly high position in society, and Harmon confirmed that he could mobilize a group of knights under his command without asking for permission from higher-ups. The prince instructed the knight to capture everyone on the list, first assess the situation, and then kill them if necessary. The prince said he would take full responsibility and asked Charlotte to assist the knight. Harmon wasn't too keen on commanding military forces during the banquet, and Charlotte was worried whether the prince could handle it on his own. But Alan was absolutely confident in his actions and decision. Since they had no way to prove that these people were vampires, he suggested killing them first and seeing if their bodies turned to ash. Alan was certain that Count Pomor had already realized the prince had uncovered his true identity, and if they didn't hurry, the prince would be in danger. Those words were enough for Charlotte and Hammond to set off to carry out the prince's orders, urging him to be careful. Meanwhile, Alan was about to quickly hide somewhere to wait out the moment, but he didn't manage to leave the banquet hall because someone called his name. It was Ruffle Elfalls, the third prince and Alan's older brother. He raised his glass to toast the guest of honor. The status window indicated that this schemer was an expert with a spear, a gullible coward, and was set to become the next emperor. Ruffle had already heard that his younger brother had lost his memory, so he reminded him who he was, just in case. Harmon had said that this prince was a mama's boy. Even the Holy Emperor had acknowledged him as such. He has practically no divine presence, and he's a complete nobody. Ruffle wanted to tell him all about himself in detail, but Alan said he'd already received a report from the Holy Knight. The third prince noted that none of their other brothers had shown up for this banquet. But the younger brother shouldn't be upset. The princes must have had more important matters to attend to since they forgot to come to such a thank-you banquet. Alan realized that this jerk was trying to provoke him, and he said that having a loving and caring brother like Ruffle was enough for him. Ruffle placed a hand on his younger brother's shoulder and said he was very glad that Alan hadn't lost his recklessness and still loved to cause chaos everywhere. Ruffle added, if the seventh prince came to the palace to claim his throne, they might become enemies. To prevent this from happening, Ruffle strongly advised his younger brother to continue living just as he had before. After that, the third prince said his goodbyes and left his younger brother at the celebration, who understood that this third-rate villain had no chance of claiming the throne anyway. Alan decided to forget about this idiot because he urgently needed to focus on his work. Alan realized that he had absolutely no idea how powerful Count Pomor was, and that meant he needed to conserve his energy and lie low until Charlotte and Hammond had done their part. The young man had practically left the banquet hall when he heard a loud shout calling his name. Someone was demanding that Alan Elfalls come out immediately. Alan was once again convinced that his body had wronged many people in a past life, given the way he was being treated. The young man turned around and saw the first prince, who could barely stand on his feet, but had still managed to make it to the banquet. Luan Elfalls was a wonderful young man, generous and talented. He possessed the qualities of a wise ruler, but now his body was rotting, and he wanted to punish the man who had disgraced his mother. Alan realized where the smell of decay and magical power was coming from. His older brother was still alive, even though he lived in a body that looked like that of a corpse. This man's willpower was worthy of respect, and at that moment, Luan grabbed his younger brother by the shirt and pulled him toward him. Luan was outraged and couldn't understand how this brat dared to insult his subordinate. Count Pomor was a man who had served their mother, and of course, Alan didn't even know about it. But now his older brother wanted to know why Alan constantly insulted God and did everything against him. Luan was genuinely outraged. He wanted to know why his younger brother continued to tarnish their mother's honor. At that moment, the door swung open, and the menacing voice of the man who entered demanded to know what was going on here and why his grandsons had staged such a spectacle. Everyone present bowed, for the ruler of the Holy Empire, the Holy Emperor, had arrived at the banquet. The Emperor wanted to know why everyone had frozen in place and fallen silent, and why no one was answering him. Elfals wanted to know what was going on here and why his grandsons were behaving this way. Everyone present was in shock. Even the Emperor's voice contained an immense amount of sacred power, and not everyone could withstand it. The first prince immediately began coughing up blood. He was completely drained of strength and could barely stand. The Emperor ordered the Archbishop and the other physicians to take the first prince away and tend to him, while the seventh prince was to explain himself to the Emperor. Rumors had already reached the Emperor that the young man had insulted Count Pomor, and now he wanted to know if it was true. Alan confirmed that this was indeed the case. He couldn't very well tell the Emperor that he had been hunting a vampire, not trying to insult him. The young man decided to tell his grandfather the truth and reveal that the Count was a vampire, but he realized the Emperor wouldn't believe him. So the young man stood before his grandfather and honestly admitted that he had drunk too much and had therefore made a mistake. However, the Emperor's reaction greatly surprised the young man. He didn't scold his grandson. Instead, the Emperor asked, "Is that really true?" It seemed as if he was expecting a different answer from Alan, just like last time. But Alan didn't change his mind and confirmed once again that that was exactly how it was. He had no other reasons. Luan, who had not yet left the banquet hall and had heard it all, couldn't take it anymore and began hurling wine glasses at his younger brother. Luan Elfals apologized to the Holy Emperor for his behavior, but his younger brother had insulted his man. This was not something Luan could simply turn a blind eye to, and now the young man is asking the Emperor for permission to duel with Alan. The Holy Emperor could not understand how his eldest grandson could say such things, given that his body was completely helpless. The Emperor promised that once the whole situation was clarified, he would certainly punish the seventh prince, and that Luan had better leave the banquet hall now. But the first prince had no intention of leaving. He had already heard that the Emperor had generously rewarded Alan for everything that had been done at the Lonia estate. And if the Holy Emperor now allowed Alan to fight his older brother, then perhaps they would see his true nature. The outcome of this duel would make it clear whether Alan was capable of hunting vampires or if he had simply stolen someone else's glory. Luan was certain that the Holy Emperor found this very interesting. However, the Archbishop demanded that all of this stop immediately. Elfals said nothing to anyone and turned away silently, preparing to leave the hall. The Archbishop demanded that the brothers be stopped right away, but Luan realized that the Holy Emperor had approved their battle. And now the older brother would rid the younger one of the arrogance that was literally oozing out of him. Luan was very angry. He pointed a bloodied finger at his brother and demanded that the younger one get ready. Alan was completely calm. He was thinking about the fact that no one had even asked his opinion about any of this. The guests at the banquet were whispering that the seventh prince was up to his old tricks again, so they'd better leave as soon as possible. Things were about to get messy here. Grill was very indignant. He was trying to defend the seventh prince, who might be a total jerk but was still a good person. Lepan tried to shut Grill up and apologized to Miss Alice, saying that his friend couldn't hold his liquor. But Alice wasn't listening to the men anymore. She was trying to figure out what was going on in the banquet hall. Alice had seen Alan hand the Holy Knight a note, and now she was dying to know what it said. Neither Lepan nor Grill knew the details, and the girl said she was just curious. It must have been something important. Alice wanted to know why the seventh prince had poured Count Pomor a glass of alcohol and then watched him, as if waiting for something to happen. But now wasn't the time to think about that because Alice had to focus on the first prince. He couldn't overexert himself. The girl decided to climb down from the balcony to be closer to the first prince. If anything bad happened to him, this duel had to end without any casualties. The main character couldn't understand why he had ended up in the body of a man who had a terrible relationship with his family. Well, it seems that absolutely no one is loved in this family since now the grandfather has allowed his own grandson to fight in a duel, even though his health is very poor. Alan didn't understand what the emperor expected from this duel, but now he was certain that they wouldn't stop it and that the archbishop was only worried about the crown prince. At that moment, the archbishop announced that, for safety reasons, the use of sacred powers was prohibited. This was not only because the first prince's body could not withstand sacred powers, but if Alan had indeed been hunting a vampire progenitor, then that meant the prince had relied on more than just sacred powers in his fight against it. You could say that this duel will be an opportunity to test his martial arts skills. Alan was in shock since he had only ever used his sacred powers and had absolutely no idea how to wield a sword. And the two who always protect him in everything are currently nowhere to be found in the banquet hall. So the seventh prince had only one option left, and he decided to take it immediately. Alan held the sword in his hands and looked at his older brother, who realized that the young man was finally going to take things seriously. Luan turned to the emperor and asked him to consider this duel a neutral incident and not to punish any of the participants. The Holy Emperor told the boys not to forget to respect one another, since they were brothers after all. After the signal to begin the duel, Alan rushed toward his brother, who couldn't move very quickly and was unable to attack. Luan saw the sword approaching him. The young man was very serious, despite his terrible physical condition. But in the very next moment, Alan dropped to his knees before his brother and declared that he was surrendering. After that, the young man threw his sword to the floor, began to sob, and said that he was surrendering to Luan Elfos because he was terrified of him. Everyone present didn't know where to look. They had truly never seen such a disgraceful duel. They should have left the palace earlier. However, the Holy Emperor was a very wise man. He wasn't sure why his grandson had surrendered. Perhaps he didn't want to fight his brother, or maybe he was worried about Luan's health. But whatever the real reason might be, one thing had just become absolutely clear to everyone. This boy was a complete idiot. Luan was furious because the emperor had asked them to respect each other since they were brothers, but he couldn't control himself and struck a blow right next to his brother. Luan believed that his younger brother had not only insulted his man, but also insulted him personally because he refused to fight Luan on the grounds that he looked like a walking dead man. Luan was absolutely certain that all of his younger brother's insults were actually directed at him. The first prince could no longer hold back. He began smashing everything around him, hurling insults at his younger brother and humiliating him in every possible way. Luan said he didn't care about common sense. He couldn't forgive what the seventh prince had done. In the next moment, it became clear that he had to break the emperor's ban. The fact was that the first prince had used his sacred powers to attack, and if his brother didn't block the attack, Alan's body would explode. Surely his loving grandfather wouldn't let this outrage go unchecked. The Holy Emperor wanted to see, after all, what his good-for-nothing grandsons were capable of. In the end, the seventh prince simply ran out of options, and there he was, right before the eyes of the stunned onlookers, holding a shovel in his hands. No one could figure out where it had come from. Was the prince really going to fight with a shovel? The local priests couldn't imagine that this prince knew how to use spatial mana. However, they soon realized that this wasn't magic, because they couldn't sense any flow of mana. It soon became clear to everyone that this was nothing other than a divine aura. The brothers were now fighting on equal footing, and the younger one was in no way inferior to Luan. Alan, for his part, was stunned, unable to understand how his older brother was even managing to stay on his feet with such a severely injured body, and if the duel continued any longer, he would be in danger. Suddenly, Alan's attention was drawn to the silhouette of one of the banquet guests, and soon everything became perfectly clear. Now the seventh prince had no doubt that all of this was the work of Count Pomor, who had provoked this duel. Under no circumstances could this villain be allowed to get away with such an act. All the problems would end once the Count was killed. Alan apologized to his brother, saying he was very sorry and didn't want to hurt him, but unfortunately, circumstances left him no choice. Alan asked his brother not to resist and to accept whatever blows he was about to deliver with his sacred shovel. The seventh prince struck his older brother hard with the shovel, sending him flying far to the side, and promised to take revenge on his enemies. Everyone present cried out in horror when they saw the first prince fall, struck down, unable even to stand on his own 2 feet. Alan gathered his sacred power and shouted that unfortunately there were now far too many of them in the castle. And then, before the eyes of the stunned banquet guests, a miracle occurred. In the seventh prince's hands was no longer a shovel, but some other kind of weapon. Now the young man was holding a rifle, one that was most likely made from the divine aura, and pressing it close to his chest. The archbishop advised the emperor to stop this duel immediately, for even if the weapon was incapable of killing an opponent, firing a gun at a ball was still very dangerous. Alan took aim at his brother and declared that, in the name of Gaia, the goddess of love and mercy, he would fire this shot. But absolutely no one should worry, because his target is Count Pomor. And a shot rang out. However, although the vampire was hit in the forehead by a bullet, he did not die. Alan realized that because he could only pray for a short time, the power of his shot was too weak. The banquet guests scattered in all directions in fear, believing that the seventh prince had gone mad. The emperor ordered the sacred knights to stop Prince Alan, and they immediately rushed to carry out his command. The young man tried to resist because he hadn't finished the job yet, and he needed to fire just one more shot to destroy this vampire. However, the gun was thrown to the floor, even though the young man knew he could kill the count if he fired one more shot. Luan was very surprised when he realized that his brother had no intention of killing him, but had instead shot the count. The emperor approached his eldest grandson and said he was certain that Luan had been thinking the same thing he had. The first prince confirmed that the words spoken that day by the holy knight Harmond had come to mind. Harmond had explained that Prince Alan had deliberately behaved like a scoundrel and had intentionally forced his expulsion from the palace to avenge his mother. And today, observing his younger brother's abilities, Luan was ready to believe the holy knight's words. That is why Luan Elfals now wanted to make sure that his younger brother truly possessed the qualities required of a holy emperor. The young man remained standing. He bowed before his grandfather and asked for his support and help. Luan was bleeding profusely. He realized his days were numbered and wanted to do whatever it took to free himself from the curse and become the next holy emperor. But now the young man realized he had reached his limit and didn't have long left, so Luan wanted to take revenge on the aristocrats who had mocked his mother, calling her a commoner. And to do that, the first prince was determined, at all costs, to make Alan the next holy emperor. Now the prince was certain that his younger brother wanted to kill Count Pomor. If he'd simply wanted to mock a cripple, his target would have been Luan. Still, it remained unclear why the boy was so obsessed with the count, but the first prince didn't have time to say anything else. He collapsed and Alice rushed to help him. It was decided to postpone the conversation until next time. The emperor wanted to know where the holy knight Harmond was now. Alice explained that Harmond had left the banquet hall even before the duel, and had not returned. The emperor inquired about the current situation with Count Romor, and the archbishop explained that the count had been taken to his quarters to receive medical attention. The emperor ordered that the count be brought to him immediately, regardless of whether he was busy or feeling unwell. The archbishop did not understand why the emperor needed the wounded count. But the holy emperor replied that the man had been seriously wounded because of his grandson, and he wanted to provide him with proper care himself and clear his mind with holy power. Apparently, it was still too early to open the count's skull. Therefore, he needed to be treated with sacred power, although the archbishop was unsure of the consequences of such treatment. Alan, meanwhile, was back in prison. It seemed as though that was his permanent residence. He thought about the fact that he still hadn't destroyed the vampire. What if the vampire was still roaming the palace and killing servants again? The young man listened closely, and it seemed to him that the castle had grown too quiet. Something strange was going on. Besides, Harmond and Charlotte still hadn't returned from their mission. But seeing how confidently Count Pomor was striding through the banquet hall, one could conclude that he still had quite a few tricks up his sleeve. And now everyone in the palace is in grave danger, as if they had wandered into a bear's den. The prince realized that, given the Holy Knight's status in the palace, it would be very difficult for him to harm any of the aristocrats. Vampires who pose as aristocrats will use their high status to surround themselves with personal knights, thereby delaying their capture. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the vampires will continue living in the palace, and at the end of the celebration, they'll slip away from the banquet, blending into the crowd of ordinary people. And at the same time, the seventh prince will be convicted of attempting to murder the count. Alan put an end to all these fantasies and realized that he urgently needed to find a way out of prison before he was stuck there for the rest of his life. At that moment, the third prince appeared near the cell and greeted his younger brother, who had once again caused a commotion in the palace. Ruffle reported that he had witnessed the duel between the brothers and was certain that brothers should not fight each other. But the young man looked very pleased. It was immediately clear that the third prince was delighted because he believed he had eliminated one contender for the throne. Suddenly, a brilliant idea popped into Alan's head. After all, this Ruffle was also a prince, which meant he had the authority to release Alan from prison. Alan asked the young man to let him out of his cell so that he could take advantage of the first prince's critical condition and finish their duel. Alan believed that if there was a debt, it had to be repaid immediately, so he wanted to visit his older brother as soon as possible. After all, everyone knows what the seventh prince is really like, and those were very pleasing words to Ruffle's ears. That was exactly how he intended to eliminate all his rivals. Alan leaned in closer and said that if the third prince released him, he would see something very interesting a little later. In the end, it turned out that the third prince not only released Alan from prison, but also took him to the weapons warehouse. The young man clearly hated all his brothers. He pointed to the weapons and suggested taking a gift for the first prince. Alan had escaped from prison but still didn't know what to do. There was no one in the imperial palace who could help him, and the vampires had most likely already finished sharing information among themselves. The young man thought of someone with more power than he had, power he could freely wield, and realized he needed to turn to someone everyone trusted. But first, he needed to clear the way, so Alan decided to use his ability and told his friends and comrades that they would have to help him now. The prince summoned the spirits of two fallen soldiers who were ready to serve him and were utterly fearless. But before marching through the palace corridors with such an army, he needed to properly cover the soldiers' faces and put helmets on them. Alan had initially wanted to handle everything quietly, but now he realized that wouldn't work, so he outfitted his zombies in the Holy Guard's uniforms. The fact is, the vampires won't leave him alone, and he himself is still too weak without his summoned helpers. Even his own brother, the first prince, still doesn't understand exactly what Alan was trying to tell and explain to him. Finally, all the soldiers were ready, dressed in the uniforms of the Holy Knights, and the young man decided to go to his older brother first. As they walked down the hallway, the maids reacted very strangely to these knights, not understanding what was going on with these soldiers. The maids whispered among themselves and scattered in fear. He had to find a way to restrain them and prevent them from interfering with the course of events. The maids fled in terror, shouting that the seventh prince had staged a rebellion. Alan ordered his soldiers not to kill anyone, but simply to clear a path for him. Moreover, even more soldiers had to be summoned, because now all the local defenders were turned against the prince, believing that he wanted to kill everyone in the palace. And his valiant warriors swung their swords skillfully, pushing the soldiers aside in all directions and clearing the way for their master. It soon became clear to everyone that Alan had gone into his older brother's room. This meant that a tragedy was about to unfold, and he had to be stopped at all costs. Alan burst into his brother's bedroom, where several masked priests were trying to somehow ease the suffering of the unfortunate Luan. Alan ordered his warriors to drive all the priests and doctors out of the room and to ensure that no one else could enter it. The doctors continued to shout that they weren't finished yet and to beg the seventh prince to have mercy on his older brother and not kill him. Luan lay on the bed, exhausted. He was practically unable to do anything to anyone and wasn't even capable of giving orders. He just wanted to know why his younger brother had come here. Alan immediately said that he really didn't want to do this and believed that Luan should have let him go before all this happened. A great tragedy had already occurred, Because of the first prince, the vampire hunt had failed. Luan realized they were talking about Count Pomor. Although he hadn't suspected a thing until now, judging by his younger brother's expression, he understood that something was indeed going on. Luan tried to tell his younger brother that he was wrong, because the priests had already confirmed that Count Pomor wasn't dangerous at all. But Alan said that these vampires have human skin. It's very hard to tell them apart from humans until one's mind is filled with holy power, which is why it's difficult for ordinary priests to recognize them. Alan was absolutely certain of this, and he told his older brother that while they were relaxing here, the entire castle was simply teeming with vampires. Luan didn't understand why his younger brother hadn't just told him outright that the Count was a vampire. He would have believed him if he'd seen Aline's true nature. But Alan didn't think the truth would be enough for anyone to believe him. The young man had already faced similar problems time and again. And if Luan wants to know the truth, his younger brother doesn't want to have anything to do with either the family or the vampires anymore. But now, it seems, there's no way he'll be able to escape this nightmare, and at that moment, the young man pulled out the Necromancer King's skull. Placing the Necromancer King's skull on his head, he grabbed his shovel and lunged at his older brother, demanding payment for his labor. Alan attacked the first prince and said that the payment would be his older brother's life. The archbishop, along with one of the holy knights, wanted to know what was going on, and they explained to him that the seventh prince, along with his soldiers, had seized the first prince's chamber. The archbishop was very angry, for he had left the room for only a minute, and these fools had allowed their prince to be captured. The archbishop began to fend off the soldiers with his staff, and at one point, one of the guards fell and his helmet slid off his head. And now the archbishop realized that he was facing not an ordinary warrior, but a dead man. It immediately became clear to the old man that the seventh prince was capable of commanding the dead, who now made up his army. It turned out that some necromancer had managed to outwit everyone in the palace. But at the same time, the archbishop saw that these dead bodies radiated the same pure sacred energy as the other holy knights. These creatures literally defied the laws of this world, for it was absolutely impossible to create such beings, even with the aid of magic. The archbishop addressed the holy knights and ordered them to seal off the hall so that none of the soldiers could leave it. First and foremost, the archbishop had to save the first prince from certain death, and he once again began fighting the undead warriors. At that very moment, something strange was happening in the first prince's bedroom. A sacred light was emanating from there. The archbishop suddenly noticed that the defending soldiers were behaving strangely. They were running away from the door to the first prince's bedroom. After that, the soldiers began to fall to the ground, struck by the sacred fire, and it was completely baffling and strange. Finally, the archbishop reached the door. He flung it open and peered into Luan's bedroom, praying that the first prince was still alive. He caught the very moment when the seventh prince plunged a shovel into his older brother's chest, and it looked simply horrific. The entire bed was drenched in blood, and Alan said he would tell everyone. His older brother had paid for it with his life. And when the spirit had completely left the body of the unfortunate Luan, Alan twisted the shovel in his chest and began the process of resurrection. Come to think of it, there was a lot that was strange about this guy. Count Pomor always reported only on Alan's bad behavior. He said that Alan kept telling everyone about the first prince's low status and insulting their mother, but Luan didn't even consider at the time that the despicable Count might be saying such things on purpose, even when he came to report on the incident in the banquet hall. But Luan explained his gullibility to himself by the fact that the Count had been with him since his early years. He was the only one who supported the young man when his mother died. Luan now realized what an idiot he had been, not even sensing the vampire standing right next to him. And that was why the first prince decided that Alan wanted to kill him. But now this brave young man had begun the process of resurrection and purification, and no words were needed anymore. Alan spoke special words, calling himself the heir to the goddess of love and mercy, through whose help he would now save his brother. Powerful, sacred energy filled the unfortunate young man's body, and for a moment he lost consciousness and collapsed, exhausted, onto the bed. The archbishop watched this scene from the bedroom doorway, and now he understood the power they were dealing with. Luan suddenly felt that his body no longer ached, and it became easier for him to breathe. The young man began to untie the bandages and free himself from them. Luan examined his hand with interest, realizing that his former healthy skin had returned. As he continued to peel away the bandages, the young man saw that his bones were fine as well. The ailments that had tormented him all these years had vanished. Luan Elfals stood up on the bed, full of strength and completely healthy, and began to shout in awe about the miracle that had just taken place. Alan actually used a great deal of energy to bring his older brother back to life. He'll explain everything to him later, but for now he asked him to find Hammond immediately. Alan said he would finish what he had started because it would actually be difficult for Luan to deal with these vampires without him. Luan couldn't be angry at his little brother, who had brought him back to life and promised to do everything Alan asked of him, without any mistakes and as quickly as possible. The guard refused to let Harmon see the Count, saying that the Lord was very angry and had ordered that no one be allowed in to see him. At that moment, a hand rested on the Holy Knight's shoulder, and a stranger said that this warrior obeyed only his commands. Harmon couldn't understand who this man was or why he was acting as if they were acquainted. The situation had become so surreal that the Holy Knight Harmon didn't even recognize his master, the first prince of Luan, Elfals. The poor knight was terrified, not understanding how the curse had been lifted, but the prince promised to explain the details later. For now, he wanted to see the list. Harmon had no intention of trusting the prince, since he was carrying out Alan's orders, and Luan had to convince the young man by saying that he was acting at his younger brother's request. And the miracle that had happened to his body was the work of the seventh prince and served as proof of their good relationship. Upon seeing the list, the prince was very surprised. He hadn't expected there to be so many vampires in the palace. Harmon confirmed that the situation was very dire. There were even aristocrats from other countries, and the knight's abilities were barely enough to keep them in check. At that moment, the knight was on the verge of breaking down in tears before the prince for failing to complete the task he'd been given, but Luan praised the young man, saying he was an excellent warrior and had done everything right. After all, it was thanks to Hammond's help and loyal service that this vampire hunt had become easier. Luan had been ill for a long time and hadn't used his powers, but now he had summoned his team of loyal warriors. It was a squad of heresy inquisitors and the Order of the Blood Cross. They had been summoned by the first prince to rid the palace of vampires. The squad of heresy inquisitors and the Order of the Blood Cross was formed and trained specifically to destroy the undead. Only the first prince himself could summon these warriors, and they obeyed only his commands. They were one of the strongest factions in the Holy Kingdom. The prince thanked the inquisitors for gathering so quickly, especially since the men hadn't been out on a hunt in a long time and had really missed it. After that, the first prince handed them a list of the names of the villains hiding in the Holy Kingdom, and who might even have killed Queen Julicia. Luan ordered the inquisitors to secretly kill these villains, rip out their hearts, split open their skulls, and check whether their brains were shrouded in magic. The prince advised them to do this mercilessly, with particular cruelty, to make them realize how foolish their fake lives were. Thus, the first prince declared the hunt for vampires open. The Marquis was deeply outraged when he saw that someone had dared to strike his personal bodyguard. At that very moment, the guard was already lying in the middle of the room, his legs in the air. The Marquis was still trying to say that after such treatment of his personal guard, he would not tolerate humiliation, but by then, his head was already rolling across the floor, separated from his body. One of the inquisitors picked up the head and began examining it. He soon confirmed that there were traces of magic beneath the skin. This confirmed that the people mentioned on this list were vampires, which is why the conversation with them was so brief. The commander of the Inquisitor squad ordered the extermination of absolutely everyone on this list, regardless of gender or age. Some people tried to claim that they weren't vampires but ordinary people, but the Inquisitors didn't care in the slightest. The vampires rushed about the hall, unable to understand how the people in the palace had realized they weren't real, or who the traitor was who had revealed their vampire nature. The Inquisitors decided to immediately capture all the vampires trying to escape from the palace. They rushed through the corridors, not caring what anyone might think of them. Harmon was absolutely thrilled with these guys. Besides capturing and killing the people on the list, They were truly hunting, without letting anything distract them. Harmon turned to the first prince and said that, unfortunately, he couldn't find Count Pomor anywhere. They needed to find and capture him right away. But Luan smiled mysteriously and told the knight not to worry about the count, because he had been summoned to a place even more dangerous than this one. It was hard to imagine a more dangerous place while standing in the middle of a hall covered in blood and severed body parts, but the prince was certain, by now, everyone had already heard about the count's strange behavior. The emperor didn't understand why Count Pomor wasn't answering his questions. The Holy Emperor was already beginning to lose his patience, demanding that the Count give honest answers. The question was simple, brief, and very easy. The Count was supposed to answer whether he was a vampire or not. The Count could not understand what was happening. He had been told that the Holy Emperor himself would treat him personally because his grandson had behaved disrespectfully and traumatized Pomor. However, upon arriving in the throne room to politely decline the emperor's offer, the count was met with an overly direct question from the emperor. The emperor immediately warned him. If it turned out that the count was an ordinary man, he would ask for his forgiveness for not showing enough respect. But if that were not the case, the emperor would not let the count go. Pomor asked, could it be that the emperor doubted God since his human nature had already been confirmed by the imperial priests? But Count Pomor understood everything. He heard the sounds of death echoing from all sides throughout the castle and around it. The inquisitors were chasing and hunting even those who had already managed to leave the palace. It was all supposed to end very peacefully. After the seventh prince was put behind bars, all the vampires were supposed to quietly return to their homes. But now everything had gone wrong, and the count couldn't understand how the vampires had become the prey of the hunt. Now the situation had become dangerous even for the count himself. He realized he needed to get out of there as soon as possible. But having been detained by the Holy Emperor himself, it would most likely be very difficult to do so. The Emperor continued to wait for the count to give him an answer, or at least respond to his summons. The vampire looked around and realized that there were no holy knights nearby and no weapons in sight. Of course, one must not forget that the Holy Emperor is the hero who slew Aemon, the king of necromancers, but right now he is just an old man who fears death. Unlike vampires who possess immortality, the Holy Emperor is merely a living creature with a limited lifespan. Count Pomor decided to act, hoping he was already strong enough to handle his opponent, and suddenly the man began to laugh loudly. The count roared with laughter in the face of the emperor, who was nothing but a fucking emperor, and the old foolish Celt Elfal's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Count Pomor declared that of course he was a vampire. After all, that was obvious to anyone, even an idiot, and the man bit off a chunk of his own arm, drenching everything in blood. The emperor clearly hadn't expected such a turn of events, and now he watched as the count performed his antics right in front of him. By this point, Pomor had already devoured his own hand, because he was desperately craving meat and in any case was under no obligation to speak politely to an idiot like the emperor. The next moment, in place of his bitten-off hand, the vampire had a huge paw that was rapidly closing in on the emperor, and the count declared that he was a predator who devoured such little people. And now, with great pleasure, the count would devour this body, which could be called a relic of the past, and for this, he would earn the recognition of the other vampire elders. And now the enormous hand had practically seized the emperor, who looked like a tiny bug compared to the colossal figure. In the next instant, the hand closed, and the vampire's massive fist clenched the holy emperor within it, hoping to squeeze all life out of him. Count Pomor was absolutely thrilled, feeling the once all-powerful emperor gradually weaken inside his hand. It wouldn't be long now before he was finished. But suddenly, the fingers of that gigantic fist began to unclench because something inside was bursting against it, and it was the Holy Emperor. The Count clearly hadn't expected the Emperor to be so strong. The old man tore the hand to shreds and was now glaring at the Count. This was followed by a powerful punch that pinned the vampire against the wall and shattered the castle's stone wall. The Emperor was surprised, for the Count wasn't even a vampire progenitor. What had made him so confident in his own strength? After all, the Emperor had once killed Amon, the king of necromancers, and shattered his skull. Could he really fail to defeat a mere mosquito like Count Pomor? The Emperor chopped off the Count's head, realizing all the while that this vampire was very powerful, since he had survived the blow, but now that was practically irrelevant. The Emperor decided not to let the Count die just yet, because he wanted to find out what had really happened in the circumstances surrounding Julicia's death. The Emperor was holding the Count's head, and he wanted to look into his memories to finally learn the truth. It was too noisy in the castle. The seventh prince had escaped from prison, and for some reason, a vampire hunt had begun. Out of boredom, the girl was plucking petals off the flowers and wanted to know how this had happened. She realized that the third prince had something to do with all of this, so she threw a vase at his head. The girl was very angry because she had told Ruffle to sit quietly and not meddle in anything. She had repeatedly told her brainless son not to cross the Emperor. Dorina Rose really wanted to become Empress someday, and for that to happen, her brainless son would have to replace the Emperor on the throne. After that, the woman rushed to comfort her sobbing son and tell him how much she loved him, for he was her only hope. The woman said she was doing everything she could to ensure her son would become the next emperor. She desperately wanted him, and him alone, to lead this kingdom. The woman showered her firstborn with kisses, asked for his forgiveness, and hoped he wasn't offended by her harshness. The Inquisitors continued their work, destroying vampires, and soon the entire palace courtyard was flooded with blood. 3 weeks have passed since then. All the tragic events have come to a peaceful conclusion, and order has been fully restored to the palace. Half of the people mentioned on the list were eliminated on the first day of the hunt, and the remaining vampires were executed in the square. For all the residents of the capital and the empire as a whole, this came as a huge relief, as well as a serious warning to the vampires still hiding in the shadows. Some of the vampires were held in prison for all sorts of experiments, and it was astonishing. Even the Inquisitors themselves had never imagined that they would have the opportunity to gather such a vast number of vampires. Doctors, mages, and alchemists would assist in the investigation and study of the experimental materials. News of the incident that occurred in the capital of the Holy Empire spread, and rumors about it circulated throughout the continent. The appearance of someone who could see and sense vampires caused quite a stir throughout the country. The seventh prince, Alan Elfalls, was once again the center of everyone's attention, and even the archbishop spoke respectfully of the young man. A hearing regarding the seventh prince began inside the palace itself, and the young man had no idea how this would end for him. He decided to throw everyone off guard right away and asked what this interrogation was about. The archbishop declared that the seventh prince had brought his soldiers and ransacked part of the imperial palace, thereby violating the laws of the Holy Empire. The young man looked at the archbishop and thought, maybe it would be better to send this old fool to a cage with the vampires. Suddenly, the emperor interrupted the archbishop's speech, saying that he hadn't understood a single word of the accusation. The Holy Emperor himself became curious to know exactly which laws, in the archbishop's opinion, his grandson had violated. Raphael Astoria stated that the young man had commanded the knights without permission, and therefore he would be convicted of rebellion. In the event of an emergency, anyone related by blood to the crown prince has the right to command their own knights. Therefore, there is nothing wrong with what Alan did, declared the happy first prince, smiling and speaking loudly enough for everyone to hear. Furthermore, he is a person who was directly involved in this matter, and the Holy Emperor himself is also perfectly fine, so there can be no questioning or accusations. At that moment, Alan felt for the first time that his family members were trying to protect him. If there is any problem with this, the first prince is once again ready to summon the Inquisitors to find out what Alan's intentions are. The Holy Emperor agreed wholeheartedly. With the help of the Inquisitors, they would determine whether Alan was truly planning to start a rebellion or if he simply disliked his older brother. Finally, the archbishop couldn't take it anymore and asked them to stop. He realized that the emperor and the first prince were mocking him. After the interrogation, he wanted the emperor to acknowledge that it was thanks to his youngest grandson that they had managed to get rid of the vampires, and that he should be rewarded, including for curing the first prince. In response, the archbishop and everyone present laughed because they all knew that an award ceremony was about to take place. The disciples rushed to support the holy elder, who had somehow managed to put up with the imperial family and had even managed to gather everyone together early that morning. It was decided to move on to the next item on the agenda, and the archbishop offered virtually no resistance, ready to declare today's interrogation over. But still the man couldn't help himself because he wanted to ask the seventh prince a question. Alan wasn't very eager to reveal his secrets and did his utmost to avoid any questions. And finally, a very unpleasant question rang out in the throne room. The archbishop wanted to know whether the seventh prince practiced necromancy. The archbishop had calmed down a bit and asked once more, clearly and directly, whether the seventh prince was involved in necromancy. Alan didn't understand why the archbishop of all people had asked this question. After all, he didn't know that the old man had accidentally spotted a warrior without a helmet. The archbishop's knowledge of magic was quite extensive, and of course, it was understandable that he would be interested in such creatures. Alan was certain that the Holy Emperor and the First Prince would also receive all the information. But for now, they would simply remain silent so as not to offend him. Alan really hated lying. He cleared his throat and honestly said that he had absolutely no connection to necromancy. It was impossible. The archbishop claimed there were witnesses. However, none of the priests present gave any indication that they had seen anything with their own eyes. The old man continued to insist, saying that there were healers and holy knights present and that they could corroborate his words. The archbishop admitted that he had deliberately bound those corpses so they couldn't escape, but later discovered that the corpses had vanished. The archbishop saw that these warriors were following the seventh prince. So why does he continue to lie now when so much evidence has been presented? Alan calmly stated that there were too many vampires in the imperial castle that day. These vile creatures could have used tricks to mislead the archbishop, as well as to deceive all the doctors and holy knights. Raphael Astoria stated that while ordinary doctors and priests might be easily deceived, it is very difficult to deceive someone like the archbishop. Of course, that was true, but now the topic was the sacred dead. A priest who had never seen them in person would not be able to believe such a thing. That was precisely why the seventh prince could still deceive everyone present, because he controlled the sacred dead. Alan addressed the archbishop directly and asked, was this matter really so deeply troubling to the old man? If so, perhaps the young man would now tell him the truth, and the archbishop immediately perked up, hoping that Alan would confess to his actions. The seventh prince thought for a moment, and then with a cheeky smile said that would not happen. When the meeting finally ended, Alan was able to go outside where Charlotte was waiting for him. The girl immediately draped a coat over the prince and asked how he was feeling and what condition his body was in now. The prince had spent the last 3 weeks in bed, and it must have been very difficult for him to keep up with such a packed schedule as the one he had today. The young man replied that he was fine, except that he wanted to sleep. In fact, after using Amon's skull, he had to spend 3 weeks in bed. The young man didn't know that the punishment for the resurrection would be so severe, though he suspected it wouldn't be all that easy for him. Alan spotted the holy knight Harmon nearby and said he had an important matter to discuss with him. The loyal knight was ready to offer any help immediately, and it turned out that the seventh prince's shovel had broken into pieces, so as soon as night fell, he would need another one. Hammond was surprised to hear that the prince intended to continue using the shovel. The knight couldn't understand why the prince wouldn't learn to wield a sword, but the prince believed that a priest had no need for a sword. However, his hand had already grown accustomed to the shovel because all he'd been doing all this time was digging, so there was nothing he could do about it. Harmon realized it was best not to insist and suggested that, in that case, why not have the prince forge himself a new weapon? It turned out that in the northwestern part of the country, there was a mine that supplied metal and magical stones. This is Hilda's territory, the lands once ruled by the first empress. This region is known as the largest weapons empire. They've signed a contract with the gnomes to craft various items. If they went there, they could buy the weapons they needed, not just ordinary ones, but even magical ones, and they could also have a musket made there. The prince really liked this idea, and he asked Charlotte why they shouldn't go there when she had a day off. But it turned out that the holy knight had just approached them to talk to Charlotte and ask her about something. This may sound quite unexpected, and there's no need to be alarmed, But the fact is that the Holy Emperor is currently searching for Charlotte. The Emperor asked the first prince for his opinion on the Archbishop's statement regarding the seventh prince's connection to necromancers. Luan was certain that this was exactly the case, since his brother had been able to resurrect him. However, the other priests doubt the Archbishop's words, and they themselves do not even believe what they have seen. The Holy Emperor confirmed that they surely know nothing, and it is also unclear whether a law was actually broken or if Alan is hiding something from them. But the saddest part of this situation is that Alan doesn't trust any of them. After all, they've been unfair to him so many times. They sent him into exile with their own hands and pretended they knew nothing about him and didn't want to hear anything, even when people were trying to kill the boy. And so it's no surprise that the seventh prince now trusts no one and refuses to share the truth with them. At that moment, the conversation was interrupted, and a servant brought in a letter from the first empress addressed to the Holy Emperor. The emperor said that they had dealt with the gnats, but only the monsters remained. The emperor had previously sent the Green Cross into Hilda's territory. But the enemy proved to be a tough one. This territory is located in a forest, so the Green Cross is powerless to act. The vampire hunt has spread throughout the country, and this has greatly angered the monsters. A servant reported that the Holy Knight Harmond had arrived, accompanied by Lord Grill and Lady Charlotte. The emperor recalled that he himself had summoned them and now ordered that they be admitted for a conversation. The emperor explained that he had invited them all to a modest hall because he wished to reward them for their assistance and protection of the northern part of the empire. The emperor turned to Grill and said that he had heard how the man had always supported his grandson. For this, the emperor wished to reward the man appropriately, and he reached out to take the scroll from the first prince. It was a decree conferring a special title, which was now being awarded to Mr. Grill. The emperor said that this decree applies to the current owner of the Harry's estate, Mr. Grill Harry's. Not only has he defended the Northern Territory, but he is also the only aristocrat who supports the emperor's grandson. For this, he is being awarded the title of Marquis. As for his daughter, Charlotte Harry's, she is awarded the title of Knight and will serve under his attentive guidance at the Yellow Cross. Of course, if the young woman wishes to continue leading the quiet, peaceful life she had before, the emperor will not force her. But now, looking at Charlotte's confident and determined face, it was clear that she had already made up her mind. The Holy Emperor told the young woman that he would fully support her on his own behalf and assign her the best teacher of the art of the sword. Charlotte sincerely thanked the emperor and vowed that she would support the seventh prince and always stand by his side. It was then the turn of the Holy Knight Harmond, who turned out to be a truly incredible man. For this, the emperor increased the subsidies to his territory, so the knight is now wealthy and can make use of them. After that, the emperor's decrees, blessed by the goddess of love and mercy, were issued to everyone. Hammond was very pleased that this time Grill's loyalty had not gone unrewarded and that the man had received what he deserved. But Grill, it seemed, was still in shock. He was trying to understand what had just happened to him. The knight explained that Herreis was the name of his house, as stated in the document. After all, Grill had shown it to him himself. Grill finally understood everything and told the knight that he had no connection to that surname. He had simply picked up the document from the ground. Grill began to explain that he had been cleaning up corpses on the grounds of Lonia and had found a piece of paper on the ground that looked very expensive. As for the stories circulating that Grill had been hunting monsters, those were just tall tales. In reality, he hadn't done anything. It was all the work of the seventh prince. And now the whole situation had taken a very strange and unexpected turn. Grill emphasized once again that all of this was the work of the seventh prince. He was an ordinary man, so he couldn't kill monsters and couldn't become an aristocrat. All of this was reported to the emperor. Because Hammond had been too sentimental and hadn't conducted a thorough investigation, he couldn't be made vice captain. To be honest, this knight is simply a naive, pure, and sincere young man, but having such a confused person around is unsafe. It turned out that Alan had dealt with all the monsters. This means he deliberately brought about his own exile, and in fact, he may not have lost his memory at all. The emperor recalled how the young man hadn't recognized him in the garden and mistook him for a gardener. But the prince still believed that none of this was a coincidence. Alan had returned from the Dead Land. He had been hunting vampires there, and that was exactly where he'd met these people, so this wasn't just a coincidence. Even for the entire empire, it would be a great blessing to have the brave, courageous Hirei's family. But unfortunately, none of the family members were still alive. The emperor was absolutely certain of this, because he had fought alongside them. On the other hand, no one would deny that this girl named Charlotte is truly very kind and loyal. The Holy Knight Harmond said she possessed an enviable talent, but the emperor could not trust this girl. However, he was certain that she could become even stronger. If she manages to increase her power while using the Hirei's surname, then together with the seventh prince, she will be able to make the empire strong. The emperor was convinced that the empire's power must grow, and then no villains would dare to attack it. The emperor ordered his eldest grandson to ensure that the other aristocrats did not find out about this situation, and that Charlotte should be known as a girl of good lineage. Unexpectedly, the emperor looked at his grandson and said that he had not realized the true value of his mother, Julicia. After all, she was the only person who truly grieved deeply over the disappearance of the crown prince, her husband. And the first prince insisted that this was exactly how it had happened. He was not a small child and remembered it well. By now, it was too late for the emperor to admit his mistakes, and it was painful to even talk about his family, but he should have kept a closer eye on his daughter-in-law. The emperor said that Aslan's movements in the south were nothing out of the ordinary at this point. An enemy flag was visible on the horizon, and it would be problematic if Hilda's territory refused to comply with their demands. The empire needs someone who can fight demons and also possesses strong sacred power. This person must be brave enough to look monsters in the eye. And now, looking out the window, the emperor and the first prince were very pleased, for the village had come back to life. People were gathering in the taverns once more to drink and socialize. Everyone was discussing the seventh prince, who seemed to have been reborn and become a different person. Everyone was talking about it, especially those who had acquaintances in Lonya. The seventh prince had become a completely different person and was now a priest. And now, in every establishment, people were raising their mugs, toasting the new priest's health. The Holy Emperor wrote a letter and asked that it be sent to Hilda. Alan spent his days studying books in the library and was deeply engrossed in his work when his brother approached him and remarked that the young man hadn't left the house in quite some time. 3 weeks had passed since the vampire hunt, and the young man had been unconscious the entire time. And now, instead of being in his cozy bed, he was in the library searching for the book he needed. Lately, many different people had tried to talk to him. Many called themselves friends, and some asked for resurrection magic, but Charlotte wouldn't let anyone in. Alan understood that the Holy Emperor had ordered everyone to keep their mouths shut. However, somehow the rumors had spread anyway. Now, in the local town, everyone calls the seventh prince a priest. Alan was sick and tired of hiding and immediately declared that he wouldn't answer any questions, no matter who came to see him. But it turned out that it was the Holy Knight Harmond who had come to see him, bringing the first Prince Luan with him. Alan was forced to apologize for his rudeness. He hadn't expected to see his brother and had snapped at him. But the first prince understood that the young man was extremely exhausted from dealing with all these people. For his part, the seventh prince was very happy for his brother, whose life had recently taken a turn for the better, and who was now spending his time surrounded by beautiful ladies. All of this, of course, was thanks to Alan. The older brother had come to tell him about an event in which Alan would have to participate. Luan didn't know if his brother was joking or just pretending not to know. Or maybe the story about his memory loss wasn't really a story after all. But the anniversary of their mother's death was fast approaching, and the seventh prince was obligated to attend this year's memorial service. Besides, the young man needed to find time for a vacation. Luan understood that life in the palace wasn't easy for his younger brother. But in reality, Alan had been tasked with making a small delivery and bringing a personal letter to Hilda. Luan asked his younger brother to visit Hilda's estate, where their sisters live, and give her this letter. Alan didn't understand why he personally had to do this, but his older brother explained that he had deliberately come up with this excuse so that Alan could leave the castle. Hilda's estate was preparing for hunting season, and there would be no need to maintain the image of a prince. He could craft any weapon he wanted, stroll through town, and generally enjoy his free time. Besides, the first prince knew that there were many beautiful women in that region. After hearing this argument, his younger brother agreed to deliver the letter. Luan also asked him to convey his personal regards to Hilda. Alan finally took the letter from his brother, agreed to fulfill all the requests, and to take a short break away from the imperial castle. After that, the entire royal family attended the memorial service for the crown princess, who had defended her son from a vampire attack. However, it was time to set out on new adventures and head to Hilda's estate. Alan was finally alone. He lay down and stretched his arms and legs out on the bed. Charlotte apologized to the prince and said she needed to go to an important place, and the loyal knight Harmond also added that he still had a lot of work to do. But the prince felt simply wonderful. It was the first time he'd been left alone, and now he was savoring that wonderful taste of freedom. Looking out the carriage window, the young man saw a squad of inquisitors. His older brother had taken care of that and dispatched his blood cross to assist his younger brother, just in case. Suddenly, the carriage came to an abrupt halt, and the prince asked what had happened. It turned out that some wagons were traveling ahead of them. At that moment, a group of bandits operating in the area approached the carriage and demanded that all the travelers hand over their valuables. The inquisitors asked, "Don't they look like a bunch of lunatics, since some street thugs want to attack them?" The prince said that a festival was currently taking place at Hilda's estate. Apparently, these thugs had mistaken them for a circus troupe, but there was no need to maim them severely or kill them. One of the inquisitors promised the prince that they wouldn't do anything serious. They'd just cut off the bandits' limbs. The prince didn't argue. Although he had asked them not to maim these guys, the inquisitors were still a fearsome bunch. But now the prince felt genuine delight, because this situation with the bandits was routine, and he could calmly watch as he was rescued. He looked like a true protagonist, a traveler attacked by bandits, who were then mercilessly killed. But suddenly, a glowing gaze appeared from the side, clearly belonging to some kind of monster. A few moments later, a toothy beast leaped out of the bushes, snapping its enormous jaws at one of the bandits. In the next instant, that man was already headless, and everything around him was drenched in blood. Alan already realized that the situation had changed. A real monster had appeared near the carriage, and he would most likely have to join the battle. The prince sensed a terrible stench seeping through the smell of wet moss. Those red eyes and sharp teeth were unmistakable. Now, standing before the inquisitors was a huge monster, strong and bloodthirsty. Judging by its appearance, this werewolf was merely a creature that usually took on a weak physical form. But they are highly contagious, and even a single scratch is enough to turn someone into a werewolf. First and foremost, they needed to deal with the main monster. The prince immediately drew his weapon and shouted at the inquisitor warriors to prepare for battle. The young man had no idea just how powerful the werewolf was. Of course, he really didn't want to exert himself, especially since he had only recently regained his strength, but there was no other option. Alan immediately thought of his older brother, who had been worried that the young man would set out unaccompanied, so he suggested bringing the Order of the Blood Cross along. Luan added that these warriors were not only going as an escort, but also on their own business. They had something to do at Hilda's estate, so bringing the prince and the inquisitors together was an excellent idea. His older brother also ordered various carriages to be prepared so that both of them would be comfortable in case something went wrong, and so that Alan wouldn't have to spend all his time with Raphael. And now, having retrieved his weapon, Alan shouted to the archbishop that there was a werewolf on their path. Of course, the young man knew the archbishop didn't like him, but he now suggested they keep their personal feelings separate and not let them interfere with their work. The next moment, the carriage door was ripped off and hurled like a boomerang. Flying at tremendous speed, it struck the werewolf in the head. Cutting off all questions, the archbishop said that this kind of undead was half human, half beast. And now he, Archbishop Raphael Astoria, would grant these monsters eternal rest. Alan and the inquisitors watched in silence as the old archbishop dealt with the werewolves, who had rushed over at the wild screams of one of the monsters. Though he was an old man, he still beat the werewolves with great force. They clearly hadn't expected any resistance from someone so elderly. It soon became clear that no one needed to worry when the old archbishop was handling things. He was managing everything perfectly well on his own. Alan even thought that the old man knew about the werewolf hunt, since he'd said he needed to do something together with him. Alice's granddaughter was also there to help the victims. Alan thought that perhaps he should join the battle as well, but he was on his well-deserved vacation. Usually, people just relax. The seventh prince was so engrossed in watching the archbishop that he didn't notice an attack coming his way. However, at the last moment, someone came to his rescue. The prince couldn't figure out whose arrow it was, or for that matter, what it even was. He'd only noticed something green whizzing past him. At that moment, a horseman burst out of the forest. He belonged to the Green Cross and ordered his men to kill all the werewolves. Indeed, it had already gone too far, and the Green Cross's arrival turned out to be just in time. However, the werewolves weren't idiots. Seeing that the humans had received reinforcements, they rushed into the forest to hide, having no intention of dying in that clearing. The female horseman ordered her men not to pursue the werewolves, because the forest was their territory. And people shouldn't get involved in a battle they know they'll lose. The girl jumped off her horse and greeted the priest, saying they hadn't seen each other in a long time. She also walked over to Alan and told him she hadn't seen him in a long time either. The girl had heard the news, but hadn't expected such changes in just half a year. But now she could see for herself just how much Alan had changed. Seeing that the young man still didn't realize who she was talking to, the girl remembered that the seventh prince had lost his memory. And then she asked permission to introduce herself. It was Hilda, the ruler of this territory. Hilda Elfals was the ruler of this territory, a princess who was agile, an excellent swordswoman, and both pretty and cheerful. She invited everyone to proceed to the castle so they could continue their conversation in more comfortable surroundings. On the way to Hilda's castle, Alan noticed that the streets were deserted and even the shop doors were closed. Luan had mentioned that there might be beautiful women in this city, but all the residents kept their doors locked, so it was impossible to get a good look at them. The city had many landmarks, and each one was adorned with werewolf corpses. Alan couldn't believe it, but he already suspected that during hunting season, everyone viewed werewolf hunting as if it were something ordinary and natural. The seventh prince was already getting quite angry when he realized that his older brother had set him up, ostensibly sending him on leave, but in reality, assigning him yet another difficult mission. There was also talk of some kind of festival, most likely a blood festival. Alan had saved this fool's life, and he had sold him out into yet another dangerous situation. The young man decided to return to the imperial palace as soon as possible and settle things with his older brother. Hilda got right down to business. She explained that werewolves differ from vampires. They are the final form of a dead beast that has been absorbing mana for a long time. Werewolves are highly intelligent and possess incredible physical strength. There was a time when vampires tamed werewolves with magic and kept them as pets, but the werewolves here have formed their own packs. If you use magic against them, these werewolves only grow stronger. Hilda explained that the werewolves they'd encountered in the forest didn't understand human language because they were lower-level creatures, but their parents were much stronger. Alan didn't understand why the girl was telling him all this, but it turned out that the emperor's letter stated that the seventh prince had come to help. Soon, Hilda realized that her brother hadn't even been told about this mission. He had no intention of fighting here at all. Alan explained that he had come to enjoy the festival, not to go hunting. He could leave the Inquisitors with Hilda to help her. Hilda realized that things were really bad because the festival was actually supposed to take place next week, but it had been canceled because of the werewolves. It turned out that Luan hadn't really deceived his younger brother, so there was no need to be too upset with him. After all, everyone wanted to see Alan's talent. And even though there wouldn't be a festival, Hilda was still ready to help her younger brother with everything else, so she asked Blor to come into the room. Blorg entered the room. He was a blacksmith who worked for the imperial palace. Hilda had heard that her brother wanted to find a suitable weapon for himself, so she invited Blorg. After all, he was better suited for this task than anyone else. And although Alan was like a brother to her, she didn't want to send him into danger. So, while the young man waited for his weapon, Hilda offered to let Alan stay inside her citadel. Alan was touched by such sincere concern, and he thanked his sister. After that, the dwarf began to ask whether the young man had a primary weapon. The answer, that the prince's primary weapon was a shovel, disconcerted the dwarf, and he didn't know how to react. Alan explained that he had never owned a weapon. He had always used a shovel while in exile, and then the dwarf asked to see the prince's hands. The young man's hands were not trained for weapons. Of course, the dwarf could have even made a shovel for him, but he still believed it would not be effective enough. The blacksmith suggested they think together about what would suit the prince best, since it's easier to find a weapon that matches one's personality. Hilda listened very attentively to all this and asked the dwarf to call the servants over. The girl planned to give the order to prepare a training ground, since she hadn't fought with her younger brother in a long time and really missed it. Alan immediately declared that he wanted to back out. After all, he had come on vacation and didn't want to fight. But Hilda promised not to be a killjoy, and if Alan really didn't want to fight, then she would simply defend herself. Alan realized he wouldn't be able to wriggle out of it and avoid the duel, so he asked his sister to look out for him. The young people exchanged a few blows, or rather Hilda was the one exchanging blows, while Alan was just trying to survive. The girl cheered him on, listing the types of weapons they still had to try. They used brass knuckles, an axe, chains, and even a pot. The pot turned out to be the most effective and came in very handy. Hilda noted that this was their first meeting since Mrs. Jalisha's funeral. At that time, the girl was too young and preoccupied with the territory she had inherited, so, unfortunately, she had neglected her younger brother. After some time, rumors reached her that Alan had become a real scoundrel. Hilda couldn't believe he had changed so much. But now she's ready to believe anything. She didn't know what had happened to her younger brother while he was in exile. But now she's very grateful to Alan for visiting her, and she'll definitely take good care of him while he's staying with her. For the first time, Alan felt such sincere and warm treatment from his relatives. Hilda wasn't offended by his refusal to help her in her fight against the werewolves. Hilda analyzed the fight and saw that the young man had the same level of proficiency with every weapon, or more accurately, a complete lack thereof. And all of this was due to his poor physical condition. Alan isn't very good with a shovel, but other than that, he has absolutely no way to defend himself. His older sister reached out to Alan and told him that, first and foremost, he needed to assess his own abilities. But to start with, they'll work on his physical abilities. Alan tried to say that he didn't want to train because he'd come here to relax. Alan firmly declared that he wouldn't do anything, since he was perfectly happy with the way things were. It turned out that Hilda had heard that her younger brother could use sacred energy. Alan was forced to admit that sacred power could enhance the attacks of any weapon he used. Hilda suggested that this might be his talent, the ability to enhance weapon attacks, and Alan's mouth dropped open in surprise. Could the girl have figured all this out, even though she hadn't even seen it? But Hilda replied that they had just been fighting, and of course, her younger brother's physical conditioning was simply terrible. But seeing how he managed to hold the weapon in his hands, Hilda realized that he was a quick learner when it came to using it. The girl continued to reason. She believed it would be difficult to find the perfect weapon for her younger brother in just a couple of days. Today, she let him rest after his journey, and tomorrow she suggested they continue, since he would be wasting his abilities if he used just any weapon he came across. The training lasted a whole week, and in the evenings, the young man spent his time in Hilda's library. Hilda was weighing various options. She suggested that next time he simply use his brother's sacred abilities, and he was already losing his strength and composure. Alan realized he was more of a nerd than a jock and tried to figure out if there was any magic he could use. Unexpectedly, the Archbishop's granddaughter, Alice Astoria, appeared in the library. Alan knew she had come here with her grandfather, but that didn't make him happy at all. The girl said that her grandfather, the Archbishop, was currently hunting werewolves and was doing well, and that she herself loved spending time in the library. With that, they had run out of things to talk about, and the prince didn't know what else to say to the young, beautiful girl. Despite her confusion, Alice gathered her courage and said that, apparently, the prince was currently looking for amplifying magic. Alice reminded him of their previous conversation about the Renaissance, and now she could help the prince a little. Alice fell asleep in the library, where the Archbishop found her. He knew, of course, that his granddaughter loved to study, but he was still worried about her. The girl admitted that she hadn't even noticed how it had happened. She had been having so much fun studying that she hadn't realized how quickly time had flown by. Alice found the right books on the appropriate magic, offered them to the prince, and together they tried to figure out the new techniques. The archbishop was very pleased with his granddaughter. She was such a clever girl, just like him, although Alice knew that her grandfather would be very angry if he found out she was sitting here with the prince. The archbishop suddenly started talking about the prince who had managed to bring his brother back to life and even summon the sacred dead. But looking at this dimwit, the archbishop began to wonder if he himself was losing his mind. The old man just couldn't figure out how the seventh prince had managed to pull all this off, and Alice realized that her grandfather had a lot of questions for the prince. But she knew her grandfather all too well. Because of Alan's past behavior, the old man would never ask him these questions. But Alice herself wanted to know more about the prince. Suddenly, the girl wondered if she should tell her grandfather that the young man had changed a great deal and was now a completely different person. Alice asked why the archbishop shouldn't just ask this young man directly about all the questions that were troubling him. But the old man didn't have time to answer because some strange sounds rang out. It was clear that something was happening in the training hall. Despite his advanced age, the archbishop rushed off, convinced that the seventh prince had gotten into trouble again. Alice rushed after her grandfather. She tried to tell him that the prince had spent the entire previous evening in the library. The girl wanted to say that Alan had changed, and that they shouldn't expect only bad things from him now. In the training hall, where the archbishop had rushed in with his granddaughter, a practice duel was taking place between brother and sister, and the defeated Hilda was holding a broken spear in her hands. Alice saw that the prince had just broken Her Highness Hilda's spear, and the old man noted with surprise that this boy hadn't been this strong before. Everyone knows that Hilda's spear is the best on this continent, and now it's completely unclear what happened. The princess demanded a new spear, and Alan was forced to apologize for damaging his sister's favorite weapon. The girl immediately realized that her younger brother had enhanced the weapon with holy power, and it was simply astonishing. The gnome explained that this had increased the prince's weapon's durability. He could simply strike at random targets and get the same result. But everyone agreed that this time, Alan had landed a good blow. The guy needed to be more patient, since they were now going to try a different weapon. Alan tried to say that it was hard for him to get used to a different weapon, and he wanted to get out of there because he'd spotted Alice in the doorway. The prince immediately agreed to try a different weapon, and Hilda advised him to take it more seriously and continue fighting with the same attitude. In addition, his older sister added that this time she would fight the young man with all her might. Therefore, he needs to be careful. Last night in the library, Alice said that sacred power is connected to life energy. It can enhance a weapon, but it will respond more to the body than to the weapon itself. Therefore, it's better not to focus too much on weapons, and then the effect of the sacred power will be greater. You need to try to learn to use your power freely so as not to depend on weapons. Remembering these words, Alan threw his spear to the ground, surprising his older sister. The young man acted more on instinct. He didn't know exactly how to cast a spell properly, but decided he would use his sacred power. Since he had done something like this with a gun before, he began to gather sacred power in his hand. Gradually, his fist grew stronger and transformed into a weapon, with powerful streams of energy circulating around him. Alan struck with all his might, but he didn't hit his sister. Instead, he struck the wall of the training hall, which crumbled as if it were made of glass. Alan himself was just as surprised as everyone else. It was something incredible, and now he wanted to know how many points he'd scored for that strike. Everyone stared with interest at the huge dent in the wall, which had been created by just a single wave. It really was astonishing power. But the gnomes remained merciless. They said his stance was terrible, his body position was hopeless, and they awarded him 0 points for such an attack. Hilda was absolutely thrilled with her younger brother, who had learned to cast spells in just 1 week. The young man said he had done the same thing with his body that he had previously done with a spear, but looking at Alice, he realized he shouldn't mention her help. Alan added that he hadn't expected to become so strong, and he was very glad that Hilda had managed to dodge the blow. Hilda explained that if she had blocked the strike, All the windows in the palace would have been blown out, because the prince had delivered the blow from a terrible stance, so it could have been fatal. Alan listened to his sister's words and realized that things were looking bad, and that he had no skills in either close combat or weapon handling. But in reality, this problem needs to be looked at from another angle. If the prince has no talent for weapon handling, that means he can use any weapon he wants. After that, the girl advised her brother to get some good rest. He had done a fantastic job today, and they would definitely continue the next day. Alan said he would definitely go rest after he had examined all the weapons, which he actually found very interesting. The Archbishop was furious. He used to think that this boy was a black sheep and a piece of trash that no one could save. Alice told her grandfather that they'd better leave too, and that she'd give him back the shawl he'd lent her right away. But the old man said that when he had arrived at the library, the girl had been covered with that shawl, which meant that that evening the seventh prince had shown concern and covered Alice. The girl blushed and told her grandfather that she must have forgotten and had indeed taken it from her room that evening, because it was chilly outside. Early the next morning, a terrifying ringing of bells woke up all the residents of the citadel and the town. Alan also rushed out of his room and saw that Hilda and the Archbishop were already on their horses and getting ready to ride off somewhere. It turned out that an attack had taken place, and a group of werewolves had raided the mines. The mines are very important to these lands, so Hilda and the Archbishop set out to clear them out. Alice will help them with their retreat, but for now she is trying to evacuate the civilian population. Alan decided that for now he needed to stay safe and out of the way in the castle, but just then someone called out to him. Blorg was very serious. He said the situation was dangerous and it would be best to talk it over. But before the guy had a chance to close the gym door, the dwarf had already seen everything without any trouble. It turned out that the young prince had been training there the day before. Blogger examined the holes in the floor and walls with interest and wanted to find out exactly what the young prince had been practicing there. In addition, the gnome noticed that absolutely all the weapons that had been in the training hall had disappeared. Alan realized that the old man had caught him off guard. When the young man realized he could enhance the durability of any weapon, he loaded everything he could find into his inventory. To steer the conversation in a different direction, the prince asked if gnomes knew how to make guns. Alan now wanted to know if Blork could make him a rifle. The old dwarf hesitated for a while, trying to give a more diplomatic answer. Finally, he said that he did have one rifle, but the capabilities of the musket the dwarves had created were little more than those of a decorative weapon. But everything will change once this rifle reaches the prince, for it can kill vampires with a single shot through a wall. Alan realized that word of his fame had reached even this far, and the gnome said he was willing to give the rifle to the prince on one condition. Watching the troops depart on a werewolf hunt, Blorg reiterated that any rifle would be handed over to the prince immediately, provided he agreed to test the weapon in action right then and there. It was clear that this meant participating in the werewolf hunt. Alan asked point blank, did the dwarf really want the prince to take part in the battle? Alan couldn't understand why the dwarf was making such a fuss, since his sister had gone on the hunt and even the archbishop was involved. But the dwarf said that in recent days, the werewolf attacks had become quite unusual, and there were more monsters as well. And it feels as though these werewolves are following someone's orders. They probably have a strong leader. That's why the gnomes are going to call on everyone for help, even the weak ones. Besides, the Inquisitors and the Order of the Red Cross are ready to join the battle, and they can be a great help in the fight. But the warriors won't budge until the seventh prince gives them the order. These men have declared that protecting the prince is their primary goal. The inhabitants of the entire territory are now in grave danger. Princess Hilda and the gnomes fear they might lose. Not only humans, but gnomes as well are facing immense danger. Blogger appealed to the prince with a request. Could he send the Order of the Red Cross to hunt down the werewolves? Before Blogger could finish explaining the benefits the prince would receive if he agreed, a loud cry rang out, accompanied by the tolling of bells, signaling that the werewolves were approaching the fortress. It was an attack on the city. The werewolves ignored the soldiers and rushed straight into the village. It seemed their leader possessed reason. The gnome pleaded with the prince to defend the village, and the young man asked where he could hide there. At that very moment, huge packs of werewolves, strong and powerful, were approaching the city. Alice tried to calm the people and gathered them from all over the city to evacuate and hide them. One of the women turned to Alice for help, saying she had an injured child. The girl immediately rushed to help, and the woman explained that strangers had brought the boy, but he was injured. Alice approached the child. Soothing the crying toddler, she promised to help him without hurting him. But suddenly, the child's face contorted with horror, because at that very moment he saw werewolves leaping over the fortress wall into the village. It was a situation where it was already too late to run away. Alice turned around and saw the enormous figure of a werewolf rapidly approaching her. And just as the monster was about to bite off the girl's head, someone's hand rested on its forehead. Salvation came from an unexpected source. Alice turned out not to be a timid girl, but a true warrior who, with a single flick of her wrist, knocked out the enormous werewolf. And now the monster lay with its snout buried in the ground, having crushed huge boulders in the process. The girl couldn't understand how the werewolves dared to attack this peaceful village. As the Archbishop's granddaughter, she would not let them do this. The warriors warned the girl that werewolves were approaching from different directions and getting closer and closer to her. Alice ordered the soldiers to stand behind her. Her grandfather had taught Alice basic combat techniques, but she had never tried to use them against monsters. And now the beautiful girl wasn't sure she could protect all the people who were counting on her to do so. However, now was not the time to be weak. She knew what she had to do and decided not to dwell on whether she would succeed or not. The girl braced herself for an attack, but suddenly one of the werewolves was struck down and fell motionless to the ground. In the next instant, the same fate befell the rest of the werewolves surrounding Alice. The girl watched the magical attack in surprise, but didn't understand who was behind it. Soon she thought of the only person capable of attacking from such a long distance with such immense power. And of course, it was the seventh prince who was using the muskets crafted by the gnomes. Alan quickly reloaded his weapon and remarked that it was a rather high-quality piece of equipment that produced excellent results when infused with divine energy. In addition, the young man had activated the piercing skill, causing the heads to shatter into pieces. Alan was gradually getting into the swing of things, and now realized that his older brother had been absolutely right when he said he would enjoy this trip. The Red Cross warriors also joined the battle. This year's werewolf hunting season was quite interesting, and they didn't even have to leave the city. Blogger was absolutely thrilled with the prince because the young man had accomplished the incredible, and in such a short time, no less. Alan noted that he really liked this musket. It consumed less divine power and came with new skills. The head of the Inquisitors informed the prince that the number of werewolves was growing. They had been drawn by the sound of gunfire, and they needed to prepare for battle. The prince said he would prioritize evacuating the civilian population, while the Inquisitors were to stop the werewolves heading that way. Alan realized that his popularity among monsters was growing, and that's why more and more monsters wanted to fight him personally. The gnome looked at this strange prince, who occasionally spouted complete nonsense, but making a deal with him was still the best decision of his life. No one expected this little guy to be so talented, and now he was handling the defense perfectly. Blorg hoped that Princess Hilda and his companions were all right, at least no worse off than they were here. As for Hilda the Archbishop and the other werewolf hunters, their situation wasn't looking too good. A group of gnomes had been taken captive by the werewolves, and now the gnomes were apologizing to their princess for being a burden to her. Everyone was surprised to realize that werewolves were now taking hostages. However, the werewolf leader said they had no hostages. This enormous werewolf was intelligent and could speak. He declared that he wanted to negotiate. This was a werewolf named Red Moon, the oldest werewolf in Hilda's territory, and now he was offering to negotiate with the princess. Hilda was furious. How could there be any talk of negotiations when the werewolves had taken peaceful civilians hostage? Red Moon asked the girl to calm down. He said they would release all these people, but in exchange they wanted only Princess Hilda. The Archbishop was immediately outraged. He refused to listen to the werewolf's nonsense and said they would never allow such a thing. The werewolf placed his enormous paw on the gnome's head and said that the princess herself would decide, and that old men like him had better not interfere at all. Red Moon raised his hand, holding the gnome as if he were not a little man but a pear or an apple. Furthermore, the werewolf demanded that the old man keep his mouth shut. Even though they're monsters, unlike vampires, they have honor. And he flung the dwarves aside. The princess and her warriors immediately rushed to help the little man. And now the princess had to make a choice. The werewolf had even returned the hostages safe and sound, and now the princess would decide for herself what to do. Hilda said she had no choice. Besides, there was still the archbishop and her younger brother, who would do everything in his power to protect this land and save her. The girl stood up, holding a spear in her hands. She didn't want to listen to any lectures from the archbishop. The princess tried to understand why the werewolf needed her. Did he really consider her a more valuable hostage than the gnomes? Red Moon replied that it wasn't a matter of value. The reasons were peace and freedom. It was very strange to hear this from a werewolf. Red Moon explained that they, the werewolves, considered vampires their enemies and wanted to free themselves from serving these vile creatures. The Holy Empire wants to destroy all vampires, so Red Moon believed that humans and werewolves needed to join forces and form an alliance. According to Red Moon, that was the main reason. And of course, the princess must find this a very tempting offer. Alan stood on the tower of the fortress wall and surveyed the city. Everything around him was covered in gunpowder dust, and the young man realized he had already killed a huge number of werewolves. One of the representatives of the Order of the Red Cross reported that there were no werewolves left in the village and that they had all been destroyed. It was a job well done, and now it turned out that this musket, just as the dwarf had promised, belonged to the prince. The dwarf went on to say something about a trip to the mines, where he would be able to make an even better gun, but the prince didn't want to hear anything about it. Soon the sound of hooves rang out, and it became clear that Princess Hilda had defeated the werewolves, and even without the prince, they had returned to the city unharmed. However, it soon became clear that something was wrong, because the warriors had returned, but the princess was not among them. They needed to tend to the wounded first, but at the same time, everyone was very worried about where Princess Hilda was. The gnomes immediately began apologizing for having been taken hostage, and then, speaking in a jumble, explained that the princess had been taken hostage by werewolves. A scuffle broke out among the gnomes right away. After all, how could anyone call themselves a gnome if they allowed such a disgrace to happen? Alan surveyed the hostages and realized that there hadn't even been a battle to speak of, and now he wanted to know why his sister had been taken captive. Besides, of course, the archbishop was missing, and now the prince wanted to hear the full story from the representatives of the Green Cross. The warrior confirmed that the archbishop could not have left, leaving the princess alone, but now it was completely unclear what to do next and who would govern the village. The warrior said that the archbishop assumed they would not remain captive for long and would soon return to their usual duties. It all sounded too strange. Besides, these Green Cross warriors seemed far too calm for a situation where their leader had been taken hostage. The men calmly told the prince that they knew where Princess Hilda was. They told Prince Alan that they would wait for him there, and then they would travel together and discuss everything along the way. The possibility that the prince might refuse wasn't even considered. In the end, of course, Alan went along with the representatives of the Green Cross. The prince noted that the gnomes had caused a panic, but the warriors seemed calm. The man explained that the gnomes have close ties to the princess, which is why they react so strongly to her problems. But the Green Cross warriors believe in the princess's strength and are confident that she will manage. Besides, she was held captive alongside the archbishop, so no major problems should arise. Alan confirmed that the archbishop looked strong, and then the warrior remembered that His Highness had lost his memory and therefore didn't quite understand the situation at the moment. The gnomes couldn't care less about the world beyond their territory, so they're most likely completely unaware of geopolitical affairs. Rafael Astoria, the current archbishop, has published many books on magic and history. Because in fact, Rafael Astoria is a great hero who fought alongside the Holy Emperor against the Demon King. Alan, of course, understood that the old man was powerful, but he didn't think he was that powerful, which is why these werewolves were like newborn puppies to him. Hilda, bound in chains, sat on a chair in front of the werewolf, who was telling her about the world and freedom. The werewolf asked the girl not to be angry and said that he had been watching her for a very long time. All this time, Hilda had been killing his followers and fellow werewolves at every opportunity, and this side of her personality was simply wonderful. Red Moon himself wanted to bite the girl so she could become one of his creations. But now, for the sake of peace and the freedom of his people, the werewolf must restrain himself while negotiating with the Holy Empire. After that, Hilda won't have to hang out with that old archbishop anymore. If she agrees to join forces, she'll gain command of a powerful army of werewolves. But for the alliance to succeed, there's one condition. The werewolf Red Moon intended to make Hilda his wife, and from then on they would be together forever, even on their deathbeds. But after the princess's life comes to an end, Red Moon promised to give her a new life as a werewolf. Listening to all this, the archbishop literally turned into a beast right before their eyes. Finally, the man couldn't take it anymore. He broke his chains and said he couldn't listen to this any longer. The werewolves clearly hadn't expected this frail old man to be so strong. Red Moon couldn't understand how a human had managed to break his chains. The old man surmised that the werewolf simply didn't know the archbishop, who hadn't left the castle for many years. The old man rubbed his arm. It pleased him to realize that even after so much time, he still had enough strength and was capable of something. It was a shame that all this time the Holy Emperor had kept him locked up in his castle and forced him to worry about others instead of fighting. The werewolf was furious. He hadn't expected to miscalculate so badly, nor that some mere human would look down on him. Red Moon shouted that he could easily tear these people to pieces. The archbishop began to gather sacred energy. He instantly freed Hilda, and now it was clear that the werewolf would have a hard time dealing with mere mortals like them. Especially since, throughout their entire confrontation, not a single human had sustained even the slightest injury. The princess also reported that she and the archbishop had rescued all their people and had a chance to get rid of the pack of werewolves that was threatening their lands. Princess Hilda was very glad she had come here in person. The archbishop told the princess that their people had left, all their weapons had been taken, and he didn't know what to do. Hilda suggested using magic, while she would fight with her fists. Meanwhile, the werewolf was stunned by what was happening. He saw that these people were acting too calmly and confidently, and now he was hoping he'd be able to escape from this old man and the girl. Without wasting any more time thinking, the werewolf rushed toward the exit, trying to save his life. Hilda urged the archbishop to hurry, for the werewolf might escape at any moment. The fact is that werewolves, like ordinary animals, have an excellent sense of impending danger. Raphael Astoria had finally gathered his sacred power and was ready to use it to punish the villain. The old man didn't even have to chase after the werewolves who were trying to escape. He simply pointed his finger in their direction, and the sacred power launched its attack. The werewolves tried very hard to run away, but as soon as the sacred power touched their bodies, they froze in place, unable to move. The archbishop was a little disappointed. His magic hadn't been very powerful because he hadn't cast a spell. But now, standing next to the werewolf leader, the archbishop decided to say a prayer to Gaia, the goddess of love and mercy, and Hilda asked him to convey her thanks to her. Hilda thanked the goddess in her prayer, then turned to the werewolf and said she was very sorry to part ways with him. In fact, she had taken a liking to him. The werewolf was surprised. It turned out that the princess liked his proposal and would like to fight alongside him, or perhaps even become his wife. Hilda gently stroked the werewolf's head and said that she loves stuffed animals very much. She uses them to decorate the castle. The gnomes whom the werewolves had released were actually master craftsmen. If they were here now, they would have expertly butchered the werewolf's body and turned it into a marvelous taxidermy specimen. The werewolf was simply furious, and despite the effects of the sacred power, he managed to pull himself together, stand up to his full height, and growl. But the archbishop quickly attacked the werewolf, tearing its body to pieces. Red Moon took advantage of this attack. He rushed off, even though his arm had been severed, and was lying on the clearing. Hilda suggested they quickly clear the area and return to the village, since they might need protection there. The girl easily cut down the werewolf that was trying to attack her from behind. For Hilda, it was no match at all. After that, the princess asked that a couple of the bodies be cut up very carefully because she wanted to butcher a few werewolves and send them to the Holy Emperor as a gift. Alan, riding deeper into the forest on horseback and listening to the story about the archbishop, couldn't understand why he personally needed to come here. After all, from what he understood, his older sister and the archbishop would easily handle the werewolves and clear everything out there on their own. And then the warrior from the Green Cross explained that all of this was being done for Alan's sake because of his battle experience, so that he would believe in his own strength. Alan felt like a child who had been played a trick on. It turned out that he had gone to save everyone, even though everyone knew he wouldn't actually be needed to save them. They just wanted him to feel strong and needed. Besides, the warrior asked him not to be offended, since Princess Hilda herself had wished for this, and now they had to do everything in their power. The man explained that Princess Hilda herself had moved to this territory when she was only 12 years old. The girl saved the dwarves, freeing them from a lifetime of slavery. She worked diligently with each of them to settle these abandoned lands. As for the Green Cross, the warriors joined the princess later, when she had grown up. At that time, Hilda was already different from the others. She loved weapons very much and was more like a tomboy than a princess. As Alan listened to this story, he realized that his sister had become a true loved one and a member of the family to all these people. The young woman had an amazing ability to chase down enemies without losing their trail, and now it was clear who had taught her this, since the Green Cross is known for its skills in pursuit and detection. At that moment, one of the inquisitors rode up to the prince. He wanted to warn His Highness of the danger that lay ahead. The warriors were gradually advancing deeper into the forest, and something dangerous and demonic lay ahead. The werewolf Red Moon, bleeding profusely, tried to flee and hide on his own territory. He hoped he could fully recover and then attack that damned imperial family. But unexpectedly, another group of people appeared right in his path, ready to attack him again. The werewolf was cornered on his own territory. Red Moon considered having a bite of fresh meat, but decided not to take the risk. He would flee and lie in wait first, and then devour them all at once. Alan realized that this werewolf was one of those who had held his sister hostage. The young man quickly pulled out his musket and fired. Red Moon continued to move swiftly through the forest, trying to escape. But he soon realized that this time, he wouldn't be able to get away. And the main obstacle standing in the werewolf's way was that damned imperial family. Just at that moment, the holy bullet struck his head. Alan was surprised to realize that the werewolf hadn't been killed by a single shot, which meant this monster was one of the parents. Although perhaps the problem was that the prince's bullets were simply too weak. In this world, a musket bullet simply dissipates if the target is at a great distance. But thanks to his divine aura, the prince could shoot at long range, and now he decided to fire again. But the werewolves were closing in. It was now clear that the Red Moon had summoned his minions to distract the warriors and give him a chance to escape. If the monster took cover in the forest, it would be very difficult to find. But then the prince had an idea of how to catch this werewolf. The prince ordered the warriors to fight the ordinary werewolves, while he himself would go after the parent werewolf, and so half of the Red Cross set off with him. The young man noticed that some of the Red Cross warriors had followed him, and in principle, that wasn't a bad thing. The more eyes, the better. Alan decided that a parent this weekend would be the perfect opportunity to practice his skills, and the prince activated Flood of Death. The giant werewolf reached the boundary of the sacred power's effect and froze in place, unable to move. Alan said he'd heard that werewolves were warriors of honor, but this werewolf was running away. He must be too scared. The prince realized that this werewolf had no honor whatsoever. He was seeking protection and trying to run away as fast as he could. The werewolf admitted that he was indeed trying to escape, but that he would most likely die anyway if the young man used his strange power, which was preventing him from moving. The prince suddenly had a brilliant idea. He ordered everyone present to close their eyes and cover their ears. The warriors were confused and didn't know what to do. But the prince reminded them that his words were akin to sacred rules they must follow. Or perhaps they simply didn't trust their prince. But the warriors, of course, didn't think that way, since the prince had already demonstrated his power by defending the village from werewolves, and that had saved everyone. The young man knew he didn't have much freedom of choice, but these guys' loyalty was strong, so he could use the Necromancer King's skull and test it on a werewolf. For the Red Moon, this was very humiliating. This kid was going to use him as a guinea pig. Alan put on the skull and gathered his strength. Clawed paws belonging to various werewolves were already reaching toward him from all sides. He needed to calm down and get in the right mindset. The boy told himself that he had to stay calm, hold his weapon correctly, and then he definitely wouldn't lose. Suddenly, summoned holy dead emerged from the sacred stream, crawling onto the ground and destroying the werewolves. Alan had practically resigned himself to the fact that he had no talent for wielding weapons, but he was skilled at commanding the undead, who handled those weapons perfectly in his stead. The seventh prince activated the Soldiers of Death skill. He was a man who commanded the dead, and he fired a shot with a piercing effect and a sacred aura. When this holy water struck the werewolves, they fell dead on the spot, and Red Moon couldn't believe his eyes, for the holy water had appeared out of nowhere. Now even skeletons began to emerge from the ground. They apparently also possessed sacred power, and the unfortunate werewolf no longer knew what to make of it all. Red Moon had thought the boy was just talking nonsense when he said he wanted to test something on him. But what was now unfolding in this clearing was astonishing. All the werewolves had been destroyed by skeletons that appeared out of nowhere. It was a veritable massacre, and now Red Moon was outraged by what this boy had done. Alan replied that he had used a lot of sacred power, but it seemed his expectations had been met, and he no longer needed the monster. He could take the final test. Red Moon felt like a sitting duck. He couldn't move and simply covered his face with his hand. However, suddenly, the werewolf screamed that even if he died, he would take the man with him. But before the werewolf could launch his attack, a horde of skeletons from all sides pounced on the monster, plunging their sharp swords into him. Alan began to give thanks to the great goddess of love and mercy. With her blessing, he asked to be granted a weapon capable of destroying even such a monster. After that, the seventh prince fired his musket into the throat of the enormous parent werewolf, wishing him well as a parting gift. The holy bullet immediately penetrated the monster and tore it apart from the inside, scorching it with holy light and fire. Alan quickly removed the skull of the Necromancer King from his head and looked at the warriors of the Order of the Red Cross. Every single one of them stood with their eyes and ears covered. Although the men had obeyed the prince's request, they could still feel the incredible sacred energy spreading all around them, and they couldn't pretend it wasn't there. Alan was a little upset because he'd just wanted to say a quick prayer, but ended up destroying half the forest and now didn't know how to explain it all. The prince said that everything around them was a bit destroyed, but that was the work of the werewolves. He wasn't to blame at all. The main thing was that he'd managed to capture the leader of the werewolves. The Red Cross warriors tried to say something about the sacred power they'd sensed, but the prince said he would be returning and asked them to escort and protect him. The group set off toward the village, but at that very moment, the archbishop was hiding behind a tree, having seen and heard everything with his own eyes. Raphael Astoria saw the sacred dead. They are not like the ones who were in the imperial palace. Those are sacred dead, but this is an army capable of wielding weapons. It turns out that the prince can combine two opposing forces, but that's simply impossible. However, the archbishop believed that this had become possible because of Aslan's blood. This was the empire that worshipped the god of death. In fact, this was the very reason why Luana and Alan's mother had been betrayed and killed. Julicia was not just a commoner, she was born and raised in Aslan. And now the archbishop could no longer rule out the possibility that the seventh prince had also inherited her abilities. But in the entire history of the kingdom of Aslan, no one had ever possessed such abilities. The archbishop was absolutely thrilled. Not even in the entire empire would there be anyone with such abilities, and it turned out there was something he hadn't even suspected. The old man was filled with delight and awe, but suddenly he remembered his granddaughter. He must not admire a person who had hurt her. But how much the old man wished to raise the seventh prince into a true warrior. If he were taught more powerful magic, he would become absolutely omnipotent in the future. Poor Rafael Astoria was torn between his grandfatherly feelings for his granddaughter and the excitement and admiration he felt for such an extraordinary warrior. These doubts were literally tearing the poor old man apart. He struck the tree, splitting it in two, and decided to report everything to the Holy Emperor. If His Majesty the Emperor orders the Archbishop to train the prince, he will have no choice but to carry out the Emperor's will. And then Rafael Astoria would tell himself that this was not merely his own selfish desire. It was the Emperor's order. That was more or less how the werewolf hunt came to an end, and Hilda, along with the Archbishop, who had been talking to himself the entire way, finally returned to the city safe and sound. At the very same time, the gnomes were busy crafting a special weapon for their new favorite. Alan fired at the target with his usual power. The gnome said he'd achieved good results by increasing the velocity. But even if the seventh prince were to use the most ordinary musket, the effect of the shots would be completely different, and now they had the perfect opportunity to test it. The blacksmiths were absolutely thrilled. A single shot blew the target to smithereens. In the prince's hands, this weapon was living its best life. Alan was satisfied now, too. He had the gun he'd wanted for a long time, and when he used his sacred power, the musket completely changed its structure. The blacksmith explained, if the prince needed to pray to gather sacred power, he would have to prepare his attack in advance. Alan had no intention of revealing that he used corpses as a shield when he needed to reload his gun, but the dwarf believed the prince needed to fortify his body with sacred power. The dwarves had an idea regarding armor, but Blork didn't have time to go into detail because Hilda wanted to see her brother, so the dwarf said he would send the prince a gift. Hilda was absolutely delighted and in a wonderful mood. She was told that a festival had been prepared especially for Her Highness. The princess took the stage, thanked everyone, and drank her first glass. In doing so, she declared the start of the Blood Festival. This festival had been specially organized using tomato juice instead of real blood. People threw tomatoes at each other and then bled tomato blood. Warriors from the Order of the Red Cross and the Green Cross were also at the celebration, enjoying the festival, eating and drinking. Alan couldn't understand why the warriors were always wearing their robes. Would they really die if they took off their cloaks and armor? But at that moment, the young man was hit by a soft tomato. It was Alice who had hit him in the head, even though she had been hoping he would come back. The girl was very embarrassed and began to apologize to His Highness. She had just been playing with the children and accidentally hit him. Alan reassured the girl, telling her that everything was fine. Judging by his past antics, the young man deserved to get hit in the face with a tomato. Alice, plucking up her courage, approached the prince and asked why they shouldn't chat and have a drink together. Alice said she wanted to learn more about rebirth and the magic the prince had used. Alan might have wanted to spend time with this girl, but he had no intention of discussing such things with her, so he immediately said he had nothing to tell her. He simply did it based on his knowledge and ideas. The prince merely channeled a great deal of sacred power, caught the soul that was about to leave the body, and returned it. The archbishop watched this conversation and was very angry. The prince said that he had done all this thanks to Alice's help. However, the girl already knew that the seventh prince had once healed his brother, and so he was quite skilled as well. In the end, a toast was proposed to the wonderful healer who never gave up until the very end. Alice, in turn, thanked the prince for his help in the castle with defeating the vampires and here, on Hilda's estate. And now everyone on the street began raising their mugs to the prince who had saved them all, to the archbishop, and to Princess Hilda. Alan even thought wistfully of his friends whom he had left behind at the castle, and now he wanted to know how Charlotte was doing there. The girl could barely stand on her feet, but a man named Oscar Bald considered her a complete nobody who had merely inherited the surname Heres. The girl remembered how the emperor had once invited her to his chambers and told her he was going to introduce her to Oscar. Lately, Oscar had been working as a farmer, but in any case, his leave had already dragged on too long, and it was time for him to return to service for the Empire. Oscar Bald was the vice commander of the Golden Cross and had fought against the Legion alongside the Emperor. He was the man they called the King of Swords. And now Oscar was training Charlotte, the utterly worthless and useless bearer of his surname. Of course, there was no denying that Charlotte had grown stronger, but she still wasn't at the level expected of her. The master acknowledged that the girl was very persistent. She didn't give up, probably trying to live up to the name she bore. Charlotte told her teacher that she needed strength because she intended to serve the seventh prince and protect him. And even if the prince asked her to die for him, she would do so and sacrifice her life since she owes her very existence to Alan. Oscar asked what Charlotte would do if the emperor ordered her to kill the prince. This question caught her off guard, and she fell silent, unable to answer right away. Oscar believed that they, the warriors, were nothing more than puppies in the hands of the imperial family, and when the imperial family gave an order, they were obligated to carry it out. Even if that order meant killing their master, their word was law. Charlotte must remember this well and never doubt it, but the girl said she never doubts the seventh prince. But even now, Charlotte knows she could never hurt His Highness. This was, of course, foolish, according to Oscar, but he was certain Charlotte understood what he meant. The man agreed to turn the girl into a royal family's protégé. And so once again, a training sparring match began between the teacher and his student. Luan was having a wonderful time in the company of two charming girls when, unexpectedly, a commotion broke out in the hallway, growing louder and louder. Finally, the door swung open, and Alan appeared in the doorway, cheerfully greeting his beloved little brother. The young man immediately ran to his older brother to tell him exactly what he thought about his exile to Hilda's territory and the vacation that never happened. Now Alan immediately went to his beloved brother to shoot him, but Luan greeted his younger brother, who was in good health, and asked how the journey had gone. Alan replied that he was fine, there was no need to worry, and that the sacred power would benefit his older brother, and then he fired his gun. Luan hadn't expected his younger brother to get so angry that instead of greeting him, he would open fire with sacred power. But Alan asked him not to pretend or act like a whiner, since the first prince's body would no longer melt away because of the sacred power. Luan can only feel a slight pain because he'll be hit by a bullet of highly concentrated sacred energy. Luan greeted his brother and acknowledged that they both make mistakes sometimes, so you could say they're even now. Alan immediately told his older brother that he was going to hide out somewhere here in the castle for a while. The thing is, the archbishop was getting on his nerves. Alan didn't want to go out into the city or even just move around the castle because on the way back, the archbishop kept pestering him. However, the old man had now gone off on a tangent and was constantly offering to teach the seventh prince magic. Alan made it clear that the old man had launched a full-blown hunt for him. He kept offering him the same thing over and over again, and the young man was already tired of it and just wanted to hide. But Luan didn't see a problem with this, since Raphael was the very best magic researcher, so his tutelage was worth its weight in gold. But Alan persisted, saying that he could perfectly well study magic on his own from magical books as much as he pleased. At that moment, a servant brought a letter. He informed the first prince that the most urgent matter at the moment was the case of the Black Order. Alan heard these words and asked which Black Order was being referred to. It turned out that this group had been spotted in the very place where Alan had defeated the witch Morgana. This time, members of the Black Order were found in Humid. His Majesty began to pay close attention to this matter because it was a densely populated area. Ever since the Black Order had been cornered, necromancers had become a major problem. Alan had already studied numerous books on necromancy and gained a great deal of valuable knowledge after he had dealt with Morgana. Alan asked what his brother planned to do with the remaining books and tools once all the necromancers had been captured. Luan explained that since such books and items couldn't be brought into the castle, they would be destroyed or sent to be stored in the basements of the Humid Academy. Alan then imagined how he would have to hide from the archbishop, so he suggested to his brother that he send him on an extended leave to Humid so the young man could take care of the Black Order there. Eventually, he'd like to take all their books for himself, but it's better not to say that out loud. The Black Order's activities have been detected in Humid, and although they seem like newborns compared to the Empire, they are still difficult to catch and impossible to ignore. The villains that the Red Cross managed to capture were interrogated, but none of them knew anything substantial about the organization. The Emperor has already dispatched several detachments of Holy Knights to track down the followers of the Black Order, but contact with the Knights has been lost for the time being. It appears that members of the Black Order have been hiding in the shadows for a long time, and there is a possibility that this organization is actually much larger than the Emperor had imagined. Selt Elfals was troubled once again. The issue of his heir had only recently been resolved when suddenly other problems arose. Luan, Hilda, and Alan all were suitable candidates for the role of emperor. If any of them became the next emperor, there would be no need to worry about the empire. However, a man resembling the crown prince was spotted near the fair in the southern territory of Aslan. The emperor was very concerned about this young man. Perhaps it really was his beloved son, who had disappeared without a trace many years ago after the war with the Empire of Aslan. It all looked very suspicious. Why did this man appear in the south right now? After the monster purge, people started going mad. And anyway, the emperor doesn't understand why, at his age, he has to work so hard. The crown prince disappeared immediately after inheriting the throne. Therefore, the emperor had no opportunity to hand over his duties. And that little scoundrel, his son, couldn't remain a good son. If he's alive, he must come forward. If he's dead, he must hand over his duties. The emperor was very upset and ready to scream with rage. The anxious first prince entered the throne room. The old man was furious. He had sent his work papers via a servant and didn't understand why Luan had come to see him. The young man told the emperor that he wanted to send his younger brother to Humid because of the Black Order. Alan volunteered to go there himself, saying that he needed the Black Order to repay a debt to him, and the emperor realized that this was connected to the witch Morgana. But immediately the old man recalled the archbishop's words, who had claimed that the seventh prince was capable of commanding the sacred dead. Of course, the emperor had never heard of such a thing, but the archbishop added that this justified Gaia's power. If His Majesty were to hand the prince over to the archbishop, he would set aside all his affairs and deal with the seventh prince personally. Somehow, all of this had turned into a sinister and unbelievable tale, a corpse imbued with Gaia's sacred power. Her power could strike fear into even Judas himself, the god of death, who might be able to escape his own fate. Necromancy is a forbidden power used only in the south, but what if the opportunity arose to use it in the Holy Kingdom? Then there is a chance that the Aslan Empire could be divided. The emperor wanted to know what Alan had asked for as a reward for the mission, and his older brother explained that it was books. In addition, Alan asked to be given the items the necromancers would leave behind after the battle, and the pieces of the puzzle gradually fell into place in the emperor's mind. The emperor gave Alan permission to go and deal with the Black Order, and if the boy could stop them, it would be fun. Luan couldn't grasp just how difficult this mission would be, but the emperor said that all of this was laid out in the documents he had sent to his grandson. The prince replied that he had only read the first page, and Alan agreed to go there without knowing anything about the mission or its objectives. The Holy Emperor advised his eldest grandson to send his brother before he learned all the details. 3 weeks later, a carriage was traveling on the road to Humid. Alan finally realized he'd been tricked. He had begun studying the documents after leaving the castle, and now understood that it was a scam. Harmond advised the prince to accept it all as fact and calm down, since they had already been on the road for 10 days. Harmond asked if it was normal that he was the only one accompanying the prince, and it turned out that, of course, things were much worse, but the prince knew nothing about it when he left. On the other hand, though, the prince no longer needed to hide from the fanatics of the Order of the Red Cross, since Harmond knew about his relationship with the dead. Harmond began to defend the men of the Red Cross, believing them to be fine people and warriors who would do anything for the one who gave them orders. The Holy Emperor personally placed the inquisitors under the prince's command, and at least 3 archbishops reviewed the matter to reach a decision. Now the young prince has complete freedom of action in situations involving evil. It's unlikely this will help find the missing groups of holy knights or deal with the Black Order. Alan had read about some red devils and now wanted to know who they were. Harmond explained, even if they attack as a group, they're much weaker than vampires. They're familiar spirits used by the Black Order. They used to steal children. He was surprised that the prince hadn't heard the story as a child about how a red devil would steal him if he acted up. Alan could have told him that, when he was a child, people used to talk about fat old men who wore red clothes, walked across rooftops, and carried a sack to steal children. And then they don't bring presents to naughty children and deprive them of their holiday, although who knows what Santa Clauses are capable of. The knight went on to explain that these red devils are very hard to catch. They are incredibly strong, but pose no threat to adults. The knight explained that even a well-trained holy knight might let them slip away because they're excellent at hiding. Alan wanted to know if these monsters smelled the same as the others, and if he'd be able to sense them, because he didn't want to keep his status window open all the time. Alan asked what kind of bait Hammond thought they might fall for. The documents state that they usually kidnap children under 16, and in principle, the young prince could be used as bait. And although the knight pretended not to understand, Alan nevertheless began to point unmistakably at himself, since he was just the right kind of boy, sitting alone in the middle of the night. Alan wasn't the only one who held this opinion. Several monsters from the Red Devil were already watching the carriage with interest, sensing that it contained a subject of their interest. Posters had been put up throughout the city warning people to beware of the Red Devils, and if anything happened to the children, they were to report it to the guards. All of this was very sad and unpleasant. As he walked through the city streets, Alan could smell the stench coming from the monsters. The young man told the knight that these devils were very weak, which is why their scent was barely noticeable. The prince would try to follow the stench, while Harmon should go to the guards in the meantime to assess the situation. Harmon didn't want to leave the prince alone and suggested they take a walk through the city together, but the prince said they weren't weaklings who needed to stick together, and it would be better if each went about his own business. Alan immediately pulled out his musket while the knight headed toward the guards, although he really didn't like any of this. Alan was certain he would catch the Red Devils sooner than expected. As soon as he caught a whiff of their stench, the monsters would appear, and he would be able to put more distance between them. Soon he spotted a small creature on the roof of one of the houses, crawling out of a stove with a sack on its back. The prince realized that these creatures were using magic to conceal their presence, and he wouldn't even have noticed the monsters if he hadn't enhanced his vision with sacred power. The young man rushed into the house, apologizing for barging in without knocking, and immediately began looking around. But there was no one left to tell that there were red devils in the house, because the bodies of the apartment's murdered owners lay on the floor. Both parents were dead, and in the back of the room, the prince saw a small creature with a sack on its back and a long knife in its hands. And although the child in the sack was screaming, no sounds could be heard, because the red devils use magic to block out sounds. The red devil swung his knife several times, but in the very next moment, the prince's gun was pressed against his head. The sack fell from the villain's hands, and the boy tumbled out, alive and unharmed. Alan didn't waste time talking to the boy. He told him to close his eyes for now and not to open them until he said so. It turned out that the red devils could influence their victims as well, and now the boy's parents had turned into zombies and were beginning to come to life. Soon, Harmon appeared. He said he'd arranged for help from the guards, but it seemed that was no longer necessary. The prince confirmed that he had captured one of the red devils, but unfortunately, he was a little too late. The prince was upset that he couldn't save the adults, but at least he managed to save the child, and the city guard would take care of the rest. Alan now realized that these were the very creatures that specialized in theft and murder. It's unclear whether the Black Order summoned them or tamed them, but the reason is now crystal clear. In the city of Humid, only the city guard can be used as the official defense force. Since this city is located close to the border with the Aslan Empire, the Golden Cross is situated on the outskirts. If a group of the Holy Emperor's knights were to arrive here, it would be unclear why the situation is so dire. But these warriors must constantly keep an eye on the Aslan Empire because the neighbors have recently become hostile and the incident with the Red Devils occurred quite recently. If necessary, Harmon could write a letter to representatives of the Golden Cross and ask them for support. But the prince believed that this wasn't necessary, otherwise the Red Devils would take flight. It would be better if he dealt with this himself. Alan hadn't found the villains yet, but he already had some ideas. The Red Devils had been created to follow the Black Order's commands. There had to be some kind of magical trick behind this, and the prince began cutting into the creature's body with a knife. Although, of course, such behavior was unacceptable for a member of the royal family. But the prince believed that they had no time to adhere to all the rules right now, and soon he had cut out the creature's heart and sensed the necromancer's magic within it. The flow and structure filling the Red Devil's heart were characteristic of necromancers. It had to be expelled somehow using sacred power. Soon the Holy Knight realized that the prince was planning to use the devil, and Alan didn't even try to deny it, saying that he would reprocess that magic. The knight tried to explain that if the prince reprocessed this creature and others found out about it, they would be in big trouble. Alan wasn't listening to his companion at all, because a new skill had just unlocked for him at that moment. He didn't care at all about any consequences. The young man decided not to waste time on unnecessary chatter, and he decided to arrange for himself to be kidnapped. This, of course, was not at all what Hammond had intended to do. Vast areas were littered with corpses, rotting skeletons, and even more corpses. It's unclear what they plan to do with all of this, or how they'll prepare it all. But it seems that such preparations were underway not only in Humid but also in other cities, so soon things are going to get really scary. Those in the know realize that the Order was apparently planning a large-scale attack. That's exactly why they're gathering all these corpses. The men were outraged at being treated this way. After all, walking with canes takes a lot of effort. But the Red Devils will be back soon. They just need to wait a little longer, and fresh meat will be brought to them. Of course, no one argues. After all, little children are the tastiest and most appetizing. With fresh blood and a long life cycle, they'll finally be able to strengthen their backs and improve their knees. Just then, a red devil appeared with a sack on his back, and the men were overjoyed that they would finally get a fresh dinner. But at that very moment, the sack contained not just a delicious, tender child, but Alan Elfalls, a 16-year-old prince. The men's leader couldn't understand it. After all, he had asked them to steal healthy little children, but the Red Devils had brought some strange child instead. Alan told the men that from now on, this Red Devil would no longer listen to them, because he was now the master of this creature. The men couldn't understand what nonsense this boy was spouting, or how he had managed to imbue the Red Devil with sacred power. At that very moment, one of the Red Devils sliced the man standing before him in half with his sharp knife. Alan ordered the creatures to kill all the necromancers, release the children, and bring the strangers to him for questioning. Alan himself set out to explore the bookshelves. He wanted to see what kinds of books the inhabitants of this place were interested in. They had collected a multitude of books containing research findings, and perhaps some of this information would help Alan. While looking through manuscripts and documents, the young man found something interesting. It was a plan for chaos. The city guards couldn't believe their eyes, but it was indeed true. All the missing children had returned and were now standing there, not knowing where to go. The guards were overjoyed. They looked at the children and tried to figure out how they had managed to escape. The children explained that they had been locked up in some kind of prison, but then someone had set them free. They weren't knights, but red devils who had kidnapped them. Only now they weren't wearing red clothes, and on the contrary, they were setting the children free. It turned out that these were also red devils, but the exact opposite of the real red devils. They were blue angels who had rescued and set all the children free, led by a boy with a rifle slung over his shoulder. Harmon tried not to interfere, but as he listened to the story about the blue angels, he realized that the prince's plan seemed to have worked. Suddenly, the sacred knight turned his head and saw a blue angel waving at him from a distance, trying to get his attention. Alan was busy reviewing some papers, so he sent one of his new charges to bring Hammond to him. The knight praised the prince, saying the boy had done an excellent job. Everything except this house looks normal. The children have been returned, and the prince seems very tired. Alan told his knight that these villains had thought everything through down to the last detail, and he handed Hammond the papers he had found on the shelf. The plan for chaos was for members of the Black Order to attack the district for which they were responsible. The goal was to create confusion and chaos, and sow terror among the people. It was already clear that the members of the Black Order intended to terrorize the entire empire and would not stop at this city. The knight noted that the true objective wasn't recorded in the documents. That was precisely why the prince had summoned the young man, because they needed to speak with certain people. The fact was that a couple of interesting necromancers hadn't been killed yet, and now they were simply being held under the guard of the Blue Angels. Alan would like the knight to join him in interrogating these necromancers and getting the whole truth out of them. And now, these villains will have to reveal everything about this plan. because besides the city of Humid, they're targeting other areas as well. On top of that, the missing holy knights are somewhere unknown. There are too few necromancers for such a huge city, so they must reveal where their base is. Hammond reported to the prince that the city's guards are now taking the children back to their homes, but it's already clear that not all the children were at that location. The prince addressed the captured villains and added that the absence of children also suggests there is another place like this somewhere else. Alan realized that the necromancers were using other people's lives to cast spells. Just as they had tamed the red devils and hidden this place, the necromancers were using magic everywhere, which is why they needed so much magical power. And now the young man surmised that these necromancers had been devouring small children in order to gain magical power. They probably kidnapped not only children, but also young people and the elderly, judging by the enormous number of bodies lying on the magic circle. The villains began begging the prince to spare them, but the young man asked whether they had shown any mercy to the little children before devouring them. The prince tormented these necromancers for a while longer and told them they needn't worry. He wouldn't simply let them go, but would use them for a long time, until their lives were spent. The young man ordered his knight to take the survivors of the Black Order to the palace so that the inquisitors could take care of them. The necromancers realized that they would be far too uncomfortable in the palace with the inquisitors, and they began begging not to be handed over to them. But Alan didn't want to listen to their cries. He knew these creatures would die soon. All that remained was for them to become zombies. But Hammond was more interested in the Blue Devils, who had once been Red Devils. The knight wanted to know if they would be all right. Besides, the knight was worried that these Blue Devils might tell someone that the prince controlled the dead with his power. Alan replied that he didn't care. Even the archbishop himself had already found out about this power, since he had caught the prince several times in the act of some unambiguous activities. The prince realized that coming up with some kind of alibi would be too difficult. Besides, he was certain that the Holy Emperor had also noticed everything, but judging by his silence, he had decided to simply keep an eye on his grandson. Therefore, they needed to act quickly and also return several groups to the capital. Alan asked the knight to tell His Majesty that the young man needed to extend his leave because he had too much to do in this city. Alan drew his weapon and addressed the necromancers. Whoever tells him where other bases like this one are located will die quickly, without pain or an inquisition. It soon became known that the allies in the western part of Humid had been defeated. Groups of holy knights and priests had appeared in other major cities. It seemed the western branches had been acting too openly, which is why they'd been caught. In addition, there was some other news from the border that also needed to be urgently reported to the Lord. The man reported that they were still trying to hold back the Golden Cross, but now the divine army was here. They cannot deal with them as they would with ordinary holy knights. In the last war, that was possible, but now it is quite difficult to accomplish. Moreover, since the divine army is stationed near the border, it seems the Aslan Empire is already aware of the news. So they said they wanted to reject the previous proposal, and that was very bad news. It seemed as if the imperial family had caught on to something. They want to make it look like they can easily deal with us. Of course, I'd like to finally get out there, but it seems the imperial family is herding everyone back in again, and it's all because of the seventh prince. Of course, he used to be just an ordinary boy who was sent north. But for some reason, he suddenly showed up in Humid and started ruining all our plans. Of course, he should have been killed a long time ago. It was a mistake to let him live. The men gathered around the table discussing their plans. They didn't want to believe that the Aslan Empire could have made a mistake and that now everything would go wrong. It looked like the master himself would have to step in and make sure everything worked out. The man said to warn everyone, "Everything is going according to plan, but the timeline will have to be shifted slightly." He would personally take responsibility for Humid's downfall. The enormous skull turned to the man and reminded him that he had said the Empire's seventh prince was the big problem. The main problem was that this boy had found the necromancer's hideout and ruined everything for them there. And now, the giant skeleton said that he would go to Humid with his men, find this boy, and kill him personally, because he no longer trusted them. The men realized that what stood before them was merely a clone, but it was still surprising that he had appeared here in person. It was immediately clear that he didn't want this plan to fall apart, which is why he was forced to show up. The villains decided they needed to come up with a new plan. They would gather new proposals and wreak even greater chaos in the Sacred Kingdom. Suddenly, the orbs lying on the table began to glow in a very strange way, and the men immediately realized that an uninvited guest had appeared at their meeting. The fact is that these orbs only reacted when someone with strong magical or sacred power came here. Someone said that Oscar of the Golden Cross had appeared in the temple, and it would be bad if they all clashed here. Therefore, the necromancers needed to leave the building. In addition, they needed to send someone to check on the holy knights. The man couldn't figure out what he was going to use this for right now. They'd need it for their plan now, but his companion replied that they needed to survive first and then continue what they'd started. Oscar was a very unusual opponent. Instead of sending the holy knights, it would be easier to just leave this place. If they ended up destroying the imperial family, some of the men still felt that the Golden Cross had nothing to do with it. If this wasn't Oscar from the Golden Cross, then it was the man they'd all just been talking about. They were talking about the scoundrel who had exposed all the vampires and killed all the werewolves. According to the latest reports, he had already arrived in Humid, tracked down the necromancers, and had no intention of letting them live. The seventh prince, Alan Elfalls, and his blue devils were right there. He looked at the pile of corpses lying on the magic circle. All of this was the work of the Red Devils. They needed so many sacrifices. And it turned out that the necromancers were exactly the people who needed all of this. They had turned all the sacred knights of the order into the dead. The necromancers created their own sacred corpses after hearing about similar corpses controlled by the seventh prince, or perhaps simply to sow more chaos in the Holy Empire. But whatever the true reason, it's not that difficult to deal with necromancers if you have a good gun in your hands. Alan didn't know exactly what had happened to these undead, but once they had become what they were, there was no way to cure or revive them. But now, Alan appealed to them, asking that they at least let him help them take revenge for what had been done to the noble holy knights. Having thus organized his new army, Alan led this army of the dead against the necromancers in order to destroy them all. The prince declared that all these people must pay for what they had done and ordered his army of the dead to kill them all. After that, the hordes of holy knights, who were already dead but obeyed the prince, began a veritable meat grinder from which no one could escape. One of the villains hoped that God would always save him, no matter who tried to stop them. Alan pressed his gun to the head of the man, who was trying to beg for forgiveness after having ruined so many lives. The young man pressed a gun to the villain's head and said he would do it for him and that the Lord's blessing would send him to hell. After the Black Order's plan for chaos became known, the Holy Empire dispatched all its forces. A group of holy knights was dispatched not only to each of the cities, but the Divine Army also took up positions at the border in case the Black Order and Aslan joined forces. As for the ghosts, Harmon sent the remaining necromancers to the capital so they could speak with the inquisitors there. The Order of the Red Cross was in charge of the interrogations, and new information about the Black Order would soon emerge. Aslan's people, who had been captured near the border, appeared to have some connection to government officials, and although Humid's case had already been closed, the Empire was still dissatisfied. Amid all this commotion, Alan went to the Academy Library to relax, and there he ran into a guy he wasn't particularly eager to see. It was Rufel Elfalls, the third prince, who remarked that it had been a long time since they'd seen each other and that his younger brother seemed to have no concept of etiquette. It turned out that the city of Humid falls under the third brother's jurisdiction, so he has the right to be here without any special questions. Rufel tried to strike up a conversation with his younger brother, but Alan said that one must be quiet in the library. Then the third prince began whispering that he had come to the Academy Library on purpose because he wanted to say something. The young man complained that Humid was under his authority and that his brother should have asked his permission before imposing his own rules in that territory. Furthermore, the third prince did not at all approve of the strange methods Alan used to solve problems. He was referring to the Blue Angels and some sort of Santa Clauses. After all, these creatures were akin to red devils, and now they were running around the city entertaining children. Alan made it clear with his whole demeanor that he didn't want to talk. He told his brother that he had received these creatures from necromancers. Ruffle shared the latest news with his brother. Under the current circumstances, the Holy Emperor believes that the Black Order and the Aslan Empire have joined forces. The border is already hinting at the possibility of war, and now they need to hear what Aslan has to say about it. For now, they claim to have no connection to the Black Order, but will the Holy Emperor really just take the word of such scoundrels at face value? The Aslan Empire has sent an envoy to discuss the matter with representatives of the Holy Empire, and they are expected to arrive in Humid in about a month. Alan realized he had too little time to put an end to the rumors, and that there was neither the means nor the need to hide his powers, since he would soon need to use all of his strength. Although Aslan claims to have no connection to the Black Order, everyone is certain that the Black Order is incapable of doing something like this on its own without the help of the Aslan Empire and the Necromancers. Alan finally slammed the book shut and told his brother that he really wanted to take a look at their envoy. The young man said he was already tired of the Imperial Palace. He would like to study a little magic and conduct some research at this academy. The young man hoped that if he stayed here for a month, he would be able to see Aslan's envoy in person and uncover his true identity. Alan Elfalls was tied with thick ropes to the trunk of a huge tree. By all appearances, the young man was unconscious. Ruffle, as the older brother, wagged his finger admonishingly and demanded that Alan keep a low profile in his town until Aslan's representative arrived. Alan understood that his younger brother would be putting on an act of being grown up and strong. Alan didn't understand how his behavior would affect the arrival of Aslan's representative, but his older brother said that Aslan was different from them, and if he made a mistake, everyone would be in trouble. Aslan is a group that worships Udai, the god of death. As a result, a necromancer is considered both a priest and an aristocrat to them. How will they react if they feel oppressed by the Holy Emperor's kingdom? Moreover, they'll be even more upset when they see Alan, who single-handedly destroyed an entire order full of necromancers. Alan was at a loss. Was he really supposed to leave the Black Order? His brother said he was simply trying to warn the young man not to do anything that might lead to conflict. After all, representatives from Aslan would arrive here to prove they had nothing to do with the Black Order, and perhaps they would forgive Alan for all his actions. That is precisely why his older brother is asking him to keep quiet, since they already have enough to worry about. Alan declared that if silence was required, he would quietly read the book by the necromancer Iman. He had already studied all the other necromancer's books in the library. His Majesty the Holy Emperor had imposed restrictions only on this particular book by the necromancer Aemon. Ruffle began to say that in order to give such a book to his brother, one would, of course, need to ask His Majesty the Emperor for permission. Alan decided to apply a little more pressure, saying that this was the only way to ensure that he would sit quietly, very quietly. You, big brother, promised you'd get it. And so, quite unexpectedly, Alan was now busy studying Iman's book. At any rate, he would be doing so once he received the book. For some reason, the young man began to think about Charlotte. The girl was probably training hard somewhere right now. But at that moment, Charlotte came around the corner. She was completely wrapped in bandages, and the prince looked anxiously at her injuries. The young man immediately warned Charlotte not to call him Prince. He was planning to spend time in the Academy's library and didn't want anyone to recognize him. Alan suggested that Charlotte call him Geron Lafong. That was the name of the young gentleman, the son of the feudal lord Laban. And now the girl had greeted the young gentleman Geron, and they could talk in peace. The prince noticed that Charlotte now also had a very well-known and famous surname. It had been bestowed upon her by the emperor. Alan had read about the Heres family while studying the imperial family. Now Charlotte belonged to a family that had been wiped out by the king of necromancers 50 years ago. She was a member of the Divine Army, the Red Cross, the Green Cross, the Holy Cross, and the Imperial Cross. In short, it was a very famous and well-known family, but that no longer mattered. Alan wanted to know what was going on with Charlotte's face, but she said it had nothing to do with her last name. It was nonsense. Alan was already getting frustrated. Could someone have been hurting Charlotte? Or maybe Grill had started getting handsy, taking advantage of the fact that he was considered her father. Charlotte admitted that she didn't go anywhere except to her classes at the academy. She'd injured herself during training, but the prince didn't understand why she hadn't treated the wound with holy water. Charlotte paid no attention at all to such trifles. She said she had already grown accustomed to the pain. A knight who is not accustomed to pain will waver when wounded. Judging by Oscar Balda's words, the Holy Emperor's family has no need for such knights. Charlotte confessed that she wanted to become a paladin who would serve the seventh, acting as his shield and sword. And so Charlotte needed mental strength to withstand the excruciating pain, but the young man didn't understand what nonsense she was spouting. Alan immediately activated his sacred power. He didn't understand why she needed to endure the pain, since whenever Charlotte got hurt, he could heal her quickly. Alan knew that Charlotte would be his personal paladin, and he would always take care of her. The young man promised to heal Charlotte so that not even a scar would remain, and told her that next time she should come to him right away. After that, the young people went their separate ways, as if they were ordinary academy students, each busy with their own affairs. Harmon realized that the prince had summoned him because he was bored. Charlotte had gone to class, and now the prince was bored. Alan glanced at the knight, who of course paled in comparison to the beautiful Charlotte. He was far too dull and boring. Harmon reported to the prince that the situation with the necromancers was the same. Although they had destroyed the Black Order's main stronghold, the necromancers were still appearing. Even if they captured all the necromancers and interrogated them, they still wouldn't find anything new. Given their persistence, it seemed the plan for chaos was still in motion. Alan wanted to know what people were saying about Aslan, the Empire's representative, and it seemed they were still expecting him to arrive on time. At that moment, a voice rang out in the academy courtyard, greeting the seventh prince. However, the young man did not recognize this person. Harmon turned around, greeted the crown princess, and tried to shield Alan with his body. Alan quickly checked the status window and realized that Darina Rose was standing before him. She had a frail body and a weak mind. The woman was the mother of the third prince and hoped to become empress with her son's help. Alan looked at this strange woman with interest and tried to figure out whether it was normal to have a frail body and a weak mind as personal traits. The woman seemed genuinely surprised, not understanding what the Holy Emperor's seventh grandson was doing out on the street, and the young man explained that he had been attending classes at the academy for some time. Alan added that he was there with the third prince's permission, and it soon became clear that his mother was keeping him under her thumb, though for some reason he wasn't aware of it. But then someone shouted, and the woman said that the second prince had most likely spotted her. At that moment, Ruffle ran up to her and began hugging her. He was very happy to see his mother, who had arrived unannounced. The woman continued to hold her son close and said that soon everyone would find out how much the second prince had grown, and even the crown prince would be happy about it. Ruffle was clearly feeling uncomfortable. He took out a book he'd managed to find in the academy's dungeon. It was the Necromancer Iman's spell book. After that, the boy said his mom had to go now. He would definitely walk her out, but his younger brother had to keep his promise. Ruffle took the woman by the arm and said that his mother needed to go straight to the carriage and that he would escort her there. Alan couldn't help but ask Hammond why the princess had referred to her son as the second prince rather than the third. Harmon struggled for a long time to find the right words to explain this, but Alan asked him not to make anything up, but to tell it as it was. The heir to the throne's second wife, Rose, gave birth to children without any problems immediately after their marriage. But during the pregnancy, the umbilical cord became wrapped around the baby's neck, and the child was stillborn. The crown prince was deeply saddened by this and bestowed the title of second prince upon the stillborn child. But Darina Rose herself was in such a state of shock that she probably never fully recovered. She saw similarities to her child in every little thing and called everything by the second prince's name. Seeing his wife's behavior, the crown prince decided to have another child, and that son was Ruffle. Darina Rose imagined that he was the second prince. However, there is another reason and another problem. Before the third prince was born, this woman did something she shouldn't have. She brought the second prince back to life. Alan's eyes nearly popped out of his head in surprise when he heard what kind of relatives he was sharing the palace with. Alan had always believed he was the first person to be resurrected, but now it turned out there had been others before him. Harmon said that something had happened that shouldn't have. In a bustling city, the crown princess cannot be a necromancer. But it was said that necromancers had bewitched the princess, and a purge had been carried out against them. It was announced that the princess was possessed and in a state of confusion. Meanwhile, in the carriage, Darina Rose told her son that Alan Elfalls seemed like a perfectly healthy and normal guy. In fact, the woman thought it would be great if Ruffle had died along with Jalicia. Then the woman started saying something about how it would have been better if the Black Church had killed him in exile. The woman declared that she absolutely hated all of this. Her son is naive and useless, and she's forced to do everything herself. Ruffle must never lose to anyone and is obligated to make a splash with the Crown Prince, and then the Crown Prince will see her again. The woman burst into tears, then said that they would now head to the border zone of Aslan, since they needed to meet with the ambassador. Charlotte had spent all this time in the training halls, honing her combat skills alongside Oscar Bald. The training sessions were becoming increasingly intense and fierce, but it seemed the master was no longer quite as dissatisfied with his student. Oscar honestly admitted that his student had already gained insight, and that even he himself and the prince hadn't achieved such results at her age. Charlotte said that Oscar was a follower of the Golden Cross, and she didn't like any of it. The girl said she would not swear allegiance to the emperor. She would serve only the seventh prince. But Oscar said that Charlotte was very much mistaken, because she was already a follower of the Golden Cross and had to be ready to die for the emperor. The girl, of course, remembered that she had been taught to obey any orders, but she didn't want to do that. And there was only one person on this earth who could tell Charlotte what to do. That person, to whom she had granted the right to command and control her life, was the seventh prince, Alan Elfalls. He alone was the true king to her, and she was certain that Oscar, too, would not have been in the Golden Cross if he hadn't wanted to be loyal to the emperor. Oscar thought all of this was utter nonsense. They exist solely for the sake of the Holy Emperor, and it's a real shame that Charlotte doesn't understand that yet. But the girl said she needed to help the seventh prince, and she would definitely make him successful. Oscar turned to his student and said that she had absolutely no idea what she was talking about. Oscar said that in this world, everything follows its own course, so they could, of course, discuss whatever they wanted, but there was little they could actually do about it. But now he understood a great deal. Oscar declared that the girl could not be a member of the Golden Cross and threw a large wooden box at her. The man announced that Charlotte was expelled from the Golden Cross once and for all. But now he was restoring to her the forgotten power led by the Horace family, and Charlotte stared in amazement at the enormous wooden case. Inside was a magnificent sword that had been bestowed upon her family's ancestors. Oscar explained that the Horace family had used this sword. He intended to teach the girl how to wield such a weapon. He had actually been using the sword as a decoration, thinking it would never have an owner again, but now he was giving it to Charlotte. Oscar asked the girl to do everything in her power to protect those dear to her, if that was indeed her reason for being. Some time passed after that, and finally, a group of envoys from the Empire of Aslan appeared at the entrance to the city of Humid. They entered the fortress and looked around in surprise. There was nothing here but the fortress wall, lush trees, grass, and a fresh breeze. Once upon a time, this was the blessed land. But now they are not to be envied, for a fire burns in their eyes. These people do not feel at ease in their own home. Ruffle Elfalls came out to greet the envoy on behalf of the imperial family. They had traveled a long way and were probably tired. The man greeted the prince and said he had come from Aslan. His name is Haim, and it is a great honor for him to meet the prince. Alan heard the announcement that a festive banquet would be held, and Charlotte explained that this was a tradition for receiving foreign envoys. Of course, that made sense, but the Aslan Empire was still an enemy country. On top of that, the royal children were being asked to attend this event. They were probably planning a grand festive banquet, and Alan would most likely go there to show off his strength and power. The young man advised Charlotte to also show everything she could do and present herself in the best possible light. Alan continued talking with Charlotte, while two young men came around the corner, apparently looking for the prince. One of the young men pointed at Alan and said that he was exactly the type they were looking for. A couple of local aristocratic young men began asking which family the young man belonged to, since they were seeing him for the first time. Charlotte quickly whispered to the prince that they were the sons of a count and a marquis. Alan remained silent, trying not to react to their provocation. The young men assumed that it must have been difficult for this upstart from the outskirts to run into him in class, since he didn't attend school there. No one would ever have guessed that he was a prince. Alan tried not to cause a conflict. He suggested that Charlotte ignore the boys and simply walk away. However, the noble children followed the prince and said that he apparently didn't realize the situation. He had to stay and answer their questions. Seeing that words and intimidation weren't working, one of the young men reached out, intending to grab the prince by the collar, saying that with princes like this he was worried about the future of the kingdom. But at that moment, Charlotte grabbed the young man's fist with her left hand and raised her right hand to strike. The girl then delivered a blow so powerful that a gust of wind swept across the entire courtyard, and even the prince's cloak billowed like a sail in the wind. By this point, the local nobility realized they probably shouldn't stay there any longer. But then the prince addressed them, saying that they probably knew nothing about the rumors. The boy snapped his fingers and said that the rumors claimed an evil elf was taking the bad guys away. The frightened boys saw the blue angels and thought the red demons had returned. They were terrified and wanted to run away. Of course, these weren't red devils at all. Do they have bad eyesight or something? These are blue devils. Once all the boys were knocked out, the prince ordered one of the blue devils to hand them over to Knight Harmond. He would take care of them himself. Charlotte reminded him of the promise Prince Alan had made to his brother. She said that if no one caught him, no one would ever know he'd been making a racket. By this point, the blue demons had already stuffed the guys into sacks. Everything was done quietly and quickly. Once this matter was completely settled, Alan suggested to Charlotte that they go to the banquet, if only to enjoy a delicious meal there, simply as guests. Alan hadn't even entered the banquet hall yet when Ruffle ran out to meet him and demanded to know who was responsible for the incident in the square. Alan really didn't want everyone present to know his name. He suggested to his brother that they talk about all this somewhere quiet. The boys went to the library, and Ruffle reported that the ambassador was very upset and angry, and he now didn't know how to fix the situation. Alan had already been trying to come up with some kind of excuse, but then he thought, what if they hanged the necromancer in the town square? Alan looked at his brother again, who was now sobbing on his knees, not knowing how to get out of this situation. He couldn't believe that his younger brother had turned out to be such an idiot and had committed such a crazy act. Alan told Hammond that Charlotte had gone to class and he was alone again, and he wanted to know what was going on here. The knight explained that when they received the ambassador from Aslan, there had been no declaration of war or anything of the sort. They also checked with the garrison and were told that there were no eyewitnesses. Well, now everyone assumed that this was Alan's doing, but the boy really had nothing to do with it. Perhaps Aslan's representatives were responsible. They might have done this to create a pretext for declaring war. But on the other hand, according to Ruffle, the ambassador was very angry. There is no reason to call for internal division before the war. If neither the prince nor Aslan was behind all this, then a third party must have intervened. Alan tried to figure out who it could be and why this was happening right now. Suddenly, he sensed a new, foul odor. It was different from all the smells he had encountered before. It was the terrible stench of death. That smell alone was enough to terrify anyone. Hammond could see that the prince was deep in thought, and the creature realized that the prince could see it. And if that was the case, then it meant the prince was also a necromancer and capable of sensing the dead from a distance. Alan held his rifle in his hands and prepared to fire, even though the knight had no idea what was going on. The prince realized that this creature was very dangerous, for even Knight Harmon did not recognize or sense it. Alan realized he had figured it out too late. The young man turned to the goddess of love and mercy and asked her to grant grace to the faithful. He fired his rifle, and the sacred bullet flew toward the necromancer, but of course, it couldn't hit him. Hammond didn't see any of what was happening. He tried to ask the prince what had happened, since the prince had just fired into thin air. The young man checked his status window and soon realized he was looking at the scepter of King Omon's commander. The gunshot cracked the shield, and then the monster began to say that the prince truly deserved the title of angel. Alan realized he still lacked sufficient training. He needed to choose the right prayer before firing the next shot. The Holy Knight was still at a loss. He was trying to figure out what had just happened. Alan ordered the garrisons and border areas to be sealed off and the townspeople kept away so that no one would get hurt today. But the monster said that today it was too difficult for him to withstand the prince's shots. They would meet next time and fight properly. Alan kept firing. He didn't care how his opponent felt about it. A few more bullets were fired into the monster's body, who asked him not to rush, since they hadn't even really gotten to know each other yet. The monster said that they would meet again under different circumstances, and that it would be a more interesting and enlightening conversation. The monster said that next time, it would definitely destroy the prince. After that, it stepped onto the magic circle and vanished. Alan was very upset. He realized once again that he could do almost nothing, and apparently this wasn't even the hardest part, yet he had failed again. Soon the knight returned and said he had carried out all the prince's orders, and that's when Harmon saw the magic circle. The young man wasn't sure, but based on what he knew, what they were looking at was teleportation magic. There were only a few wizards in this land who possessed such magic and could use magic circles to travel through space. There's a dock in the seaweed-filled cove, and this monster is experienced enough to escape from the city. The monster turned to the prince and asked, "Are you the angel I've been searching for so long?" Alan thought he'd only recently become famous, but the only place he could be targeting is the Black Church, so this must be one of the members of the Black Church. The young man thought that he was too smug and self-assured. Terrible things continue to happen behind his back. The prince told the knight that the Empire of Aslan and the Black Church are connected. Harmon couldn't understand why the prince thought that, but Alan replied, if the knight saw this evil now, he would understand everything. Alan opened the status window and discovered that he was dealing with Nessus. He was a necromancer and dark mage with boundless loyalty to Aslan. The prince asked the knight to bring something to write on so he could record the information and send it urgently to the imperial fortress. Using a magical teleportation ring, Nessus appeared in a safe location, but they were waiting for him there as well. The necromancer was very displeased. He didn't recall agreeing to a meeting. The man addressed Nessus. He wanted to know who was responsible for what had happened in the square, since it had tarnished Aslan's reputation. Nessus did not respond at all to the man, who believed that this very necromancer was ignoring his right to lead. But in reality, Nessus has no idea how many sacrifices were made for a defective creature like himself. Nessus became very angry at being called that. He said that such an ambassador from Aslan was the most useless thing imaginable. Nessus added that he was not loyal to the god of death, but only to Aslan, and that following Raham's orders, he was in command of this place. The man began to say that he was an envoy from the Empire of Aslan, but Nessus had no intention of listening to him and said that Raham had granted him the authority of an envoy. When the banquet begins, they will use the third prince to stop the heavenly army. The man tried to protest or object, but Nessus said he didn't want to hear any objections. He would wipe Humid off the map. Very soon, this kingdom would collapse, and the reason for this was the murder of the priests from the Aslan Empire. Apart from the two of them, no one knows about this dark side, and now the man realized that the situation was very serious. Nessus said that soon this green land would become the land of Aslan. Nessus brought up the subject of Alan Elfals, and the man said that they were currently organizing his secret assassination. Nessus knew this perfectly well, and he also knew who had ordered the assassination of the seventh prince. Crown Princess Darina Rose was behind it. The seventh prince wasn't dead yet. It couldn't be done until then. The client considered the seventh prince to be nothing more than a child, a chick barely hatched from its egg, but his abilities were far from simple. Nessus learned the hard way that this boy was using two powers that were completely at odds with each other, and it was very unexpected. This means he could be very useful to the Aslan Empire. Alan asked the knight once more, was this really a telegram from the emperor? And Hammond confirmed that he had personally picked it up. This was very strange because the Holy Emperor had ordered him to meet with the ambassador and sever diplomatic relations. Alan couldn't accept such an answer. Ruffle was too dim-witted and frightened. He understood that something serious was going on, but had absolutely no idea how to behave. Alan explained everything to him once more and said that he believed the Aslan Empire was involved in all of this. And since the third prince is currently in charge of all diplomatic affairs, he must issue an order on what to do in this situation. Ruffle said that the banquet must go ahead as planned. Aslan wants to mend relations, which is why he's hosting the banquet. And even if this banquet makes no sense at all, what does make sense? After all, the seventh prince has no intention of admitting that he was wrong to display the priests' heads in the square. In any case, they don't need to get too nervous or worked up. They'll simply hold the banquet and avoid causing a commotion. Also present in the city at the moment was Oscar Balda, vice captain of the Golden Cross. He really was very strong. Ruffle said that Oscar was the first person to have interacted with vampires face-to-face, so there was absolutely no need to worry about vampires. Alan, by the way, wasn't worried about vampires or the Lich. Over the years, he'd fought many battles against various monsters. He could defeat a Lich with absolute ease, but his people were another matter. Alan didn't want to get involved in a cause he knew was doomed to fail. He understood that this was on a whole different level. Ruffle turned to his brother and said he understood that Alan wasn't keen on any of this, but right now, it was their shared mission. Alan stood up and declared that this wasn't even funny. He had no intention of getting involved, and the third prince could mind his own business. Alan said he would exercise the powers of the Inquisitor granted by His Majesty, but he would not take command himself. After that, he turned to Harmond and ordered him to deploy the army along the border with the Aslan Empire. The third prince was shocked by such audacity, but Alan told the Sacred Knight that if he encountered any difficulties, he could ask Luan or Hilda for help. Harmond looked at the young prince with admiration. He had great confidence in the prince's knowledge and intuition and readily agreed to carry out his orders. It was urgent to enlist the Red Cross, the Yellow Cross, and the Dwarf Corps, as well as to send a note to Feoda Lupin and mobilize all armed forces. The third prince couldn't believe it. Could his younger brother really want war? But Alan replied that he was doing all this precisely to prevent war. They would do everything in their power, and if Aslan attacked, they wouldn't even be able to scratch the fortress wall. Up until now, it had always seemed that they lived in harmony, but now the seventh prince had no intention of continuing to be led around by the Aslan Empire. All of this must be conveyed to Aslan's ambassador, and if Ruffle wants peace, he must keep a low profile. Alan asked the knight to invite Oscar Balda to speak with him before the General Assembly. We need to get moving. Very little time had passed, but all the troops that had even been mentioned were dispatched at the seventh prince's request. The ambassador of the Aslan Empire couldn't believe his eyes, since all this time he'd been told something completely different. As the ambassador realized, the two states had been planning to hold a welcoming banquet, but now some kind of chaos was unfolding here. Ruffle apologized to the imperial ambassador and said that, unfortunately, the seventh prince was in command of the military. Ruffle claimed that he had tried to dissuade his younger brother, but he would not agree under any circumstances. Aslan's ambassador had always thought this was some kind of exaggeration. Alan Elfoles held many different titles, but now it turned out that he was also in command of the army. The ambassador remembered his plans, since the seventh prince was supposed to be assassinated at the banquet. He lost his temper a little, then calmed down and apologized to the prince for speaking too hastily. The man turned to Ruffle with a request, or so to speak, a small favor. Leaning quietly toward the young man's ear, he asked him to leave the Golden Cross behind, promising him something in return if the prince did so. At that moment, the Holy Emperor was witnessing the torture of one of the detainees. He demanded the truth, for it was because of this man that he had given his grandson an answer that was far too brief. Count Pomor was still alive and firmly bound in chains, and now the Emperor wanted to extract the truth from him. No matter how powerful the vampire Pomor is, he could not have infiltrated the Holy Empire on his own. And now the Emperor is asking him specifically who is behind all of this. Count Pomor told the Emperor that Darina Rose is pulling the strings in many aspects of this affair. The vampire swore that it was the truth. The Emperor ordered the Red Cross to inform the first prince that he was to take charge of the imperial palace for a while. The Emperor himself decided to pass sentence personally, and now he would do so right here and now. Meanwhile, the promised banquet was taking place in the palace. Alan was carefully observing everyone, making sure there was nothing that magic couldn't handle. He calmly sipped his juice and surveyed everyone with his sacred gaze. Everything was peaceful and quiet at the moment. Alan, instead of hosting the banquet as ordered by Ruffle. But that didn't matter. No matter where the troops were stationed, something was going to happen anyway. Soon, the third prince appeared at the banquet. He admitted that he had run away from the ambassador because he was tired of Oscar Balda. This man was so intimately involved in the conversation that it seemed as if he would pierce people's faces with his bristly mustache. Ruffle understood that this too was being done on Alan's orders. Could it be that his younger brother didn't trust him? Listening to the beautiful music and generally relaxing in the wonderful setting, Ruffle couldn't understand why his brother still didn't like the banquet. While the situation was still calm and everyone could sit quietly in their seats, Ruffle decided to take the opportunity to ask his younger brother about something. He pointed to a woman down in the hall. He wasn't referring to his mother, Dorina Rose, but to the black-haired maid standing next to her. Alan asked, "Does my brother really like this girl?" After checking her status window, he realized she was Charlene, a master of seduction and charm, and although she looked perfectly normal, she was a total nutcase. At that moment, Aslan, the imperial ambassador, appeared on the balcony along with Oscar Bald. The ambassador told the prince that he had urgent business and had already searched the entire banquet hall until he found the chief steward. Ruffle wanted to know what the matter was, and the ambassador declared that time was running out. Alan and Oscar immediately tensed up upon hearing the mention of time. Suddenly, everything in the hall began to shake, as if an earthquake were occurring, and cracks even appeared under their feet, causing the floor to split open. Charlotte was wearing armor and chainmail today and looked simply stunning. She told Harmon that this chainmail, made by dwarves, had been a gift from the seventh prince, and the knight confirmed that even a fleeting glance was enough to see just how fine this armor was. Charlotte was worried that this gear was too much for her, but the knight believed it showed just how much the prince valued her. The main thing was that this armor didn't complicate matters for Harmon himself. The knight was already starting to feel jealous and anxious because Charlotte had risen too high. While Harmon was still a deputy, Charlotte had already become captain of the White Cross. But in the very next moment, the two knights' small talk came to an end because the ground began to shake. It seemed as if an earthquake had struck. And soon, from the depths of the earth, from beneath the rubble of stones, a terrifying, incomprehensible demonic creature emerged, most likely a chimera. Harmon immediately ordered preparations for evacuation, while Charlotte stood there with her mouth agape in astonishment. Soon everyone saw a magic circle drawn on the floor, along with images of magical runes. There were far too many of these magical symbols. It was now clear that this banquet had been arranged specifically to herd everyone into one place. Harmon and Charlotte immediately received confirmation and realized that the seventh prince had been absolutely right. Charlotte asked, as she sliced through the monster with her sword, what their plan was, but the knight told her not to worry. He would handle everything himself. The first priority was to evacuate the people, and Charlotte understood that she had a completely different goal at this celebration. The girl looked closely at the creature, now standing in the middle of the city, and rushed to attack it. Aslan's ambassador took the third prince hostage, holding a knife to his throat. The stench grew stronger, and the seventh prince realized that this was indeed the plan for chaos they had been preparing. The ambassador confirmed that this was indeed the case. All of this was being done for the sake of Aslan's empire. Alan couldn't understand how his younger brother had let them capture him so easily, but the ambassador ordered him not to move if Alan wanted to save the third prince. Alan decided to ask directly. If the ambassador took the third prince for himself, would he be left behind by everyone else? And that, of course, didn't sound very brotherly at all. But Alan calmly told the ambassador that those he had captured were, in fact, traitors who had long since betrayed their empire. Ruffle began to protest at being called a traitor along with his mother, but Alan demanded that he not speak to him that way. The fact was that Count Pomor, who had been held in the imperial prison all this time, had confessed to everything and told the truth. The ambassador listened to this news with interest and said that it didn't really matter. After all, the prince's status carries a certain value in any case. Alan confirmed. After everything that had happened, whether the third prince was a traitor or not was now an internal matter for the state. During the banquet, one of the guests in the banquet hall had a very interesting device that displayed an image. This device was recording right now, and the footage was being broadcast everywhere. No one would ever have believed that Aslan was about to declare war. But thanks to this whole situation, Fossil provided evidence and revealed the true goals of Aslan's empire. The seventh prince said that he hadn't liked this banquet from the very beginning. It had all been organized by Aslan, and that made the prince regret it. But now that all the troops had been brought here, the young man was certain that Nisus would be unable to stand up to them. In response to this statement, a new wave of the earthquake shook the castle, and the balcony where the princes were standing was literally shaking violently. Alan couldn't understand what was happening, where these vibrations were coming from, or why the whole building was shaking. He had to get outside as quickly as possible to see what could be done about all this. The next moment, the building began to collapse right beneath their feet, and in an instant, everyone on the balcony was tumbling down. It was some kind of madhouse. Alan fell for a while, plummeting from the balcony, and soon found himself face to face with the necromancer Nisus. Nisus grabbed him by the throat and said he'd missed him terribly. "That's why, little angel." But now they would go their separate ways, because a man like Alan would be very useful to the empire of Aslan. Meanwhile, a battle against chimeras and monsters was taking place in the fortress courtyard. Soon the troops had restored complete order. Knights from various regiments and gnomes fought side by side. At that moment, one of the Knights of the Golden Cross ran up. He was looking for Charlotte and Harmond. I would have liked to know what the situation was like in the banquet hall, but the knight reported that no one was there. He explained that a huge, strange hole had formed in the banquet hall and a magic circle had been drawn. It's believed that everyone left through it. Such magic circles appeared not only in the banquet hall but also in several other places. The worst thing that could have happened was that the seventh prince had gone missing. Alan woke up and couldn't figure out where he was. He remembered falling into the hole along with the undead. It turned out that it wasn't a hole at all, but a distortion of space. Now he had to figure out where he was. The young man looked around, realizing he was in some kind of dungeon. Alan overheard some conversations. The ambassador was furious. After all, because of the boy, all their plans had gone down the drain. But Nisus believed that none of that mattered right now. First, they needed to find the seventh prince. Nisus explained that they had all entered that passage together, so the prince must be somewhere on that side. Alan still didn't understand what had happened, but it was clear that he had somehow ended up separated from the rest of the group. It was all very strange and unfair. The prince didn't understand why he was sitting there all alone and didn't know where to go next. Nisus began shouting at the top of his lungs. He knew that the seventh prince could hear him. He said that they would find him soon. Nisus explained that they had ended up at Aslan's training center. The plans had been in the works for a very long time. Alan can't even imagine how many sacrifices will be required to carry out their plan. But because the seventh prince intervened, it will all be in vain now. Nisus was going to lure Oscar here and kill him after humanity had been destroyed. Aslan will soon emerge from the wasteland, and Nisus had a plan to take over the land, but the boy ruined it. Therefore, when he is caught, Nisus will torture him personally and tear him to shreds, and he will also take everything from him. The next moment, a rifle shot rang out and the bullet whizzed past, wounding the ambassador in the shoulder. Alan emerged from his hiding place, rifle slung over his shoulder, and said he didn't understand any of this. Creatures like Nisus always treat people like insects, so why is he now blaming everyone? And before the stunned villains could say a word, Alan put the Necromancer King's skull over his face and pulled out his magic book. He began casting some kind of spell, all the while fuming over the fact that Nisus had been about to tear him to pieces. And now the young man had activated both holy magic and necromantic magic and challenged the monsters to fulfill their terrifying promises. Nisus was truly shocked. It turned out that the one wielding holy power also had the Necromancer King's relic at his disposal. How could that be? Nisus couldn't imagine how this guy dared to so calmly wield these completely mutually exclusive and opposing powers. Alan said he was an army unto himself. He was Guy's heir, and now his opponents would also get to know his undead forces. Nisus quickly drew his staff and began gathering strength and magic, for now he faced a serious battle. Alan knew that a lich would follow the vampire, but for him, it was no match, so he would easily deal with it. The young man activated Holy Night, and a huge, powerful army of holy undead came to fight for him. Nasus was stunned by the power of these undead. The gates wouldn't budge, and they couldn't get the upper hand no matter what. And while the sacred dead, of course, couldn't immediately destroy such a formidable opponent, his defensive shield had cracked. Nasus became increasingly convinced that the enemy before him was exactly what the Aslan Empire desperately needed. Alan continued to gather strength in an army, stating that this power was not for Aslan's sake, but to destroy all this evil. Aslan's ambassador already realized that they would not be able to defeat the seventh prince, and so suggested they simply flee. But Nasus replied that they were already at home, so they had nowhere to run. The ambassador believed that the two of them alone would definitely not be able to handle it. Besides, he was wounded and hadn't prepared a plan B. But Nasus already had something in mind. He turned to the ambassador and demanded that he give him his life. The Necromancer explained that they were doing this for the sake of the Aslan Empire. So would he really spare his own life for its sake? Now was the perfect moment, and the ambassador could prove his loyalty to the Empire. Nessus demanded that the ambassador surrender his soul and magic to him. Alan heard everything and believed that a few insignificant souls couldn't possibly stop him. The Necromancer had already dealt with his companion and thought the prince was behaving very arrogantly, even at such a serious and critical moment. Meanwhile, Alan continued to acquire new abilities and skills. He had now activated the resurrection of his dead army. Gradually, the young man took on a truly demonic appearance. It seemed as though he had turned into a many-armed spider ready to seize its prey. In addition to these skeletal arms, the young man used a rifle, cast magical buffs, and attacked his opponents with spells. Now it was Aslan's ambassador who stared in astonishment at this boy, realizing that they were utterly incapable of opposing such power. Gathering all his strength into a single blow, the prince directed his attack at Nasus, who stood rooted to the spot in shock, trying to comprehend how such a thing was possible. Nasus was subjected to a terrifying assault, but of course, he could not surrender to a mere boy, and declared that he would kill him, despite the immense value such a man held for the Aslan Empire. Alan remained completely calm. A sacred circle had formed around him, and now the boy awaited the villain's counterattack. Nasus understood that this was now a matter of honor. He said he would sacrifice his own soul, but he would force this man to die right here on the spot. Nasus was no longer afraid to die himself. He knew that Rahama would surely avenge him, and that the seventh prince would not live long, because he had become a real threat to the Aslan Empire. Nasus gathered his spells and demonic power and prepared to blow everything up here along with himself, seeing this as his only way out. Soon, dark forces blazed above the Necromancer, which he intended to use for this final blow. Alan realized with horror how many souls had fallen victim to this villain. Unfortunately, the prince arrived too late and was unable to save them. Nasus demanded to be called the Reaper of Death, if only for this one ability of his. But now he simply hated the young man who had caused his plan to fail, only for Aslan to take all the credit in the end. But now Nasus is the master here, and he will be the one to orchestrate the seventh prince's death. However, Alan was already tired of listening to this nonsense and told the Necromancer to stop spouting nonsense. The young man approached Nasus as closely as possible and clearly felt no effect from him. As for Nasus's claim that he would orchestrate the seventh prince's death, he was too late, because the prince's death was already in his own hands. Nasus clearly hadn't expected this turn of events, and he could already see that this boy wasn't just unafraid of him, he was actually challenging him. All sorts of attacks rained down on the Necromancer, but he considered it a bluff. If the prince dragged out this battle, he would clearly lose. The problem is that even if a person can do many things, they still have limitations tied to their physical body. But for him, the Necromancer, this isn't a problem, and he will never tire. Alan barely reacted to the Necromancer's various threats, but said that the villain had brought too much suffering upon people, so he wouldn't die easily. The young man secretly told his opponent that he possessed a special necromantic technique that Nasus hadn't yet figured out. And after these words, the seventh prince pulled out a shovel. It was indeed a very unexpected tool. The shovel was bathed in sacred light, The prince intended to use it to finish off his opponent once and for all. Nasus soon realized that the situation was serious. He demanded that the prince stop what he was about to do. But Alan said that he had activated an ability to subjugate any creature, and now Nasus would be unable to die and would serve him. After that, the sacred power was directed at the Necromancer to break his will and bring him under control. Nasus's protective shield was soon breached, and now the prince had seized his soul. From now on, the Necromancer would be unable to control anyone's death, let alone his own. Yes, at that very moment, everyone connected to the prince had gathered near the magical circle. They needed to come to an agreement, calm down, and begin the search for Alan. Harmon was very upset. He didn't know what to do, but he couldn't just stand there and wait for bad news. At that moment, one of the sacred knights ran up and delivered the terrible news that the military of the Aslan Empire was attacking. The final stage of the chaos plan was now clear. Once the unrest had been stirred up, military intervention would begin. Aslan's representatives wanted to take the princes hostage, but things didn't go as they had planned. It was a very bold move, but apparently these people had no intention of holding back and planned to go all in, confident of a quick victory. When Charlotte and Hammond reached the gates, they couldn't understand why the Holy Knights had opened them, but the knights said they'd received orders to do so. They were simply told to open the gates and wait. It was a very strange and rather foolish order given the enemy's advance. And at that moment, a bright glow literally blinded everyone present, and no one understood what was actually happening. But Hammond had already begun to guess what that light was. Of course, it's hard to believe, but it really was him. It was the Holy Emperor Kelt Elfals himself who appeared before his troops in that light. The Holy Emperor struck his enormous hammer several times, and that was enough to drive the enemy troops back from the fortress. Now it was time to catch their breath a bit and assess the current state of affairs and the overall situation. One of Aslan's men made his way through the billowing smoke and lunged at the Emperor from behind, hoping to catch the old man off guard. The Emperor grabbed the attacker's weapon with his bare hand, even though the attacker was certain he was in a blind spot and couldn't possibly be seen. The opponent didn't realize that he was facing not a human, but a true monster. The villain stared in horror at this monster who had no intention of figuring out what was going on or wasting his time on it. The Emperor simply snatched the sword from the hand of the villain who had attacked him and pierced the man right through. All of this was accompanied by powerful surges of sacred energy, and even the Holy Knights could barely withstand such intense bursts of light. The sacred Emperor unleashed a veritable whirlwind of light that literally swept away everything in its path. The old man noticed a small cut on his hand, but felt only a slight twinge of pain. This was a sign that he was growing old, and it was time for him to retire. The Emperor inquired about the current whereabouts of Oscar Bald, the deputy commander of the Golden Cross, but no one had been able to locate him yet. The Emperor knew that mages had been dying young lately, but at the same time, he remembered that he had such a powerful descendant as the seventh prince. But the sacred knights were forced to disappoint the Emperor by telling him that the seventh prince had also disappeared somewhere. Oscar and his grandsons had vanished, and the traitors had disgraced the Emperor's name. It turned out that those who were supposed to defend this place had abandoned everything and disappeared. The sacred Emperor was furious, and now he urgently needed to figure out how to vent his anger. Physical labor always helps relieve stress. The Emperor gathered his team and reminded himself that the Aslan Empire had launched the attack first. And that meant the Emperor would now give them the war they wanted, so he ordered the knights to bring him the head of Rahama, the leader of the Aslan Empire, right away. The Holy Knights were eager to avenge all the atrocities and evil committed by the neighboring state, and were immediately ready to carry out the Emperor's order. Alan began to gradually come to his senses. The young man couldn't remember what had happened. His body bore signs of wounds and bruises. The young man recalled the enormous lich, upon whom he had unleashed a barrage of blows, and this drained the prince of his strength. To take down that lich, he had to give it his all. After that, the prince couldn't remember a thing. No wonder he fainted. Suddenly, Alan found himself tightly bound to a huge tree again. He still hadn't figured out what kind of tree it was. The next moment, someone poured a bucket of water over him, and it seemed as if Alan had finally come to his senses. Some unfamiliar people appeared nearby. They were delighted to see that the man had finally woken up. The people were almost naked, as if they were from prehistoric tribes. They gazed at the prince in awe and shouted that the savior had awakened. Soon, a man appeared who said he would explain everything. They were slaves who had been captured in this place. They had been taken for experiments and sacrifices. But one day a warrior appeared who defeated the undead, pursuing these people and granted them salvation. And the holy water that this man had made restored the lives that had been taken from the people held captive. And now all these rescued people considered Alan an angel. His water was the best. In addition to their lives, their bodies were rejuvenated, and it was wonderful. When the prince finally fainted from exhaustion, these people took care of him. They were very grateful that he had saved them, but they understood that the stranger had come here for Miss Tina. After that, the man called for Miss Tina so that she, too, could greet their savior, because he had finally regained consciousness. A very pretty young red-haired elf stepped forward and greeted the prince. The young man immediately realized that she was a dark elf, and the man informed him that Miss Tina was Aslan's true heiress. As strange as it may sound, Tina was Rahama's daughter. It soon became clear that Rahama did not acknowledge his daughter, but who cares about the emperor's personal affairs anyway? Alan decided he needed to go back and asked where the exit was, but the man said it was very dangerous to go out right now. The fact was that a war was raging. Alan hadn't heard anything about this and was very surprised. After all, he'd been unconscious for several days. The men told him that about 3 months had passed since the angel had appeared before them and saved them all. At this news, the young man's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He'd been there for nearly 100 days. The man made his way through the long corridors. He was very tired, and although he was following a map, he realized he was lost. Once again, the man turned to his companion and said that he had come in search of his son. Could anyone help him with this? A huge, fire-breathing dragon lived in this dungeon and pretended not to understand the man's question. Realizing he wouldn't get an answer from this lizard, the man said he wouldn't ask any more questions. The man looked exhausted. He understood that it would be very difficult to search for his son in this area, but he had to. Alan had been unconscious for 3 months. The locals took care of him, but they didn't wash him with holy water. Perhaps that helped to some extent, but it's unlikely that holy water alone was the reason. This enormous and strange tree helped the prince recover. Soon the young man learned that it was the power of an elf named Tina. The emperor of the Aslan Empire, Rahama, had many children, and Tina was the 30th among them. Alan was very surprised to learn that the emperor had only one wife. It turns out the children were not born to his wife, but to slaves, and this was done not out of love, but for the sake of experiments. Rahama possessed strong blood and powerful magic. It is said that he conducted numerous experiments, mixing the blood of different races, because he wanted to produce a powerful child to bring his ideas to fruition. Rahama did not like Tina. He said that the Black Order needed healthy slaves who would live long lives. That's why her father ordered his daughter to be sent there, even though she was growing slowly. Perhaps that's just the nature of elves. But Rahama wouldn't hear of it, and now he was even planning to punish the person who dared to stand up for Tina. All of this sounded very interesting to the prince, especially considering that such events were taking place in a country where necromancy was practiced. Tina explained to the prince that she couldn't lay the angel on the hard floor, so she hung him from a tree. Apparently, the girl really loves nature. Alan listened attentively to everything, but then told his rescuers that he wanted to return home. This news really upset them. The prince was finally starting to lose his temper. He said once again that he was Prince Alan, not an angel at all. He was an ordinary person and wanted to go home. However, the people didn't believe his words because they had seen the miracle with their own eyes. Alan continued to insist on his position. He explained to the people that he had a place to return to and that people were waiting for him, so they shouldn't hold a grudge against him. In that case, Tina and Damon declared that they would go with the angel because they too couldn't live here for much longer. Since this was, first and foremost, the Black Order's headquarters, Rahama would eventually send more of his people here. Damon promised that they wouldn't bother the angel, but would simply go with him, and once they found a suitable place for themselves, they would stay there. Alan didn't really see anything wrong with that. He didn't really care either way. Besides, the elven powers might come in handy. So the young man said he was willing to take them with him, but only the two of them. The rest should return to their homes. Alan, of course, knew that there was no land in the Empire of Aslan worth anything at all, but this was going too far. Everything around them was covered in dust and sand. There wasn't a single city in sight, and even Damon admitted he had no idea where they were. Alan realized he had set out on a long journey without any plan at all. At that moment, Tina spotted some tracks in the sand. The girl began to use her abilities and heard knocking and the sound of an orc's roar. She reported that merchants and an orc were fighting somewhere nearby. Alan suggested heading in that direction, but Damon thought it was very dangerous. On the other hand, that was the Angel's plan. He wanted to save people in trouble once again. Alan was already regretting that he hadn't gone out alone. Eventually, they came across the merchants, freed them of course, and now the men were thanking their rescuers for their help. Alan and his companions settled into the tent where the merchants had invited them and asked them not to thank them for their help. The merchant honestly admitted that he had never seen so many skeletons in his life, and now realized that he was standing before the greatest necromancer he had ever seen. Alan, of course, could have told them that he was an ordinary man, and moreover, a prince from a prosperous kingdom. But it seemed these people couldn't tell the difference between magical power and divine power. Among the merchants was a man wearing a mask. He was scrutinizing the savior and thought he must have made a mistake. Alan asked who this man was, and the merchants replied that he had been sent to them by higher-ups. The young man began to say that he shouldn't have believed and couldn't trust what the alchemist had said. So far, it all sounded like utter nonsense. Alan checked the young man through the status window and found that he was an alchemist named Hans, an extremely talented and remarkable young man. Without further ado, the prince suggested that Hans speak with him in private. The merchants began whispering to Hans that this unknown savior was incredibly skilled at using magic. He must be from a noble family. The merchants hoped that Hans would find out all the information for them. They sent the young man to the prince and agreed to leave the tent. Tina asked if she should leave too, and the prince replied that she could do as she pleased. Tina said she would leave shortly, but she needed one skeleton from the prince's arsenal. Alan handed over a skeleton because the girl really wanted to see its sacred bones and touch them at least once. Hans watched with interest as the elf girl and the old man engaged in some sort of indecency with the skeleton. But at that moment, Alan asked the young alchemist if he knew how to distinguish magical power from holy power. Hans began to evade the question, so the prince asked if the alchemist knew who he was. It was clear that this young man knew more than he was letting on. Hans explained that a war was raging outside. The Holy Emperor was pushing back the Empire of Aslan, which was in the thick of the battle. In desperation, he is using hostages, the crown princess and the crown prince, to drag out the war. If the hostages are returned unharmed, the possibility of a truce will be considered. But until then, Aslan is giving no response. Aslan's baffling behavior continues, and rumors are beginning to spread. People are saying that the war is being deliberately prolonged, citing hostages who never even existed. In addition, there are rumors of an attempt to find the princes. Hans said he couldn't even have imagined that the crown prince was standing right in front of him. Alan was ready to listen to a few more fairy tales, but he realized that this guy simply didn't know how to lie. The prince admitted that thanks to the alchemist, he now knew what was going on here, but he had to bury him in the desert. After all, he didn't want someone who knew his true identity to remain anywhere nearby. Hans begged for mercy, then reached into his bag and said he had a gift for the prince. If it's useless, it can simply be thrown away. The alchemist handed over a dragon scale, which the prince might be able to use as he saw fit. In any case, Hans said he would take the prince to the dragon's lair, which was full of treasures. Tina continued to communicate with the skeletons. She had already figured out that skeletons don't feel hunger, and now she wanted to understand what kept them alive. It turned out that it was thanks to the holy power. Just as Tina had expected, the angel's body moves not through magic, but thanks to the holy power. Tina wanted to know if skeletons had souls and if they were capable of feeling. The skeleton admitted that he had no soul, and the girl couldn't understand how consciousness could exist under such circumstances. The skeleton explained that they act and move of their own free will. Every holy power, mana, and magic has its own will. It was very difficult for the girl to make sense of all this, because she had only a superficial understanding of otherworldly forces. However, she had already realized that all of the angel's undead possessed self-awareness, which stemmed from his will. This was in contrast to the undead controlled by necromancers through magic, which never possessed self-awareness. Tina had seen priests bless water, turning it into holy water, but creating holy water out of nothing was very strange. Now the girl was certain that the angel's abilities were not merely a unique phenomenon, they contradicted the natural order of things. It seemed as though this power did not belong to the world in which they found themselves. Tina recalled once again exactly what her savior had done and realized that he was using the divine power of creation. Thus, the girl became even more convinced that Alan was none other than an angel. With that, the girl ended her conversation with the skeleton and returned to the tent. She wanted to know how the conversation between Alan and the alchemist had gone. The young man replied that they had just finished, and it had been a productive conversation, but for some reason the alchemist was kneeling and clearly repenting for something. Alan told his companions that according to Hans, the dragon's lair was located to the northwest. The frightened alchemist added that it was a lair where a dragon had once lived. Hans claimed that the lair was full of gold and treasures, and that he had even brought back a dragon scale from there. The alchemist claimed that he had gone there with his group of mercenaries, and Tina apparently realized which place he was referring to. It was Aslan's ancient tomb, and if that was the case, there could definitely be a dragon scale there. Damon also confirmed that he had heard stories about the dragon guarding this tomb. It was simply amazing that Aslan had managed to tame the dragon. Of course, it was a very ancient story, and it was hard to say how true it was. However, Hans begged them to believe him and insisted that he was telling the truth. Alan thought for a moment, then suggested they go to that place and see everything with their own eyes. This place could serve as an excellent base for Tina in the future. Perhaps she'll establish her settlement there. And so it was decided that the whole group would head to this tomb, with Hans leading the way. However, the young alchemist must remember this well. If he lies, he'll be buried on the spot, and Hans promised to do everything possible not to disappoint Alan. The group traveled for a long time through the desert, where only the wind whipped dust and sand around. Hans explained that the man who had sold him the dragon scale had told him about this place. Hans took pity on the unfortunate man who had fainted from hunger and thirst on the street. He saved him, and in return, the man told him everything he knew about the dragon's lair and anything else that might be useful. The stranger's words turned out to be true, so Hans believed he could be trusted. Of course, this man also claimed that he had personally killed the dragon right in its lair, but that was most likely just a tall tale. Soon, everyone was gazing in amazement at the tomb. It made a stunning impression. Hans said that, of course, the dragon wasn't there. All that remained was the place where it had once lived, since there was absolutely no way a real dragon could have appeared here out of nowhere. But Alan had entirely different thoughts on the matter, and he could very clearly sense the presence of something powerful and unusual. And soon, a real dragon appeared before everyone present, smashing through the wall with its head and showering everything with stones. The alchemist was genuinely terrified, because the man had said that a dragon used to live here, and it turned out that it was still living here. Of course, it seemed like an unreal madness, but the fiery attack launched by the enormous dragon was very real indeed. Alan quickly began to activate his necromantic abilities. He thought what an idiot he'd been to take that windbag at his word. Meanwhile, the dragon calmly continued to rain fire down on everything. It was doing its job and defending the tomb perfectly. Alan barely had time to conjure a skeleton's arm to use as a shield and protect everyone present from the scorching fire. However, a powerful explosion sent everyone flying in different directions, showering them with rocks and dust. Hans was very surprised when he realized he was still alive. Damon couldn't understand what was happening. He was very worried about Lady Tina and hoped she was all right. But Tina was busy. She was staring in amazement at Alan, who had managed to destroy the enormous dragon, now lying here on its back, with a single blow. Alan approached the dragon and saw a deep, fatal wound on the huge creature's body that was bleeding. The young man stood next to the enormous monster. His behavior seemed rather strange to the prince, and now he was trying to figure out what kind of creature this was. Alan realized that everything the man had told Hans was true. The only thing that wasn't clear was how an ordinary merchant could have defeated such a dragon. The prince asked what the alchemist now thought of the dragon, whose existence he had so vehemently denied. But Hans was preoccupied with something else entirely at the moment. He was pointing at something and asking what it was. Hans wanted to know what that enormous thing standing in front of Lady Tina was, and Alan realized he needed to come up with something fast. The thing was, he'd gotten so caught up in the dragon that he hadn't had time to hide his skeletons, and now everyone present had met his best friends and assistants. Alan himself stared in amazement at this giant. It was unclear why the skeleton had grown to such incredible proportions. But at the same time, the skeleton wasn't aggressive. On the contrary, it looked absolutely cute. Its gaze was kind, and its broad smile invited conversation. Hans was in shock, for he was seeing a person who could summon so much holy energy. The alchemist was too frightened. He told the prince to do something about this thing because it was staring at them, and that was very frightening. Suddenly, the enormous skeleton bowed its head and spoke. He said he was the Lord of Death who bestows life. After that, the skeleton fell to his knees before the people and gave his name. He was the King of White Bones. Bowing his head even lower as a sign of respect, the skeleton introduced himself as Don Haja, and this was an act of complete obedience to his master. Fortunately, this creature didn't seem hostile, and Lady Tina was absolutely delighted by such a huge angel. Alan realized that he had simply reached out to block the dragon's attack, and in doing so, he had ended up summoning the King of White Bones. Alan turned to Don Haja, saying that he had summoned him completely by accident, but since that was the case, they might as well get to know each other. The prince wanted to know how far and freely the king could move, and whether he was capable of moving and leaving the lake of holy water entirely. It turned out that the King of White Bones didn't know this himself, so they decided to figure it out together as they went along. The King of White Bones grabbed the huge dragon's body with his hand and calmly flung it aside. It was a very powerful and unexpected move. The skeleton lowered the dragon into the holy water, submerging it completely. The whole scene looked very epic and unusual. It's hard to take down such a massive dragon in one go. It was hard to believe even for someone who saw it all with their own eyes. Alan realized that all of this wasn't just a coincidence, but he needed to figure out his incredible power as quickly as possible. Alan was trying to understand why all this was happening, but then Hans's loud voice rang out. He pointed to the passageway that the dragon had been blocking until then. Once the dragon's enormous body was gone, everyone saw vast deposits of treasure and gold, and that too was all true. Now they had all become incredibly rich, and perhaps Alan would ask the King of White Bones to transport all this treasure for them. Alan hoped that alchemist Hans had some kind of item with a spatial pocket in his inventory to store all the gold in. At that moment, the King of White Bones addressed his master. He wanted to know if Alan was all right. The skeleton was worried that his master would be very upset because in reality, the King of White Bones was not like an ordinary summoned creature. In order to sustain his life functions, the master would need a huge amount of holy energy. Alan understood that this summoning would exhaust him greatly, but he couldn't have known in advance that it would turn out this way. People couldn't understand what was happening. Powerful bursts of lightning-like energy sliced through space. It turned out that the machine had malfunctioned as a result of an overload. The very next moment, it burst into flames. Hadn't they checked it properly before putting it into operation? Something had to be done about this, and first and foremost, the people had to be saved. Alan saw himself in modern clothing. He couldn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, people began to be pulled into subspace. It was imperative to pull them out. It had to be done quickly and urgently. Alan realized he had fainted again. Lately, this had been happening to him far too often. He saw himself strapped to the alchemist, with Damon and Tina nearby. Every time he came to, he found himself tied up. Alan asked for an explanation of what was going on, and Hans was very happy that the prince had woken up. Hans reported that 10 days had already passed since he'd passed out. Alan realized that this was roughly how bears feel during hibernation. That's how the call from the strong skeleton ended. Tina reported to Alan that after investigating, they had determined there was neither food nor water there. So they hired mercenaries to take them to the nearest town. Hans added that it turned out there was a fairly large town nearby. This is the continent's most famous slave market, the slave city of Yebulum. Rahama was furious. It was hard to imagine that, after declaring war, they would be forced to beg for mercy. The army sent to Humid had been completely blocked by the Holy Emperor. The servants confirmed that this, unfortunately, remained a very painful issue involving the princes. Both princes had indeed been caught in the distortion, so they were definitely somewhere within the territory of the Aslan Empire. Rahama was furious. He hated charades and wanted precise answers from his subordinates, not to have to solve riddles. He really didn't like any of this. The situation was becoming increasingly confusing. Everyone knew that the princes were being held in Aslan. In any case, they had to make the most of this until the very end. At that moment, a servant announced that a letter had arrived from the Holy Emperor, and the ruler of Aslan received the news with relief. The letter stated that the Holy Emperor demanded two things from Aslan. First, the empire must pay tribute to the Holy Empire for the next 20 years. And second, Emperor Rahama must take full responsibility for the war and surrender. The emperor, of course, was furious. He tore the letter to shreds, and it seemed as though the palace would be torn into tiny pieces as well. Rahama couldn't believe that old madman, Selt Elfals, dared to provoke him. He had clearly lost his mind and was overstepping his bounds. Rahama, of course, had no intention of surrendering. They'd see who would prevail, so he immediately addressed his lords with a new decree. It was necessary to find both princes immediately and bring them to their knees before Rahama. Rahama declared that if they spouted any nonsense, he would have their heads cut off on the spot. The lords swore they would find the princes before the Holy Empire did. They would chop off the boys' limbs. Then they'll mutilate the princes' bodies beyond recognition and send their heads as a gift to their grandfather, the Holy Emperor. How furious Emperor Aslan was, replaying the contents of the Holy Emperor's letter over and over in his mind. But right then the Lord said there was good news. It seems that the third prince is in the city of Yebulum. Moreover, they said that the crown prince of the Holy Kingdom of Luan Elfals is also currently in that city. Rahama grabbed the Lord by the head and slammed him against the wall, believing that this could in no way be called good news. The fact is, this monster is after them, and if it has already made its way into the kingdom, then things are really bad. Rahama beat his subordinate because he could no longer contain his rage and anger. Both princes were in the same place. Most likely, the severing of ties with the undead, as well as Nessus's death and disappearance, are also connected to these princes. And if it turns out that the other missing princes are gathering in the city of Yebulum, then perhaps they have some plans or schemes there directed against the Aslan Empire. One can only imagine what these scoundrels think of Rahama, who is incapable of defending his country. Rahama addressed his lords and demanded that they move their troops to the city of Yebulum and burn it to the ground, along with all its inhabitants and uninvited guests. The lords could hardly believe their ears, for Yebulum was a holy city of their empire, but Rahama told them not to make him repeat himself. They could no longer allow the Holy Kingdom to manipulate them. They must blockade the city so that not a single rat could escape and kill every living creature inside. Alan had almost fully regained consciousness, and now he had a hearty appetite. He was sitting on the alchemist's back, who was demanding that his patient finally get off him and leave him alone. Alan didn't pay much attention to Hans's tantrums. He was more struck by the fact that the city was far too noisy. Damon explained that it was time for the slave procession to pass through. This place is called the City of Slaves because it has a coliseum for slaves. It's famous for its constant fights, and unfortunately, people enjoy watching them. The worst part is that the slaves go along with all of this. And indeed, a procession of people bound together was passing through the city. One of the slaves looked very out of place. The young man claimed he was a prince, but his masters just laughed at him, demanding that he hurry up. Alan shared his plan with Hans, and the alchemist said it would cost a great deal of money. He had to remind this greedy guy not to be so petty, since Alan had saved him from the dragon's lair and had also shared the treasure, meat, scales, and everything else fairly with him. And now the alchemist was complaining over some scrap of paper, but Hans wouldn't let it go, because it wasn't just a scrap of paper. It was a very valuable teleportation scroll that could teleport him 3 meters. It's very valuable, but the location Alan chose isn't suitable for using it. 3 meters won't be enough to enter the city of Yebelum using the teleportation scroll. Hans argued that they would only be wasting the scroll, and Alan emphasized, so it's a completely useless thing. Hans suggested they think of another way instead of teleporting a person 3 meters. Of course, this scroll could be sold for a high price, but, on the other hand, it's now clear that teleportation isn't as simple as it seemed. With such efficiency, one can only dream of interdimensional travel, but Hans believed that it was theoretically possible. Hans was absolutely certain that Alan had already used this method of teleportation. The alchemist claimed that summoning the dead was also connected to teleportation, and that the foundation of this world consists of more than one thing. The middle world, where humans live, purgatory, where souls go, the world of giants, whom even the gods feared, the legendary world of spirits, and dozens of other dimensions besides these. Light beings, such as souls, can easily pass through the walls between dimensions, so their movement between dimensions is possible. But it is difficult for physical bodies with great mass to move even at the molecular level. Therefore, a large amount of energy is required to break through the barrier. Movement within a single dimension is very difficult, and movement between different dimensions is practically impossible. To accomplish this, one needs a power comparable to that of a god. Alan now understood what his companion was hinting at. The prince praised the alchemist and asked where he had studied. Hans replied that he had taught himself everything, drawing on the research of his late parents. He also collected treasures with great obsession, but Alan didn't want to hear those details. He invited Hans to live in his holy kingdom from then on. The prince promised the young man he would provide all the resources needed for his research, and if he was willing to work for the Holy Family, he should come. Hans finally realized that the prince had recognized him. After all, he had recognized the prince at their very first meeting and was ready to serve him. But Alan said that now was not the time to chat. They needed to rescue his brother. Alan, of course, had wanted to enter the city quietly, but now, it seemed, he would have to make far too much noise to rescue the third prince. Luan was very pleased when the archbishop arrived, because it had been very hard for him to be here alone. The old man could not hold back his tears. He saw how much his student had grown, and it was both very heartwarming and heartbreaking. However, the Holy Emperor considered it an act of immense insolence to be so late. If the soldiers die, it will be on the archbishop's conscience. But the old man insisted he wasn't to blame. He had to work hard to deal with the high priest. He could barely hold Qasim back. The emperor noted that Raphael must be getting old if he's having trouble handling such things. But the archbishop suggested they not argue, but rather discuss the situation with the missing people. Raphael never expected that even Oscar would disappear. The Holy Emperor, upon hearing the name of his chief commander, said that Oscar would be back soon, though these were empty hopes. No one knew where he had gone. At that moment, the holy knights in the courtyard spotted some movement and ordered the stranger to raise his hands and identify himself. The archbishop was certain that the emperor had received a message, but the emperor replied that it was merely intuition. And indeed, out of nowhere, Oscar Bald, captain of the Golden Order, was approaching at that very moment. The emperor felt that it was unbecoming of his commander to be late, but Oscar replied that he had been delayed by getting his bearings in the desert. The archbishop was very surprised to hear that Oscar had crossed the vast Aslan desert on foot. The old man immediately demanded that Oscar come in for urgent treatment, but the captain had said he had important messages to deliver. While making his way through the desert alone, Oscar accidentally stumbled upon Rahama's army. However, they were not headed for the Holy Kingdom. The emperor immediately realized that these soldiers were targeting his grandsons. Oscar added that Rahama's army's destination appeared to be somewhere near the city of Yebelum. In any case, that's where they were headed. One might assume they wanted to defend that city, but it was known that all the siege weapons had been removed from it. This looks more like an attack than a defense. The emperor surmised that there was something in this city that they were all afraid of. That was the only reason an army would attack its own city. The emperor realized they had to act quickly. From this point on, they would command separately, and unfortunately, Oscar couldn't go for treatment right away. The emperor ordered his commander to force the enemy to surrender. If they put up fierce resistance, kill them all. The emperor looked very serious. He was prepared for the final battle. Oscar confirmed that the Holy Emperor's order would be carried out. The archbishop was certain that given the current situation, the number of patients would increase. The emperor, of course, understood that the prince was behind all of this, but the scale was simply too great. There had to be something else involved, and it all came together in Yebelum. The man was looking at the photograph, and everything in it seemed very strange, because this wasn't supposed to happen. The picture showed a slave named Lupel, who had already won 9 victories. The man couldn't believe his eyes, unable to understand how he had managed to grow up so quickly, and yet he had been just an ordinary slave. The man considered himself very lucky to have stumbled upon travelers in the desert and to have met Lupel in Yebelum. But now that he was attracting so much attention, it would be difficult to slip away quietly. Perhaps he should wait a little longer. They say that a slave who wins 10 victories is granted his freedom. But can these guys wrapped in cloaks and wielding magic be trusted? It seems that Emperor Aslana has figured everything out, since the man is now moving about practically in the open, and Lupel's identity must have already been revealed. The men in cloaks called out to their companion, who was still standing by the wall staring at his feet. The man decided it was time to go all out, because he had no other choice left. He summoned the unholy ones, and a horde of skeletons immediately pounced on his companions. The guards couldn't figure out what the noise was. It was coming from one of the residential districts. But then another unexpected visitor appeared. A group of travelers appeared right in front of the guards. They looked very strange. There was an old man, an elf woman, and 2 young men. They all claimed they had business in this fortress. One of the young men said he had come to this city without an invitation from the Lord. He wanted to see his brother. The thing is, his brother is currently a slave, which is why the young man had come to meet him. The guards thought this guy must be out of his mind to be spouting such nonsense. Alan with the guards. He may have looked suspicious, but he held a fairly high status and demanded respect. Alan gave his full name, saying he was a prince of the royal family, but the guards didn't believe an idiot who was pretending to be from a hostile nation. One of the guards said that now was no time for such stupid jokes, and if the young man wanted to play the fool, he should go somewhere else. Other guards suggested simply capturing these strangers to sell them, because they were already getting on everyone's nerves with their stupid jokes. Alan replied to the guards that they had just insulted the royal family, and for that, he would put on a special show for them. Alan wanted to activate his holy power and asked the guards if they had ever heard of magic. Soon, the whole group had made their way into the city and were now looking around the streets with interest. Hans, an underground tunnel. Alan spotted a box on one of the streets, but Tina said it was best not to touch it. It was a means of protecting the city, and his actions could awaken it. This was Aslan's method for destroying the invaders. Now Alan had a clear picture of how things here would end in the near future. The young man turned to the guards and asked if they happened to see anything behind him. The guards confirmed that aside from the stranger and his friends, the area behind him was completely empty. There was nothing there. Alan confirmed that this was the correct answer, but in that case, the guard should say what was standing behind him. At that moment, all sorts of undead creatures were behind the guard, and Alan explained to the guards that it was magic creating something out of nothing. Alan added that he had recently acquired a fresh army of lightning bolts and was now happily using them for their intended purpose. Hans was very surprised and began to protest. Now he finally understood that the skeletons, and now the mummies, all of it was Alan's doing. But Prince, enough stalling. We need to carry out our plan quickly, and he proceeded to activate his sacred skill. The young man drew his weapon. It turned out that its accuracy had been improved and its lethal power increased. Now it also had a dispersion ability. A single powerful shot was enough to clear a large area and destroy numerous obstacles. Alan urged the city guards to leave the area quickly. Seeing that his companions had frozen in place, their mouths agape in astonishment, Alan was forced to call out to them. Were they really going to stand there for long? They needed to keep moving. The city guards suddenly realized that they were now facing the very creature that had been the subject of so many rumors. Now, before the eyes of the terrified guards, a multitude of undead appeared, creatures that were impervious to any bullets. They had to warn Emperor Raham immediately. Ruffle Elfals sat with the other slaves, waiting for the miracle that was supposed to happen in his life. The third prince realized that this might be Alan's doing, but on the other hand, it couldn't be. Alan had no reason to save a traitor. Alan must have also traveled through space and time. Ruffle didn't know where his brother was and hoped he was all right. Ruffle even wanted his brother to know about his debut at the Colosseum, where he had demonstrated the basic fencing techniques of the Holy Kingdom. The guards couldn't figure out what all the commotion in the street was about. Word was spreading from person to person about an angel who had apparently appeared there. Ruffle continued to demand to be released, insisting that he was not a slave but a prince. And at that moment, one of the guards realized that this was the very slave Lord Rahama had ordered to be brought there. Of course, this guy was a strong fighter, but there was nothing to be done. Now they had to make sure this slave was taken to the imperial palace immediately. Ruffle finally realized that no one was going to accord him royal honors, and now he was digging in his heels and demanding to know what they intended to do with him. A guard was dragging the young man away, holding him tightly by the arm, when suddenly there was a powerful explosion and a shot severed the young man's head. Ruffle sat on the floor, his mouth agape in surprise, while someone asked him if he was hurt. Ruffle couldn't find the words to express his reaction to what had happened, but the man said he had come to save him. It was a brother who had come to save his brother. What could be more touching at that moment? All the housewives took out their handkerchiefs and wiped away their tears. The mummy tore off a piece of his bandage so that the prince could grab hold of it. That's how they'd get the guy out of prison. While the rescue operation for the third prince was underway, the undead opened the other cells and released the slaves who had been kept there on chains. Tina was in charge of this process, and now all the slaves had been freed and it was time to leave. Ruffle felt like he was about to throw up because he was being carried by the mummy, but Alan told him not to pay any attention to him. He was always like that. Alan himself was analyzing his attack. Judging by the sounds, the mummies were holding their own well. They needed to leave this city as quickly as possible. But in the next instant, the sacred sword plunged right in front of Alan's feet, and the young man froze in place, taken by surprise. Behind him stood a stranger who asked if the young man was controlling all these mummies. The man said he'd already heard of the holy undead, but hadn't thought it actually existed. It was astonishing. The man marveled at how the young man, with such a small group of aides, had not only fought his way through all the soldiers, but also made it to the fortress. He must be that very angel from the rumors. And they also call the young man the weapon of the Holy Kingdom. It seems the Holy Emperor has created something strange once again. Alan stared wide-eyed. Standing before him was White Elfals, son of the Holy Emperor and father of the princes, who was now searching for his son. Alan remained silent, and the man demanded that the boy say at least something. The next moment, White pressed a knife to Alan's throat and said that if the boy didn't speak, he wouldn't be able to tell whether he was friend or foe. Alan remained silent, and the Crown Prince realized that this boy truly did control the mummies. A powerful holy force emanated from him. It seemed he had no intention of harming Ruffle, who was currently being held on the mummy's shoulder, and the poor fellow was being rocked by the swaying motion. White surmised that this guy, with the knife held to his throat, was a knight of the Holy Kingdom. But then the guy turned around, and there was something familiar about his movement. He turned and asked if the man really thought he was a knight. And then came the realization that stunned the Crown Prince. He realized that standing before him was his youngest son, Alan. The fortified part of the city of Yebelum, it seemed, was quite noisy. A tall column of smoke was rising from there. Two horsemen were approaching the city. They were trying to figure out what was actually happening there. After all, they had recently encountered a messenger who had reported some very strange news, that the fortress of Yebelum had come under attack. The man surmised that White had most likely begun to act. He must have already made contact with the third prince. However, there was another message for Lord Rahama that was just as important. It had become known that the army of the Holy Kingdom was also moving toward the city and would soon be there, which meant that the old emperor was hot on their trail. Now the villains had one main task. They had to prevent the crown prince from meeting up with the forces of the Holy Kingdom. An order was given to immediately surround the city with the Lord's troops and capture everyone alive. In case of resistance, force could be used. Rahama himself said that he would go to Yebalum. Emperor Aslana added that he would not be alone, for he would be accompanied by many of his children and Hazshin. As he was leaving, Rahama gave the order that the crown prince could be killed. The villain believed that this time they would definitely destroy the Holy Kingdom. And so began the assault on the city, carried out by hundreds of archers and all manner of mercenaries and troops belonging to the nobility of the Aslan Empire. The mummy continued to carry the third prince on her shoulder and couldn't understand why this boy was so angry and perpetually dissatisfied. And if he's already awake, then let him come downstairs and walk on his own 2 feet. The crown prince greeted his son, who was sleeping very soundly on the mummy's shoulder. Ruffle looked around. He did indeed recognize his father, whom he hadn't seen in many years. Besides, Alan was there, and this time he had truly saved his life. Alan was looking with interest at a man named White Elfalls, who was the biological father of his current body. He was quite a strange character. Even when his wife, Julicia, was murdered and his eldest son was teetering between life and death because of a curse, White didn't return to the imperial palace. It's hard to call him a good father. Alan asked him where he'd been all this time, and the man replied that he'd been looking for someone. White's status window read, "Searching for my son," but this clearly wasn't about Alan and Ruffle. After all, they had gone missing only recently. Which son was he talking about? Suddenly, the sound of a trumpet rang out. Alan assumed that the Holy Kingdom was approaching, but his father replied that it was a different sound. Tina realized with horror that it was Aslan's army approaching, along with her father, Emperor Rahama, and his forces. Alan didn't understand why his own people would attack their own city, but White replied that he had some ideas on the matter. The man surmised that Aslan's army had most likely come here because of him, and he smiled nervously. White Elfalls was the son of the Holy Emperor, which meant he had a legitimate claim to the throne. The enemies believe that father and son have already met and are joining forces for a joint campaign. Hans claimed he had a merchant's license, and if they pretended to be merchants and hurried, they might still make it in time. However, it was clear that it was already too late and wouldn't help. If these men were ready to attack their own city, it meant they intended to kill everyone here. White didn't want to discourage the young alchemist, but he was certain that no one would care about their merchant status. But the crown prince told the boys not to worry, because now he would serve as bait for Rahama's army. The man said that this army had come for him. He might never have been a good father, but he knew how to fight. If the emperor and his vassals attacked all at once, White would have to flee. He had already realized that his youngest son had been able to summon an ancient mummy, and now he wanted to know if the boy could summon anyone else. Upon hearing that his youngest son still had a Bone King and a host of various undead creatures at his disposal, the father admitted he was impressed and would buy them time to retreat. However, the man advised his sons and friends not to linger and to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible. Alan shouted to the third prince to saddle a horse, for while their father bought them time, they would break through the castle gates. Alan asked his father, if possible, to look after the townspeople, and the man immediately realized that his youngest son would make a good holy emperor. However, Alan replied that he wasn't interested in that. Let the brothers figure it out for themselves. The man looked at this brave young man with love and interest and said that he would very much like to talk with him some more. For that to happen, they need to try to survive so they can meet again. And now the father was left alone to draw the enemy's attention to himself, giving his sons a chance to survive. The horsemen galloped at full speed, but it soon became clear that the enemies were not pursuing their father, but rather the Prince brothers. Alan didn't understand what his father was doing there if he couldn't draw their attention away, and the pursuers were hot on their heels. It soon became clear that these were no ordinary people, but hired assassins, creatures from another world. These creatures were far too fast, and all were children of Emperor Rahama from mixed marriages. The key was to ignore them and quickly shake off these pursuers, otherwise they would not let the fugitives escape. These creatures possessed traits and abilities characteristic of various animals, beasts, and monsters. They were strong and merciless. The pursuers began attacking the fugitives, and the horses were forced to weave between the fire at breakneck speed. Alan was forced to call upon additional forces, because it was clear that escape would simply not be possible. The prince summoned the mummy, hoping she would distract the creatures, but since they had human brains, they paid her absolutely no attention and continued to chase the fugitives. Tina and Damon were attacked by some kind of sticky, poisonous liquid. Their horse could barely hold out, and the riders themselves were struggling to stay in the saddle. Alan began summoning the next monsters, realizing that the mummies were useless and he was only wasting his energy on them. But soon the princes saw that a real horror awaited them ahead. It was Aslan's war elephant, controlled by several warriors. The warriors stared at the fugitives, unable to understand why the hired assassins were chasing them. On the other hand, it didn't matter. It meant they were enemies either way. So the warriors controlling the war elephant decided that the best course of action in this situation would be to crush the fugitives with the elephant. Time was ticking away by the second. Something had to be done urgently, and the mummies began to lay out a pentagram using their bandages. Finally, when it was ready, the spell began to take effect, and soon a powerful explosion rang out, destroying many monsters. Ruffle was terrified and cursed his father, who had sent them off separately, effectively turning them into bait. Alan was smiling too, thinking about how he would meet his father and what he would say to him right after greeting him. And now, a huge, gigantic golem appeared in the distance. It was hard to even imagine where it had come from. The Crown Prince realized that this time, the Aslan Empire was taking things very seriously. It was obvious that dealing with just the children would be difficult. White wanted to take care of his business quickly and then join his sons. The man hadn't even imagined that his youngest son would summon such a massive golem, which was now destroying his elephant. For the first time, the man realized that all those 11 years without him had been very difficult for his sons, because as a father, he hadn't done anything at all for them. A man approached the prince. He had heard that white elfals had gone missing, but here he was, right on the spot. The man wanted to know why White was causing trouble on foreign soil. White said that his interlocutor was a former hero of Aslan, but was behaving too petty. White asked how the man was feeling and whether his wounds had healed. Rahama said that the prince would die today. White didn't understand why, in that case, the emperor hadn't come here himself, but had sent his aides instead. The battle between the enormous golem and the war elephant continued, and it seemed the elephant was beginning to lose. The warrior had arrived to report to Emperor Raham that the crown prince had been found. It was reported that White was currently in the center of the city of Yebelem, and, by all accounts, he had not created this golem, which was now destroying the war elephant. This meant that there were two monsters here. The emperor ordered the crown prince to be detained, while he himself would deal with this monster for the time being. Hans and Ruffle did not take part in the battle, but simply watched it all unfold as if it were some kind of nightmare. Alan looked closely and saw that Goliath the Cyclops had appeared in the arena. It was said that this monster guarded Aslan's tomb alongside the mummies. Its weakness was that it only activated after a certain number of mummies had been killed. The situation was growing increasingly dire, and there was no choice but to act. Alan summoned everything he could think of that might come in handy right now. But with every passing moment, the situation worsened. Assassins were advancing from all sides, and they were of various types. Alan summoned his skeletons, which immediately began crawling out of the ground. Now these holy warriors were facing the attacking monsters. It was a veritable meat grinder, a chaotic mix of several types of undead, monsters, and beasts. All of them were extremely powerful and equally matched. Alan was giving it his all, and Hans could already see that the prince was getting worse and worse. He had used up too much holy power. Hans realized that the prince would simply lose consciousness very soon, so the alchemist told the young man to do nothing more, seize the opportunity, and run away. Alan knew he wouldn't be able to fight without buffs. If his holy power ran out, no escape would help him, and just then, a shout rang out, urging them to surrender. If the young men laid down their weapons now and obeyed orders, they would be treated with respect as members of the royal family. After all, everyone understood that it was only a matter of time. In any case, victory was impossible. Ruffle suggested negotiating with the opponents. Of course, they were enemies, but princes were the kind of people who wouldn't treat others rudely. And suddenly, the enormous golem spoke. He introduced himself as Alan Elfalls, the seventh prince of the Holy Kingdom, and demanded to be addressed in a manner befitting his status. The warriors were very surprised when they realized that this creature was trying to talk to them. After all, it was clear that the fugitives were in a losing situation. One of the warriors said that he was in command of this unit, and if the prince wished to surrender, he should address him. But the golem replied that in that case, the commander must order his troops to retreat immediately. Everyone thought they had misheard, but Alan began to say that the commander must admit defeat, lay down his weapons, and clear the way. If this was not done immediately, everyone would be killed, and the soldiers of Aslan's army thought this boy had gone mad. Most likely, the boy didn't understand the situation he was in, but Alan kept insisting and said he would count to 5. The countdown began, and the soldiers were simply at a loss. They didn't know what to do. Perhaps this young man doesn't understand the situation because of his youth. By the time the countdown ended, the warriors believed the prince had gone mad. But behind them stood a giant cyclops who literally tore them to shreds. Alan told his stunned comrades that sometimes only force can bring people to their senses. The enormous demon, embodying everything imaginable, turned to his enemies and told them they must disperse immediately and clear the way. But since they did not obey the order, let them face the consequences, because the army of the dead will now literally annihilate them. Alan sent the dead soldiers after their commander so that they could fight the enemies. This brave, indestructible army continued to battle the representatives of the Aslan Empire when its emperor found himself right in the thick of the battle. He looked at the dead soldiers and could not believe his eyes. Rahama had not expected this at all. The villain realized that standing before him was the one recently dubbed an angel, the one who could command all manner of undead creatures and sacred powers with equal skill. A massive fireball was forming to save the empire of Aslan. That was exactly what the sorcerers were doing. When the land, once filled with blood, disappears, green fields will stretch out before him. The new land will be filled with lush vegetation, and nothing will be able to compare to it. He was the most famous mage in the entire empire. His prophecies always came true. Emperor Rahama met with the mage to learn the future, but so far everything was going perfectly and according to plan. Negotiations with the third prince's faction had been concluded. All that remained was for the mage to lend his power. Rahama listened to the mage, and it seemed he would go down in history as the greatest king ever. However, the mage said that this was utter nonsense, because the man would go down in history as the worst emperor ever. The magician had seen countless cities burning because of the emperor, and countless people doomed to death because the emperor's arrogance and stubbornness would destroy Aslan. However, the magician also saw a ray of hope. Rahama would bring an angel to this land, who would choose one of Rahama's children. With his own hands, the emperor instantly killed the magician who had dared to make such predictions about yet another rat from the Holy Church Empire. After that, the emperor ordered the magician's body to be thrown into the desert so that the beasts could feast on it. But the magician was not yet dead at that moment. He began to speak his prophetic words. Even Naruna has a holy and beautiful army. He is a being who accepts only the chosen ones. He is the only outsider invited into the invisible world of the saints, destined to save everyone. And now this prophecy has come true. Emperor Rahama saw this necromancer with his own eyes. Rahama looked at the boy who commanded the dead and asked if he was truly an angel. Rahama saw the work of this boy's hands and realized at first glance that for now, he was just a frail boy. But in a few more years, he would surpass his father and become far more dangerous than the Holy Emperor. Now, the old mage's words about an angel coming to this land no longer seemed all that strange. Rahama ordered his servants to capture everyone else while he fought this necromancer. Alan, though ready for battle, had almost no strength left. How he wished some help would appear right now. But Rahama longed to fight him personally, and now he had already launched his attack, using his shield for cover. When Emperor Rahama landed a single blow, Alan was sent flying, knocking down numerous sturdy walls with his back and destroying buildings in his path. It was immense power. Rahama Aslan was a tyrant with immense magical power, exceptional physical abilities, and superb combat skills. Don't forget that this is the king of Aslan himself, so Alan needs to be more careful and try to avoid being hit directly by his weapons or fists. Alan dodged another attack and immediately began his incantation to strike back. The young man pulled Amon's staff from his inventory but noticed that it had become heavier. It turned out that all of its stats had increased. The prince examined the status window and realized he could further boost the staff's stats. To do this, he needed to infuse it with sacred power to achieve the desired stats. Alan poured sacred power into the staff again and again, and gradually the stats began to change, but they were still a bit too low. He had to do this faster because Rahama was preparing to attack again, raising his staff above the prince's head. At the last moment, just before the enemy's staff came down on Alan, the young man thrust his own staff forward, and now a clash began between the two opponents. In addition, Alan activated multiple arms, each holding a weapon, including rifles and muskets. Alan opened fire with the guns, firing them non-stop, and now the Emperor had to use his shield to protect himself from the danger. But Rahama was still very strong. He managed to close the distance and attack Alan again. The Emperor was even disappointed when he realized that this boy was quite weak. Rahama grabbed one of the arms protruding from his opponent's back and clamped down on it tightly, trying to pull the boy toward him. But as soon as the distance between them became negligible, Alan fired his gun at the Emperor's head. He had no intention of talking to this villain and didn't understand why Rahama was so interested in him. The bullet struck the Emperor's neck and chin, tearing his scarf, and this, of course, was astonishing. No one had ever harmed him before. Rahama was furious once again. He began smashing everything around him, believing his opponent to be a weakling and a snot-nosed brat who didn't even know who he was dealing with. Ruffle Elfalls, meanwhile, wasn't sitting idly by either. He was defending himself and fighting off Aslan's warriors who dared to approach him. Some strange creature with a frog's head said that even a child fights better than Ruffle, although it must be admitted that he did possess divine power. Hans tried to figure out how they could help Ruffle, but unfortunately, there was nothing suitable for such a situation. One of the warriors turned to Tina and demanded that she return immediately, hand over Prince Ruffle, and then her father might forgive her. Only her own brothers could understand Tina. They were all victims of their terrible father's experiment. Of course, they didn't want to fight their sister, but if this continued, they would have no other choice. But Tina said she no longer wanted to live the way her father forced her to, because Prince Alan had already shown her what real life was like, so she would fight for the prince. Damon watched his young friend with interest, realizing that Tina might pull off some unexpected trick at any moment. In her hands, she held a sprouted grain that emitted a bright glow. Meanwhile, the battle among the undead raged on, and Alan fired another shot at his opponent's head. Unfortunately, this time Emperor Rahama was well hidden behind his shield, and all the bullets bounced off him without penetrating. Seizing the moment, Rahama thrust his staff into the ground and used it to hurl a massive rock at his opponent. The rock shattered into tiny pieces upon striking the protective shield surrounding Alan. However, the young man was still too weakened. His opponent remarked that the boy was moving much more slowly than at the start, which meant it was time to end their duel. Alan managed to dodge the direct attack once again, but it was still incredibly frustrating. Besides, he had to admit that Emperor Rahama was absolutely right. Alan realized that his opponent's fighting style left him almost no opportunity to counterattack, and now his holy power was running out as well. Every time the young man released sacred energy, he felt as if he were about to lose consciousness, and the summoned creatures could no longer buy him time either. For the first time, the prince found himself at an impasse. Rahama was exhausted as well. He sensed that the prince had changed, and this was likely the result of drawing on his life force. If he could stall for a little while longer, perhaps a solution would present itself, and he wouldn't even have to come up with anything. Aline looked closely at Emperor Rahama and realized that this villain was absorbing the life force of the others present, which meant that stalling was no longer an option. At that moment, Rahama braced himself and lunged forward, realizing that the boy was now practically incapable of resisting him. The emperor's staff was rapidly approaching the prince's face, but it suddenly stopped when he saw that not only the undead, but now even the trees had been summoned. It was very strange even for the prince himself, but he found himself enveloped by a tree trunk and heard the tree's voice saying that the children wanted to protect him. Soon everything was covered in thick smoke, for which someone had to apologize. Hans was in too much of a hurry and set off a smoke bomb to buy some time, but it turned out to be far too toxic, and now they were coughing themselves. Meanwhile, Tina had grown a huge tree from a seed and began using her magic, which had been passed down through her family. The mutant brothers tried to summon their sister, but they couldn't penetrate the area where Tina was currently located. The girl realized that instead of summoning the spirit of the High Elf, she had used mana and sacred power simultaneously. It seemed that her interaction with the seventh prince had brought about changes in Tina. Mana and sacred power can be combined. Tina argued with the spirit about why she had done such a thing. She had merely taken a seed from a tree grown in the Black Order's hideout. Tina had always wanted to repay Alan for all his kindness, so she began to observe and analyze his behavior. Tina studied Alan's summoned creatures and drew on all the knowledge she had. Tina tried to summon a spirit using the seed as a medium, but it turned out she had summoned something else entirely. And indeed, this mighty tree was the world tree named Yggdrasil. It maintained the balance of the world. Yggdrasil is the tree of life, which in ancient times united all the worlds and bound them into a single whole. This is the name of the world tree located at the center of the world. But the books always say that Yggdrasil is a huge tree existing in the spiritual world, yet the tree was certain that it possessed a state similar to that of an avatar. Even for Yggdrasil, breaking through the wall between dimensions is no easy task, and Tina was surprised to realize that she had summoned the world tree. But Yggdrasil said that wasn't the case. He had come of his own accord out of curiosity, because someone had summoned these children from another dimension. The tree realized that the girl had wanted to summon its children, and came to see what was going on. Yggdrasil sensed the emotions with which Tina had called upon the forces of nature for help. But at the same time, the world tree could not help her in any way, because it could not take a life. But the tree could bestow life. It could not remain in this form for long, and its help would end right here. After a while, Yggdrasil told Tina to go and do what she truly wanted. The girl thought about what she truly wanted. She needed to protect and save the prince from her villainous father. The tree spoke to Alan and told him that it would definitely help him because they had a mutual friend. Soon, the young man felt that his body, which was now embraced by the tree, was recovering very quickly, and he felt his strength and power returning. Soon this barren land will change. It will transform forever, and green fields will emerge. This land will become a place greener and brighter than any other, thanks to the people who will live there. Emperor Rahama, seemingly a bit frozen in place, stood watching the events unfold with interest. He saw how the tree was aiding the restoration. Soon, the emperor realized he was at a disadvantage, since he had used up his lifespan, and now he, too, needed to bring out the heavy artillery. The emperor turned and summoned the Hasashin, demanding that everyone make sacrifices. However, silence reigned all around, and no one responded to the emperor. The man could not understand where everyone had gone or what they were doing. He demanded that they offer up their life force. Meanwhile, all his servants and sons, a multitude of mutant children, stood in the shadow of the world tree, with no intention of obeying their father's order. Ruffle looked fearfully at the mutant creatures, not understanding why they had suddenly become so calm. Damon explained that it was all because of the tree, because this tree was no ordinary tree. Ainas are creatures of nature who from birth serve the spirits and protect the world tree. Even if they were trained as slaves, as long as Aina blood flows through them from their mother's side, they cannot reject the world tree and obey it instead of their father. Tina looked at everyone present and declared that her father would be defeated. Emperor Rahama couldn't believe his ears. How dare an abandoned slave mock him? The man said he would kill every last one of them. The world tree immediately ordered the Ains to protect Tina, and at that very moment, a special force began to assemble. Rahama swung his sword, but it seemed as though he had no strength left and was incapable of anything. He soon realized he was dealing with the power of spirits, and that all of this was much more complicated than he had imagined. But on the other hand, it was just a pathetic insect. By this point, Alan had already regained his composure and also stepped forward to defend Tina and fight the Emperor. The guy said that all of this was certainly interesting, especially the part about endowing weapons with all sorts of additional properties. He was going to try it out right now. Rahama was very angry, but the prince didn't understand why the old man was so nervous, as if he were a little puppy being kept from going to the bathroom. Alan suddenly announced that the Emperor had no lifespan left. The prince admitted that he had nearly died while waiting for this moment. After that, it was the spirits' turn to attack the Emperor. They were tasked by the World Tree with protecting Tina in this way. The Emperor decided to try a trick and escape. He leaped high into the air, hoping to escape, but soon a spell of holy water was cast upon his face. Feeling himself gradually suffocate, the Emperor began to scream, telling the prince that this young prince didn't even understand who he was dealing with. Rahama somehow dispelled the holy water, and now new waves of his black magic began to spread everywhere. Everyone understood that the final attack was about to happen. Neither opponent was capable of continuing the battle any longer, and someone was bound to die now. Alan decided that if this was his opponent's final attack, he had to seize this moment, because it was perfect. And now the young man raised his staff to attack the Emperor, and his weapon was rapidly closing in on the staff. The outcome of this duel would be decided right now. But the result was practically predetermined because the prince had managed to enhance the staff's abilities, amplifying all its effects, and now it was a completely different weapon, capable of destroying Rahama. Emperor Aslana could not believe his eyes when the staff in his hands crumbled into tiny pieces, and he himself was no longer the same, having been stripped of the life force he had drawn from other people. And so, an old man coughing up blood fell to the ground, the same man who, just a few moments ago, had been the dangerous Emperor Rahama. Lying in his death throes, Rahama said that he had not yet fulfilled his cherished wish. He wanted to conquer the Green Land with his own hands. The Emperor demanded that his cherished wish be granted, but the branches of the World Tree were tightening around his chest ever more tightly, preventing him from breathing properly. Tina ran as fast as she could to find Alan as soon as possible and help him. She already realized that the prince had won. Soon she found Alan. He sat motionless, covered in blood and exhausted, his eyes closed. Tina never forgot for a moment. If it weren't for Lord Alan, she would still be living every day as a slave, plunged into despair, but this young man had saved the people of Aslan. The girl considered the prince not only her savior, but also the savior of all her brothers and the people of the country. Alan was far more than an angel. He had brought hope to this place filled with nothing but death, and on behalf of everyone, she thanked the young man. Ruffle was no less shocked than everyone else when he finally realized that his younger brother had managed to defeat Rahama. Ruffle had always viewed the seventh prince as a young man who teased girls and wasted his time pointlessly. Suddenly, a strange sound rang out, and everyone immediately tensed up, realizing that the battle was not yet over and the army was still in force. Hans was surprised. Could it be that even after their leader's death, these warriors intended to continue the war? They said it was a signal to retreat. Now everyone knew that Emperor Rahama had died, and they needed to flee for their lives. Ruffle was surprised once again because he saw the Holy Emperor's army, and it was truly astonishing. The princes had not known that the Holy Emperor had marched on this city, but now it was clear that they were definitely saved because the Holy Knights would not let anyone escape. White continued to fight inside the fortress. Soon he saw Oscar Balda in the distance, who, though an old man, remained a very strong warrior. The crowned prince was covered in the blood of others, exhausted, yet at the same time satisfied that life went on. His son, who had been just a little boy not long ago, had now accomplished a great feat and defeated the nation's leader. Alan Elfalls was resting, lying across the elf's lap, but it was clear that the boy was alive and simply needed a good rest. White believed that all of this was not enough to simply chalk it all up to a miracle or a coincidence. Such miracles do not happen in real life. Alan's rate of growth far exceeded that of ordinary people. He was developing much faster than the old emperor, who was considered the strongest in history. White had recently heard rumors about how vampires had been identified, and now he realized that these were not just rumors. His little boy had done that too. And if that was the case, then Alan's help was desperately needed by the entire kingdom, and White personally needed it as well in his search for this child. The remnants of Aslan's army were fleeing for their lives, but the army of the Holy Empire was hot on their heels. The White Reaper of the Holy Kingdom was approaching, cutting off heads left and right. Now that name rightfully belonged to Charlotte. Although the girl wielded a sword, it seemed as if she held a scythe in her hands, mowing down rows of enemies. Oscar admitted that he had been a little worried about Charlotte, since this was her first mission, but now it was clear that his concern had been pointless. Harmon asked Oscar not to be too hard on the girl. She can't help herself when it comes to Prince Alan. And Charlotte really was going all out. She had been searching for the prince for so long and hoped it wasn't too late. Charlotte was determined to punish herself for leaving the prince unattended, and she would now stay with him for the rest of her life. Suddenly, she saw several strange creatures, but she didn't even want to pay them any attention, and she simply demanded that they san kai. Otherwise, she'd take care of them. But it turned out that these guys weren't enemies. Tina asked the brothers to step aside and let the girl pass. It seemed that Lord Alan's friends and close acquaintances were approaching them, and the creatures moved out of the way. Charlotte jumped down from her horse and strode resolutely toward her prince, who was lying surrounded by people she didn't recognize. Charlotte introduced herself. As head of the House of the Marquises of Jerez and commander of the Order of the White Cross, the first holy knight of the seventh prince, Charlotte Jerez greeted His Highness Alan Elfoles. The young woman gazed lovingly at the prince and immediately remarked with motherly concern that he was still pushing himself too hard. But now it was time to return to the palace, where he would receive help and support. Hans realized with surprise that Alan really was a prince, which meant that Ruffle hadn't lied, and that he too was a prince of the Holy Kingdom. The young man gave his full name, Ruffle Elfoles, and a sword was immediately pressed against his throat. Harmon announced that from that moment on, the prince would be interrogated and arrested as a traitor. Ruffle would also have to confess everything regarding the disappearance of the second empress, Darina Rose. Hans couldn't stop being surprised when it turned out that the prince was a traitor. It took quite a long time before the young man had fully recovered, and an announcement was made in the palace that the noble St. Alan Elfoles was entering. The young man walked on, closely followed by Charlotte, who now would not let the prince stray a single step from her side. Alan was wearing his ceremonial white uniform. He walked across the hall and sat down on the throne. The local population was still not very pleased with the current state of affairs. They believed the victors had gone too far, but it was better for them to keep quiet, since Aslan had lost. Then the herald announced that Empress Tina Aslan was entering the hall, and a flurry of discontented whispers filled the room once more. Alan understood that it would take people some time to accept this fact, since in the Aslan Empire, all cultures and norms were male-oriented. Therefore, no one would immediately rejoice at the news that a woman had ascended the throne, and for Tina's sake, it was necessary to clearly demonstrate to them the greatness of the Holy Kingdom and the relationship between the two countries. Right now, those present are barely containing their anger as they watch their female empress kneel before the victor. All of this is actually being done in the name of the Holy Emperor of the Celts. He believed that if Tina inherited the throne, it would be easier to control the entire Aslan Empire. Until then, the girl had been viewed merely as a slave, and it is clear that her power will be weak at first. In any country, when a king's power weakens, the status of his ministers rises. Soon a situation will arise in Aslan where the vassals will keep a close watch on one another. To this end, the king exterminated all the lineages of Emperor Rahama, except for the Kashashans. Promoting Tina to the throne allowed the emperor to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Now the vassals will fear him, but the old man couldn't care less. In fact, such is the fate of all losers, and nothing out of the ordinary is happening. And if the ministers have any complaints, they can feel free to approach Celt Elfoles. Alan understood that his grandfather had a nasty temper, but at the same time, he considered such methods appropriate for the broader geopolitical situation. At that moment, the new Empress Tina Aslan greeted the seventh prince, Alan Elfoles. Alan had to carry out part of his duties, and they got straight down to business. They needed to wrap up matters in this region as quickly as possible. Charlotte was upset because the prince was working too hard, even though he had only recently regained consciousness and hadn't fully recovered yet. The girl believed the prince was still ill, since he had difficulty moving, although he was certain he had simply been lying down for too long. Alan asked Oscar where his brother and father were, and it turned out that they were both being held at Aslan's royal palace. Prince Ruffle had been arrested for treason. The emperor was furious with him for this. As for the crown prince, Alan felt that 11 years was too short a sentence for him. The young man asked if he could see both of the arrested men, since he was leaving the city soon and wanted to say goodbye. His father greeted his beloved son Alan with a warm smile. The man looked very well. Alan immediately asked where his brother was, and it turned out that Ruffle was sleeping in his room. It seemed that the journey had been difficult for both prisoners, and now they were facing a trying time. The father knew that the coronation had long since ended and didn't understand why Alan hadn't yet returned to the empire. The death sentence for the third prince has been confirmed. He will be tortured so severely that death may be the best option for him. White didn't know what else to discuss with his son, so Alan decided to take the initiative and asked what his father had been doing all this time. All those years, when their mother had died and their older brother was hovering between life and death, where had their father been all that time? His irresponsibility knew no bounds. The man replied that he had been traveling all over the world. The father went on to explain that he had visited the Kingdom of Rome, Irans, and many other countries, and of course, he had enjoyed these trips instead of being with his family. But the man didn't argue with his son. He simply added that all this time he had been searching for another son named Ruffle. The man explained that he had spent all these years searching for this child, but in the end, he hadn't been able to find him. The man was very ashamed to admit it, but now he turned to Alan and said that he desperately needed his son's help. But this was complete nonsense, since Ruffle's brother was lying in bed right now. So why had he wasted years searching for him? But his father replied that there was another Prince Ruffle. It was him he had been searching for all these years, not the third prince, but the one who had been the second prince. Alan said he'd heard something about this story, but didn't think any of it could be true. However, his father confirmed that it was. That child had died while still in his mother's womb, and the man had personally buried that little bundle in the castle. It had been very hard for him at the time, and he and his wife had cried every day. Time dragged on agonizingly for them until that child rose from the dead. Alan added that, judging by the conversations, the second prince's mother had resurrected the deceased child. Alan didn't understand why the father hadn't dealt with the child right away, and the man explained that it wasn't that simple. He couldn't bring himself to kill a child who hadn't even had a chance to see the light of day. During those few days while he was holding the dead child in his arms, one of the archbishops offered to help. He said that if the prince couldn't do it himself, the archbishop was ready to take care of it in the prince's place. The man confirmed that he was ready to carry out such a task. He was just an old man who was long past retirement age. The archbishop said he was ready to help the prince and that it would be his pleasure, although White now realizes he should have handled everything on his own. However, the sleepless nights were taking their toll. His mind was already foggy, and he handed his resurrected son over to the archbishop. That child lost his newly regained life for the second time and was buried in a distant garden. All these years, White continued to visit his grave alone, thinking that it was all over. But 10 years ago, during a quarrel with Aslan, shortly before the Holy King's succession ceremony, troops were sent to subdue bands of bandits. Upon arrival, it turned out that someone had already killed them. Among hundreds of villagers and dozens of bandits lying on top of one another, a child sat eating them. The little boy turned to the prince and greeted his father. He said that his father had been cruel. How could he have abandoned him and now pretend that the prince didn't recognize his own son? All the paladins were instantly killed by an unknown force. It wasn't just a vampire, but a vampire progenitor who instantly destroyed all the people. White immediately drew his sword and began defending himself against the vampire's power. He declared that he had always wanted to fight his father, but the prince refused to believe that this was his son and cut the boy in half. But the vampire did not die. Of course, he looked at his father and began to berate him. Wasn't it enough for his father to kill him twice? White was in a state of shock while the boy asked, could it be that his father still didn't recognize him? After that, a new head grew out of the severed half of the body, and this creature began crawling through the pool of blood, saying that it was Ruffle. His father explained that Ruffle had returned as the progenitor of vampires. Judging by the speed of his evolution, this most likely occurred shortly after his burial. It seemed as though someone had turned him into a vampire. This reminded Alan of the Count who had invaded Lonya. That scoundrel quickly amassed magical power, using a man's skull to evolve. It's entirely possible to artificially alter someone. Since then, the Crown Prince had been searching for the Archbishop who had buried Ruffle, but he had vanished without a trace. Most likely, he was already dead. White postponed the succession ceremony and his own coronation and began searching for traces of vampires. Soon he heard about the tragedy involving Julicia. White returned to the palace to honor his wife's memory, but saw Luan lying in a hospital bed and the curse that had been placed upon him. All of this bore a striking resemblance to Ruffle's magic. Most likely, the family of Count Pomor, whom Alan had captured, was assisting Ruffle in this. In order to lift the curse from his eldest son, White decided to find the second prince and set out on a search. He couldn't trust absolutely anyone because after his wife was murdered right in the palace, the situation was critical, and he had no one to turn to for help. If the Archbishop who buried Ruffle had been involved in this, it would have been a real disaster. That's why the man decided to act alone and didn't tell anyone, and then it turned out that the traitor was... White knew absolutely nothing about this, otherwise he wouldn't be here now. He would have made everyone understand what pain is and forced them to beg for forgiveness at Julicia's grave. But now there was no point in any of it, and the man gazed sadly at the barred windows. However, he was still very concerned about Ruffle. Alan believed that Darina Rose couldn't have done all this on her own, and his father shared that opinion. While pursuing the vampires, he managed to discover that they were seeking to build their own kingdom, using people as laborers to construct castles. The Holy Kingdom may think they've destroyed the vampires, but that's not the case. His father began sketching a diagram and suggested that Alan take a look at the map of the vampires. It immediately becomes clear that the Holy Kingdom is already trapped. Their leader, the vampire king Blandimir, is very clever. He intends to put an end to the long-standing feud with the Holy Kingdom. Soon the vampires will invade the Holy Kingdom's lands, and after that, they will devour it. The door was ajar, and a bright red light shone from within, accompanied by moans and groans. A magic circle was drawn in the center of the room, and standing in the center of the circle was a young man with his hands and feet bound. He was terribly frightened and stared in horror at the creature standing next to him. The magic continued to take effect, and in the very next moment, the young man was torn in two. Everything around him was drenched in his blood, and a few more victims, their hands bound, were waiting nearby. The creature was furious because it had failed yet again. This was already the 3001st experiment with the warp, and it had failed again. And yet, it's very difficult to find priests. Rahama had died on a whim, and the third prince and the crown princess were already useless. These little people were ruining all his plans, and once again, nothing was working out for him because of someone else's circumstances. The boy asked if he could take the third prince for himself, since he'd already been caught anyway, because he just happened to need a new body. The monster agreed that it was time to change bodies. The boy had really grown up. So the young man can do whatever he wants. After all, it's his brother's body. The monster said he'd give the body to the boy so he could use it until he took the third prince's body for himself. The monster didn't understand why no one was answering him, so he turned around to look. And then, in a fit of indignation, he started shouting that young people shouldn't be allowed to become vampires. All because young vampires just can't seem to shake their old habits and are constantly playing at hunting. The monster believed that if the king hadn't intervened, he would have killed the boy with his own hands. But now he has to use another test subject, and that's a waste. That meant he was forced to go back to Aslan, and that was becoming dangerous, nothing but trouble. Alan suddenly sensed something. He began looking around, and his father tried to figure out what was happening. Alan said he could smell vampires, and then Oscar's voice rang out, giving orders to the knights. Father and son looked at each other, and it became clear that something strange was going on. Alan couldn't explain it to his father, but he simply had a feeling that vampires had attacked. The young man suggested to his father that they continue the conversation later. He looked tired. His father immediately suggested that Alan get some rest, since his body hadn't fully recovered yet, and his father would handle the problems himself. After all, chopping off vampires' heads was his favorite pastime right now, and he'd be happy to deal with them. White immediately said goodbye to his son, feeling the need to kill a few vampires right away. Alan suddenly heard sobbing coming from his brother's bedroom. The young man knew that nothing could comfort Ruffle right now, as he had been sentenced to death. Alan decided to leave his brother alone for the time being so he could cry out his grief in peace. Alan looked out the window and suddenly saw a child walking alone. It was very strange to see a small child wandering the streets by himself. Using the status window, Alan confirmed that it was Ruffle Elfalls, an ancestor of the vampires who possessed immense magical power. Tina was strolling through the city streets, surrounded by magical forces. Charlotte insisted that Empress Aslana be evacuated immediately due to the emergence and appearance of vampires. Charlotte offered to take the Empress to a safe place, but Tina said she sensed a foreign presence in that location. It was the first time Harmon had heard of Lady Tina sensing the presence of vampires, but the Empress said that wasn't quite the case. Spirits gather at the roots of the world tree, and some places are filled with spirits that are very frightened. It seems there is a cursed and dangerous presence there. The knight asked the Empress to lead them to that place, and Tina immediately agreed. The boy looked frightened. At first he even wanted to scream, but then he realized they were holy knights and explained that he had gotten lost. Harmon was surprised when he realized that Tina had led them to a child, but the Empress was absolutely certain of her instincts. Charlotte asked the child a question in case of an emergency. All the city's residents knew the code, and now the child was supposed to say it. The little boy stood with his hands folded across his chest. He couldn't remember the code at all, but said that his mom knew the code, while he didn't. The boy explained that he had been listening to the code with his mom, but then he lost her, got lost, and now didn't know the code. It was impossible to verify this child's story, so Harmon volunteered to conduct the verification himself. But Charlotte replied that there was no need, because no code had existed from the very beginning, and she immediately lunged at the boy. The boy was surprised that he was being tested, but he extended his arms, which contained enormous jaws, and swallowed Charlotte's sword. After that, the boy, absolutely confident in his strength, said he had never heard of such a girl, and now he would like to meet her. Charlotte asked Hammond to urgently take care of the Empress and take her to a safe place. And a duel began between Charlotte and the child. The boy darted rapidly from place to place and said that if the girl had cut out his fangs, then she was very brave. But now they would see just how far she was willing to go. The boy said that all of this had been a lot of fun. But now these insect people were starting to annoy him, and some enormous fangs appeared before Charlotte. Tina stopped and pointed the tree at the fangs, saying that this was her kingdom, Aslan. In her kingdom, such behavior is unacceptable, and she forbids strangers from doing anything. Tina declared that she would stop the boy's actions with all her might. Empress Tina began to use her magic, and a wooden golem was summoned. The boy looked at the golem. He said he had thought he would have to deal with Oscar and White. But there turned out to be a lot of obstacles here, and that was absolutely thrilling. Finally, he would have some fun. Soon, the boy was standing in the center of the magic circle. First and foremost, he had to deal with the wooden golems, and that annoyed him greatly. It wasn't just that these insignificant creatures weren't afraid of him, they were also acting very arrogantly. He could really feel the immense sacred power emanating from afar. Does it belong to Oscar, or is it White, or someone else he doesn't know about yet? But in any case, the boy hated absolutely everyone from this dreadful holy kingdom. And it didn't matter to him who came, he would kill them before they even got close to him. And the child swung his little fist. As a result of that swing, the golems were knocked back as if they were mere matchstick figures, and the holy knights barely managed to stay on their feet. Tina immediately joined the battle. She said she would help the knights. Charlotte activated her holy power, while Tina added her own ability to it. The girl launched an attack alongside the golems. By now, no one doubted that this child was far too powerful. He literally mocked everyone present, telling them to try a little harder, otherwise they looked utterly pathetic. Tina's attack caused his enormous teeth to be exposed, and they flew off in all directions. But soon the golem's body was studded with sharp teeth that looked like porcupine quills. Charlotte prepared to attack. Her sword was at the ready, and she cast several sacred magic spells. To defend himself against the sacred fire, the boy created a sphere around himself that was virtually impossible to penetrate. Now the boy realized that these guys were stronger than he had expected. Time was running out, because reinforcements from the Holy Kingdom were about to arrive, and things would get even tougher for him. But soon he realized that the reinforcements were already here. But that was probably a very good thing. However, a rather strange-looking creature turned to the boy and said it was very pleased to meet him. Ruffle thought his father was hiding behind the mask, but the masked man said he wasn't his father. His father was on the other side. The boy immediately turned around and began to examine this strange group of golems, knights, and a single dark elf woman. Ruffle was completely confused and couldn't figure out which one of them was White. But then a voice said that his mother should have taught the boy, never trust strangers. And after that, a huge skeletal hand grabbed the boy, who immediately began to cry and say that he had always been very trusting. Once, he was told that he could investigate the formation of a vampire warp, and he believed that too. He was told that this was the Holy Kingdom's first sacred mission. No one warned the boy that a vampire would be standing on the warp, and it was all very scary. But now the young man needed to calm down. White said there was no need to worry. After all, they were right there with him, and if it weren't for His Highness, they would have already perished. White watched from afar as the youngest son summoned a creature, and it was, of course, a sight to behold. Besides, it was already known that Alan was capable of summoning and subjugating a dragon. Oscar confirmed that they were talking about the Bone King. White recalled how difficult it had been for him to fight the Bone King in the past, because the Bone King consists almost entirely of holy power. But at that moment, the man's attention was once again drawn to the magic circle, because a new wave of vampires had appeared, and he and Oscar now had work to do again. As he destroyed the vampires, White continued to think about the magical power his youngest son was using. But at that moment, an ancient vampire lord appeared in the center of the magic circle, accompanied by his servants. White couldn't understand why this half-decayed vampire had come here, what his purpose was, or what he wanted. The ancient vampire looked around and declared that he had finally figured it all out and understood what was going on. Looking at the enormous summoned skeleton, bathed in holy light, the vampire realized that this was an anomaly and a contradiction, where holy power and magic harmonized perfectly. The vampire saw a human in the skeleton's hand and thought it was the third prince. White tried not to get distracted. He needed to deal with the monster. At that moment, the monster bowed its head and told Count Timon to hurry because the Great One was right before his eyes. Everyone thinks that pets are just ordinary creatures that obey everyone. But this is an immense power capable of transcending dimensions. It is the unity of magic and light. A massive ancient vampire gazed admiringly at something and declared that he would definitely make it his own. But in reality, it was complete nonsense. How could they possibly claim such a creature as their own when they'd come here with so little power? Oscar was already tired of waiting, letting the monsters roam around here and voice their thoughts. He lunged at the vampire. But the ancient vampire shouted that they shouldn't do that. They couldn't leave. They had to stay put. Now was not the time. The monsters tried to hold Count Timon back, and when Oscar found himself on the other side of the magic circle, no one was nearby. He didn't understand where His Highness had disappeared to, and it wasn't in his nature to let himself be distracted by the enemy. White ran to save his little boy, Ruffle, who was sitting alone among thousands of dead people. The little boy needed to wait for his daddy, who would soon be freed and come to him, and would definitely save him. White rushed into the room where Ruffle had been lying just a moment ago, but the bed was empty. The man wanted to know what Alan had done to Ruffle, but the young man just stared at his father, standing next to his enormous summoned creature. The creature opened its hand, and in it was a baby who had been repeatedly dipped in holy water to lift the curse from him and restore him to his original state. Alan took out the Eltera. He had received it as a gift from the Holy Emperor. It was an alloy to which a metal possessing sacred power had been added. Alan placed the infant, now cleansed of evil magic, into this chest made of sacred metal. His father wanted to know what the young man intended to do with this boy. Without any unnecessary sentimentality, Alan replied that he wanted to kill him, since the boy was a vampire. But first, the boy had to reveal everything he knew and disclose all his connections, so Alan would keep him in this magical chest for now. Alan looked closely at his father and saw just how exhausted and worn out the man was from his search. He suggested that his father lie down and rest, as they would soon have to set out on their journey. Tina came out to see the prince off and said she would be eternally grateful for the kindness Alan had shown her and for all the help he had provided. The young man asked her not to make a big deal of it and to calm down, and to consider it payment for the destroyed building. Hans was very worried that he would be late, so he ran off waving his arms and told the prince that he had finished the preparations. Hans said that of course everything was fine, but something seemed strange to him. The portal the vampires had used didn't look modern. It had most likely been used in secret since ancient times. This is a unique vampire technology. Similar portals are scattered all over the world. The alchemist realized that the technology was simply incredible. The spells involved are very complex. Furthermore, ancient scripts are used, and the prince thought it would be difficult for Hans to decipher them. However, the alchemist said that this was not the case at all. The prince shouldn't think so poorly of him. He'll prove that he's an excellent professional. After all, the prince had entrusted Hans with a very important task. It will take time, but he's sure to figure it all out. Alan reassured the alchemist and added that he had high hopes for him, so he asked him not to disappoint him. This was followed by a final farewell. The prince was indeed leaving. Tina wished him a safe journey and all the best. The procession had already been on the road for some time when Charlotte caught up with the prince and informed him that the Holy Empire had sent a message. It seemed that the purge of traitors had begun, and a major reshuffling of personnel was now underway in the Empire. At the rear of the procession returning to the Holy Empire walked a bound traitor, the third prince, Ruffle Elfals. The man fell to his knees and trembled with fear. He swore that it wasn't him, that he truly knew nothing, and begged the Holy Emperor for mercy. The Emperor, of course, would have been willing to believe him, but asked what Archbishop Raphael thought of the matter. It turned out that Archbishop Gale's testimony and the results of the Imperial Court's investigation indicated otherwise. They clearly stated that the man had received a bribe from the traitor Rose. Now the Emperor understood what his daughter-in-law Darina Rose and the third prince had been counting on when they set all this in motion. There were too many of them: vampires, the Aslan Empire, and traitors hiding within the Holy Empire. They all supported one another and feared nothing. The traitor tried to say something in his defense to the Holy Emperor, but at that moment the Emperor's sword pierced his head. The Celt was very angry. Every time these traitors opened their filthy mouths, it was Rose and Ruffle. Within the Holy Empire, there was an independent governing body of the Holy Kingdom, one of the institutions created to keep the Pope in check and consisting of cardinals. The cardinals were elected by vote, but the process itself was always fraught with problems. During Archbishop Gelt's reign, this order became the most famous and influential in the entire history of the empire. No one could stop its influence. Since a major conspiracy had taken place during the election of the new military archbishop, Aemon, not even the Pope himself or the other clergy could interfere in the order's affairs. However, after the incident with the Empire of Aslan, it became clear that the order had been involved in all of this. Taking advantage of the situation, Celt Elfals eliminated all members of the order. Archbishop Raphael Astoria felt that the whole thing had dragged on for far too long, but the emperor said he hadn't really exerted himself, so there was no need to whine. The archbishop said that while the emperor was fighting Aslan, he had been battling the order here all that time, one-on-one. The emperor then said that if any soldiers died in the future, it would all be attributed to the archbishop's fault. Raphael reiterated that he had done everything possible to avoid provoking unrest, since the people were already outraged by the war and the constant losses in their families. The emperor reminded Raphael that it was precisely for these merits that he had appointed the man as a cardinal. But the archbishop replied that such a promotion on the eve of old age was practically a mockery. The emperor was outraged that Raphael had lost all respect for him. In any case, internal affairs had already been settled. All that remained was to deal with his daughter-in-law and the third prince. And one mustn't forget about Qasim and Astalun either. The archbishop believed it would be best to simply leave them alone. But the emperor wanted Alan to handle all of this. This boy has enough strength for absolutely anything. Qasim and Astalun were the foundation of the Order of Caolium, its source of power. How could all of this be passed on to Alan when there was a crown prince? Of course, the seventh prince has proven himself very well lately, but he's only recently come onto the scene and is still too young. However, the emperor, it seems, sees Alan as his successor. Which bishop was willing to admit that, had he not known the seventh prince's past, he himself would have nominated him for the position of pope? After all, thanks to this young man, the people are smiling again and the war is over. If a different soul had taken possession of the seventh prince's body, it would have been much easier to resolve all such issues. And finally, father and son returned from their journey, and one might have said, the Holy Spirit. But no, it was a vampire infant in a magical chest. A loud cry rang out from the chest, demanding that it be opened. The emperor greeted his grandson and said he was very glad to see the boy alive and unharmed. But Alan didn't take these words very well. His grandfather was constantly plugging all sorts of holes in the empire. Finally, the Holy Emperor asked his grandson what was inside the chest, and Alan replied that it contained the second prince, who had become an ancient vampire. The emperor wanted to know what his grandson intended to do with his older brother. Alan replied that he would hand him over to the Order of the Red Cross and the Inquisitors. After these words, a constant stream of curses, screams, and threats rang out from the chest, for these bastards know nothing but torture. The emperor was very pleased with this decision and allowed his grandson to proceed in this manner. After that, the emperor said that a hearing would be held at the palace in the near future. Everyone knows that Alan fought a major battle. At this hearing, they will discuss the seventh prince's abilities and potential, so Alan needs to prepare in advance. Alan realized that everyone in the palace simply wants to hear the details from him. I wonder if he should mention that he is a necromancer. Alan was handing the chest over to the Inquisitors when his father turned to his son and asked if Alan could bring his brother back to life. White said he had already heard that Alan had managed to perform a resurrection, so perhaps he could handle Ruffle as well. But Alan immediately said that it was impossible. If a soul isn't captured at the moment of death, it vanishes. Besides, he had never tried to resurrect non-human beings. The father began begging Alan to at least give it a try. But in the next instant, the emperor slammed White face first into the floor with all his might. His son had ignored the country and his family for so many years, and now he returns spouting such nonsense. Does his son really want a murderer who has spilled so much human blood to be brought back to life? If that's truly the case, then the emperor will personally set his son straight right now. Alan quickly ordered the Inquisitor to leave the hall. Alan was also planning to slip away quietly, wanting to rest and relax as soon as possible, but the archbishop called out to him. The archbishop told the prince that the emperor had decided to entrust Astalun and Qasim to Alan. Alan immediately declared that he didn't need them, but the archbishop insisted that these were no ordinary items. Astalun is a rune known as the Script of God. It doubles the owner's divine power, allows them to declare sacred territories, and possesses other useful effects. And although it is considered a forgery, its power is still considerable. Alan readily decided to accept such a useful item as a gift. Qasim Darien was once known as the Holy Knight of Light and could have become the heir to the Master of the Sword, but he was accused of vampirism and killed 300 civilians. Alan didn't understand why he needed this scum or what he was supposed to do with him, according to the emperor. The archbishop, of course, couldn't speak plainly, but he said that the prince often used things that were rotten, dead, dying, foul-smelling, and repulsive. The archbishop couldn't speak plainly, but he still hinted that Alan should understand just how powerful this support was. In any case, the Archbishop hoped that Alan would not disappoint the Holy Emperor. After that, the Archbishop and his granddaughter stood up to leave, wishing the young man all the best and hoping he would rest and recover soon. But Alan took Alice by the hand. He wanted to talk to her, after all, they hadn't seen each other in a long time, and asked her to wait. The grandfather was furious. He glared at the couple, ready to tear the prince to pieces with his bare hands for the fact that Alan had just touched his granddaughter. Several days had passed, and now a strange procession was making its way through the streets of the holy city. It was the sacred parade of His Highness, the seventh prince. People looked at these strange creatures with suspicion. It seemed that all of this bode very ill for the holy city. But most people interpreted it as the Holy King, bearing the will of Gaia, the goddess of love and mercy, having descended upon them and brought his army. The emperor watched the procession from his window and noted that his grandson's aura had changed significantly. The archbishop agreed. Celt Elfals would have had to admit that even he, at Alan's age, had not reached such a high level. But the archbishop believed that nothing less could be expected from a prince of imperial blood. The emperor was very surprised to hear such kind words from the archbishop about his grandson. Suddenly, the emperor remembered something and urgently summoned his chief chamberlain, who was immediately ready to carry out any order. The emperor decided to attend the hearings, and the hall was very noisy. Opinions were divided. Some believed the prince was a heretic who had led an army of the undead, while others sensed divine energy and considered the young man a savior. Suddenly, a deathly silence fell over the hall, and Alan Elfals entered in his battle armor, radiating the aura of the undead and holy power, accompanied by his nervous undead soldiers. Gradually making his way through the hall, the young man assumed his normal appearance and greeted all the high-ranking officials and ministers present. The archbishop was forced to admit that it was a magnificent entrance. The army of the undead radiated powerful divine power. The emperor looked very serious. It seemed that he had finally made a decision. Could he really be about to appoint the seventh prince as the next holy king? Alan, as usual, had stayed behind, poring over papers. He really disliked sitting for long periods of time. After all, he was still just an ordinary teenager. The hearing went smoothly, and Charlotte praised the prince, but something was troubling him again. Those old men, the emperor and the archbishop, didn't say a word, but the looks they cast at Alan were quite unfriendly. In any case, everything was settled, so Alan suggested that Charlotte take a look in the dungeon. The girl didn't understand why they needed to go there. Alan replied that he wanted to check on his trophies, and now, looking at the man chained to the wall, it was frustrating that Qasim looked quite strong. A single glance from this man was enough to kill, and Charlotte advised him not to get too close. Qasim immediately realized that standing before him was that very debauched prince, enchanted by the chains of heretics. Charlotte was ready to cut down the insolent man who dared to insult her prince with her sword, but Alan calmed her down. Especially since he had come to see Qasim, who had promised him something, but the prisoner, suspended by a chain, could not understand what was being discussed. Before continuing the conversation, the seventh prince asked Charlotte to leave them alone, although the girl was very displeased by this. As soon as the door closed behind Charlotte, Alan announced that they would get straight to the point, and Qasim looked at the prince in surprise. Alan began the process of absorbing the villain and announced that, starting today, Qasim Darien would be taking care of him. The man couldn't understand what the prince was doing to him. He was both frightened and outraged, but the seventh prince replied that there was no need to be afraid. He was merely recruiting new soldiers for himself. After that, Alan went to the neighboring cell to check on his older brother, Ruffle, who had been sentenced to death for treason against the Empire. It turned out that it was Ruffle who had insisted on their meeting, and now he turned to Alan with a request. However, the young man immediately and categorically refused him. Although Alan was a fairly gentle and kind young man who viewed all these events from an outsider's perspective, he did not want to have anything to do with a traitor. Suddenly, Ruffle began to cry. He knew that Luan or his father would kill his mother, Darren Rose, as soon as they saw her. And now, with tears in his eyes, the boy begged Alan, not as an older brother, but as this woman's son, to allow Ruffle to see his mother for at least a few seconds. Alan even felt a little sorry for the young man, and he replied that he didn't have the authority to do so. However, Ruffle promised that he would reveal the secret of where the imperial family's treasure was hidden. And if that weren't enough, the young man was ready to tell his younger brother anything at all. What brotherly heart could resist such a prospect? And now bitter tears of sympathy streamed from Alan's clear eyes. He said that he understood Ruffle's feelings perfectly, shared them, and now wanted to hear more details about this treasure. Charlotte was literally stunned. She couldn't understand. Could the prince really believe information from a traitor? How could anyone trust such a person? But Alan, having thought it all through, believed that it was most likely true. It was unlikely to be a trap. Besides, if it turned out to be a trap after all, Charlotte would, of course, protect her prince. And that was ironclad logic. Charlotte immediately declared that she was ready to risk her life for the prince. However, the young man replied that it wasn't worth taking such a risk, but they would discuss that later. For now, Alan was heading off to meet the crown princess. Charlotte understood her prince without words. She said she would eliminate the source of any fog, and the prince asked her to take it easy and not overdo it. The old man was furious. He immediately realized that that useless prince had blabbed everything he knew. But now it didn't matter anymore because he was going to kill everyone in that family, and he didn't care in what order. But at the same time, the old man hadn't expected this girl to be so quick. She was already standing behind the villain. Charlotte asked the old man what his rank was. The old man now looked like a real old man. He said he was a baron. Charlotte was very disappointed. The girl said she had hoped he was at least a count and that she would gain some good experience. But if she couldn't get any practice, perhaps the baron had at least some useful information. The girl's aura was incredible, but the villain looked powerful as well. Charlotte conceded the right to strike first to him. Alan arrived at the library and was surprised to find this man there. Alan reported that his brother was very worried and that it was time to head back. But Darina Rose remained very calm. She was drinking tea and invited Alan to join her. The seventh prince decided to warn them right away to avoid any misunderstandings. This place had already become his territory, and he would soon deal with the vampires in the vicinity. Therefore, resistance was futile, and Darina Rose had better surrender right now. But the woman felt that the boy was speaking to her very insolently. He didn't understand who he was dealing with. Alan was outraged. Did this airhead really not realize that she was the crown princess and was now accused of treason against the kingdom? Alan wanted to know why the vampires he had already encountered were constantly defending Darina Rose. Her answers sounded truly absurd. The country's crown princess not only handed over to the vampires the wealth she had acquired through the exploitation of her people, but also forced her maid to bear a child by Ruffle's son. She did this so that she could later hand over her grandson to the vampires, thereby attempting to place the blood of the holy imperial child into the hands of the vampires. Alan listened to these answers and was stunned. No matter how crazy and deranged she might be, things had now gone too far. Alan didn't want to hear anymore. He said that was enough and announced that Darina Rose would be sent to the Holy Empire. However, suddenly the doors burst open, and white elf-alls rushed into the room, only to be immediately stopped by the guards. The man turned to his son, saying he wouldn't allow it, but Alan and Charlotte were absolutely certain of their actions and didn't react in the slightest. The man tried to draw his weapon, but in the very next moment, Charlotte reacted. She knocked his sword out of his hand, broke it, and pointed her own weapon at the prince's throat. Looking into the crown prince's eyes, Charlotte asked if he really intended to continue defending the traitor. Darina Rose suddenly broke into a happy smile, for her beloved had arrived, and if she was destined to die, she wanted to die at the hands of the man she loved. Darina asked her husband to start strangling her right away, to squeeze her as tightly as he loved her. He would remember his beloved Darina every second of his life, and she wanted to stay with him at least that way. It sounded completely crazy, and White told the woman that she wasn't the Rose he knew. She was crazy. After that, the man turned away, clenching his fists. He turned away and told his son that he had made a mistake and asked Alan to arrest the criminal. Darina Rose didn't understand what this man was going through. After all, it was her husband who had gone mad. He couldn't treat her this way. He had killed their Ruffle, and now he couldn't abandon them. In a solitary cell, abandoned by everyone and miserable, the third prince passed his time. Alan came to visit his brother again and noticed that the young man had become even more emaciated and weak. The execution was scheduled for the next day, and Ruffle said that his suffering would finally come to an end. Alan wanted to know how this young man was feeling right now, but Ruffle couldn't really describe his feelings. He only understood that because of a worthless brother like himself, Alan had had a very hard time. Alan didn't want to hear such apologies, because no matter what Ruffle said now, he wouldn't be able to take them seriously or believe them. Still, he had one last gift for Ruffle, although all of this was, of course, illegal, and the unfortunate condemned man began to sob when he saw his mother standing before him. The young man was happy that he had been able to see his mother before his death, and as this woman's worthless son, he asked her for forgiveness. Ruffle wept bitter tears as he clung to his mother. These were probably the purest tears that had ever flowed from his eyes. Even now, the young man could see that his mother did not love him. She had always loved the second prince and paid him no attention even now, at the moment of their final meeting. The guillotine had been set up, and onlookers began to gather in the square to watch the execution. Ruffle was very frightened. Looking at the guillotine, he couldn't hold back his tears and wept loudly in front of everyone. But the woman heard Ruffle crying very loudly. The boy shouldn't cry like that, because Mom would surely punish everyone. Mom would be here soon. The princess was executed, and the town crier announced that Ruffle's execution would now take place. However, by the grace of the great holy emperor, Ruffle opened his eyes and couldn't figure out where he was. There were trees all around him, and he was lying on some kind of wooden platform. Harmond, dressed in peasant clothes, said that Ruffle should be grateful for the rest of his life to the seventh prince, who had risked his life to save such a worthless man. Harmond was to deliver a message to Ruffle. "Brother, live your life now. This is my final gift." After that, the knight climbed out of the wagon, and Ruffle drove off into the distance toward an unknown destination. The holy emperor could only reveal his true feelings in the presence of the archbishop, and now the man wept with grief. But suddenly his face lit up when his beloved grandson Alan entered the throne room, and the man wanted to know what had brought the boy there. Alan bowed low before the emperor and said that he had come with a request. The elderly emperor was delighted. At last, Alan had decided to inherit the throne, although the archbishop believed it was still too early and that the young man was too young. But the emperor was offering his place to his own grandson, and felt that the archbishop had no business interfering in other people's affairs. Alan realized that these two old men could keep arguing for a long time, so he interrupted their conversation, saying he wanted to ask the emperor for some time off. Alan told his grandfather that he was planning to go on a trip for a month and a half. The emperor, of course, understood that Alan hadn't had any time to rest at all lately. Still, it was very strange that he had come to the palace just to ask to be granted a vacation. Did Alan really need his permission for something like that? The young man could act as he saw fit and go on vacation without warning. Kel Elfals asked if his grandson had decided where he would go on vacation. The young man smiled slyly and said there was a city he'd long wanted to visit. He was referring to the magical kingdom of Iran. Two carriages were traveling through a dense forest. Inside were several people with their hands and eyes bound. Somewhere among the enormous trees, magical circles had been drawn. The victims were seated in the center, and people stood around them, performing the ritual. They were happy that the time had finally come. These cultists praised the great Aman and sacrificed several innocent people. An old man with a beard and a staff turned to his companions and said that they could begin the ritual. But suddenly, right in the middle of the ceremony, Alice, who possessed sacred energy, appeared in the clearing, and the cultists scattered in terror, not understanding what was happening. Soon, sacred chains were placed on the participants of the ritual. They couldn't move and had no idea what the hell was going on. Soon, Alan emerged from the darkness. He immediately said that all of this was very annoying to him. Could it be that such villains were hiding throughout all the forests and cities? Alice didn't understand where Charlotte had gone or why she, of all people, had to deal with all this, but Alan replied that everyone needs a break and that Charlotte was on vacation. Besides, this was a great opportunity for Alice to hone her skills and spend time with the prince. Furthermore, Alan believed that she didn't need to hide the fact that she was a saint. Alice now understood that Alan knew something no one else in the Holy Empire knew, and that the only one who could recognize a saint was another saint. The prince noticed that instead of doing his share of the work, Hans was pricking up his ears and watching the prince. The alchemist immediately rushed over to the captives to help them. Entering this village wasn't a bad idea. Here, one could eat well and buy something, but there was no information about this place. Alan didn't know where to start his search, so for now he was just wandering through the town streets. Suddenly, one person in their group said they knew a good place. It was Alice, who claimed that most information passes through the guild at least once. Alan wasn't too keen on getting involved with the guild, but the girl didn't understand what the problem might be. The thing was, everyone around them was talking about nothing but the incident with Aslan, as well as the situation with the second prince of the Holy Empire, who turned out to be a vampire. Everyone was outraged that the second prince was a vampire, and on top of that, it turned out that the incident with Aslan was also connected to him. In short, the entire Holy family had become very famous, and now Alan wasn't too keen on appearing in public in front of people who had a ton of questions for him. Hans tried not to interfere, but eventually said he had an idea. Alan and Alice decided to listen carefully to the guy because they didn't have any thoughts of their own on the matter. The receptionist greeted the knight, surprised by his appearance. The knight, fully clad in armor, said that he was Alan Lupus. The receptionist looked with interest at the knight in his massive magical armor and asked what the purpose of his visit was. The knight replied that he wanted to register as an adventurer. In that case, he needed to fill out a special registration form, but just then a man appeared next to the girl. He examined the information the knight had written down and noted that for a fallen house, the knight's equipment was quite impressive. The knight replied that although his family had fallen on hard times, that didn't mean he had no money at all. They could have spent a long time clarifying further details, but a huge line had already formed behind the knight. The man surveyed the angry, motley crowd and announced that the knight was being granted the rank of a tree. Several warriors gazed admiringly at the incredibly beautiful girl. They wanted to get to know her, because life is unpredictable, and you never know when you'll die. Alice wanted to get out of there as quickly as possible, but for some reason, Lord Alan was taking longer than she expected. Hans, laden with bags, was also relieved to see Prince Alan appear and hoped that everything had gone well. Alan, dressed as a sacred knight, said that he had successfully registered and received the rank of a tree. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and they could move on, although the warriors didn't understand what such a beauty was doing with this guy. He must have seduced her with money. A few days passed, and the taverns were abuzz with talk of the strange group that had captured the Minotaur and the double ogre. Rumor had it that the beauty was supposedly the princess of the kingdom of Iton. Now, the appearance of the unknown knight and his companions was drawing even more attention. Everyone realized they were witnessing the birth of a hero. The young people had a great meal and a few drinks at the inn, and of course, Alice immediately asked when they would set out for the next location. Alan actually understood that they needed to do this, but he wanted to rest just a little longer, although Alice was giving him a reproachful look. Alan now realized that life in the palace had been stifling for the girl, and that she was now enjoying her freedom and her abilities. It's hard to keep her around now. Alice was darting around the area faster than anyone else, slaying monsters and reporting back to the prince on the tasks she had completed. In addition, she was constantly rushing the prince and Hans, who were watching the transformation of this extraordinary girl with amazement. However, a stranger suddenly entered the tavern. He immediately strode purposefully toward their table and addressed Alan Lupus. This warrior looked quite imposing. He asked if they could talk for a couple of minutes. Alan immediately hid his face behind his helmet's visor, and the stranger said that this didn't seem particularly important, but apparently Alan was a paladin's apprentice. Alan didn't respond, not understanding where the man was going with this, and then the stranger said he had come to deliver a message to Alan. It turned out to be a decree from the Iranian royal family, and after that, they decided to step aside and talk. The young man introduced himself. His name was Edolf. He had been hired by the royal family to conduct an investigation. In fact, he had been imprisoned in a labor camp for 1 year in the northern part of the kingdom. The young man admitted that he had been imprisoned for stealing bread, and after that, new charges were brought against him, making the situation even worse. In this labor camp, Adolf met a benefactor quite by chance. Alan was already beginning to guess where this young man was going with this, but such a coincidence simply couldn't be possible. Adolf said that this guy was simply an amazing and remarkable person. He held a dustpan and a shovel in both hands, sweeping away the undead. That moment still lingered in the young man's memory, and he couldn't recall it without tears. Alan, too, could no longer bear to listen to these sentimental stories. He apologized for interrupting the young man and asked him to get straight to the point. Adolf apologized for getting a little carried away with his memories, but before the young man could explain the reason for his visit, the building began to vibrate. It felt as if an earthquake were occurring, as if all the city's streets were being subjected to a certain vibration. At that very moment, a bright flash erupted in the sky above the palace, which was the source of these vibrational waves. Once upon a time, the Knight of White Silver appeared and, with a single stroke, destroyed the plans of the tormentors, the local undead, and the villains. There was no family with the surname Lupus in the entire kingdom. The sect leader could not understand why, among his vast number of followers, no one knew who this person was. Rudis was furious. He was the king of the dead's foremost follower and soon realized that this knight was an imposter because no one anywhere had ever heard of a Lupus family. Rudis immediately realized that the Holy Empire was involved. But could they really have caught wind of something? But even if that were the case, Rudis believed that they wouldn't give up so easily and would fight to the bitter end because they were followers of the King of the Dead, those who bring death in the name of his will. Rudis ordered his followers to set out for Elish. They already had the master in their hands. All that remained was to transport the supplies and sacrifices. They were referring to Baron Aton, Lord of Alush, who was currently in a zombie-like state. Rudis said that they were blessed by King Amon and that he would show all people what true hell was like. And now, at this very moment, something strange was happening in the city of Elish. A huge eye appeared in the sky. Alan walked over to the window and, looking up at the sky, wanted to know what kind of abomination had appeared there. This enormous eye is an ancient demon, the gatekeeper of hell. The knights tried to destroy this creature, but it healed instantly, and its body consisted of a single enormous eye. The warriors chopped off the eye's tentacles, and it seemed as though they could defeat it. But even if they severed a part of this creature, it would immediately regenerate and be as good as new in just a few moments. People stared in horror at this hideous demonic creature and told one another that hell itself had descended upon the city. With its ability to regenerate endlessly, this creature is ideal for guard duty. Peaceful people tried to flee and hide in shelters, but the tentacles of the giant eye grabbed them and sucked the life and strength out of them. Alan realized that his precious vacation had gone down the drain. The young man began to gather his sacred power, while the demon's vile tentacles closed in on the woman and child. Realizing that his vacation was ruined anyway, Alan attacked one of the tentacles, preventing the creature from harming the civilians. Alice joined the battle as well, and now, alongside the prince, the girl was fighting the vile creature. Alice fended off the monster's attack, but found the whole situation very strange, because monsters like this don't just appear out of nowhere. Alan also realized that some evil person had summoned this creature to a village full of peaceful residents, and now they needed to be rescued immediately. Rudis immediately saw the representatives of the Holy Empire in action, and now he was very pleased because they were about to suffer greatly. A follower of the King of the Dead began performing a ritual. He addressed the King of the Dead to show how this land embraces death. Some kind of vibration emanated from the King of the Dead, and Rudis realized that even more sacrifices were needed to sate the king. Soon, a mighty knight began to materialize, beautiful and strong, who demanded more and more sacrifices. Alan had already summoned his army of the dead, and with their help, was set to battle the King of the Dead. Alice insisted that they must first find the main body of the giant eye, because it regenerates very quickly. But Alan believed that even if they couldn't find the main body, he would destroy the eye again and again. Alan turned to his aides and proposed inflicting unimaginable suffering on their enemy. Soon the prince was already mounted on a huge horse, clad in full armor and ready to fight without stopping. He immediately declared that he would crush everything that came into his sight and show them the hell that these cultists were planning to create. Soon, Rudis realized that at this rate, all their hopes might be in vain, which meant there was no choice. They had to resort to extreme measures. Rudis turned to the giant eye, preparing to give it an important order. With the help of the giant eye, Rudis wanted to capture Alan and make him part of his sacrifice. The man was fanatical. He said he was ready to die if that was the price to open the gates of hell. Hans and Alice couldn't believe their eyes. Had that madman really done it? Soon, a huge, hideous demonic creature appeared in the sky. It looked at the village with interest and said that these people knew nothing. But in the name of saving these pitiful souls, he must grant them deliverance through death. The king of the underworld summoned several of his aides and sent them to Earth to show the people that true freedom comes after death. Skeletons in uniforms with muskets were firing at the people, and the whole scene looked simply horrific. Alan realized that today he was facing an opponent who wasn't the type to give up easily. On top of that, he still had to save this city. But the King of the Dead said that all of this was very illogical. Not only had the prince cheated death, but he also dared to use its power. And so now the King of the Dead would personally rid Alan of his life and restore everything to its rightful place. Alan decided he needed to stall for time. He wanted to put an end to it all with a single blow. The King of the Dead couldn't understand why his foolish opponent was rejecting salvation. As long as he was trapped in a human body, all his efforts were in vain. Alan said he was sick and tired of listening to this nonsense. His ears were already wilting, and it remained to be seen which of them was the wicked one. Armed with holy light, Alan told his opponent that they were not destined to become friends. Alan suggested that the King of the Dead stop pretending to be a savior. The King of the Dead deeply regretted that things had turned out this way, but it was now clear that this man could do nothing to him. But soon the King of the Dead felt his powers waning, though he would always lie in wait for Alan. The King of the Dead would tear his flesh apart, and thereby herald the coming of death, which would consume this entire world. Alan could barely stay on his feet. He struggled to wait until this dead man finished his ramblings and disappeared. Already losing consciousness, completely drained of strength, Alan thought that he simply wanted to retrieve the family heirloom and didn't understand why someone was constantly getting in his way. And when they saw Alan, they couldn't believe it was him. Before, this childish prince had bullied everyone in sight and ruined everything. But now he's a different person, and although there had been rumors about it, no one really believed them. Adolf saw it all with his own eyes, how the third prince sacrificed himself, and he could no longer deny it. Alice Astoria began treating her prince and vowed to follow him forever. In the capital of the state of Iran, people were saying that it was a veritable hell there. It seemed as if the end of the world was about to come. The old man wanted to know what the mages had been doing back then, but the man said that it didn't matter now. The old man agreed that this was indeed true. First and foremost, they needed to find out the cause of what had happened. The warrior explained that these gates had been enormous from the very beginning, and no one knows what will happen if they open again. Even if they summoned the entire Tower of Mages, it would take them 10 years to deal with something that massive. It's unlikely that something like this will open again anytime soon. The man wanted to know how the locals had ultimately managed to deal with such a colossal creature. The girl in the green hat suggested that either vampires had helped them, even though they don't have enough power, or that a supernatural force had aided the locals. But actually, it was interesting to know what the seventh prince of the Holy Empire was doing there. It's very suspicious because his movements are similar to those of vampires. The girl thought that if the seventh prince really was a vampire, she wouldn't be surprised if he were hiding among them right now. The advisors believed that the queen was looking for something that didn't exist, since it was impossible to infiltrate their kingdom unnoticed. There are mages everywhere here. However, Queen Rock's islands of Iran couldn't understand how, in that case, a giant eye could have appeared right in the middle of the city. The queen believed they had to accept the fact that they were ignorant and weak. That was why such chaos reigned among them. And now Queen Rox wanted to present her advisors with the only possible response. She invited the saviors to the palace. The residents of the capital were absolutely thrilled, and the women thought he was very noble, handsome, and someone they could have a fling with. From all sides, people spoke words of gratitude and compliments to Lord Lupus and Miss Alice with admiration. Hans really enjoyed this. He had no intention of shying away from the fame that had fallen upon him. After all, they were local heroes. Alan confirmed that the alchemist Hans had worked like crazy to deal with the gates. In fact, the young man considered himself the brains of the operation. Alice didn't understand why they needed to go to the guild, but the prince didn't say anything, so they just went there. Alan said they'd been told they'd be rewarded for destroying the gate. Alice thought that, in that case, they could have sent a wagon to pick them up. People here just don't understand how to treat heroes properly. But at the same time, every country had its own culture and customs, so he asked his friends to be more understanding. And it was just great that the locals appreciated their efforts. Alice suddenly stopped and said that everything had changed so much. A man stepped out onto the porch and read the royal decree. As a sign of deep respect for the achievements of the adventurer Alan Lupus and his companions, an official invitation to the royal palace was sent to him. Alan was very glad that no one could see his face, because he was smiling happily. At last, he had made his way into the royal palace of Iran. Alice felt that something was off here. She had a bad feeling, but she didn't understand what was wrong. Only Alan was thinking about how he would soon retrieve the Order's cherished relic. Alan gazed thoughtfully out the window and turned around only when someone called out to him. Alice explained that there was a huge underground labyrinth in the dungeons of this country's royal palace. Alan admitted that under the pretext of a vacation, he had traveled all this way to a distant land, enduring every hardship just to have an excuse to get inside. The fact is that this very underground labyrinth houses the sacred artifact of the first Holy Emperor of the Order. Alice couldn't understand why the Emperor's sacred artifact had ended up in a foreign country. Alan didn't know for sure, but it seemed that Cardinal Michael, while studying Aztalan, had discovered this truth, and Prince Ruffle had somehow found out about it. Well, for him as the seventh prince, it was too tempting to simply walk away. Alice didn't understand why they couldn't send an official request between the states, but that certainly wouldn't have worked. Lately, vampires had been running rampant in Iran and even in neighboring countries, and security there was very tight. At a time like this, a foreign prince with real vampires among his relatives reaches out to them and wants something from them. Even if they had been willing to help, it would have been impossible to count on their support. So Alan chose not to act blindly without knowing their true intentions and deliberately created a situation that would get him invited to the palace. That is precisely why, although Alan had created a cover for himself, it was meant to subtly hint at his true identity. He kept his name and nearly the same abilities. From the very beginning, out of pride, neither the Holy Empire nor the state intended to take the first step toward the other. However, if they were to invite Alan, a representative of the royal family first, it would mean they had a request for the Prince of the Holy Empire. It was precisely in this way that Alan managed to visit this state and be received at the highest level. As the prince walked with his companions through the corridors of the royal palace, people could not understand how an ordinary adventurer dared to appear there, or why Her Majesty needed him. Queen Rock's Islands of Iran sat on her throne and welcomed the knight who had saved her kingdom. Alan remained standing without kneeling, and the courtiers were horrified by such an insolent man who dared to behave so disrespectfully. But it turned out that the queen paid no attention to this. Her status window showed that she was well over 80 years old, possessed a genius-level talent for magic, a supernatural reserve of mana, and vast knowledge. The queen descended from her throne and greeted the knight, curtsying before him. The courtiers nearly fainted at the sight of their queen's humiliation. Her Majesty introduced herself, stating her name and title. Alan removed his helmet and introduced himself as Alan Lupus. After that, the young man bowed to the queen and said it was a great honor to meet her. Unexpectedly, the queen patted Alan on the cheek and said he bore a striking resemblance to him. And although it's probably not very polite to ask a young man to carry out a task immediately upon his arrival, the queen informed her guest that the hall was filled with the high-ranking aristocrats of her realm, the very cream of the nobility. And now Roxalens asked the young man if he could catch the rats hiding among them. The faces of those present immediately contorted with fear, and it was easy to identify who the traitor was. The queen promised as a reward everything an adventurer could possibly hope for. One of the ministers present began to activate his magical power, realizing that he would now have to flee immediately, but first he would take the queen hostage. Alan read the monster's movements perfectly and quickly drew a sword from his arsenal. The man hadn't even finished thinking about how he would escape from this palace when his head was already rolling across the floor, separated from his body. Alan thrust his sword into the floor and stated that he lacked the ability to directly detect vampires. But the young man insisted that he had an uncanny instinct for vampires, so he gladly accepted the queen's assignment. After that, several more heads were severed and tossed aside, but Alan soon realized he wasn't seeing the whole picture. It turned out there were more vampires here than he'd thought. In that case, he'd like to see the reward increased. But the queen replied that the young man needn't worry. She would increase the reward in any case. It would be cheaper than letting those rats continue to plunder her treasury. Queen Rox believed that many in her palace were dissatisfied with the fact that she was acting on her own initiative. But if anyone had any complaints, they should speak up right now. Queen Rox confirmed that she was always open to dialogue, especially now that she had such wonderful assistants to restore order in the palace. Of course, none of those present objected, which was an excellent sign. Now she could calmly set about cleaning house. The queen also confirmed that, judging by the deathly silence, she took this as a sign of consent and believed that no one objected, which meant Alan could finish what he had started. A few days passed and Queen Rox invited Alan for a conversation. She immediately apologized for disturbing him, realizing that he was very tired. The queen suggested he keep her company and have a cup of tea with her. First and foremost, she wanted to thank Alan for saving her country from collapse. The young man had exposed the vampires who had been hiding within the kingdom for years, and she thanked Lord Alan Elfols from the bottom of her heart. Alan realized that now the queen wanted to interact with him not as an adventurer, but as a prince. The young man asked her not to make a big deal out of it. He had acted solely for the reward. And now the queen wanted to know why the prince of the Holy Kingdom had risked his life to help her. The woman suggested that perhaps it would be best for them to form an alliance between their nations. Alan, to be honest, was surprised. He hadn't expected it to be so easy and straightforward, and assumed that the queen was being too careless in deciding matters of national importance. But Rox Islands believed there was not a single reason to refuse such an alliance. If the alliance were to be formed, the state of Iran would provide a certain quantity of the finest grade magic crystals in whatever quantity the prince desired. Alan was absolutely thrilled and said that his final condition would be permission to enter the underground labyrinth of Tatalos. This condition was met with a swift and categorical refusal. Alan realized that this was to be expected. Alan immediately understood that this dungeon concealed something that must not be made public. It was pretty much what he had imagined. The queen replied that the seventh prince apparently had no idea how dangerous this place was, and why everyone was so careful to keep it a secret. Of course, the queen understands that the prince's goal is the sacred artifact of the first holy emperor. But unfortunately, she cannot allow Alan to enter this dungeon, even though that is precisely why the prince is so eager to go there. Besides, Alan wasn't weak enough to back down. After all, he is the grandson of Emperor Kelt. The queen saw how much the young man resembled his great-grandfather, and suddenly she changed her mind and agreed to let him enter the dungeon. Alan was surprised once again that everything had gone so smoothly. However, in return, the queen said that one of her representatives would be joining them. The very next morning, the team was ready to meet their new member. Now they were looking at him with curiosity and whispering among themselves. He was a mage named Norman. He had joined the group on the queen's orders. There was something strange about this young mage's face. It seemed as if one eye was completely missing. Alan greeted Norman, introduced the rest of the team, and said that from now on they would be working together. After that, the entire group set off for the dungeon to meet the remains of the first Holy Emperor. The young people walked through the long corridors for some time. It was surprising because it looked more like a prison than a dungeon. Norman explained that this was just a passageway leading to the labyrinth itself. The labyrinth itself is much more vast and majestic. Soon they reached a huge door, and Norman said that they had finally arrived at the labyrinth. The young people entered Tytalos, and it turned out to be something amazing, as if they had stepped into another world. Wyverns soared high in the sky, and they found themselves in a forest. Now everyone was amazed at just how vast and majestic this dungeon was, with its lakes, forests, and mountains. Hans couldn't believe his eyes. Could this really be real? Not an illusion, but actual places. But Alan told Hans that while he understood his excitement about the resources and living creatures, he needed to quickly activate his powers. Hans and Alcy stood there with their mouths agape because a huge shadow had blocked out the sky before them, and they couldn't even find the strength to scream. The fact was that a huge Tyrannosaurus had appeared before them. It was a dinosaur of gigantic proportions. The mere sight of one was enough to strike fear into anyone's heart. Alice immediately activated her powers and prepared to attack the monster. She noticed right away when it moved to the side. The girl was right next to the dinosaur's enormous jaws, staring at this gigantic beast from close range. Alice grabbed the dinosaur's fang with one hand and simultaneously landed several powerful blows with her fist. By this time, Alan was already ready to attack. He pulled out his gun and prepared to fire. Norman was in shock. He simply hid quietly under his hood, and looking at Alan realized that this young man possessed the magical rune of Astalin. The seventh prince took aim. He had always believed that a rifle was much more convenient than a sword. The bullet pierced the enormous dinosaur's head right through. It entered near the lower jaw and exited at the top of its head. Norman was stunned. He knew that these dinosaurs were naturally resistant to magic, so ordinary weapons or spells did them almost no harm. Alice suffered the most. The thing was, the dinosaur was dousing her with its snot and saliva. However, Norman still took note of the girl's abilities. Hans was also unique in his own way. He wasn't afraid of anything at all and immediately analyzed everything he saw in terms of usable materials. An ancient creature, its hide, a premium material, and what could be made from all of it. When Norman saw Alan and his companions in action, the prince said he would ensure that the country of Iran would never regret its alliance with the Holy Empire. Therefore, Norman had better speak only kind and favorable words to his queen, while Alan began to transform into an undead creature and activate the rest of his abilities. Now Norman understood what the prince had warned him about. It turned out that all of it was true. The stories about the existence of the holy undead. It wasn't even about the power that defies nature itself. What Norman was seeing now could be called divine. Alan took on the appearance of a normal person again and said he would avenge the 3,000 soldiers of the state of Iran who had died at this place. And now that everyone was ready, he basically suggested that Norman lead them to where they needed to go. Norman had already come to believe that with the seventh prince, anything was truly possible, but the prince asked, "Don't tyrannosaurs live in herds?" He had once learned that in school. Norman couldn't figure out what tyrannosaurs were, and when he finally realized they were ancient dragons, he confirmed that there are usually many of them. Norman explained that sometimes you come across individuals that have left the herd, which meant this one might be alone. But it turned out that the slain tyrannosaur hadn't left the herd, and now Hans found himself face to face with yet another group of dinosaurs. Alan might have believed it was a dinosaur that had strayed from the herd, had it not been for Hans's loud shouts and the happy faces of the holy undead. By this point, the entire herd of dinosaurs had already rushed over to meet the humans. It grew dark for a while, and it turned out that night existed in this labyrinth. The young people built a campfire and began to cook their food. Alice suddenly approached the prince and asked if they could speak in private. She wanted to know how the prince had found out that she was a saint. It was a rather strange place and time for a conversation of this nature. Alan realized that the girl had been remembering his words about her holiness all this time. Alan asked Alice if it was really true, and the girl realized she had given herself away. Alan, of course, could have told her about the status window, but he knew she wouldn't believe or understand him, so he said it was just his intuition kicking in. Alan didn't even try to convince Alice otherwise. It would have been like him explaining how he recognizes vampires, when all he's really doing is reading the status window. Alan didn't understand why the girl was hiding the fact that she was a saint. After all, it would only strengthen her status and there would be no harm in it. But Alice asked the prince not to mention this officially anywhere. After all, a saint could identify vampires, which is why people try to kill saints as quickly as possible. The seventh prince was unaware of this information, that the saint was capable of seeing vampires. But for now, Alice said she couldn't see vampires yet. However, after 2 or 3 years of training, she would be able to do so. But now the girl wanted to ask the prince a personal question of her own. She asked whether the seventh prince was a saint, and he replied that this was the first time he'd heard about his own sainthood. Then he began to pontificate on the topic of whether there was a way to determine a person's sainthood. Alice believed that a person first realizes this on their own. And when they come of age, the Holy Empire conducts an investigation. If as a result of this review, a person's holiness is confirmed, they are officially granted the title. Alice knew full well that the seventh prince had not undergone such a procedure, so it was impossible to claim that he was a saint. However, Alice said that the seventh prince performs miracles, defying the laws of the world. In other words, he simply hadn't formally received the title, but everything the prince does is worthy of being called a miracle. Alan thought that his entire gaming system might, in fact, be a miracle by this world's standards. But then the concept of holy undead would be complete nonsense. Not to mention the ability to recognize vampires. To the locals, of course, this looks like a real miracle. However, Alice knew that a saint and a holy one had never appeared at the same time, and this raised serious doubts. Alan suddenly thought that if saints appeared so rarely, then perhaps he really was a saint. But the young man realized that he couldn't speak about something he didn't really understand, because after all, the protagonist didn't even know why he had come into this world. The next day, the travelers continued on their way, and after a while they reached their destination. Norman announced that what Prince Alan was looking for was here, and they saw a huge memorial with a mysterious glow at its center. The mage asked when the prince planned to go inside, and Alan replied that there was no point in delaying. Alan, as always, wanted to finish everything as quickly as possible and get some rest. At any rate, that's what he hoped every time. Norman began reading the ancient inscriptions. They read, "This city is the capital of the Holy Empire, and only the brave may set foot here. There was a sword before which all the kings of the world fell to their knees in despair, the weapon and shield of God, guardian of Gaia's throne." Soon Norman read the inscription he needed. "I, Orden Elfalls, have hidden this sword here." Next came a huge door, but it had no handle, and Norman said it was impossible to enter there in the usual way. The mage asked his companions to step back a little. Then he stood in the center of the magic circle and began casting some sort of spells. As a result, a real teleportation portal opened. The alchemist Hans was absolutely thrilled because Norman had just used teleportation magic. But Hans soon calmed down when he saw a throne in front of him, with a skeleton sitting on it dressed in an emperor's robe. Then Norman spoke some more magic words, and it seemed as though the skeleton had come to life. Alan realized that everyone in his holy family was crazy. He said that the item left by their ancestors would be passed down to a descendant, and he was taking it. After that, all the holy warriors who had come with the seventh prince fell, destroyed, and stripped of their holy power. Everyone was frightened and shocked, and even Alan himself didn't know what to do now, having no weapons. Alan immediately sensed that something was wrong here, and now these events revealed what the problem was. It turned out that this skeleton also had the Aztalan rune, and most importantly, its rune was genuine, but of a more powerful type. Alan realized that the skeleton hadn't even moved yet, but had already unleashed such immense power and destroyed all his defenders. The young man realized that he had underestimated the situation and that his preparation had been insufficient. He carefully examined his opponent. After that, the seventh prince turned around and told his companions that they needed to retreat for now in order to prepare better, but that he would definitely return and claim the sword. And so the friends were once again sitting around a nighttime campfire. Norman said that the creature in the dungeon was beyond human capabilities. Legends told of how 3,000 soldiers of the state of Iran had been destroyed here, and the prince thought this was the work of ancient dragons. But it turned out that they had all been stopped by just one angel, who barely even rose from his throne to do so. Just recently, Alan and his group had captured the dragon leader and subdued him. Now he had his own dragon at his disposal, but that wasn't enough to defeat the angel. Hans wanted to know if the prince had any way to overcome the enemy, or rather, if there was any way to stay alive. Alan came up with an idea he could use in this situation. He thought about all the holy power that filled the entire room. In such an environment, he could try something interesting. Perhaps it was worth trying to summon both the King of Bones and the dragon at the same time. Who knows? Perhaps these two creatures could even stand up to a powerful angel, but another problem arose. Would the young man's body be able to withstand such a strain? If he were to summon such formidable powers, it would be impossible. Even if his body could hold up, the holy power might spiral out of control. Although Alice was practically a saint, she was still just an ordinary girl. She suggested they eat first and think about it later. As if in passing, Alice said, "Prince, I don't know what he's thinking, but I can handle an uncontrolled release of holy powers." The girl placed her hand on her chest and reminded the prince that she was a saint, and that shouldn't be forgotten or overlooked. Alan finished his piece of meat and thought that wasn't a bad idea. If Alice had a fragment of God, then perhaps she'd find a way to deal with the problem. Alan wanted to warn the girl that she needed to be confident, because up until now she had always hidden her power, but here she would have to reveal it. But the girl wasn't afraid, because they were in the labyrinth. Her grandfather Raphael Astoria wasn't nearby, and she could safely take off her mask. I was actually curious about exactly how Alice planned to control the release of holy powers. She said it was a kind of resonance. It amplifies the power of the holy powers but reduces their consumption. It's based on ordinary prayer. But if they do it together, a synergy will arise that multiplies the effect many times over. Everything is going well, but during the resonance, Alice won't be able to move, and they need to figure out a solution for that. Alan asked if it would work if Norman attacked from a distance without leaving the summoning point. Norman said that this time things would be different. Last time, they limited themselves to a warning, but that won't work this time. In short, the prince realized that no tricks or pre-planned strategies would work. Besides, he'd never thought ahead or made plans before, so he suggested going in head-on. The next day, the group went through all the preliminary stages again. Norman asked if he asked the prince to stop, Alan would most likely go ahead anyway. Alan confirmed that this was indeed the case because if he had wanted to give up, he wouldn't have wasted so much energy on all of this. And now, gradually transforming into a necromancer, he gave Alice the command to begin. The girl immediately began reciting prayers and generating an endless supply of sacred energy. Since Alice was unable to move at that moment, the prince seated her atop his skull so she could move by drawing on the additional sacred power. The swordkeeper also activated his runes and was now ready to fight the unexpected guests. Many years ago, the master had made a request to Metatron, hoping that he would grant it. If the time comes when a righteous person who seeks the truth yearns for your power, I beg you do not deny him your support, even if that person is not me. And now Metatron sensed the sacred power emanating from these people and saw the sacred undead. And so the battle began, involving the sacred undead, Alan, and the sword keeper. Alice recited prayers ceaselessly, which were meant to constantly replenish her sacred power, preventing it from fading. She prayed that she was acting in the name of the goddess of love and mercy. Meanwhile, Alan summoned a bone dragon, which now towered over all the holy warriors. Metatron stood with his arms spread wide. He had no intention of letting these people get to the sword and had to protect his relic from them. Norman looked at this angel and realized that standing before him was the very force that had once killed his father. The summoned dragons fought desperately. In response, a barrage of fiery attacks was unleashed upon them. Alan realized he needed to summon the Bone King because a single dragon could no longer handle the situation. Finally, Metatron felt the impact of the energy plane. He was being shaken from side to side. So the defender of the sword unleashed his power. Clenching both fists, he struck the bone dragon's head with all his might, intending to split it in half. The dragon, in turn, also fought desperately. It attacked the angel with a powerful stream of sacred light. And now a second summoned dragon appeared. It, too, was an heir to the goddess of love and mercy. Metatron raised his fist to strike the summoned dragons. He flew slightly to the side, gathering his strength. But just as he was about to bring his fist down on the dragon's head, someone's even stronger hand appeared above him, a surprise that came out of nowhere. Now both dragons were working together, joined by the king of necromancers, and they had all been waiting a very long time for this opportunity. Suddenly, the second phase began. Metatron was still confident of victory, but his opponents attacked from both sides, unleashing sacred light upon him. Metatron held out both hands to block this powerful attack. He had never experienced such a powerful impact before, nor had he faced such a formidable opponent. Suddenly, a swarm of undead creatures pounced on him from all sides. They were like a swarm of flies circling a jar of honey. Alice continued to recite prayers and draw upon sacred power. Hans finally sensed that perhaps the outcome of this battle would be in their favor. Norman continued to cast spells from a distance, and had also begun to think that perhaps they would manage to defeat the angel. And that meant that what no previous king, including Norman's father, had been able to do was finally happening. Everyone worked without slowing down, hoping that victory would be achieved at any moment. But then Metatron seemed to receive an additional surge of power. He spread his arms wide, scattering the undead in all directions. The throne realized that the situation was very dangerous. Its top priority now was to destroy the target. Norman realized that he needed to join forces more actively with the prince in order to help him deal with this evil. Metatron sensed that the average magical damage had already been exceeded and that there was a high risk of his body being destroyed. Commands to prioritize and destroy the target continued to echo in Metatron's mind, but he was clearly no longer feeling entirely confident. Norman activated his magical powers. He hurled a meteorite at the enemy, but the guy was clearly feeling terrible. Although Alice continued to pray, she felt she could no longer go on. Her whole body was trembling. But at the same time, she realized that if she stopped even for a moment, the prince would lose immediately. That meant she had to hold on a little longer. Suddenly, Alice heard the prince's voice asking her to lift her head. He told her that it wasn't her fault, because she had done everything in her power, but now even the undead could no longer withstand the strain. The necromancer put his arms around her shoulders and told her she didn't have to carry this burden alone. Alice must trust her companions who stand by her side. That way together they will achieve their goal and claim victory. Norman was amplifying his magic, but the young man was already feeling excruciating pain throughout his entire body. However, the thought that all of this would be in vain, that they would fall just a little short, was deeply distressing. Norman understood. If things continued this way, the prince would die and nothing would change. The enemy was gathering his strength again. He was surrounded by truly powerful runes, and now his attack would be very strong. Norman heard the prince express his gratitude. He said that the mage had done everything possible, and now there was no need to waste energy in vain. After all, the world is actually much vaster than many people think. Therefore, one simply needs to let the energy do its work. And soon, the guardian of the sword realized he could not complete the task. He could not attack the target and protect the sword at the same time. The angel asked the prince what all of this was for, after all. Alan himself had never really thought about the purpose of his actions, but all his deeds were guided by a single desire. The young man wanted all his people, those close to him in spirit and by blood, to be spared suffering. Metatron began to say that all of this was incomprehensible. He couldn't understand why it was necessary, but nevertheless, the promise had to be kept. Suddenly, a huge sword appeared in the air, surrounded by special protective runes. It was the sword of Ordina Elfols. The Holy Emperor and the Archbishop both carefully examined the document and realized that this was a serious matter. Selt Elfols was forced to admit that his grandson was truly impressive. He had defeated that enormous angel who was guarding the family heirloom, and no one could imagine how such a thing was possible. The emperor wanted to pass on the title of Holy Emperor to the seventh as quickly as possible and retire. The archbishop believed that His Highness's growth, increasing power and abilities, had already spiraled out of their control, while the emperor believed that this was exactly how his grandson should be. The old man admitted that he had always dreamed of fighting the great angel in person, but his grandson had beaten him to it. Archbishop Raphael Astoria asked if the emperor had heard the news regarding the garrison in Lonya in the north. The emperor had no idea what was being discussed, or what could be unusual about this news. The archbishop couldn't fathom how such a thing was even possible, while the emperor didn't understand what was being discussed and was already starting to get nervous, thinking that Raphael was teasing him. What was surprising was that all the soldiers and even the prisoners in Lonya were using holy power. Of course, this was astonishing, even though it sounded like complete nonsense. Alan was relaxing with Alice on the balcony. He had received a letter and was now reading it. The letter contained utter nonsense about even the prisoners using holy power, though it was unlikely that the information from Charlotte would be incorrect. The total number of soldiers and prisoners in Lonya was approaching 800. Even if their forces were small, such a large number of people using holy power was unheard of. And anyway, it was very strange that no one knew about this incident. That alone was suspicious. Most likely the feudal lord Gennard Lepon had deliberately concealed this information. Alan in principle wouldn't have minded going there himself to sort everything out, but Lonya was still too far away. Just then, the alchemist Hans ran out onto the balcony. He was very pleased with himself because he always called himself a genius and claimed that he would definitely figure all of this out. Alan asked Hans to shut up, saying he already had a headache, and the young man replied that the prince's reaction was extremely unpleasant. While in the dungeon after the battle, the young men looked at the sword around which runes were inscribed. When the enormous angel vanished, a bracelet appeared before the prince. And now Hans declared with great enthusiasm that he had managed to decipher this Aztalan. Queen Rox sat on the balcony and studied her papers. Everything was very unusual. The vampires who had infiltrated the palace itself had now been destroyed. The appearance of the Great Eye in one of the country's towns also signaled the approach of demonic forces. And even the numerous civil wars that had broken out simultaneously in neighboring countries, all of this was affecting the overall peaceful atmosphere. The queen understood that the vampires' methods were becoming increasingly sophisticated and insidious, and they could not simply sit idly by. The queen decided that immediate action was needed, but suddenly she began coughing violently. She had known this cough of hers for a long time. So she wasn't surprised to see blood on her hand. She had no time to be distracted by her health. Her thoughts were on the 7th prince of the Holy Kingdom. The queen understood that the great emperor considered Alan his successor, but if the boy continued to develop this way, what would become of him? At that moment, the maids reported that His Highness, the 7th Prince, was preparing to depart. The queen realized that the time had come. She needed to hurry and pass something on to the prince. So Roxalens ordered the maids to prepare everything for her outing. She was going for a walk for the first time in a long while. The queen was sailing in a small boat with the 7th Prince and thinking about how long it had been since she'd ventured outside the castle walls. As a child, she often went out to breathe in the fresh air, but now she was acutely aware of her age. Alan knew the queen's true age and believed that she was still full of strength and grandeur. The queen was a typical woman and she enjoyed hearing compliments, even if they were merely words of courtesy. The woman admitted that back in her youth, when she was inexperienced, she often said that her situation was little better than that of a caged bird, and once she even ran away from the palace. The queen enjoyed a freedom she had never known before and wandered thoughtlessly everywhere until she got lost in a very dangerous forest. When she was weak and instantly fell into despair, it was by pure chance that a young man with platinum hair found her. When the queen came to her senses, she found herself in the young man's arms. By that point, the royal family had already turned the entire neighborhood upside down. The sole heiress to the royal bloodline had secretly fled the palace and fallen in love with a commoner. She then gave birth to a child, but that child knows nothing about the situation. Alan didn't understand what this had to do with him. After that, the queen took out a letter sealed in an envelope bearing her seal and said she had one request. If anything were to happen to her, she would very much like Alan to deliver this letter to that child. Alan suggested that the queen could deliver the letter to her child herself, but the woman said she had almost come to terms with it since she had met that child's son. A terrifying undead creature roamed the winter forest. The wind and the cold pierced everything to the core. However, the undead and the dead felt no cold. They simply moved through the forest in search of people to devour. Charlotte was clad in winter armor. The girl looked even more stunning. She had become the perfect holy knight. At that moment, she was leading the city's defense, and at her signal, a multitude of archers loosed their arrows at the undead approaching the city. These were not mere arrows. They were imbued with holy power, and upon striking the undead, they burned huge chunks of flesh from the dead. Charlotte ordered the mages to offer prayers, and they unleashed them upon the monsters. The girl watched and noted that the prisoners were becoming increasingly skilled at wielding holy power. No matter how often she witnessed this process, she still couldn't get used to seeing former bandits destroy the undead. No one in the Holy Kingdom had ever reported on a matter of such importance, and Charlotte realized that Lord Lapin was up to something. Suddenly, everyone involved in the battle froze, as if an earthquake were occurring, and even the undead seemed to be frozen in place. Even Charlotte was now surprised and frightened when she saw the enormous monster gradually approaching the city. Compared to it, no force could possibly match it. Alan examined with interest the letter that the queen had entrusted to him for safekeeping. The alchemist Hans put on his gloves. He said that the letter was sealed with a mark resembling a curse. Apparently, this letter won't open until something happens to the person who cast the spell. And if the letter is opened by force, the spell will be triggered, burning the person who opened it. Alan didn't understand why the queen had given him such a dangerous thing. Only she knew the answer to that. Hans put on gloves and goggles and prepared a needle. Then he said they could begin. Alan took off his outer clothing. He was trembling slightly and kept asking Hans if he was sure it was safe. Hans replied that this would be his first time doing it too. After all, very few people ever get to see an ancient artifact like Aztalan. Alice closed her eyes in horror. Alan told Hans to get started quickly so they could get this over with. After that, the prince asked if Alice had heard anything about the events in Lonia. The girl confirmed that this was the first she'd heard of it from him, and it was very strange if the phenomenon of prisoners using sacred power had arisen naturally. However, Alice said that there are two main ways to awaken holy power. One of them is the path of studying manuscripts, where holy power is attained through training and prayer. There is also the path of regularly consuming high-quality holy water, but both paths depend on one's personal abilities. The chances of success for such an awakening are extremely low, but every time the world plunged into chaos, a single, particularly powerful clergyman would emerge. There were also people whom he healed, or those with whom he simply came into contact, and so these people began to use holy power. Of course, such holy power was rather weak, but still, it could gradually accumulate and produce significant results. Alice now understood. If the prince had inherited a fragment of God, then that meant he was a saint, and all of this made sense. Alan continued to sit calmly while using a needle and magic to manifest runes. Alan confirmed once again that he was not a saint, since he had already said so many times. The alchemist announced that they needed to stop for the day. His body wouldn't be able to handle absorbing everything at once. He tried to activate both the sacred power and the rune's protection at the same time. He felt that nothing much had changed. Alice was very surprised as she looked at the prince's back, because she now realized that it wasn't a fake, but a real rune. Alan was also quite pleased with himself. Now he understood that thanks to this state, he would be able to use that very thing. The prince asked the carriage to stop for a few minutes and stepped out onto the clearing. The young man couldn't wait to test his abilities right away, so he asked his friends to watch him closely. Thanks to the effect of transferring runic abilities, the sacred artifact shared its power with the fragment of wyvern bone, and the bone fragment utilized the sacred artifact. Hans realized that the prince had now caused not a weapon to evolve, but the undead creature he controlled. Everyone knows that the north is still very far away, and they have a chance to see who will get there faster, him on his dragon or Alice and Hans in the carriage. At that very moment, Count Timon received a message from the Vampire King, who intended to put an end to the war. Count Timon studied the message and said that the Vampire King was asking for too much, but in return had sent a pet that was far too weak. If he wanted to give orders to the Count, he would have to bring with him a progenitor of the rank of Marquis or higher. Everyone around knew and said that Count Timon was very greedy and difficult to deal with. Suddenly, a huge werewolf appeared before the monster, and Count Timon admitted he was very surprised. But the werewolf declared that he had to carry out the Vampire King's order and didn't care about Count Timon's opinion. However, the undead considered the beast's flesh to be a rather decent sacrifice, and now, together with his servants, he would devour this werewolf. Charlotte fought desperately against the huge horde of undead that had descended upon the city. Although the prisoners fought desperately, there were simply too many undead, and soon they broke through the gates. The saint ordered them to buy some time, and to do so, they all needed to start praying immediately. Everyone involved, mages and assistants alike, began praying fervently. Be that as it may, Charlotte noted that even the untrained prisoners were holding their own quite well, but at the same time, there were simply too many monsters. Therefore, Charlotte realized they wouldn't hold out for long. She even considered climbing down from the walls to join the hand-to-hand combat. Charlotte still couldn't make up her mind. She didn't know what was best to do in this situation. In the end, she took up her sword and joined in the prayer. But soon a familiar voice rang out, one that belonged to only one person, the true messenger of the goddess of love and mercy. And soon everyone saw a huge dragon, on whose back stood the seventh prince, armed with a rifle, and now he too was taking part in the battle. A massive flying wyvern, powerful and advanced, instantly attacked a vast number of undead, destroying them with a single blow. The city's defenders couldn't understand how a human could do such things, but it didn't matter. After all, they were now saved. As soon as the opportunity arose, Charlotte Herreys, head of the White Cross, greeted His Highness Prince Alan. Alan was very pleased with what he saw and thanked the young woman for her service. Alan honestly admitted that he always felt ashamed in front of Charlotte for sending her into the most dangerous situations. The prince felt very ashamed. He believed he was a burden to Charlotte, but she asked him not to worry about it at all. Charlotte considered it her duty, just as much as that of His Highness Prince Alan's faithful right-hand man and left-hand woman. Soon after, Alice appeared there as well. However, the girl didn't want to talk in front of Charlotte and preferred to postpone the conversation for later. Alan looked at the defenders fighting for this city, and one familiar face caught his attention. Alan studied the status window closely and discovered that it was Schufel, who had previously been the third prince. His defining traits were repentance, powerful holy power, and the path of atonement. Alan realized that Hammond had transported his brother here after the execution. Most likely Charlotte isn't aware of this. When it was all over, the prince received Lord Gerald to hear his explanation. The fact that people had suddenly begun to use holy power was only half the problem. But the fact that the Lord had managed to assemble an army of 800,000 from among them without reporting it to the Holy Emperor was highly suspicious. The man simply said that he had no ulterior motives, he just wanted to help. In any case, the Lord really wants the seventh prince to become the new ruler of the Holy Empire. Alan didn't understand why the Lord was spouting such nonsense. Charlotte immediately grabbed her sword, and the prince asked, "Doesn't the man realize what this means?" If things went wrong, not only would Lord Gerald perish, but the entire region would be destroyed. Alan thanked the man for looking out for him, since to Mr. Lepan he was still just a reckless prince in exile. But now Mr. Lepan had to submit his report immediately. Alan didn't understand why he wasn't allowed to live in peace, and he had to deal with, if not monsters, then internal problems. Alan told the Lord to write in the report that he had been following the prince's orders. Only in this way could the punishment that would follow for Mr. Lepan be mitigated. However, he would still have to serve some time in prison. After that, the prince released the unfortunate lord, who had gotten himself into trouble. 2 prisoners were watching Schufel. They knew that this guy was always very diligent. The only strange thing was that he was very quiet, but the inmates preferred not to bother each other, since everyone had their own problems in the past. This guy had been in prison for a long time, but no one even knew his name. On the other hand, what difference did it make? The main thing was to do his job. Schufel tossed yet another corpse into the grave. He decided that was enough for today. Suddenly, someone called out to the guy and tossed a bottle of booze into his hands. Shufel couldn't even figure out who this person was who had appeared next to him. But it turned out to be just an ordinary priest passing by, surrounded by all sorts of undead creatures. Shufel was in a very serious mood. He wasn't about to joke around with a stranger, but the masked man replied that he wasn't joking. After all, this was no time for idle chatter. Shufel looked around and saw undead creatures crawling out of the ground. The masked priest said that at first they would fight one strike at a time. Shufel didn't even have time to blink before the priest in front of him suddenly transformed into a warrior and prepared for battle. The next moment, the young man already had a sharp cut on his arm, and he hadn't even sensed the approaching danger. The masked priest asked Shufel, couldn't he even bow down in the face of such an attack? The priest wondered why he would bother resurrecting himself if it served no purpose. He said there was no need to hide his resurrection. It wasn't all that impressive. But if he didn't want to die again, he had to drink the potion he was holding. The stranger said it was a gift from the very person who had saved him. Shufel asked who had given him the potion. Could it really have been given to him by the seventh prince? But the masked man wouldn't mention any names. Warriors and undead were closing in from all sides. The masked man said, "How long will Shufel keep relying on his younger brother? Can't he take care of himself?" Alan wanted to know what kind of liquid was in the bottle, and Hans reminded him of the carnivorous plant they'd encountered in the dungeon. So, the alchemist gathered these plants, mixed their juices, and combined them with the holy water the prince had created. As a result of this potent combination, some sort of almost magical substance appeared. Alan even suggested that it might be poison, but Hans said they'd been through a lot together. Did the prince really think he was capable of poisoning him? Alan was already losing his patience. Couldn't the alchemist just explain things properly, or was he going to keep rambling on about all sorts of miraculous properties? Finally, Hans captured the audience's attention. He said that this was a healing potion, just like the ordinary potions sold on every street corner. They restore strength and aid in healing, but there's also a key difference from ordinary potions. This newly invented extract accelerates the growth of the subject, as well as their physical strength and abilities. Hans was certain that this potion was several times more effective than any other. It all sounded wonderful, but it stank much worse and more intensely than rotting undead. Hans asked that his potion not be insulted. It's very good, though a bit bitter, but unfortunately it won't work on Prince Alan. The fact is that Alan has already reached a very high level of development, and the effect would be too weak. In short, it was a unique healing potion that turned out to be completely useless for the prince. But that alchemist said that this potion had one serious flaw. And now this potion had fallen into Shufel's hands. He drank it, but the medicine tasted awful. The young man felt like he was going to throw up his guts and felt terrible. It was all very strange since Hans had promised to add a strawberry-flavored essence to make the potion taste good. But finally, the potion reached his heart, and it felt as if it were about to explode and burst out of his chest. But in the very next moment, Shufel attacked those who were trying to attack him at tremendous speed, and was ready to do so again and again. The young man stared in amazement at his hands, not understanding what had happened to him or where such strength had come from. The masked man asked him not to forget this feeling, so he could tell him about it later. Shufel realized that for the stranger, this was all just a game, as if he were gaining experience, but he could figure that out later. Right now, he had to deal with the immediate problems, and the young man was fighting brilliantly against everything that came near him. The masked man was satisfied. He noticed that Shufel's holy power had increased many times over. Hans had truly accomplished something incredible. Shufel was now practically a beast. He told the undead to attack all at once because he was no longer the prince who used to hide behind his younger brother's back. The hooded man said that was enough. He recalled all the undead and told the redhead to come back to the same place at the same time the next day. Shufel couldn't figure out what had just happened and watched in surprise as the stranger walked away, a man who had said only what he wanted to and had no intention of answering any questions. Charlotte was spending her time training again. She was constantly striving to improve her skills. Alan could see how hard Charlotte was working. He greeted her and said he'd brought her a gift. Charlotte was very surprised, and receiving a gift from a prince is always a great idea. Alan was holding a vial of potion and said it was a very useful thing. She had to drink it all down to the last drop. The werewolf was furious. He said he didn't care what Count Timon thought. He would take it by force. But Timon had always believed that the beast's meat was an excellent gift and a splendid offering, which he would accept with pleasure. Count Timon was very pleased. He thought he'd gotten a decent haul, and as a pet, the werewolf turned out to be not bad. The monster stood on the snow-covered roof of the fortress and surveyed his surroundings. Count Timon thought about how well things would turn out for him once he created the perfect giant, brought it to maturity, and was then able to seal away the Holy Emperor forever. But the process was too slow. There were catastrophically few sacrifices, and they were not enough. These little people are still heading toward the sacrificial temple for no reason at all. Even if it's just instinct, how long will they keep doing these senseless things? But suddenly, Count Timon realized that the sacrificial temple could hold at least 800 people at once. Ordinary people are absolutely useless. They are weak and worthless. But according to reports, these people use their sacred power. That means they'll be of some use. The Count urgently called a meeting and ordered all his courtiers to head immediately to the sacrificial temple, making sure not to miss a single one. It is essential to gather all the souls that are there. Whoever brings the most will be made Timon's personal subordinate. The rest will have the honor of witnessing the moment the Holy Emperor is sealed. These were wonderful prospects, and all the evil beings enthusiastically accepted Count Timon's call and rushed to attack the temples. Count Timon thought that Celt Elfoles wouldn't have to wait much longer, and that he himself would inflict suffering on the Emperor that would be worse than death. Charlotte, of course, drank the mysterious gift drink from the prince, but it tasted absolutely awful. Alan feigned surprise, since he'd been promised that the drink would taste like strawberries. Charlotte couldn't understand how anyone could do this to her and slip her such a disgusting concoction. Meanwhile, Alan was studying the status window and noticed some minor changes in his stats. Hans was absolutely thrilled. He realized that the prince had finally begun testing his invention. Alan told the alchemist to step aside so he wouldn't get hurt, because he and Charlotte were going to do a little training now. Charlotte was absolutely thrilled. At last, the prince had given her a chance to reconcile with him through strength. The girl had always wanted to find out if she could touch the prince with her sword. One of the special features of the Aztalan rune was the transfer of power. Previously, the prince had transferred his abilities to summoned creatures. But now it worked the other way around as well, and the prince was able to transfer Qasim's attributes to his sword. Alan did this so that he wouldn't be at a significant disadvantage against Charlotte in hand-to-hand combat. The duel could begin. The girl was very fast and agile. Alan barely had time to raise his sword to avoid her attack. By that time, Charlotte had already moved in an instant, and the prince noted just how quickly and nimbly she had started the fight. Next, the breath of the wind was unleashed. Alan struggled to control this power and warned Charlotte to dodge carefully. But there was probably no need to worry too much about Charlotte. She soared high into the air. After that, she raised her sword to attack and was now preparing to come down, striking her opponent. Shufel walked through the corridors of the fortress. He was deep in thought, trying to figure out who the masked man was, whom he had spoken with the day before. The third prince learned that the very fact of his resurrection was a closely guarded secret. Only Knight Harmon knew about it. And now a stranger had appeared who controlled the undead almost as well as Alan, but the young man decided to figure that out later when Knight Harmon arrived. However, suddenly the building's wall was blown apart by a powerful explosion, and numerous shards nearly struck Shufel. Charlotte believed that the prince wasn't giving it his all, but Alan insisted that he was giving it his all, right down to the last drop. If that was indeed the case, Charlotte believed the prince should train even harder. Shufel suddenly recognized the couple, and now he didn't know how to act or what to say to his younger brother. But before he could come up with something to say, Alan and Charlotte sensed a terrible energy. They looked anxiously in the same direction, when suddenly the bells began to ring. It was an alarm. The archers were summoned to their positions, and all the other warriors were ordered to move toward the walls. The undead were almost at the gates. And indeed, from all sides, all manner of undead creatures of various types and sizes were heading toward the city. They were all kinds of monsters, among which everyone spotted gigantic creatures. If there were even a few of them now, even the prince would face a problem. At first glance, these giants resembled the mythical Jotuns, and if that were the case, things would get difficult. Alan immediately began to activate his abilities, and soon a vial of potion appeared in his hands as well. Although Hans had said that this potion wouldn't make much of a difference for the prince, this wasn't the time to be picky, especially since the prince had already tested it on 2 people. It soon turned out that the alchemist inventor's assumption was incorrect. For those who had reached a certain level of mastery, the effect would be weak. But since Alan himself had created this holy water, it suited him better than anyone else. And now the prince's arsenal no longer consisted solely of a skeleton. Charlotte, too, was surprised to see that this was an upgraded and enhanced undead creature, a lich. Alan himself examined his new incarnation with interest. It's always a pleasure to see a new version of a beloved creature. Now the prince had a new body, new weapons, and new subjects who bowed their heads before their master. Among those who bowed was even Emperor Aslan Raham himself. Everyone awaited orders, ready to carry them out. The necromancer introduced himself to his master and said his name was Nasus. The undead were drawing ever closer, and at one point, Harmon turned around too late, and a massive boulder was hurtling toward his head. All the warriors who managed to do so ran away from the wall, and then a powerful crash rang out. Harmon couldn't understand where this enormous boulder had come from, since there were no mountains nearby. But soon the warrior realized that one of the giants, who was now a great distance away, was highly skilled at hurling stones from afar. The captain ordered the knights to use the catapult to launch a long-range counterattack. A veritable game of badminton broke out between the giants and the city's defenders. They hurled stones at each other, and it was unclear how it would end. Soon, enormous demonic wolves, lichens, emerged from the forest. They were very fast and fierce, and soon the wolves broke through the wall. The people began to pray, but the wolves considered them fools if they thought they still had time to pray. The lichens literally tore the fortress's defenders to pieces. It was complete chaos, and it was clear that the city's defenders were overwhelmed. Charlotte began hand-to-hand combat against the lichens, landing powerful blows and trying to knock them off the fortress wall. The girl told the warriors that they couldn't retreat because there were civilians inside the fortress. They needed to buy time for their evacuation. It soon became clear that the outer wall had been breached in yet another spot by enormous boulders flying in from the side. They were being hurled by flying undead. Harmon ordered his men to maintain formation and not to dare leave their positions, but the forces were too unevenly matched. The warriors tried to block the passage with their shields and hold back the undead with their spears. I just hoped the lichens wouldn't start coordinating their attacks. At that moment, a huge demonic wolf leaped at Harmon, intent on destroying the commander immediately so he wouldn't get in the way. During the battle, Hammond noted the lichen's terrifying strength. The lichen introduced himself, saying he was the clan leader. His name was Vorbel, and he served Count Timon. He intended to use the humans as sacrifices, so they'd be better off accepting this as an honor and dying calmly and without complaint. They would all become sacrifices for Warp, who would shatter this dimension. That is why the people were urged to become submissive sacrifices rather than act like great warriors here. At that moment, Vorbel's attention was diverted by some warriors approaching from above who looked very strange. Suddenly, the city's defenders realized that it was snowing, but soon they realized that it wasn't snow, but something more useful. It was a blessing from His Highness the Seventh Prince, and now the enormous Necromancer introduced himself to everyone, saying that his name was Nasus. He announced that only by passing through death had he come to know his true master, and now he invited everyone to glorify the master and serve him. Vorbel stood there with his mouth agape in surprise. He had even forgotten that he was supposed to fight, and Nasus announced that his master's name was Alan Elfals. At that very moment, Genard Lapin was sitting in prison. He was upset because he had wanted to do something useful for the prince, but instead had only caused harm to everyone. The man kept berating himself relentlessly, but suddenly Charlotte appeared beside him and told him to get ready because he was about to fight. Lapon couldn't understand what was happening. However, Charlotte said there was no time to explain. He would see everything with his own eyes. No sooner had they left the prison building than a gunshot rang out. Most likely it was the prince who fired the shot, and now Charlotte wanted to know what he was up to. Gennard Lapon was left completely alone without any guards. Charlotte asked him to hurry, but the man couldn't understand why they'd let him out. Vorbel found himself, completely unexpectedly, in some strange place. He was no longer on the fortress wall, but in an entirely different location. The monster couldn't understand what was suddenly happening. There were similar creatures around him, some of which had already been destroyed. Just a moment ago, Vorbel had been on the wall, and now he was here. But Nasus advised the wolf not to meddle in matters not his own. His mind was incapable of understanding any of this. After that, Nasus turned to his followers and ordered them to load their weapons immediately. Vorbel believed that this foolish skeleton didn't understand anything at all and wasn't thinking straight if he was suggesting that Vorbel give up his height advantage. The wolf leader ordered his companions to attack the skeletons until they took to the sky again, and for everyone to rush into battle immediately. And now, these enormous demonic wolves looked like angry dogs on a leash, capable only of barking loudly but unable to even bite. Vorbel didn't understand what was really happening. The skeletons were pulling out some kind of weapons. They probably just wanted to escape. But in the next instant, shots rang out and the enormous demonic wolf had its head blown off. In the end, the only member of his clan left on the battlefield was Vorbel. The rest of his comrades had been wiped out. The wolf thought about what a foolish tactic this was. For some reason, he was completely unable to move, and he had absolutely no idea what to do now. Alice had also come to the clearing to get a closer look at the new subordinate now under the prince's command. Alan turned to the girl and asked her to maintain the resonance. The sacred power would not allow all these monsters to leave here alive. Alice immediately began to pray and intensely channel sacred power, which now flowed in continuous streams throughout the area. Soon everyone heard a beautiful melody, not singing, but the grace of Gaia, the goddess of mercy and love. Lapon was now in the ranks as well. He addressed all the prisoners, ordering them to begin praying immediately in order to show the dead the greatness of the Holy Empire. All the warriors immediately knelt and began to pray fervently. When there was a sufficient amount of sacred power, Alan ordered Nasus to attack all the undead. Lord Lapon ordered his warriors to protect the prince at all costs. Alan was rapidly approaching the giants, who had once again prepared 2 enormous boulders to hurl at the city wall. All the city's defenders were now literally swimming in sacred power. They were not alone. They had the protection of the goddess Gaia and Alan Elfalls. Lapon, too, led his army against the hordes of the undead approaching the city walls. This time, the city's defenders were extremely powerful. They literally cut the dreadful undead down with a single blow, leaving them no chance. The terrified Lycans tried to flee. They believed that all the city's inhabitants had gone mad, for even faith must have its limits. Vorbel could barely stay on his feet, but he understood that his main task now was to survive, because he needed to report everything to Count Timon. Alan had just approached the giant with a stone in his hands and was now about to attack him. To do so, the young man turned once more to the goddess of love and mercy. He asked her to grant him the power to judge the undead, who cannot die. After that, the young man shot the giant in the head, and it was clear that the effect had been achieved. Holes appeared in the monster's head. Charlotte, riding a horse and accompanied by other warriors, rushed to the prince's aid while also pursuing the undead that were trying to escape. The girl displayed astonishing speed, and her warriors couldn't even keep up with her. Charlotte ordered them to move out to defend the prince. At that moment, Charlotte spotted Alice, who was busy sustaining the flow of sacred power. Charlotte knew she was the granddaughter of Archbishop Astoria, but she had no idea the girl was so strong and talented. Alice had noble blood and an innate talent, just like the prince. Unlike Charlotte, who was born in a remote village, she felt pitiful and helpless. Close combat wasn't the prince's specialty, but Charlotte was still very happy when she managed to beat him at something. But now the girl realized how foolish that thought had been, and her joy faded. Her main task was to protect the prince. And now she was needed to defend him, because the giant had no intention of giving up too quickly. To her delight, Charlotte saw that she was once again going to take on this giant herself. The girl decided to put her self-flagellation off for later, because right now she had to do what she had to do, and now Charlotte was chopping the giant to pieces. Of course, she couldn't literally chop him in half, but Charlotte still had enough strength to inflict damage on the giant and slow him down. Charlotte shouted to the prince to keep moving forward while she covered him here, and the prince gladly accepted her help. Charlotte told herself she couldn't let feelings of inadequacy distract her from her duty, because her main task was to protect His Majesty. She needed to think only of that. No one noticed how much time had passed, but nevertheless, the battlefield was littered with the bodies of slain monsters. Finally, the people could breathe a sigh of relief and realize that the battle was over and they had won. As soon as the warriors found the prince, they began tossing him into the air, shouting, "Hurrah! Long live His Highness! Long live the Holy Empire!" They did the same with the terrified Alice, for it was thanks to her that they had enough sacred power, and now they tossed her aloft, shouting, "Hurrah!" The wild celebration continued for a while longer, and soon Alice began begging the crowd to stop tossing her around because she was already feeling nauseous. Shufel watched the celebration from the sidelines and noted that Alan, or rather, His Highness the Prince, had grown even stronger. The young man hoped that Marquise Charlotte would continue to serve His Highness the Prince just as faithfully. This young man was stronger than anyone else, but it seemed he didn't take care of himself at all. Besides, the main character always shines brighter thanks to his companions. Charlotte understood this perfectly well too. She had once taken up the sword to protect His Highness and thought she could destroy any problem the prince might face. But now she realized that it was the prince himself who was the brightest and sharpest sword. And no matter how hard she tried, she would never surpass him, which meant that Charlotte needed to find her own path. Lord Lapan was absolutely delighted. He welcomed the prince, calling him a magnificent and invincible warrior. Alan turned to the Lord and asked him to take charge of clearing the area, and of course the Lord was ready to do everything in his power to carry out this order. Alan walked around the fortress for a while, watching as people put things in order. He noticed a cart loaded with food. The warrior said that this cart was headed to Princess Hilda's estate to manufacture weapons on the orders of the Marquise Charlotte. The warrior conducted a thorough inspection. Alan was surprised to learn that Charlotte had ordered new weapons, even though the swords passed down in the Hurray's family surpassed most others. Alan wanted to know exactly what kind of weapon the girl had ordered, and the warrior said it was a steel shield. The prince believed that steel was of no use whatsoever if giants ruled the land. He pulled a huge fang out of the portal and ordered that a shield be made from it. The prince personally placed the dragon's bone onto the cart, and the warrior realized with astonishment that dragons truly existed. At that moment, Knight Harmond approached the wagon. He reported that he had carried out the prince's orders. The knight explained that he had captured a couple of lichens and interrogated them thoroughly. They revealed that vampires were behind it all. But it wasn't that simple. It seemed to be the work of a very high-ranking vampire. Princess Hilda's estate in the Rudney district was home to the finest workshops. The dwarf blacksmiths worked tirelessly to create the highest quality weapons. In the midst of their work, the princess herself arrived at the workshop, greeted the blacksmiths, and summoned Blorg for a serious conversation. The gnome believed that Lady Hilda shouldn't come here, since it was a dangerous place and her beautiful skin might get hurt. But the princess asked him not to overreact. She pointed to the cart and said it was an order from the 7th prince and his squire. They had sent all the materials. Many blacksmiths dropped what they were doing and rushed over to look at the dragon bone. It was the first time they'd ever seen such material in person. Princess Hilda explained that the order was to make a shield out of this dragon bone. And it became clear to everyone that this would have to be the strongest and most durable shield that could possibly exist on this planet. Harmon conducted further investigation and discovered that all these actions and monster attacks were orchestrated by a vampire named Count Timon. In the ice castle to the north, in the former citadel of the King of the Dead, Count Timon is engaged in all manner of research. Ultimately, it seems he intends to shatter the boundaries between dimensions in order to overthrow the house of the Holy Emperor. The prince thought about the incomplete purgatory that had been opened by the necromancers of Iran. However, only a portion of it had been opened at that time, and the city had been virtually devastated. if it were to open completely, it was impossible to imagine what would happen. Hans suddenly had a fit of hysteria. He refused to believe that some vampire was capable of orchestrating something like this. But the prince reminded him that, according to information they'd received earlier, purgatory had already been opened once. If amateurs could manage it, then a stronger monster certainly could as well. The prince wanted to know exactly which reality Count Timon was planning to open, but the knight reported that he hadn't yet figured out all the details. Alan understood that a wave of death would soon begin, and if the dimension collapsed at the same time, they wouldn't be able to handle it. And even if the Holy Emperor and the White Cross were to arrive here and wage a decisive battle, perhaps they could halt this process. But recently, there had been talk that the Holy Emperor's health was not in the best condition. Regardless of his abilities, this man's life was drawing to a close. Alan believed that it was always disadvantageous to defend oneself by adapting to the enemy's actions. To prevent that from happening, one must strike first. The prince immediately ordered the alchemist Hans to prepare a warp. After the incident in the state of Iran, he had already learned how to create warp gates. Hans confirmed that he could handle the task, but he wanted to know for what purpose they would be used, and the prince needed to know how long it would take. The alchemist made a rough estimate and said, if they started immediately, the warp gate would be ready around December 24th, just on the eve of the wave of death. Monsters, undead, skeletons, and other vermin couldn't even imagine that humans would strike first. All of this will happen in just one night. One night will be enough to wipe out every last one of these vampires and monsters. And so the date announced by the alchemist had arrived. The warriors gathered their weapons, loaded the gunpowder and saltpeter, and prepared for the assault. Alice was very worried. She asked the prince repeatedly if he was sure it would work, since the operation was extremely dangerous. The prince replied that they didn't really have a choice. Hans's abilities only allowed him to teleport a single person. Hans immediately began to make excuses. He suggested searching the entire continent to find at least one person capable of performing a long-range warp, but deep down, he knew there were no such people left. The vampire that appeared during the incident with the second, as well as the purgatory of Verone, and perhaps everything leading up to the current situation in Lonia, it's all the work of the same monster. Alan turned to Charlotte and asked the girl. Soon, everything was ready. The prince moved to the center of the magic circle and ordered them to begin channeling holy power. The more they channeled, the more stable the gate would be. I'd like to believe this is safe. Charlotte informed the prince that they would set out as soon as the rear guard arrived, so the prince needed to hold out for at least half a day. The girl was very distressed and on the verge of tears, but the prince told Charlotte not to forget who she was speaking to, and he stepped onto the magic circle, altered his state, and teleported away. The prince's destination was the ice castle. Count Timon and his closest allies were currently residing there. Suddenly, the vampires saw Warp, who appeared out of nowhere. They didn't know that someone was supposed to visit them today. Everyone was whispering and asking each other for details, but no one knew anything, and it wasn't clear at all what kind of gate this was. But the most puzzling thing was that a holy power emanated from this warp. So who could they belong to? But soon, right in the middle of the icy palace, the holy warriors summoned by Alan Elfols appeared. It was astonishing to see the holy knights in the very center of a vampire's palace. Moreover, Warp was targeting only one person. And indeed, one man with a gun in his hands soon broke away from the group of holy knights and fired the first shot. After that, the summoned holy undead also drew their guns and opened fire. Soon, everything was drenched in blood. The vampires were destroyed, and Warp had vanished. Count Timon, meanwhile, was busy with his experiments. He was deep inside the castle near a huge creature bound by sturdy chains. The Count was trying to calm the creature, telling it that he would soon feed it a very hearty meal, but for some reason, the food was late. He had sent the Jotun several days ago, but there was no news. However, there is no need to worry. It is impossible for the troops he sent to have been destroyed by the prisoners. Besides, a wave of death will soon begin. As soon as the earth magic reaches its peak and the sacrifice is made, Mist Calf will be brought closer to its completed form. Soon the heart, a vessel of colossal energy, will be completed, and the alchemist's greatest goal will be achieved by his hand. However, some vibrations suddenly rang out. It seemed as though an earthquake was occurring, and the Count could not understand what was happening in his castle. At that moment, a vampire rushed into the dungeon and informed the Count that they were under attack. It was simply astonishing. The Count couldn't fathom who had infiltrated the castle. The servant reported that there were about 100 of them, all armed with muskets, and they didn't even die when killed, just like vampires. Most importantly, these attackers had infiltrated through their own warp, and that made absolutely no sense at all. Meanwhile, the holy warriors continued to destroy all manner of vampire vermin, cutting them down with their sturdy swords. The vampires perished when the holy sword pierced their hearts. A single blow was enough. The vampires, terrified, tried to flee, but some of them realized they needed to act as a team, even though it was extremely frightening. And when the shooting started, the vampires had absolutely no idea what to do. They were at a loss, not understanding what kind of hell had befallen them, but decided to send the chimeras ahead of them. The chimeras were ordered to devour absolutely all the warriors, leaving not a single one alive. Alan commanded his dead soldiers to form a battle line in order to repel the chimeras' attack. Spears were chosen as weapons, with which the holy warriors impaled the chimeras like kebabs on skewers. Soon the vampires realized they were dealing not with ordinary warriors, but with sacred undead, which meant that the very same seventh prince everyone had been talking about had infiltrated their ranks. The vampires decided to report this information immediately and begin searching for him. But the undead had no intention of letting these vampires go. Immediately, a powerful explosion rang out, tearing the vampires to pieces. In this way, the entire ice palace was gradually cleared. Alan ordered that all research materials be gathered, leaving nothing out. He began going through the papers, and there were all sorts of monsters beyond imagination, like the bloody golem and gateways to other worlds, the very finest things that even the Holy Empire would find difficult to deal with. Alan was certain that his alchemist Hans would be absolutely thrilled by such materials. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to one book. It was The Legend of the Ring. The young man's memories immediately took him back to the time when he lived his previous life. He arrived at the research center, where they placed him in a gaming chamber and asked him not to get nervous and to breathe deeply. The guy who was setting up the equipment said he was a little nervous. He never thought he'd live to see the day when a VR game would be broadcast live. The guy said it was completely safe. After all, if anything happened, he'd be fired on the spot. While everything was being set up, he gave the player a book to read to help him relax a little. The book was called The Legend of the Ring. The player didn't realize just how ancient the book was. Usually, when he was nervous, he didn't read. The directors were already ready. They said that everything would start soon, but for now, they would do one final run-through. The production team was supposed to prepare the props. However, the producer said there was no need for any run-throughs. They just needed to go live. After all, this episode was costing a fortune, and they needed to wrap everything up as quickly as possible. A consultant tried to tell the producer and investors that something had gone wrong, and the show couldn't go on the air right now. The contestant who had been chosen to play the game live was already locked in the booth. He didn't understand what was happening or where the chief technician had gone. Soon, everything around him was filled with smoke, and finally, someone noticed that there was a person inside the capsule. He had to be let out immediately. The next moment, the guy saw himself hanging from a rope. It looked as if he were trying to take his own life. Suddenly, the rope snapped. He fell to the floor of the room, and his mind was a complete jumble. He didn't understand what was happening. Then began the process of being raised from the dead. Everything around him was filled with sacred energy, and it all felt very strange. Finally, the young man could breathe easily. He loosened his shirt collar and tried to figure out what was going on and where he had ended up this time. Alan took another careful look at the book, The Legend of the Ring, and thought that perhaps Count Timon knew how he had gotten there. Alan ordered his soldiers to bring Count Timon to him immediately, without delay. Meanwhile, Count Timon had locked himself in his study. He was so stunned that he was speechless, for this was no simple spell. Deciphering his warp was a very difficult task. The Count had poured at least 1,000 years of effort into his warp. Turning such a warp against him would be like gaining control over all his possessions. The vampire couldn't calm down. He thought about a human mind with a talent surpassing 1,000 years of experience. It was something unreal. The Count had no intention of bowing down to even such a great man. He quickly gathered the bare essentials and decided to abandon his castle and focus on his future. But before the vampire could leave the room, he was attacked, and he stared in surprise, not understanding what had happened. It turned out that someone had managed to chop off both his legs, and then a huge hand came down on the Count's head. As soon as he was able to speak, Count Timon was outraged. He couldn't understand who would dare treat him this way. But it turned out to be a holy undead, a lowly creature that dared to touch the head of a vampire progenitor. Timon raised his hand, gathering his magic, and declared that he was, in fact, a count and demanded respect. But that hand was severed, and the necromancer Nasus addressed the Count, saying he hadn't seen such a petty, yapping dog in a long time. Count Timon realized he was facing a lich, but at the same time, it was very strange that such an undead creature could so easily overpower him. Well, just as the Count was pinned down and had no intention of running away, Alan Elfalls himself appeared. He wanted to speak with the vampire. The Count had now also realized that standing before him was the seventh prince, the subject of so many rumors throughout the country lately. The undead warrior held Count Timon over the abyss, threatening to let him fall at any moment, but the vampire said he wasn't afraid of anything like that. But Alan had other ideas. He punched the vampire in the chest, showed him the book, and demanded answers to questions about it. He wanted to know where Count Timon had gotten this novel. The vampire, in turn, asked why the prince was so certain that it was a novel. In fact, the Count understood that the symbols in this book were indecipherable. He had used all his knowledge, everything in this world, but still could not understand the purpose of this book. At that moment, the vampire realized that the prince knew more than he was letting on and understood the significance of Azada's book. The prince, too, had come from another dimension. Alan showed no reaction to the Count's words. He repeated that he had asked the question first, and the vampire named the date, June 32nd. That is the day when the universe will be pierced. They made contact with another world, and when the warp gate first opened, the Count saw a completely different new world. It was not purgatory, the spirit world, or the land of giants. Curiosity about the unknown sent the Count into a wild frenzy, and he racked his brain for a long time, formulating hypotheses about the nature of this rift. And then one day, even though the Count had made no sacrifice and channeled no energy, a powerful impulse burst forth, transcending space and time and distorting reality. A single book flew out of that space. It was this very book, and a soul followed right behind it. This unknown soul shone brighter than anything in the world and possessed colossal energy, but it was flung off to the side somewhere, and the Count could not find it anywhere. He had merely assumed that the soul had vanished or dissipated while searching for a suitable vessel, but now he understood that this soul had not disappeared at all. It was him. There was a huge commotion on the set. People were searching for fire extinguishers. They needed to put out the fire immediately and pull the man out. The actor lost consciousness right away, either from a lack of oxygen or from shock. At that moment, he didn't even have the strength to move a finger. Soon he felt, as if from behind his back, as though he were being sucked into a black hole. And then the young man thought that someone was deliberately pulling him toward them. He didn't understand what kind of entity was there. Alan listened to the Count. He didn't know that living beings could inhabit the boundaries between dimensions. Count Timon immediately perked up. Could it be that the prince had seen the regulator? The regulator is the one who maintains the balance of the worlds. The vampire began begging the prince to tell him exactly where Alan had encountered the regulator. And at that very moment, soldiers from Lonia had already appeared near the ice castle. Alan thought about how perfect their timing was, since the wave of death was about to begin. Everything was going exactly according to plan. The prince told the Count that the vampire had been very useful to him, so now he would put him out of his misery, and the young man began the process of devouring him. Count Timon began to resist, since he had answered all the prince's questions and wanted answers to his own. How did the prince know about things from another world? Alan didn't understand why the Count needed this information, since he was going to die right now anyway. After completely draining all life from him, Alan ordered his soldier to throw away the useless body. Count Timon was falling from the fortress wall, screaming that this treacherous prince had deceived him, and that now the Count would never forgive the prince and would definitely return. Alan was just about to climb down from the fortress wall when he suddenly sensed a strange, unfamiliar odor. The young man looked down and saw the enormous hand of a monster that had broken its chains, burst out of the dungeon, and was now rescuing its master, Count Timon. The vampire was also surprised to see that Miscaf was moving and acting without his command, but he immediately realized that this was an excellent opportunity. The Count ordered the creature to trample those bastards, tear off the prince's limbs, and bring him to the Count. Alan was in shock as he stared at the enormous monster. Its size was simply staggering. This was Alan's first encounter with Miscaf, and he didn't yet know how they would fight. The young man quickly drew his musket and realized that this night would be a very long one. The prince immediately summoned the warrior Qasim and the necromancer Nasus so they could begin the battle against the giant. Miscalf considered all of this trivial, mere parasites. He raised his fist to bring them down on these people. The Lonya troops, led by Lord Lapan, fought desperately against all manner of undead. They had to kill as many monsters as possible before the wave of death began. These zombies had no strategy or special powers. Killing them was not difficult at all. The only challenge in these battles was the sheer number of undead. There were far more of them than there were soldiers. Lord Lapan knew that as soon as the vampires turned their attention to his lands, the wave of death would begin immediately, and then Lonya would be left defenseless. That's why they had to finish off these zombies right now, while there was still time. There was no time to linger here, and the Lord once again sent his troops into battle in the name of the Holy Empire. Knight Charlotte also took part in this battle. She destroyed the undead, tried to be useful on various flanks, and repelled monsters by any means necessary. At one point, the girl saved a young warrior and immediately advised him not to take such a wide swing. It might save his life next time. Charlotte seemed to be reflecting on her abilities. Now she had a magnificent shield. With it, she would be able to protect the prince even better. But then everyone's attention was drawn to something simply unbelievable. A battle was raging in the distance, and a true giant stood out among the mass of monsters. It was the first time Charlotte had seen such a creature, and she didn't know what it was. The warrior said it was a member of the giant race, most likely of legendary rank. It was unclear what it was doing there. Although, judging by what Miscaf was actually doing right now, it was quite clear that he intended to destroy all living things on Count Timon's orders. Charlotte suddenly realized that Prince Alan was currently in the castle. The girl immediately galloped into the thick of the action, outpacing her warriors. Lord Lapan ordered the troops to follow the Marquise, cover her, and clear the way. All the soldiers were to move into the attack. Alan lay among the rocks. He realized that almost all those he had summoned were already gone, and summoning them again would take too long. Alan got to his feet, using his sacred power. He wanted to seize the opportunity and join the main forces. However, the giant was right there, alive, well, and unharmed, and of course, he had no intention of letting the man go. Miscaf launched an attack on the prince, declaring that he would now deal with this pathetic insect. Alan barely had time to summon the undead warriors to fight back, and this was already starting to stress him out. It soon became clear that ordinary soldiers wouldn't be able to handle this. Alan looked up and saw projectiles fired by the giant flying toward him. If they hit him, he would die. There were no other options, except for the lovely Charlotte and her remarkable sturdy shield. The girl managed to leap forward and protect her prince. Charlotte could barely stay on her feet as she held off the attack. She braced herself against the shield with all her might, refusing to back down. Her only concern was the prince's well-being. The giant was furious when he realized his attacks had failed. He said that these insects were driving him crazy and that they needed to be killed even more vigorously. Charlotte used the shield to protect herself and the prince, and fend off the giant's attack. Alan was pleased with the shield the dwarves had crafted. Charlotte explained to the prince that the shield had been brought over as soon as Alan stepped through the portal. The girl was very pleased with this shield. It was still holding up against the blows, but she felt that her body could barely withstand the impact anymore. Charlotte realized that if nothing changed, the situation would become very dangerous, so she rushed into the attack to buy some time so the prince could reach cover. The girl reached the enemy and landed several blows, but they were practically useless because the giant's skin was very thick. On top of that, the giant knocked the girl aside, and now she was flying through the air. She needed to get back immediately to cover the prince. But suddenly, Charlotte felt someone grab her from behind, and instead of flying across the entire field, she landed gently on the castle walls. It was the seventh prince who, of course, had no intention of running away and leaving his chief protector here alone. Besides, a shield like that was a bit too heavy for a girl. But there was absolutely no time for jokes because the enormous giant was back on his feet, and it seemed he had become even more enraged as night fell. Alan began summoning his allies once more. He declared that he was Gaia's heir and would now fight with her help and blessing. Clad in the skull of the king of the dead and empowered by holy power, Alan continued his battle against the giant. Mistcalf believed that any fight against him was futile because he felt virtually no damage from his opponent's actions. While the prince launched his attacks with his sacred weapon, Charlotte once again rushed forward to attack the giant. She swiftly climbed up the monster's body, landing blows and gradually slashing at its muscles. The giant was furious. He knew that such pitiful scratches couldn't harm him, but now he was swatting Charlotte away like an annoying fly. Alan began firing his musket at the giant. He shouted at the girl to aim her sword at the monster's eyes. Charlotte rose even higher into the sky so she could plunge like a stone onto the giant's face and pierce his eye. Although Mistcalf was enormous, he was still dim-witted, so he watched Charlotte's flight intently and didn't even think to dodge her attack or at least close his eyes. Alan didn't understand what was happening. All he could see was that Charlotte, for some reason, wasn't coming back, and that something had gone wrong for her at that moment. Her sword was stuck in the giant's body. Mistcalf pulled the sword out of himself as if it were a splinter and flung it far away, leaving Charlotte unarmed, and then tossed her in the same direction. Alan rushed in the direction Charlotte had been thrown, but of course, there was no hope of saving her. The prince found the body of his protector. She lay among the rocks, showing no signs of life. Her body was covered with numerous bloody wounds. Alan made sure Charlotte wasn't breathing. It was simply horrifying. She had to be healed immediately. First, Alan began to use his divine power. He literally drowned Charlotte in it, but there was no reaction. Charlotte was dead. And just then, a giant approached from behind. He realized he had only one rival left to defeat. Alan could neither hear nor see anything. He had to resurrect Charlotte right now, immediately before her soul left her body. The prince knew he had only 5 minutes after her death. Otherwise, it would be too late, and he would no longer be able to resurrect her. Mistcalf was once again forced to chase his prey. After all, these people were pathetic insects who were constantly running away. Lord Lepan ordered the troops to advance to defend the prince and defeat the monster immediately and altogether. All the units at the Lord's disposal prepared for a joint attack. They readied their crossbows and arrows. Mistcalf was certain that none of these shooting tricks would work on him. These shots caused no damage to his body. Lord Lepan approached the prince and made it clear that the troops were at his full disposal and ready to carry out any order. Alan was delighted by this help and asked for 5 minutes to be bought for him so that he could resurrect Charlotte. Simply reviving Charlotte wouldn't save them all from trouble. He needed to summon an angel or the Skeleton King. Alan realized he had to use the ability that Nasus had employed when trying to turn everything around before his death. Soon the prince realized he had to use Reaper's Awakening and Resurrection simultaneously. Nasus had to sacrifice 1,000 people to gather enough demonic energy to awaken the Reaper, but the prince's divine power would be enough. Alan turned to Charlotte and ordered her not to die. He said he would accept no other guardian. The battlefield looked absolutely horrific. The bodies of the slain lay scattered everywhere. The human army was clearly losing. And nothing was changing for the humans at all. The giant was completely unharmed, and the warriors realized that they would all die here. Mistcalf raised his enormous fist, preparing to bring it down on the remaining humans. Lord Lepan was among those who held out until the very end. Suddenly, the giant felt something begin to click on his arm, and for some reason he couldn't bring his fist down. Powerful chains bound the giant's arm, and at the center of it all stood the resurrected Charlotte. Her former teacher, Oscar Bald, the deputy commander of the Golden Cross, had once claimed that no human could defeat a giant. Charlotte had always believed that stories about giants were just fairy tales, and that they didn't exist. Oscar said that in reality, there are many enemies of immense strength and size, giants, vampires, and other creatures. Among them are kings of the undead several yards tall, four-armed monsters wielding monstrous swords, such as the Seventh Prince's Skeleton King. Oscar said that even in his prime he couldn't defeat them. However, somehow the men managed to hold these creatures at bay. Oscar said the victory was decisive. His task was to clear the way for the Emperor, but he himself couldn't land a single scratch on the Skeleton King. By that point, the troops had lost all confidence and were practically exhausted. Oscar and four others were the only ones still alive at that moment. The longer the battle went on, the more exhausted Oscar became, so he had to resort to a different plan. And finally, Oscar made a discovery that changed the course of the war. He combined divine and demonic energy. It was risky, and no one is immune to what happens when dealing with combined energy. But if you can handle it, there will be no attack that cannot be neutralized. And now the enormous giant stared in surprise at the chains entangling his body. This also struck the girl. She was no longer a pitiful little insect, and a new aura surrounded her. The giant realized that this person had transcended death itself. The giant watched in astonishment as the girl rushed toward him to attack. She probably just doesn't know who he is. But Mistcalf had been created by one of the kings of the giants. He is nature itself and the driving force of the earth. Mistcalf tore through some of the chains that bound him. After that, he prepared to strike the girl, who was already annoying him, with his palm. But Charlotte didn't back down and kept attacking, and the giant now watched her with great interest. He clearly hadn't expected this. Charlotte slashed left and right with her sword. The giant was forced to cover his head with his hands, and very soon it turned out that his hands had been severed. Mistcalf couldn't make sense of it at all. He didn't understand how a simple sword could have hurt him so badly. Alan realized that this was a chance for all of humanity. He immediately ordered the surviving Lonian warriors to open fire simultaneously. And then shots rang out from all directions. Spears and arrows flew at the giant, who began to crumble, unable to comprehend how this could be happening, since ordinary weapons posed no threat to him at all. Soon, only part of the giant's head remained, and his mind was already struggling to process what was happening. Charlotte continued her attacks, and they inflicted the greatest damage on the giant's body. He sensed a mysterious force, but could not stop it. Charlotte was near his head and kept attacking. Mistcalf seemed flustered by the way the fight was going. They clashed, probably for the last time. The giant thrust out his fist, and the girl struck him. Soon he was forced to admit that there was nothing he could do against this power. And now, with the situation unfolding this way, the giant had only one option left. The giant wanted to use ground devoid of demonic energy. In that spot, his opponent would lose half her strength. And indeed, the giant soon realized that he could harm Charlotte if he didn't use demonic energy. He decided this was his chance, and even if he destroyed the entire region, it would be good for all the monsters in the world. Mistcalf raised his fists to destroy everything. Lord Lepan realized with horror that something terrible was about to happen, but he couldn't let it happen. After all, this was his land. Charlotte, too, stood unyielding because her top priority right now was protecting the prince and the people. The girl had no intention of giving up. After all, that was her duty. Fragile Charlotte raised her shield to meet the giant's enormous fist. The monster was certain that everyone had perished, and when he could finally see clearly, he realized to his surprise that his opponent had raised her shield and managed to avoid death. The giant grew more and more astonished and wanted to know who all these people were and where they had acquired such abilities. The giant decided he would strike these people again and again until he killed them. However, a voice rang out, declaring that his attacks would end there. Alan announced that he was the commander of Gaia's army, her heir, and that with her sword, he would now fight right here. Alan was certain that he would now bury this giant deep within the earth and prevent him from ever rising again to do anything. After that, the heavenly sword pierced the body of Mist Calf, who never understood what had happened. In the next instant, he perished, cut in two. Soon the sky cleared, the clouds dispersed, and the night came to an end. The warriors didn't understand what had happened and looked around in surprise. Looking at the scattered stones, they realized that it was all over. The battle had come to an end, and, moreover, they had won. Despite their exhaustion, the warriors were happy, for the people had just defeated the vampires and stopped the wave of death. The warriors praised the Holy Empire, and Charlotte finally calmed down, sinking to the ground to take in what was happening. Someone placed a hand on her shoulder and praised her for a job well done, saying that Charlotte had really worked hard. Alan asked the girl to look at all these warriors. After all, they were alive only thanks to Charlotte. As usual, due to her low self-esteem, Charlotte couldn't believe that all of this was thanks to her, but in principle, then he said it was time for them to go home. Knight Harmond, along with his soldiers, was busy carrying out the prince's order. They had to find Miss Calf's heart among all those shards. One of the warriors managed to do it. He found a piece of the heart, or at least he thought it was the one. It turned out that the heart had been shattered into fragments, all scattered in one place. Harmond was very disappointed. Despite the giant's enormous size, the heart was far too small. Moreover, it was broken, and it was impossible to put it back together. The knight was certain that someone had beaten them to it and taken the main piece of the heart, leaving them only the small shards. In the Holy Empire, the emperor received a letter from his grandson recounting the latest events. Alan reported that the battle had ended in victory, but he realized that such preparation was insufficient for a new attack. So he has a proposal. Alan proposes to train 5,000 new priests and spiritual advisors, and wants to do so within a year. Archbishop Raphael believed this was impossible since priests don't grow on trees. Where would they recruit and train so many people? The emperor continued reading the letter and said that his grandson wanted to conquer the continent. Of course it was ridiculous, but 5,000 priests is a lot even for a prince, unless that prince is Alan. Rumor has it that the incident in Lonia, when the prisoners began using the sacred power, was his doing, and that is why the emperor decided to support his grandson's plans. The old man stood up and gave the order to make all the preparations, because the seventh prince would be returning soon. To make it clear to everyone what to expect, the Holy Emperor announced that the coronation of the new Holy King would take place in the near future. All the residents of the capital poured into the streets to welcome the seventh prince, or more precisely, the sacred king. Alan rode into the city on horseback and immediately sensed the festive atmosphere. He was very pleased to feel the people's support. People called the young man the sacred king and wished that the god of death would always protect him. Representatives of various orders and sects shouted their support and promised to always be on his side. It all sounded somewhat strange and unexpected, so the prince asked Charlotte what she knew about the sacred king and why people called him that. The girl explained that Sacred King was a title that had not yet been used and that Emperor Celt had most likely bestowed it upon the prince for his merits. Alan laughed when he heard this. He'd thought it was something important, but it turned out to be just a title. The young man thought his father would be shocked. After all, he was the crown prince, and now there would be a holy king as well. Alan hoped this wasn't something he didn't even want to hear about, but Charlotte continued her story. It turned out that crown prince was just a title. It had no bearing on succession or the order of the line of succession, while the sacred king was first in line for the throne. And now everyone understood that Alan Elfals was the next emperor. People in hoods had gathered around the table. They discussed how everyone who had interfered with the trial had already been killed, that Count Timon was out of reach, and that all of this was the work of the seventh prince of the Holy Empire. Everyone was also intrigued by the new Holy Alice. It seems the Holy Empire had been hiding these two all along. The seventh prince was a huge headache on his own, and now there was a saint on the scene, one who was also Raphael's granddaughter. They planned to train 5,000 priests in just 1 year, and that's a very serious statement. This was simply terrible news. I'd like to know if there's any plan of action. Marquis Quirum stated that they'd have to come up with one. They can't let these people keep stopping them from now on. But everyone already knew they weren't nearly as strong, and now they're forced to live fighting for every day. At that moment, a monster entered the room and said that everyone there was spouting utter nonsense and behaving like rats in a trap. Everyone turned around in surprise and realized that Count Timon was standing before them. No one had expected to see him alive. The Count was very pleased with his entrance. Moreover, he was holding Miss Kauf's heart in his hands. The Holy Emperor looked at his grandson with pleasure and saw that the young man was once again dissatisfied with something. Alan had no intention of engaging in long conversations and said he didn't understand what his grandfather was talking about. The throne room was completely silent. No one knew how to broach the unpleasant subject. Alan quickly packed his backpack with the bare essentials, thinking that the Emperor was treating him very arbitrarily. He was doing as he pleased, without asking his grandson's opinion. The old man so desperately wants the young man to become emperor. Could it be that he's losing his grip and senses that he'll die soon? Alan continued packing his backpack and told Charlotte that he needed a vacation. He's running off on vacation. He's earned it, and now he's going to take it no matter what. Besides, let's not forget that Alan had always been a troublemaker. He'd started his career in exile and had tried to hang himself over a girl. So the Empire didn't need a ruler like that. Alan didn't understand why Charlotte was dawdling. After all, they needed to leave as soon as possible. But as soon as he opened the door, he ran into Oscar. Besides Oscar, there were sacred warriors in the hallway. Their vice-captain was ready to fulfill any wish the prince might have. He just had to ask. Alan closed the door and returned to his room. He should have known that the Emperor's men wouldn't let him leave in peace. Alan decided to climb out the window, but when he threw it open, he saw the sacred warriors lined up, led by Harmond. The young man was very upset. He felt cornered and thought that this was probably exactly how all the vampires he was constantly hunting down felt. Charlotte suggested that the prince accept his fate, and he realized that she, too, wanted Alan to become the sacred king. However, Charlotte said that wasn't the case. She simply wanted the prince to become the sacred emperor. Soon, a ball was held at the palace. Music played, and beautiful women and gentlemen whirled around in a waltz. The men introduced themselves to the ladies, treated them to drinks, and engaged in the usual small talk. Charlotte took on the role of Cerberus. The female Cerberus stood directly in front of the throne and sent anyone wishing to speak with the prince off to take a walk somewhere far away. At one point, the guests surrounded Charlotte herself. Many wanted to meet the heroine in person and hear from her about her impressive exploits in Lonia. This celebration was organized in honor of the sacred king, but he himself couldn't relax for a single moment. Hans was standing near the throne, and the prince teased him, saying that dressed in his formal attire, he looked very much like a nobleman. Suddenly, Alan realized that for the first time in a long while, there wasn't a single vampire in the room, but he still had to remain vigilant. There could be a human here who was under a vampire's control. Hans reported that, as expected, the found pieces of the heart were incomplete. The largest and most important part was missing. Because of this, the demonic energy is draining from the smaller pieces. If the remainder of Miss Kauf's heart has fallen into the vampire's hands, they will continue their next move until the energy in the heart is depleted. Of course, the monsters won't attack the aging emperor. Their target will be the next sacred emperor. Since Count Timon's body had not been found, virtually no one doubted that he was still alive. Alan understood that the last two incidents must have severely drained the vampires. They wouldn't attack openly, but if they had the heart, they would be limited by time. Prince Alan's coronation would take place on the street in front of the statue of the goddess Gaia, and it was quite likely that they would attack there. Alan ordered the coronation schedule to be announced to the public. In this way, the prince hoped to draw the vampires' attention to the upcoming celebration. They also needed to consider the possibility of going after the dragon's head. Soon the ballroom fell silent, and everyone gazed with interest at Lady Alice Astoria, the new saint. Everyone knew that Lady Alice was Archbishop Raphael's granddaughter, but they didn't understand why the information about her sainthood had been kept secret. Alan felt guilty toward Alice. If he hadn't asked for her help in Lonia, none of this would have happened, and she would have been living her usual life. But Alice's help would be sorely needed in the coming war. He would have to accept that. Alan Elfalls approached the young woman, held out his hand to her, and said he wanted to dance and was asking Alice to join him. The girl replied that she didn't know if she deserved such an honor, but the prince suggested she not overthink it, since today was a celebration. They would dance together, taking steps toward one another, and soon the young couple was whirling around the dance floor. At that very moment, in one of the abandoned estates not far from the imperial capital, unrest was stirring once again. Representatives of various races and sects had gathered for a meeting to approve a plan. Marquis Quirum believed there were too few of them. Their ranks included only Count Timon and 7 barons, which was far too small a force to penetrate the heart of enemy territory. Count Timon understood the full danger, but he also believed they had no choice. Of course, the Count hadn't brought a whole heart, but it was still powerful enough, and he would be able to open the gates. Of course, the Count himself might die in the process, but he would take the life of the 7th prince with him. Besides, everyone gathered in this hall didn't want to hide for several more centuries, and was ready to support and help the Count. Everyone understood that Count Timon was right. They had no other choice. And now the procession was about to begin. Everyone understood that they had to attack while they still had Miss Calf's heart, and that was the best choice. The time had come to put an end to this long-standing feud. And finally, the day of the coronation had arrived. Not far from the monument, vampires could be seen among the spectators in the crowd. They spread out across the area, trying to remain unnoticed. Marquis Quirum knew they had only one chance. They had to wait for the prince to come closer. Suddenly, a little girl being carried by one of the townspeople exclaimed in surprise to her father that she could see a dragon. And indeed, a huge undead dragon was moving through the city streets, looking around and greeting the people. People were absolutely thrilled. They hadn't expected to see a sacred undead creature in the flesh, let alone the legendary dragon itself. On the dragon's back was a throne, and seated upon it was the 7th prince, the vampire's primary target. Behind the dragon marched warriors of the undead, while wyverns and other flying monsters circled in the sky. A message and a warning were sent to the vampires, informing them that the Holy Empire was aware of their presence. Whatever they might be planning now, it's time to face reality. The people will not give up. On the contrary, everyone is ready. They realized that their plan had been discovered. Although perhaps it was just a bluff, it seems that now they will all be destroyed. The message stated that the man currently riding on a dragon's back on the throne is the sacred king, Prince Alan Elfals. Upon seeing the prince, the people began to greet him. They wished him a long life and hoped that the Holy Empire would last forever. It was decided to make the ceremony as grand and spectacular as possible. There were 3 days left until Miss Calf's heart completely disappeared, and the enemy had to be completely destroyed before that deadline. Alan knew that today was the very day the heart would lose its power, which meant that the vampires and monsters would be here but would be powerless to do anything. Finally, the dragon reached the goddess's monument. He bowed his paws before her, and the prince leaped down to the ground. Charlotte, as the leader of the White Cross squad, along with her warriors and everyone else, bowed and greeted the prince. She simply pointed to the goddess's monument and said that as soon as the prince began his prayer, the coronation would take effect. Soon everyone knelt and prepared to pray, even the undead and the flying dragons. The vampires were forced to kneel as well so as not to stand out in the crowd. For them, it was horrifying to kneel before a pitiful human goddess. Finally, Count Timon rose from his knees and ordered everyone to begin, even though it seemed like suicide. Count Timon realized that very little time remained, and that in the end he would have to manage on his own if no one came to his aid. The vampires realized they had gone too far. There was no turning back now, so they had to help Count Timon, and perhaps they would succeed. Marquis Quirum ordered everyone to attack the 7th prince. Count Timon ran swiftly toward Alan, and the dragon immediately began attacking him with sacred power. The vampire felt excruciating pain, and his body was covered in multiple wounds, but he didn't stop and kept moving forward. A few moments later, he was already lying in a pool of blood that was flooding everything around him. People scattered in fear while the vampire's body burned in the sacred fire. People thought a dragon had just devoured a man. All the undead were put on high alert. They had to urgently protect the prince, who continued to pray for the coronation to be completed. The musket shots worked perfectly. The monsters were dying, but they tried to give Count Timon a chance to reach the prince. The vampire screamed that the sacrifices of his comrades would not be forgotten. He would take the seventh prince with him, even if they all died here together right now. And now Count Timon had created a magic circle and a portal from which demonic power emanated. The vampire was in another dimension and reached out his hand toward the prince, intending to grab the boy and drag him away with him. Alan, though he pretended to be praying fervently, had of course been expecting this attack and told Count Timon that he'd already been worried the vampire wouldn't show up. Count Timon was once again convinced that the prince was a true, arrogant idiot who acted as if he knew everything. But now he would be finished. And this would be not only his personal victory, but also the victory of all vampires over one of their strongest enemies in recent times. Alan didn't even resist any of this. He looked around and surmised that the Count had dragged him into purgatory. The Count wanted the prince to follow him in silence, and Alan could literally sense that the vampire was happy to be carrying out these actions. However, the prince realized that it hadn't yet dawned on the vampire that this would be his grave, where Count Timon would be buried forever. Everything around them was bathed in red. Countless undead moved chaotically as if they were trying to find something. The holy warriors stopped in front of the portal, unsure of what to do next. They knew that their prince had disappeared with a vampire inside him. Soon they were told that this was hell. The vampires had opened the gates of hell and dragged the prince there. Alan addressed the peaceful people and showed them, the inhabitants of the Holy Empire, the kind of world the vampires wanted for them. People thought they had found peace and were living in a happy country, but all this time, danger had been right under their noses. People began begging the prince to save them, and Hans reminded Alan that the prince couldn't make such decisions on his own. Hans thought they were going to stop the vampires before the vampires could do anything. First, Alan asked the alchemist to decipher Aztalan's runes and create a spell, and now the prince wants Hans to venture into hell, but that's not something a normal person can handle. However, Hans isn't an ordinary person, he's a genius, and he hopes that His Highness will be grateful and never forget this. And so Hans created his portal. Alan ordered the lock to be opened immediately. To do this, he had to visualize the entire scene, see the door in front of him, and open it. There were many keys on the keychain, and he had to quickly find the right one to unlock the door and carry out every step of the plan. Hans was very nervous. He tried one key after another, but as everyone knows, the more you rush, the less likely you are to get things done quickly. The door hovered in the space between worlds. The key still didn't fit, and Hans felt as if he were suspended in space. Time was running out. The situation was growing tense, and finally the right key was found. He unlocked the door and flung it open. Hans looked at what lay beyond the door. He felt a massive flood of information pouring into his brain. His body was under terrible strain. Now he had to take the final step. Overcoming the pain, the alchemist clenched his fist tightly and shattered pieces of his heart into tiny fragments. It seemed as though the entire space had shuddered, and as if a hurricane-force whirlwind had swept across the earth, sweeping away all the evil and casting it out of this world. The prince supported his alchemist, who had performed admirably, but could barely stand on his own 2 feet. Hans said he would accept a generous reward in lieu of thanks. And now the prince addressed the people once more and declared that the vampires were finished. They would never overcome the holy state. And now he, the Holy King Alan Elfalls, announced this in the presence of all the people. From this moment on, they would hunt down all the vampires remaining on the continent and declare war on them. The people loved this idea. They began to wish long life upon the sacred king and the sacred emperor. Marquis Quirum watched all this unfold and realized that things were looking bad. Now he understood that all of this had been a trap into which the vampires had fallen, because no one from the royal family had ever behaved in such a manner. The boy had staged a scene near the monument to the goddess Gaia, and the vampires had become pawns in his hands. Of course, it was a wild plan, to find those in the empire who wanted to become vampires and turn them into his own, in order to attack from within. But now the prince has officially declared that he will crush every move the vampires make, and Count Timon probably foresaw this. Shortly before the operation, he summoned Marquis Quirum for a private word and said he had a proposal regarding the plan. Count Timon suggested that the Marquis create an army with a single purpose, to track down and destroy the seventh prince. And now the Marquis was very glad that he had listened to the Count, so the prince shouldn't think that it's all over. Vampires live forever, so they have unlimited time to prepare. For now, the prince can enjoy his victory, but the time will come when it ends, and the vampires will ultimately prevail. The coronation ceremony proceeded according to plan, and now the Holy Emperor had brought the crown to place it upon Alan's head. After that, the Emperor proclaimed the seventh prince, Alan Elfols, the sacred king of the empire in the name of Celt Elfols. This was followed by loud and prolonged applause. Everyone wished the king a long life and the sacred emperor an even longer one. And so finally, this long day came to an end. Alan could relax and sprawl out on the bed with Hans and Charlotte by his side. Charlotte was happy and content. She declared that everything had turned out perfectly, even though the prince insisted he wasn't cut out for such a role. Hans said that, to be honest and frank, he was actually the one who did everything, so now he wanted to know where his praise was. The prince declared that they had stopped the bad guys. Isn't that enough for the alchemist? Alan always knew he could count on him. After that, the prince told Charlotte that she would now have more work to do. As the sacred king, he must build up his strength and increase the number of soldiers in his army to 10,000. But without Hans and Charlotte's help, this would be simply impossible to accomplish, so they shouldn't say they intend to avoid it. The performance staged during the prince's coronation worked even better than he had expected. Many new recruits joined the paladins. The prince immediately ordered new equipment and weapons for the recruits from Princess Hilda. However, there was still a huge problem that needed to be solved. Looking at this rather motley and strange crowd, it was hard to see them as soldiers. There was a huge amount of work ahead with these people. Alan wanted Charlotte to take all these soldiers and send them to the border with Aslan for military training immediately. The people were outraged. Of course, they were a territory under the Holy Empire's rule, but they didn't want military training to take place on their borders. Some felt this was an attack on their autonomy and that the imperial rulers cared only about their own country. They had conquered Aslan and would soon take over the entire continent. Queen Tina did not share this view. She believed the minister was seriously mistaken. After all, without Prince Alan, the Empire of Aslan would not even exist. The man believed that all of this was a major burden on ordinary people. They would be stressed out by the large number of soldiers. But Tina believed the opposite was true. People were happier now than they had ever been under the previous ruler. But the minister believed that Queen Tina would soon regret this. He left, very displeased, and slammed the door loudly. Latan believed it was impossible to argue with this elf, and he had always been opposed to her taking the throne. Since Tina was Rahama's daughter, and a young woman at that, many thought she would make the perfect puppet. But all the assassins fell to their knees before her, and half the nobility and all the commoners admire their queen. However, he, Latan, is no fool, and someday he will cut off her head, because this unworthy elf should not be Rahama's heir. Lidan saw himself on Aslan's throne. However, the man said that was very ambitious. Latan was very frightened. He didn't understand what kind of man was in his house, who he was, or what he wanted. The stranger said that he had been watching Latan for a very long time, and considered him quite determined in his ambitions. The man said that he was the first vampire, Duke Durand, and that he would help Latan. Somewhere far away in the mountains, in complete darkness, a gathering was taking place of those who disapproved of the current state of affairs. Latan looked around. He didn't even know such a place existed in Aslan. Duke Durand apologized for making the man travel all this way. The Count excels at deception, but they cannot contact him. Soon the men reached a place that resembled an underground volcano. There were all kinds of monsters there. They were marching and preparing for battle. The Duke explained that this is where they gather those who dislike this world, slaves, prisoners, the sick, and the elderly, and then they're turned into vampires. All it takes is to give them blood, but without experience they die quickly, and now this is practically a ready-made army of vampires. The Duke said that this isn't the only facility of its kind on the entire continent. There are many of them, and now, having seen all this, Latan must say whether he's ready to devote his life and strength to the common struggle. The man said that he might indeed be ready, But right now, without the queen's consent, his word meant nothing. The Duke asked whether Latan might be the best way to strengthen the alliance. After all, the fact that Rohama's blood flows through their Queen Tina already makes her worthy. Latan realized that the Duke was hinting at marriage. The man believed that if all the lords agreed to peace, nothing would stand in their way. Duke Duran said he would lend his support and authority to Latan, and that this was his chance to become King of Aslan, a dream he had long cherished. But if a man is ready for such an alliance, he must become a vampire, because the Duke needs at least some guarantees, and so he bit off his own hand. Once he becomes a vampire, Latan will be an immortal being, a predator ruling over the people. He needs to make up his mind. Latan had essentially made up his mind right away, and now he had accepted the Duke's blood and been turned into a vampire. Hans greeted the prince and said that everything was already ready. His Highness could check for himself. The alchemist confirmed that he had completed everything, and it sounded very strange. Alan honestly admitted that he suspected something was amiss when Hans said he was already finished. But now Hans wants to say that he has created a new weapon, and it's just an ordinary cannon. Hans realized he could skip the explanations about the cannon as a type of weapon because he was sure he'd understand everything as soon as he saw it in action. Hans ordered the mages to load the cannon, and they immediately inserted sacred projectiles into it. After that, the chief designer and developer, or rather the cannon itself, rolled out without producing any effect. Alan was very angry that Hans had distracted him from his work just to show off some kind of popcorn machine. Hans didn't know what popcorn was and asked the prince not to be so serious. The alchemist admitted that the test might not go according to plan. If the prince so desires, he can use the runes of Aztaloon to upgrade the divine weapon to the next level. Alan didn't argue with the alchemist, especially since he now had enough sacred power. He immediately activated his divine aura and upgraded the cannon. And now this upgraded contraption fired its first test shot, which turned out to be simply stunning. The shockwave nearly knocked everyone present off their feet. Hans informed the prince that firing the cannon at full power would require at least 5 high-level priests, but with runes, they could upgrade the cannon as much as they wanted, even without the prince's personal presence. This cannon can destroy everything within a 5-yard radius, with the exception of original vampires. Everything around it will be destroyed. Alan was forced to admit that he was impressed. The cannon looked and fired spectacularly. Alan turned to the alchemist and said that he was granting him the title of Count. From now on, the alchemist would be known as Hans Jerome. Hans was very surprised, and before he had a chance to recover, the prince declared that he was taking the cannon for himself. Hans reminded the prince once again that he had made him a count. There were witnesses present so that the prince could not later strip him of this title. At that moment, a horseman galloped up to the prince with an urgent message from Aslan. Alan immediately began to study the message, realizing that it might be something serious, and indeed it turned out to be just that. A massive horde of orcs, 3,000 in number, along with 300 necromancers and 5,000 slave soldiers, had been deployed on the border of the Aslan region. The prince ordered Charlotte to prepare for battle immediately. They were heading to Aslan. The atmosphere in Aslan's royal palace was extremely tense. Damon stood between the queen and Litan, who now looked downright demonic. Queen Tina was also tense and frightened. She had a rough idea of what had happened to her minister. Litan said he wanted to talk about vampires. He found them remarkable and worthy. Furthermore, the man believed they were mesmerizing and powerful. Damon turned to the minister and asked if Leton truly intended to continue betraying his people. But Litan replied that there was no betrayal. On the contrary, he was punishing the traitor and didn't understand why Damon was trying to stop him. Litan declared that history is written by the victors, and right now, the victor is whoever lays claim to Rahama's legacy. Those who refuse to do so are seen as traitors. He realized that this meant taking control of Queen Tina and turning her into a puppet. Damon couldn't listen to it anymore. He lunged at the traitor, hoping to shut his treacherous mouth. Suddenly, a huge demonic snake appeared in front of Damon, shielding Leton. It literally paralyzed the man. He couldn't move or even breathe, as if he were spellbound by it. Queen Tina raised her staff and turned to Latan, who had dared to threaten her. She struck the floor with her staff, and immediately a huge wooden golem appeared, ordered by the queen to capture the vampire. Litan now considered himself brave. He might have been afraid of this wooden spirit once, but now he wasn't afraid of it. Litan summoned the basilisk, and now this enormous serpent had sunk its fangs into the wooden golem. The queen couldn't understand how the man had summoned this terrible serpent to Aslan or how he could control it. But Litan had already closed in on the queen. He grabbed her by the throat and asked her not to make things any more complicated than they already were. Litan glanced around and realized that Queen Tina had deliberately launched the attack with the wooden golem to give Damon a chance to escape. Of course, this created yet another headache. The city was already engulfed in flames, and Queen Tina had to admit that Litan was a cut above her and stronger than she was. Therefore, she'd better put an end to her despicable behavior. The seventh prince, along with Charlotte, was moving swiftly through the corridors of the sacred palace. The young man wanted to speak with his grandfather, but now that had become even more difficult. A line of soldiers was immediately formed to greet the sacred king. The emperor announced that Aslan had raised the banner of rebellion against the sacred empire. It seems they no longer wish to be subjects and are demanding independence. Furthermore, they claim they have no choice but to defend themselves after Alan demonstrated his power during the coronation. Alan was certain that this was not a decision made by Queen Tina. Most likely, this is the work of traitors within the palace. The emperor knew that the Aslan system wasn't particularly corrupt, which meant the vampires were to blame for everything. They must have banded together against Queen Tina. Alan did not turn to his grandfather to ask for permission to seize the Aslan Empire. The land under their rule has raised a sword against them. They cannot turn a blind eye to this. Alan was certain that a harsh response was inevitable, so he would conquer Aslan and return it to the Empire. Selt Elfals was very pleased with his grandson. He announced publicly that he authorized an attack on Aslan to demonstrate the might of the Holy Empire. Furthermore, the emperor believed it was wrong for Alan to hold the title of king without any territory to rule. Once the young man conquered Aslan, he would be given it to rule. Alan was very angry at his cunning grandfather. If it had simply been a war, the emperor would have sent one of his generals there. It would have been quite logical for Crown Prince White or Oscar Bald to go and clear the territory. But the fact that he personally chose Alan means that the Holy Emperor wants his grandson to begin ruling as a sacred king. It seemed that Alan's peaceful, unhurried life was slipping through his fingers like water. Before the young man had even had time to recover from these thoughts, Hans ran up and reported that he had arrived, and that the conversation was about Lord Aslan Damon. It wasn't at the Imperial Palace, but in the poorest outskirts and slums of the capital. The wounded Damon poured the potion directly onto the wound, hoping to heal his body and restore his health as quickly as possible. The sacred power was simply terrible, but it was better than any medicine. In fact, Damon was now dreaming of the sacred water of the sacred king. He hoped to find the sacred king as quickly as possible, and now Alan, unrecognized by anyone, stood before the man. As soon as Damon realized who was standing before him, he immediately fell to his knees and began to greet His Highness, ready to serve the king, as well as to ask for forgiveness and beg him to save Aslan. Alan leaned toward the man, apologized to him, but informed him that unfortunately the house would have to be demolished. Work was in full swing in the fortress courtyard. Huge orcs were building defensive structures and talking among themselves. Rumors were circulating that Lord Damon had become a revolutionary and about the vampires' influence on the Civil War. It all seemed somewhat illogical. A man from the Latana faction saw that several people were engaged in conversation and immediately threatened to kill them on the spot. Latan ordered his courtiers to hinder the Imperial army by any means necessary because the army of blood would soon be here. Latan promised the man that if everything went according to plan, he would be granted the honor of becoming a great vampire. It was worth waiting a little while for eternal life. But the man didn't like any of this at all. He knew that the soldiers of the Holy Army could easily kill 10,000 people. It was unclear how he could stand up to them alone. A servant ran up and informed Lord Jerem that the Holy Empire had sent an envoy for negotiations. And indeed, through the clouds of dust, a horseman could be seen approaching, holding the Empire's flag. Jerem personally rode out to meet him to speak face to face and immediately asked what they wanted. The horsemen immediately declared, if Aslan's people want to live, they must surrender immediately. They must tear down their barricades, lay down their weapons, and surrender to become prisoners of the Holy Empire. If this does not happen, the Holy King himself will go to war against them. Of course, everyone already knew who the Holy King was, how powerful he was, and what methods he used. After all, it was he who had killed Emperor Rahama. Jaram considered this an act of arrogance, since even the empire had no right to invade a sovereign state, but the negotiator said he had no intention of speaking with a servant. He wanted to speak with the leader. Jaram was furious. He said that the Aslan Empire had been at war with the Holy Empire for thousands of years. Had they still not understood that Aslan must be respected? The negotiator asked whether he should consider this response an answer to the offer to surrender. Jaram was very surprised when his interlocutor addressed him by name and said that he had personally given him a decent chance. Alan, and it was him, of course, realized that he wasn't talking to just anyone here, so he began to transform and activate his abilities. After that, the negotiator said that he would now reveal his face, would not back down, and would capture you immediately and forever. When the messenger removed his helmet, Jaram realized with horror that standing before him was the sacred king himself. The man immediately ordered his subordinates to prepare for an attack. The king, he is but one. And before Aslan's defenders could even draw their clubs, Alan had already summoned the sacred undead, a couple of dragons, and a few other things to demonstrate just how serious his intentions were. The guy put a skull on his head and said that even if he was alone, he himself was an entire army. And since his offer had been rejected, the empire must now prepare for its demise. Jaram shouted to his warriors that their goal was not victory, but simply to buy time. Everyone was ordered to draw their bows and prepare to shoot. But the numerous undead, flying, running, and on horseback, were already rapidly approaching the fortress gates. Jaram himself proved to be a patriot of his empire. He said he didn't care who stood before him, but he would lay down his life for Aslan. Alan quickly summoned the warrior Qasim, who immediately began fighting Jaram. Qasim grabbed the man by the throat and told him to sit still and not move so he could get a good look at how Jaram's men were about to die. Jaram saw this variety of undead and realized that the Sacred King's power was far greater than people openly admitted, and it was clear he didn't stand a chance against him. Alan wanted the man to confess who was behind the organization of this uprising, but Jaram said he'd rather die than tell. After that, the man began shouting that the Holy King was no better than the vampires, and that when you got right down to it, the Holy Empire was far worse for Aslan than the vampires had been over all the millennia. Jaram was certain that the Sacred Kingdom would not rest until it had conquered the entire empire, and even if that were the case, it meant they were cut from the same cloth and could not coexist peacefully. Jaram said he would rather sell his soul to the devil and die immediately than live under the Sacred King's rule. Such was the wish of the late Emperor Rahama and all his supporters. Alan listened and said that it had certainly been a long time since he'd heard that name. Was Jaram really willing to obey any order from Rahama? After receiving an affirmative answer from Jaram, Alan turned to Damon and asked him to take them to Rahama. Alan explained that he could not and would not kill the entire population of the Aslan Empire, so he would dig up Rahama's grave, retrieve his corpse, and bring him back to life. Latan was very angry. He demanded that she finally listen to him and drink. Why couldn't she just listen and do what he asked? After all, Latan was actually offering eternal life, so the queen simply needed to drink. It was her chance to shed her mortal shell. The queen was sitting in prison, and Latan told her that her refusals would lead nowhere, and that she would simply rot away in that place. Long before all of Aslan's people are turned into vampires, these lands will become the home of eternal life for the vampire race. Queen Tina would become Duke Duran's wife, and to do so, she needed to drink blood. Just at that moment, Duke Duran entered the prison. He wanted to know whether the queen had drunk the blood or not. The Duke looked at the queen, who appeared very weak, and asked why Tina could barely drag her feet. Tina now realized who was behind this uprising and wanted to know exactly what the vampires wanted from her. The Duke replied that Queen Tina had Rahama's blood and, moreover, was connected to the Tree of the World, and the vampires could not defeat the Tree of the World, no matter how hard they tried. Duke Duran himself said that he merely wished to witness the power of the filthy tree. The man added that he had not the slightest desire or intention to kill Queen Tina. The girl had better think this through carefully. The Duke would get the tree of the world, and Tina would get eternal life, and they would both be satisfied. Is that really such a bad idea? And maybe the Queen has some ideas better than these? She grabbed the plate of blood and hurled it against the wall with all her might. Blood splattered all over the room. She turned to the Duke and said that he could simply kill her, but she refused to go along with his plans. Duke Duran said that they would achieve everything through the wedding. He ordered that all of Aslan's people be summoned to the royal palace. They would kill them along with the Queen and use their blood for the conversion. Still, Duke Duran left Queen Tina a choice and hoped that things wouldn't come to that. Late at night, the travelers reached the place where the previous emperor had been laid to rest. Although he was far from being a wise and benevolent ruler, he was still the father of Queen Tina and many assassins. That is why Emperor Rahama's tomb was very well guarded. A guard reported to Damon that fewer than half of the survivors remained, that Queen Tina was still being held in the dungeon, and that for some reason, all the inhabitants of Aslan were now being gathered in the palace. It was clear that the vampires were up to something. Damon pointed out to the prince where the emperor's tomb was located. The doors were open, and everyone went inside and was amazed to see the coffin, surrounded by beautiful flowers. It was clear that Tina had had a hand in this. Jaram shouted for Damon to change his mind while there was still time. Didn't the old man understand what he was about to do? But the man was certain that this was the only way to save Aslan's empire. Alan entered the tomb and marveled at all the beautiful flowers. He realized that this place was not only guarded, but also deeply revered. Damon explained that Queen Tina herself had tended the garden. The flowers here never wilted, at least not until she was imprisoned. Everyone understood that the girl was preserving them in honor of her father, who had never truly loved her. It was simply astonishing. After all, that king had been very foolish and cruel. He was dead, yet people continued to be drawn to him. Alan filled the coffin with sacred power. He summoned Raham to return to life and repent for his sins. Soon the coffin opened, a bright light appeared, and then a creature emerged from it, its entire body pierced by bloody webs. Jaram watched the entire process, and of course couldn't help but recognize his beloved emperor. As strange and unbelievable as it might seem, Emperor Rahama had now emerged from the coffin, practically alive. He looked around, and it was indeed that very gaze that his subordinates adored. Jaram broke free from the holy warrior's grip and fell to his knees before the emperor. He swore to carry out any order Rahama gave, but begged him to spare Aslan. Rahama suddenly turned and said he could hear his daughter crying. She had been coming to his grave to lay flowers and offer prayers to a god he did not know. After death, no one can take anything with them, and now Emperor Rahama did not understand why he had accumulated so much during his lifetime. After that, Rahama turned to a follower of the goddess Gaia and thanked him for bringing him back to life. Rahama said that he accepted the sacred king as his master, but now asked to be taken to his daughter. The people who had gathered at the palace could not understand why they had been summoned here in the middle of the night. No one had heard anything about it. Soon they noticed a wretched girl in tattered, dirty clothes, recognized her as their queen, and were outraged that anyone would dare treat Queen Tina this way. Queen Tina stood silently on the balcony. Duke Durand and Leton were beside her. The girl did not look up at the people. Suddenly, the Duke shouted for everyone to shut their mouths. Of course, he knew that scum were accustomed to being insolent and ungrateful. Leton ordered his aides to roll out the guillotine, and several orcs began setting up the execution device. After that, Leton announced that the wedding of Duke Duran and Queen Tina would now take place. As a result, Queen Tina would be turned into a vampire. The girl continued to refuse to drink vampire blood, and now her head was secured in the guillotine so that, in the event of a final refusal, the queen could be executed. Leton had always hated this little lady, and now, of course, he reminded her that she had made her own choice. One of the servants approached the Duke and said that a report had just been received stating that the Holy King of the Empire had crossed the border. However, Duke Duran wasn't upset by this at all because he was certain that the army of blood would arrive soon. And as soon as the Vampire King is here, they'll have nothing to fear. and no holy king will be able to do anything to them. The Duke added that he had been counting on the army of blood to arrive sooner. His companion also found this strange, so he sent several men to check. And these men had already returned and reported some very unexpected news. They hadn't seen the army even in the distance near the border. Marquis Quirum had always been a cautious vampire, so it struck the Duke as odd that he had revealed his plans so freely. But the Duke couldn't understand why the Marquis would need to deceive him, and he decided to put an end to his baseless suspicions, since they led nowhere good. He ordered Queen Tina to be killed as soon as possible, because things could become more complicated if they continued to delay. Leighton addressed everyone present and announced that the wedding ceremony between Duke Duran and Queen Tina was about to take place. All those present would be used as offerings. Soon, the people felt a terrifying pressure bearing down on them. They couldn't understand what was happening. Leighton continued, saying that along with the wedding vows he was proclaiming that the Aslan Empire was henceforth an ally of the vampires, and that he, Lord Leighton, would be the official. But before the man could finish explaining what official role he would hold, a powerful blow struck him in the head, and he flew through the air, crushing everything in his path. Leighton knocked over and overturned the guillotine before flying into the nearest wall and coming to a halt against it. Duke Duran did not expect such a turn of events. He demanded that the newcomer stop and introduce himself. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw a massive undead creature embracing Queen Tina and holding her close. This necromancer said that the question had been asked incorrectly. What matters is not who he is, but why he is here. He, Rahama, declares that he will behead all who have betrayed him, even those who are already dead. Duke Duran was, to put it mildly, surprised. He knew that Emperor Rahama was dead, which meant this necromancer couldn't be him. The Duke tried to find an explanation. He realized that Rahama now worships the goddess Gaia, which meant that the Holy King had somehow channeled his power across the border. It is well known even among vampires that the Holy Empire has many brilliant soldiers. However, none of them can defeat Rahama, and now Rahama is most likely even stronger than he was in life. Demonic and divine energy are united within him, and he has overcome his only weakness, death. The Duke was glad that at least he didn't sense the Sacred King's energy anywhere nearby, so he needed to finish off Rahama as quickly as possible. Rahama turned to his daughter and said that it had been a long time since they'd seen each other, but now the girl must return to her master, that is, to Alan, and do what she can and must do. Tina had many questions, but Rahama hurried his daughter along, saying that Aslan's people were watching her. She must think of them first and foremost. Meanwhile, the Duke had already launched an attack on Rahama, believing that he was talking too much, especially considering that he was a corpse. Rahama immediately accepted the challenge, and a battle began between the two villains. Queen Tina instantly leaped onto the back of the dragon Whitebone and told her father that she was returning to the Sacred King, wishing him good luck. Several warriors were standing on the outer wall of the tower, and now they no longer knew what to do or whose side to fight on. They must stay put and keep watch for the arrival of the army of blood. They have an important mission. However, the men already realized that very soon the Holy King would come for them and simply destroy them. It would be better to abandon the wall and prepare the fortress's defenses. But before the warriors could reach an agreement among themselves, it was announced that the Holy Empire was advancing, and this time, You truly are the entire horizon that the Holy King led. Furthermore, the army included Marquise Charlotte and Lord Damon. The fortress's defenders tried to figure out the best course of action, but ultimately decided they had nothing to lose. They would defend the fortress and overwhelm the enemy with sheer numbers. Immediately, all the archers took their positions, the giant ogres were armed, and they prepared to defend themselves. The Holy King summoned the necromancer Nasus and the warrior Kasum, telling them they needed to prepare for the next attack. After that, Alan activated additional defensive buffs and reinforced his equipment. He used a modified cannon tailored to his stats, and a powerful shot immediately blew the fortress wall to pieces. The fortress defenders even thought an earthquake had started, but it turned out to be nothing more than the Holy King's warriors coming to kill them. Queen Tina, meanwhile, was flying in on a huge bone dragon and watching the entire battle from the dragon's vantage point. she immediately recognized the Holy King Alan, who had become even stronger and more powerful. The girl directed the flying dragon to where it should land and addressed Alan. At any rate, she hoped that was indeed him. Alan greeted the girl, and Damon immediately ran out to meet his queen and asked how she was feeling. Tina explained that her father was currently fighting the Duke, and that, in fact, he had arrived just in time to save her from the guillotine. The queen bowed her head low before the prince and said that it was not Aslan's people who had rebelled or committed crimes against the Holy Empire. It was all her own carelessness. The girl wanted to take all the blame and full responsibility for the situation and begged for mercy. But Alan replied that this was no longer within Queen Tina's power. He was there to destroy Aslan. Seeing the queen's terrified face, Alan told her she had nothing to fear. He guaranteed the safety of her people. First, they needed to get rid of the vampires. Queen Tina meekly bowed her head in agreement and acceptance. The prince announced that he was heading straight to the palace. After that, Alan ordered the queen to go to the Tree of Peace. Damon was to accompany her there as well. With that, everyone said their goodbyes and went their separate ways. Meanwhile, Rahama continued his battle with the Duke. He was strong and agile. You wouldn't even think he was dead. Even the Duke, who was fighting him, was forced to admit that Rahama was truly worthy of the royal title. He managed to rescue Queen Tina and her aides right in the middle of the battle with the Duke. Now it's clear why the Vampire King warned everyone about Rahama's power. And if that's really the case, then Duke Duran was going to give a fitting response and show himself in all his glory. Just then, Latan came to after being punched in the face. He got to his feet, brushing the dirt off himself, and wanted to know who dared to hit him. But in the very next moment, Duke Duran grabbed the traitor by the throat and lifted him off the ground. The Duke turned to Latan and said that the man must have forgotten the agreement between them, the price for eternal life. It turned out that Latan had sworn to be a source of strength for the Duke, and now the Duke had literally sucked all the life out of Latan. Now this fat, self-assured man had been transformed in the Duke's hands into a useless skeleton. After that, the Duke flung him aside like unwanted trash. He felt a surge of strength and was now ready to send Rahama back to hell. After that, Duke Duran, brimming with strength and power, charged at Rahama to resume the battle. The former emperor fought the Duke admirably and was even ready to admit that his opponent was very strong. But still, the Duke must remember one thing. Whatever he does now for the Holy King is nothing. The Duke said that apparently the former Emperor Rahama, while still dead, had gone mad and stopped the duel just to spout nonsense. But in the next instant, a powerful shell tore the Duke's body in half and hurled him far into the distance. Now it was no longer the Duke, but rather, one might say, 1¼ of the villain who had failed to sense the Holy King's approach. Rahama knelt before Alan and greeted his master's arrival. The Duke was rapidly regrowing the lower half of his body. He had already realized that the army of blood would apparently not be coming, and the Holy King was already right next to him. Alan noted with admiration how quickly the vampire had been able to regenerate after losing more than half his body. It was immediately clear that he was no less capable than the Duke. However, the Holy King wanted to see if the Duke could regenerate after being beheaded. Durand, of course, was outraged by the audacity of this insolent boy and said that he would now show him his strength and power. Duke Durand shouted that he didn't need the army of blood because he was strong enough on his own, and it was simply impossible for anyone to kill him. Now he was a huge minotaur. His lower body was like that of a horse. He had the powerful torso of a man and wings on his back like a wyvern. The Duke said he would demonstrate a power that no one else could match. Alan fired his cannon, but his opponent said that such a feeble weapon wouldn't work against him, and he easily knocked the cannonball aside. Alan summoned new creatures, saying that no one should assume this was the end of his capabilities. Alan continued firing from various cannons and guns. He didn't want to let his opponent get too close, and the Duke already realized that he couldn't get close to the Holy King from the front. Then the Vampire Duke decided to hide in a pool of blood and attack his opponent from a blind spot. The vampire's attack succeeded, and he managed to cut down several skeletons as he prepared to test how much longer the Holy King could hold out. Soon, close combat broke out between the opponents, and the Duke realized that his opponent's ability was very strange. He doesn't summon anything, and his fighting style is baffling. Meanwhile, Alan used Kasim's warrior technique to continue the duel. He landed his blows perfectly, and now the Duke was furious. In the end, he was forced to defend himself and declared that he would drown the entire region in a sea of blood. The Duke thrust his sword into the ground to unleash a powerful area of effect attack, only to be met with an identical counterattack using sacred power. Duke Durand thrust his sword into the ground once more and summoned his clones to rise up. Soon, a group of creatures identical to him appeared before him, and now he had to fight not just one opponent. Alan replied to the Duke that he could fight however he wanted, but in any case, he would not be able to overcome the limitations of his kind. Alan, however, had no limitations, because in reality, he did not belong to any known race or species. Alan ordered the former emperor to take on the clones and destroy them. The battle was so intense that Charlotte was forced to shield her face from the flashes. On top of everything else, Alan regularly fired his cannon, which also made life very difficult for Duke Durand. The new use of the modified cannon with its altered divine projectile resulted in a huge hole appearing in the Duke's body. He fell to the ground, unable to comprehend how this could have happened and trying to devise a new attack. The vampire realized he needed fresh blood. Could it be that the pool of blood was drying up, leaving him completely drained? Soon he spotted a massive tree that was literally sucking the blood dry, depriving the Duke of his sustenance. Alan realized that Queen Tina had already arrived at the scene. Now she was at the heart of the World Tree. And indeed, Queen Tina stood near the World Tree with her staff giving it orders. What's this? Is that little elf also lending a hand to kill him? But even if he dies here, he'll take everyone with him to the grave. Alan saw energy gathering in the vampire's heart. He probably wanted to send everyone present to the afterlife in an instant. And as Duke Durand approached the Sacred King, a sizable group, including Rahama, Kasim, and Nasus, had already gathered behind him. Alan placed his hand on the Duke's head and said that even in death, Durand must not forget that he had perished at the hands of a mere mortal. Durand began to weep and said that he had accepted his fate, so he asked to be taken to another place because he could not bear the sunlight. Alan knew that secondary vampires were unaffected by sunlight, while original vampires, such as the Duke, were not. It seemed that even here, he could not overcome the limitations of his kind. Alan removed the skull from his head, and now he was a cute, handsome guy who for some reason was called a monster. But here, the only monster was Durand. Since early morning, the summoned holy undead had been restoring order in Aslan. They were clearing away the rubble and destroying the monster's followers. The leaders of the uprising were executed in the central square. They demanded to be heard, insisting they were innocent, that it was all Latan's fault. But no one wanted to talk to them. Alan sat on the throne in the royal palace, sifting through records. And soon he realized that Queen Tina's punishment had finally come. The vampires had managed to stage a coup, but Tina was still the queen, and of course it was only natural that her ability to rule the country was now in question. But Alan couldn't, and didn't want to, punish rulers just like that. Now they had to resolve the situation in a way that would suit everyone. Just then, a flustered Charlotte rushed into the throne room. She reported that they were in trouble and that the prince needed to hurry. Alan wasn't really in the mood to rush. He asked what had happened. Could it be that the Blood Army had appeared? Charlotte looked at the prince, trying to calm herself. She said that the Blood Army had appeared, but not here. They were heading for the capital of the Holy Empire. His Holiness the Emperor was putting on his armor and wanted to know what the Crown Prince and First Prince Luan were doing right now. White and Luan were both commanding soldiers on the outer wall. The Emperor calmed down a little. Even though his son was a fool, he knew how to win. The old man himself could no longer remember the last time he had put on this armor. Even simply putting it on made his heart beat too fast. Archbishop Raphael reported that the enemy was already nearby, but the Emperor asked him not to dramatize the situation. For his part, the Emperor wanted to know why no one had noticed the approach of such a huge army, and it turned out that the villains had been digging a tunnel. They used the pretext of the Aslan Empire to send the Holy King there, while they themselves attacked the capital. This means that the enemy is a fairly intelligent creature. But at the same time, the Holy Emperor was insulted. He seemed like a less fearsome and dangerous opponent than his youngest grandson. At that very moment, vast hordes of undead, all manner of wyverns, battle monsters, elephants, and all sorts of evil creatures were approaching the city. Among them were giant basilisks, three-headed hounds, and everything else one could possibly imagine. At the head of this army stood a powerful and dangerous foe, and even a single glance at this army was enough to realize that things were looking grim. Oscar stared in horror at the approaching enemies and asked the Emperor, "Can all of this really be true?" The fact was that both old men had recognized their arch-enemy. It was the mightiest of all vampire kings, King Vladimir. Even His Holiness the Emperor thought he was seeing this monster in person for the first time. The vampire king's aura is far stronger than that of any firstborn vampire. The Emperor even began to tremble involuntarily. The Archbishop understood that his master had not participated in battles of this scale for many years. But Celt said that was not the issue at all. He could not contain his excitement at the desire to spill the blood of the unholy as soon as possible. Among all the monsters approaching the city was the Marquis of Kavirum. He recognized the Emperor. Even despite his age, Celt Elfals looked strong. The Marquis warned King Vladimir that he still needed to be cautious, for a tiger remains a tiger even in old age. The Holy Emperor is still powerful. The king announced that he needed a duke to replace Duran. From that moment on, he declared the Marquis of Quirum to be duke, and Vladimir drew blood from his hand. Quirum asked the king not to waste his strength right before the battle, and thanked him for the honor bestowed upon him. He gratefully accepts this gift. After that, the king said that the day had finally come when he could test the spear that the master had made for him. He reported that this weapon had been washed in the blood of hundreds of people each year for 5 centuries. One can safely guarantee that its power is equal to that of the Holy Emperor's celestial weapon. All of this gave the Vampire King confidence. He addressed his troops and said that their main objective now lay before their eyes. Today, together, they would make this land their own. They would capture all humans and keep them as livestock, and they would become the gods of this world. And now, under the command of the Vampire King Vladimir, and on behalf of the entire Kingdom of Blood, the Army of Blood prepared to launch an attack. The Holy Emperor watched and declared that he would not be defeated by the bloodsuckers, and that the Empire's citizens had nothing to fear. History shows that truth and victory have always been on their side, and people can go about their business in peace. Today, they will not only write a new page in the book of their history, but also show all of this to the gods. The Emperor raised his hand, which held a massive sledgehammer, and his entire body and weapon were filled with powerful divine energy. And it seemed as though even Gaia, the stone goddess of love and mercy, had descended from her pedestal to aid her sacred army. After that, the Emperor announced that preparations were complete. He accepted the challenge of the attacking villains and was ready to fight them. And so, the battle began. The capital's defenders fiercely protected the city walls. They could not allow the undead to break through into the city and terrorize the population. Archers fired holy arrows, trying to keep the monsters at bay. In turn, the undead army also sent particularly powerful and muscular monsters forward to clear the way in the name of the Vampire King. Soon, powerful explosions rang out, bombs flew, stones crumbled, and the monsters clashed with one another. The monsters realized that the city's defenders had cast a protective curse. They thought this was very foolish, because their leader would handle it all. And indeed, after a while, the city's defenders saw that the monsters had broken through the protective barrier. White ordered everyone in sight to be killed. The Holy Emperor stood on the shoulder of a huge goddess and thought that his son was a real fool and was fighting the battle the wrong way. The monsters were very surprised when they realized that the statue from the coronation ceremony was not just a piece of stone. The Vampire King greeted the Holy Emperor. They were facing each other for the first time. The Vampire King. Vladimir himself stood on the head of a 3-headed hound, a huge monster charging rapidly into the attack. The Emperor leaped down from the statue's shoulder to close in on the Vampire King, and the two rivals immediately engaged in close combat. The Emperor wielded a sledgehammer against the vampire's sword. After exchanging several blows, both leaders wished each other a swift death and decided that their heads would look great on the wall in the study. At that time, the statue of the goddess Gaia wasn't just standing there as a monument. She was battling a three-headed dog. Her sword strike was quite powerful. The dog's teeth were all shattered against the stone. One of the Vampire King's chief advisors tried to quietly take advantage of the situation to sneak into the fortress, but was stopped just in time. Standing right in his path were Archbishop Raphael and Army Vice Captain Oscar Bald. The monster was absolutely delighted by how high-ranking the victims were, offering themselves up on a silver platter with a blue border. He was very lucky today. White realized that they couldn't just sit idly by. They had to join the battle, even though their forces were far from equal. The man ordered his son to go to Oscar's aid, while White himself intended to assist the Emperor. But Luan was certain that he and his father needed to worry about themselves, not fret over those two warriors, since it was clear that the vampires were very well prepared. White thought it was wrong for a father to rely so heavily on his sons, but now he was thinking about how much they missed their youngest brother, Alan. Meanwhile, flying wyverns and holy warriors joined the battle. Their spears were imbued with holy light. The wyverns shouted to one another not to stop, to keep moving in order to break through into the city. The defenders tried to keep anyone from reaching the wall. Marquis Quirum ordered that the conscription of soldiers not cease, for the men would not be able to hold out for long, and in the end they would be overwhelmed by sheer numbers because the army of blood was simply endless. The longer the attack continued, the greater the vampires' chances of victory. The Marquis sent out another wave of troops, while the rear ranks continued the conscription. One of the warriors looked somewhat strange, and the Marquis immediately took notice of him. Alan knew he should be fine, but for some reason he felt tired. Just then, the Marquis spoke to him. He said that the monster was dressed like the Holy King, but everyone knew the Holy King was in Aslan, so the Necromancer had simply dressed up in case of a breach in the fortress. But the Marquis demanded that he shut up. He had no intention of dealing with some dim-witted necromancer who was supposed to perform the summoning as ordered. The necromancer said he didn't know he was supposed to perform the summoning and asked the Marquis what he would like him to do. The Marquis couldn't figure out what was going on. However, he sensed something strange and tried to remember where he had seen something like this before. But at that moment, the Holy King said that since the Marquis hadn't made up his mind or specified anything, he would summon everything, and divine energy began to flow like a stream. Alan kept insisting that he was just an ordinary necromancer, but a team of his favorite assistants was already gathering around him: Rahama, Kasim, Nasus, and others. Marquis Quirum still tried not to let himself get too scared. He had already realized that Alan Elfalls was by his side, but at the same time, the Vampire King himself was on the monster's side. Alan replied that he didn't see any problem with that because Celt Elfalls was on his side. Alan continued his summons, and soon a new summoned creature began to appear, one he hadn't even worked with yet. On top of everything else, there was now an archangel alongside the Holy King, and Alan hoped that they were now on equal footing and could fight properly. The archangel spread his golden wings just once, and immediately a powerful explosion rang out, sending a horde of all manner of monstrosities, such as werewolves and dragons, scattering in every direction. The summoned army fired muskets and cannons. Marquis Quirum could see practically nothing through the dust and smoke. But when the dust settled, an army of undead on horseback stood right in front of the monster. The Holy King ordered his warriors to attack, and they rushed as one to cut down the monsters left and right. Soon everyone realized that the Holy King had returned from his campaign against Aslan, and the defenders of the capital welcomed the prince. It was now clear that together they would very quickly destroy this entire army of vampires, and Duke Kvirum urgently needed to figure out what to do. Kvirum rushed to flee, and his closest aides ran after him. They wanted him to come up with a plan and save them all. After all, that was why they had agreed to fight together in the first place. All these monsters looked like nothing but pathetic, worthless weaklings. The Marquis realized he would have to protect them because they were incapable of doing anything on their own. But now, as a duke and having received his king's blood, Quirum had grown stronger, and he would now easily defeat the Holy King. Now Quirum could clearly feel the blood of the great vampire king flowing through his veins, and he attacked the Holy King. But in the very next moment, the archangel, one might say, bit into the jester's head, and it vanished on the spot amid the astonished stares of his companions and the other monsters. It soon became clear that the situation was becoming critical. All the monsters were thrown into the fray, and King Vladimir himself now realized that he was fighting nothing less than a terrifying human. Who would have thought that this old man could wound the vampire king so severely? But at the same time, Vladimir was certain that he too had dealt a fatal blow to the emperor and that the Celt's heart would soon stop beating. The Holy Emperor turned to the vampire king and told him that he was far too foolish if he thought that this scratch would be enough to kill him. Now the emperor was about to sever the vampire king's head and impale it on a stake in the middle of the square in his capital. At that moment, a strange light appeared out of nowhere. It looked very much like sunlight, and that simply should not have been possible. High in the sky stood an archangel who declared that with the sword of heaven he would judge all evil. After that, every monster froze in place, as if paralyzed, while the bright light began to burn their eyes. Chelt Elfals held his opponent's head firmly, preventing him from dodging the light. The emperor said that before anything else happened, he would crush the vampire king's skull with his bare hands right then and there. But King Vladimir's chief aide delivered a treacherous blow to the emperor, knocking him to the ground. He then grabbed his king and said they must retreat. The battle was lost. The Holy Emperor saw that his rival was trying to escape, so despite the blood pouring from his body, the old man rushed in pursuit. All the evil forces were ordered to abandon the siege of the city and defend King Vladimir. They had to give him time to escape. Vladimir was barely alive. He sat on the back of a three-headed dog and cursed this holy family that had ruined everything for him. However, his assistant asked his master not to get worked up, for their lives were eternal. They could always start over, and they would have time to prepare anew. The Holy Emperor, scattering monsters and undead in all directions, summoned the vampire king Vladimir, who was now cowardly fleeing the battlefield, and told him he was unworthy of being king. Could it be that a battle to the death means nothing to the king, and that this is all just empty talk? Soon dawn broke, order was restored on the battlefield, and the wounded were carried away for treatment. Absolutely everyone, not only the undead, but also his brother, father, the archbishop, the warriors, and the defenders of the capital, knelt before the sacred king. Alan wanted to know how things were going and what stage the battle was currently at. Charlotte reported that the enemy army had been destroyed, with the exception of a few commanders who had fled. They had lost most of their forces in this battle. Alan realized they had won. Perhaps the vampires were strong, but after such a defeat, they would be in hiding for several hundred years. And yet, it was surprising that their king had surrendered much more easily than expected. Could he still have a trick up his sleeve? Charlotte reported that they had managed to capture one of the enemy commanders alive, and now Alan could speak with him if he wished. It was Duke Quirum. He said that humans shouldn't consider themselves victors, because vampires live forever and will always return for their blood. The warriors kept the vampire at gunpoint, so to speak, but he continued to threaten them and laugh. Soon, Duke Quirum saw the sacred king approaching him. Upon seeing Alan Elfals, the vampire's face contorted with hatred and malice. Alan said he had been tracking the vampire since his coronation and was amazed. Quirum turned out to be tougher than a cockroach. Alan informed the Duke that the vampire king had fled like a rat from a cat, but there was no need to worry. Alan would soon bury him next to the Duke. Quirum began to laugh loudly, calling humans naive and foolish. Had it not yet dawned on them what had actually happened? If people would just accept their fate, they could live as livestock for the vampires. These stupid people thought the vampires started this war without considering all the consequences, but that's not true. Over the centuries that vampires have been fleeing human persecution, they've discovered something incredible. It was a portal capable of summoning monsters from another world, and of course, yes, they lost that battle. But that doesn't make humans the masters of this world. The Vampire King is surely already removing the seal, and this time, those filthy little humans will definitely be wiped off the face of the earth. For now, they can enjoy the time they have left. After that, the Duke began to insult the humans, calling them stupid cattle, useless and dull. Well, on that solemn note, the Duke's life came to an end the moment his head was severed. Oscar Balda's nerves couldn't take listening to all that nonsense, and afterward he had to ask the sacred king for forgiveness. Everything had been done correctly, but now people could no longer simply ignore this vampire's words, and the prince ordered Oscar to assemble his fastest units. At that moment, a messenger ran up and announced that a disaster had struck, and there was terrible news. Emperor Celt was in critical condition. The emperor is clinging to life only thanks to the power of the runes, but his heart was pierced in battle with the vampire king, and his body has already begun to fail. He could die at any second. Of course, Alan rushed to the palace. At some point, the emperor regained consciousness and summoned his grandson. He sat up in bed and asked Alan to simply call him Grandpa and set aside all formalities. The emperor began to apologize to his grandson, swearing that he would destroy the vampires before his death and restore order to the empire. But apparently, this proved to be beyond his power, and now the emperor asked Alan to take the throne in his place and put an end to these bloodless bastards, for the people of these lands should not tremble in fear of vampires. Likewise, the emperor must not allow vampires to turn people into monsters. Alan asked his grandfather not to worry. After all, he was the grandson of Celt Elfos, and in the end, humanity would prevail. After that, his grandfather sincerely thanked his grandson several more times, but it was already clear that life was leaving his body. Everyone rushed immediately to the emperor's bedside, but Alan said everything was fine. Grandfather had simply fallen asleep. He needed to rest. Alan immediately repeated his order and commanded Oscar to organize a search party, select the fastest soldiers, and immediately track down the remnants of the enemy army. Now was their only chance, while the vampires' forces were depleted, and they also needed to send a detachment to verify Kaviram's claims about the portal. Suddenly, the prince felt an excruciating weakness and a headache and collapsed right in the middle of his grandfather's bedroom. Charlotte caught the prince. He said he'd felt dizzy for a moment and Charlotte would take him to his bedroom. However, Alice took the prince by the hand and asked permission to quickly examine His Highness. There had been too much stress lately. Alice realized that the prince was pushing himself too hard and wasn't getting enough rest. The girl placed her hands on the prince's head and said she would give him some holy energy to maintain his health. But suddenly Alice recoiled, realizing that the divine energy within the prince's body was on the verge of a reboot. No human body could withstand that. If the prince continues to use his power, he too will die very soon. But Alan took the girl by the hands and said that he was fine. He knows his own body better, and she doesn't need to worry. Alan repeated his orders once more and reminded the commanders that they must not miss this opportunity. This was the first opportunity of its kind in decades. The prince had a bad feeling about it, so they couldn't wait for another chance. Meanwhile, the vampire king, Vladimir, was already standing before a massive door secured by numerous chains. He placed his hand on the chain, for this seal was destined to fall. For many years, the vampires had suffered nothing but defeats. They had already lost a vast number of their followers, and even their most powerful weapon had proved useless. So now the vampire king saw no other option. If he cannot rule this world, then he will destroy it, and soon the chain was broken. Vladimir turned to the kings of the Jotuns and called upon them to come and rid this world of chaos once and for all. If they come and fulfill Vladimir's long-held dream, he will gladly give them whatever they ask for, and this was received with enthusiasm by a vast number of ancient giants, the world's first inhabitants and the fiercest enemies of the gods and humans.